In Jiangcheng, in an ordinary small office building, Zhao Yu's face was haggard, his eye sockets were sunken, and he was lying limply on a black office chair. Even now, he couldn't accept it. He traveled through time, came to Blue Star. Blue Star's technology is far more advanced than Earth's. Especially virtual reality online games have been developed one after another. Virtual reality online games, the second world of mankind, the second home of mankind, and the body he traveled through. Zhao Yu, his parents left him a large sum of money before they died. At least several hundred million. So, he is an out-and-out rich second generation. What can I do? His previous life was a foreign student. After returning to China, he was self-important and wanted to develop a virtual reality online game belonging to Dragon Country. The result, he spent several hundred million and even borrowed a lot of money from all sides. But the money was like being thrown into the sea without any splashes. Virtual reality online games are not so easy to develop. At present, the most popular virtual reality online games, World of Warcraft, Heroes, and Star Legend, are all developed abroad, and Longwa only has the agency rights. It's really a high ambition, but a thin life. Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. His eyes also fell on the car keys on the desk. One of the car keys is a pair of wings, with the letter B in the middle of the wings, which looks like an eagle soaring across the sky and spreading its wings. This is his Bentley car key. In addition, there's a golden bull on a car key. It will never surrender, and it is full of high morale. This is his Lamborghini car key. There are also Ferrari and Red Flag. These are all luxury cars that belong to him. But these luxury cars will soon not belong to him. If I could travel earlier, how great it would be. Zhao Yu was annoyed. He paid attention to the resignation letters on the desk again. Yes, all his employees ran away. No one left. All resigned. As a result, his game studio was completely ruined. Soon, Zhao Yu's phone rang. Boss Zhao, you owe our bank money. Please pay it back as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures to take back your mortgage house. Brother Zhao, you should pay back the money you borrowed from me. Zhao Yu, we are relatives. You won't even pay back your relatives' money, right? Bank, childhood friends, relatives, all kinds of people from all walks of life are calling Zhao Yu to urge him to pay back his debts. Endless pressure made Zhao Yu breathless. President Wang, don't worry. I'm already raising the money. Give me another half month, and I will definitely pay it back. Xiao Tong, we are friends. We have been playing together since childhood. How can I owe you money and not pay it back? The money will be in place by the end of the month at the latest. Boss Li, the money is on the way. Zhao Yu can only use various excuses to evade the debt collectors. However, this method is not a long-term solution. But where can he get the money? This is not a few million or tens of millions, but a full 200 million. If he can't pay it back, the luxury house, car, and this ordinary small office building under his name will be forcibly frozen to pay off the debt. Even the money in his bank car will be frozen. At that time, he really can't cry to the sky or the earth. All day, Zhao Yu stayed in the office to think. He forced himself to calm down. There is always a way to solve the problem. He even racked his brains to recall the novels, songs, movies, TV series, etc. on the earth. However, he failed. The popular dupo for many years, the god-killing dupo. He only remembers Daziki, 3 sections. There are also some fragmented plots, let alone asking him to write it down completely. Even if he writes a rough outline, he can't do it. The top Chinese style, song blue and white porcelain that has been popular for more than 10 years. He can't write it either. He only remembers one line of the song. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The same is true for the rest of the movies, TV series, etc. He can't remember them clearly. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's face turned pale. Is he going to be finished? Is he going to be barbecue? Is he going to be penniless? Or is he really going to work in a factory to screw in screws? But even if he screws in screws for 100 lifetimes, he can't pay back the 200 million yuan debt. In addition, there will be penalty interest and liquidated damages for overdue repayments. Zhao Yu didn't dare to imagine it anymore. His face was pale, and he felt that his future was bleak. After that, his fist slammed heavily on the desk, and a slight dent was made on the desktop. He was very unwilling, because this is not the life he wants. The game Empire system is successfully launched. This system will escort the host and create a game Empire belonging to the host. Currently available games: Doomsday Cataclysm / After. A system panel also appeared in Zhao Yu's field of vision. Doomsday Catastrophe. Current number of players: 0. Current profit status: 0. Current strength feedback: none. The panel is clean and neat, without too much tedious information. It's just this last column of strength feedback that Zhao Yu can't understand. However, this mentally retarded system rarely responded. As players become stronger in the game world, the real world will also become stronger. Each player's strength will be fed back a small part to the host. 2 responses. Zhao Yu is completely stunned. Can you become stronger by playing games? This is too incredible. It made him want to go out and play in person. However, as soon as the idea came up, he gave it up. A small part of each player's strength will be fed back to him. Then what kind of game is he playing? There is no need at all. He just needs to lie down and win. That night, in Jiangqing Villa, Zhao Yu took a shower and then fell asleep. He didn't pay attention to the system panel, because from eating dinner to taking a shower, he refreshed it hundreds of times, but as a result, the current number of players is still an eye-catching duck egg 0. Originally, he is also preparing to try to promote this game in the live broadcast rooms of major anchors or in forums, post bars, and game groups. But the idea just came to me. He just gave up. This game is so awesome. As the game world becomes stronger, the real world will also become stronger. This alone will definitely attract countless players into the game in the future. If he promotes it now, when someone else follows the clues and finds him out later, the situation will not be good. The internet has memory. So, Zhao Yu is quietly waiting for the first player to eat crabs. Just when Zhao Yu is sleeping soundly and sweetly. Douxiao live broadcast platform. There are tens of thousands of online viewers in Zhou Shi's live broadcast room, and the number of VIP seats is still rising. There are also barges flying by like crazy. Sister Zhou, give up. The game Heroes is not suitable for you. After playing 10 games, look at your results. Almost 0 kills and 0 assists. Sister Zhou, please let your teammates go, please. There is a burst of cynicism in the barrage, and the audience couldn't bear to look at Sister Zhou's operating skills. Awful. It's so miserable. At this moment, Zhou Shi was lying in the virtual game cabin, eyes closed, immersed in the virtual reality online game Hero. Within the game, she transformed into a hot heroine, Ice Shooter. This heroine is a long-range shooter with powerful slowing and control abilities. She also saw the barrage in the live broadcast room. This made her feel competitive. Look at my arrow. It will definitely hit the enemy. Zhou Shi was so confident that she took out the arrows from the quiver on her back and matched them with a long bow in her hand. The whole process is completed in one go. Call out. The next second, she pulled the string and released the arrow. A magic crystal arrow flew past the enemy hero in front of him. Magic crystal arrow is the ultimate move of the heroine Ice Archer. Once it hits the enemy hero, it will cause a certain amount of magic damage and cause a stun effect on the enemy hero. In addition, around the target of the ice crystal arrow enemies will also be harmed. However, her arrow was full of momentum and radiant, but the result was that it missed the target. Instantly, the audience in the live broadcast room was happy. Sister Zhou, let's stop playing. Look at you. You are cheating your teammates time and time again. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sister Zhou, you need to practice your archery skills. Yes, this deviation seems to be a bit big. The barrage appeared again, and Zhou Shi gritted her teeth angrily. Even the heroine Ice Shooter, she transformed into have been killed by the enemy hero. The opponent's set of skills came over in seconds, and her crispy shooter had no backhand power. In anger, she directly chose to quit the virtual reality online game Heroes. Wait for a few breaths. Lying in the virtual game cabin, she opened a pair of flashing black eyes. My family. It's not me who's cheating me. It's my teammates who are cheating me. Look at me as a shooter who is the main output, but none of these teammates are protecting me. Sister Zhou said aggrievedly. Sister Zhou, you're the first shooter. How can your teammates protect you? Sister Zhou, cough cough. Let's give up on heroes. This game is really not suitable for you. You are older and your reaction speed is slower. Play a new game. Stop trying to trick people, please. The audience in the live broadcast room booed. Sister Zhou is very sensitive to age. When people say she is old, she gets angry. I just turned 18 this year. How old am I? Uncles and aunties, I'm still young. Sister Zhou is acting cute. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room did not buy it at all. What a pity, Sister Zhou, you can talk. What a wonderful girl, but she has a mouth. Listening to Sister Zhou's voice, I can't help but recall the dormitory aunt in school. Wow, I miss it so much. This is indeed the voice of the dormitory aunt. Faced with these comments, Sister Zhou's face turned green. These viewers are really more difficult to please. So, she chose to ignore them directly, but she also complained in her heart. Her voice is so nice. How could she become the dormitory aunt? However, she also saw the comments of the audience. She smiled and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, my skills are no longer suitable for playing heroes. The strength level of those players is still in the first level, but I am already in the atmosphere level. Invincible, it's so lonely. After that, Sister Zhou looked melancholy. Poochie. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Watching Sister Zhou's live broadcast is really fun. Sister Zhou, your level of strength may be better than that of a primary school student. Don't insult a primary school student. Primary school students are better than Sister Zhou. Wow. Sister Zhou left in that game just now, and her teammates actually won for versus 5-1. Sister Zhou, you are really a big cancer. The barrage in the live broadcast room kept flashing, but these barrages made Sister Zhou's face green, gnashing her teeth, and her teeth were clacking. Have to hold it in. As a lady, she can't get angry. After holding it in for a long time, she recovered. Soon, she began to control the computer and search for the recently launched games on the Penguin virtual reality online game platform. All of a sudden, she noticed a doomsday survival game produced by Penguin. Dawn is Coming. It was just launched today, and the unlimited number and non-deletion test was opened. The game is carefully made based on the virtual super fantasy reality Engine 9. Created a super realistic, super large, seamless open world. Will bring players an unprecedented gaming experience. There are many ways to play the game, including world exploration, camp development, resource collection, and so on. Sister Zhou was dazzled. At the end, there was also a sweet female voice. Welcome, survivors. Join the dawn. Let us bring dawn to mankind together. Sister Zhou was a little moved, but the live broadcast room barrage popped up one after another. Sister Zhou, this game has pits. Don't play it. There are too many bugs. Can you believe that I deleted it after playing for less than half an hour? The score of this game has dropped wildly. The full score is 5 points, and now it is less than 2.8 points. The whole screen is asking you to Krypton Gold. What else is there to play? Seeing this, Sister Zhou was also stunned. Is this game produced by Penguin so bad? She even heard about Dawn. It is a competitive doomsday survival virtual reality online game produced by Penguin Company this year. It can't be that bad, right? In order to develop this game, the game team of Penguin Company spent 5 years. Without any hesitation, Sister Zhou started downloading the game. Half an hour later, Sister Zhou lay in the virtual game cabin and started the game. In less than 3 minutes, she had a dark face and quit the game directly. Damn it, is my luck so bad? I encountered a bug right at the beginning. Sister Zhou's face was dark. Ha ha ha. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed wildly. Just when Sister Zhou was doing the novice tutorial of Dawn of the Dawn, she was unlucky enough to encounter a bug. The whole character was stuck in a dilapidated car and couldn't move. It's okay that the game is modeled, but it's stuck and can't move. Sister Zhou's face was dark, and she continued to look for new games. She no longer believes in games produced by big companies. She wants to pick a game from a small company to play. Maybe there'll be unexpected surprises. There are hundreds or thousands of virtual reality online games launched today, and the quality is uneven. It seems that Penguin's Dawn of the Dawn has a great impact on Doomsday games. I didn't see other companies launching Doomsday games today. They're trying to avoid their edge. Sister Zhou sighed, but she was not surprised. Penguin is too intimidating in the gaming industry and even in other fields. The audience in the live broadcast room also agreed with Sister Zhou's words. That's right. I heard that some companies originally planned to launch Doomsday games today, but Dawn of the Sun appeared. How dare they launch Doomsday games? To be honest, although Dawn of the Sun has a lot of bugs, Penguin is stepping up to fix them. One company dominates the market. This is not a good situation. Sister Zhou, stop. Look, it seems that a Doomsday game is also launched today. However, many viewers in a live broadcast room noticed another newly launched Doomsday game, Doomsday Cataclysm. Sister Zhou also noticed it. Isn't this name too low? Only games from 10 years ago would be named like this. It's just that this game company is so short of funds. There's not even a game icon, just a few black words. Also, what about the game introduction? What about the game producer? Nothing? This is the game playable. She said this, but she still downloaded this game. The download process took a full hour. During this period, although Sister Zhou complained, she was also slightly looking forward to it. By the way, she also showed her talent show in the live broadcast room, playing the violin. She played well, which also made the audience in the live broadcast room barely satisfied. It's okay, but the level needs to be improved. Sister Zhou, if you want to play the violin, I'll teach you. Sister Zhou, did you secretly apply for the violin kindergarten class? This level is a little bit better than my daughter's. Sister Zhou pouted and ignored the audience, but lay in the virtual game cabin and started to play the game, Apocalypse. The audience in the live broadcast room can also see that Sister Zhou is in a quiet and deserted open space at this moment, surrounded by mottled and broken walls. This Doomsday atmosphere is very ordinary. Sister Zhou said casually, also looking for the entrance to the game. However, at this time, one after another, dazzling golden light appeared in Sister Zhou's vision. First recharge, 6 yuan. Take home the first recharge gift package. 30 yuan per month. Take home the monthly card gift package. Cumulative recharge, 100 yuan. Become a distinguished VIP 1 member. Enjoy the VIP 1 member gift package. Cumulative recharge, 1 million. Become a distinguished VIP 10 member. Enjoy the VIP 10 member gift package. It's better to act than to be moved. Recharge quickly and start your journey to the Doomsday world. In an instant, Sister Zhou was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Is it so direct? You're asked to recharge right from the start. A cumulative recharge of 1 million yuan will make you a VIP 10 member. Is this crappy game crazy about money? Only the game next door, Dawn of the Sun, can become a VIP 10 member by recharging only 30,000 yuan, and also give you a domineering green vehicle. This unknown game requires a recharge of 1 million yuan to become a VIP 10 member. Are you kidding me? Blatantly collecting money. Enough. It's really enough. Rubbish game. The whole screen was full of barges, cursing that the Doomsday Cataclysm was a rubbish Krypton Gold game, and felt that the game operator was crazy about money. What made the audience suffocate was that, one after another, interfaces related to recharging Krypton Gold popped up. Blind box lottery, unlimited surprises, 100 yuan for opening a blind box. Vehicle lottery, cool sports cars, waiting for you to claim, 100 yuan for 1 draw. Only 888 yuan for 10 draws. Weapon lottery, powerful weapons, let you kill through the apocalypse, 200 yuan for 1 draw. Only 1,888 yuan for 10 draws. Sister Zhou was stunned, and the audience stared at each other. Bullshit apocalypse survival game. The whole screen is full of Krypton Gold. It's more money-making and more evil than the next door Dawn of the Dawn. Recharge? Impossible. Even if it's 6 yuan for the first charge, I will never recharge. I am a 0 Krypton player. Sister Zhou spoke righteously. Her voice was sonorous and powerful. Like Sister Zhou. Must like. No Krypton gold, 0 recharge. This is a rip-off game company. Recharge is shit. Not a penny recharge. The audience in the live broadcast room unanimously supported Sister Zhou's 0 Krypton. Faced with these bullet comments, Sister Zhou was also very pleased. Soon, she also saw a button standing in the air. Start the game. She did not hesitate and clicked directly. Then, she began to choose the player's origin. Lines of text entered her field of vision. Poor household. You were born in a very poor family. Your parents have been doing hard and tiring physical labor all year round, so you don't starve. Although this home is very shabby, it can give you a sense of home warmth, free. Ordinary household. You were born in a very ordinary family. Your parents work hard, and you live an ordinary life. 6 yuan. Rich household. You were born in a very wealthy family, and you live a very comfortable, stable, and happy life. 648 yuan. Rich family. You were born in a very rich family. Your parents will give you whatever you want, and your life is extremely happy. 9,999 yuan and VIP 10 level membership. Wealthy family. You are born into a wealthy family. Your parents own many companies and many houses. Your future is infinitely bright. VIP Supreme Member. 5 players' origins once again stunned Sister Zhou and the audience in the live broadcast room. Especially the last wealthy family. You actually need to become a VIP Supreme Member to unlock it. What is this VIP Supreme Member? After a while of searching, Sister Zhou saw a prompt. Recharge 100 million to become a VIP Supreme Member. Suddenly, Sister Zhou's face was full of question marks. Did I see it wrong? 100 million? What the hell is this? Black-hearted company, black-hearted game. This broken game is not played by dogs. What the hell is it? It's all about making money. The audience in the live broadcast room was very unhappy. Sister Zhou also chose to be born for free without hesitation. She wants to be a poor household, so she won't spend money. Don't even think about taking a penny from her pocket. Then, Sister Zhou also entered a nickname for the game. Zhou Yi. I wanted to type some symbols and numbers or call her Zhou Shui instead of 2, but numbers and symbols were not allowed. After the naming was completed, the game is about to start. No face-pinching system. Zhou Shui was stunned. At this moment, another line of text appeared in her vision. You were born in a very poor family. Your parents worked hard for many years and did manual labor. When you were in high school, they finally couldn't support it and fell ill. You chose to drop out of school and started working, handing out flyers on the street, and working as a waiter in a restaurant to earn your parents' medical expenses. Unfortunately, your parents' condition worsened and they passed away. You cried bitterly, living alone, until you were 24 years old. A 6.1 magnitude earthquake occurred in the area where you lived. The rental house you lived in was too simple and had been in disrepair for many years. You unfortunately died in this earthquake. Game over. When the last line of text appeared, Sister Zhou had the illusion of being alone and messy in the wind. What kind of crappy game is this? Just a bunch of text introduction, and then it's gone? The game character is dead? The game is over. Sister Zhou scratched her head and complained wildly. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed. Using text instead of plot? Is this because the game developer does not have enough funds? Such a rubbish game can be seen in 2023. Incredible. Is this a dream back to 10 years ago? There's still such slow games in this day and age. I have never seen such a long time. Fortunately, Sister Zhou stabilized her heart and did not recharge. Recharging money for this rubbish game is an insult to IQ. The audience had already laughed and cried. Sister Zhou's unyielding temper also came out. She wanted to see, will she be so unlucky every time? It's impossible to encounter an earthquake every time, right? Soon, Sister Zhou started the next game again, and she still stubbornly chose a poor family. You were born in a very poor family. Your parents worked all year round to ensure that the family had food to eat and clothes to wear, so that they would not be cold or hungry. Your academic performance was also excellent, and you were admitted to a very good second-tier university. However, influenced by your classmates, you began to feel inferior, you hated your parents, and hated this family. Finally, you, who loved vanity, embarked on a road of no return. You used your beauty to defraud money, and finally you were arrested. You stayed in prison, stepping on at the sewing machine. It was very tiring, very hard, and I regretted it very much. However, a female prisoner in the prison suddenly went crazy and killed 3 people, including you. Game over. I really want to curse. Am I the kind of vain person? I work hard. How could I use beauty to cheat money? And why did I die again? Last time it was an earthquake. This time it was just someone snapped it. Sister Zhou's delicate face was covered with a trace of anger. She was flaming with anger. The audience in the live broadcast room was still laughing, and some even laughed out loud. Ha ha, nothing wrong. Vanity. Bah, what are you talking about? Sister Zhou is not the kind of woman who would use her beauty. By the way, is Sister Zhou beautiful? Why did I only see a pair of A? What kind of doomsday game is this? Be gentle. Give this crappy game a 1-star rating. I always feel that 1-star rating is too much. Faced with these comments, Sister Zhou was so angry that she laughed. But she told herself to keep a steady mind, and those who achieve great things cannot be impetuous. Then, she continued to choose to be born in a poor household, died of serious illness, died in a car accident, died of food poisoning, and so on. In short, she experienced various endings of death. She could not start the game smoothly. I don't accept it. Sister Zhou cursed loudly. Her eyes were firm. I will definitely not play it. Support Sister Zhou. 666 go. The comments were crazy, and the audience in the live broadcast room supported Sister Zhou very much. And they also felt that this game was really forcing players to spend money. Look at Sister Zhou's game character, which always dies due to various accidents. Once again, I made the choice of a poor household at the beginning. The familiar text appeared again. You were born in a very poor family. Your parents dare not waste their lives, and every expenditure is very careful. Your parents also have high expectations for you. Then, you failed the junior high school entrance examination and could not enter high school. You chose to study in a vocational secondary school. After graduation, you looked for a job everywhere, but you were blocked everywhere. You were full of despair in life. But once you accidentally came into contact with the anchor industry, and you became a small anchor, you gained your own fans, and your income gradually increased. Until you were 24 years old, an accident happened. Do you want to enter the game? At this moment, Sister Zhou was moved to tears. Family, can we finally enter the game? Needless to say, this is definitely a rubbish game, but I've already played it, so I have to see how rubbish it is. Sister Zhou had no expectations for this rubbish game called Apocalypse. It's not easy. The descriptions in these words are somewhat similar to Sister Zhou's experience. Sister Zhou just graduated from a technical secondary school. I'm 24 again, and something unexpected happened this year? What kind of accident? The audience had some expectations, anticipating how earth-shattering this game would be. Wait until Sister Zhou chooses to enter the game. She opened and closed her eyes. I found myself in a very ordinary and simple room. There's a computer and some simple live broadcast equipment in the room. In addition, the corners of the room were filled with various garbage packaging bags. The garbage exudes a choking smell. Ahem. Sister Zhou coughed slightly and felt a little uncomfortable breathing. This game environment is quite real. But where's the novice tutorial? Is there no novice introduction? Sister Zhou looked around, feeling a little surprised. In general, at the beginning of the game, you will always be given a nanny-style novice tutorial. But right now, there is nothing. Wow, is a modeling in this game so realistic? Sister Zhou's game character's appearance is somewhat similar to yours. It seems that this crappy game still has some ability, but it's too expensive for even a dog to play. But where's this doomsday? There is no doomsday atmosphere at all. The viewers in the live broadcast room expressed their opinions, and they were all dissatisfied with this doomsday cataclysm game. A little fumbling. A character panel also appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. Nickname, Zhou E. Strength, 7 points. Punch out with all your strength, as if giving a massage, soft and weak. Agility, 10 points, with the agility of a normal person. Physique, 9 points, barely healthy, but eat less junk food. Intelligence, 10 points, reaching the intelligence level of a normal person. Perception, 8 points, occasionally sloppy. Charm, 12 points, full of charm, but it's a pity that it's against A. Seeing the 6 attributes belonging to the character, Sister Zhou's face turned dark. Is my strength so bad? Besides, I won't be careless. Fray, what the hell is this? Sister Zhou had a dark face. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha! These 6 measurements are very accurate. Sister Zhou, eat less spicy strips. I was wrong in the past. It turns out that Sister Zhou's intelligence has reached the level of a normal person. Sister Zhou, don't be angry, it's just a game, it's just a game. These 6 attributes should be able to be improved. Speaking of which, judging from these 6 attributes, Sister Zhou seems to have not reached the level of a normal person in terms of strength, physique, and perception. The bullet screens made Sister Zhou laugh angrily, but when she thought that this was just a game, she was no longer so angry. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, a strong knock on the door rang in Sister Zhou's ears. That bitch is knocking on the door. Sister Zhou muttered something in her mouth. She walked to the door carelessly and did not open the door immediately, but observed the scene outside the door through the peephole. At this glance, she was shocked. There was a figure outside the door. This man's skin was dull, his teeth were bared, and his eyes were dull. It was clear that this was not a human being, but a zombie. Suddenly, Sister Zhou was startled. Her face turned slightly white, and her lips turned purple. The viewers in the live broadcast room were not frightened, but began to comment. It feels a bit doomsday. These are zombies. This zombie is well made, pretty good. Sister Zhou, hurry up and find a weapon, but don't be killed by zombies at the beginning. Yes, find a weapon for self-defense as soon as possible. The audience began to provide opinions to Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou has also played many similar virtual reality online games. She quickly ran into the kitchen and found a sharp kitchen knife. With the kitchen knife in hand, her sense of security increased sharply, and she also felt that the game was very realistic, making her feel like she was actually on the scene. Bang, bang. Really? The old door could not block the zombie for long. The zombies knocked open the door and then approached Sister Zhou in the kitchen step by step. Sister Zhou's heartbeat accelerated and she felt a little nervous, but she held the kitchen knife tightly with both hands. She is waiting. Wait for the moment the zombies appear. She slashed it with a knife and chopped off the zombie's head. You only get one chance, don't miss it. If she misses it, her small body will definitely feel cold. Hiss. The zombies were getting closer and closer to her, so close that she could hear their low roars. This zombie moves so slowly. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any scary monsters, just these zombies. Sister Zhou is fine. Sister Zhou, calm down and don't panic. Is this the end of the world game? Not to mention 1 zombie, 10 zombies. We can deal with them easily. The audience used barges to encourage Sister Zhou. If she were an ordinary woman, she would have been frightened by the zombies. But Sister Zhou is different. She has experienced a lot, played a lot of games, and was encouraged by the audience's comments. She wasn't nervous or panicked at all. It's not just a game. What a panic. The worst possible outcome is death and starting over. Finally, zombies walked into the kitchen. This moment, Sister Zhou used all her strength, raised the kitchen knife with both hands, and slashed at the zombie's head. Crack! On the spot, the zombie's head was chopped off, and bloody plasma splashed around. Even Sister Zhou's clothes were stained with several drops of thick red blood. Hoo-ho! After killing this zombie, Sister Zhou gasped for air, sweat dripping from her forehead. What a simple doomsday game. I can kill as many zombies as I want. She pouted and said vigorously, Bah, I don't believe it. Sister Zhou, you were very nervous at the beginning. Look, Sister Zhou, this zombie seems to have exploded something. Has it been shipped? Sister Zhou seems to be very lucky. The barrage flew up again. Only then did Sister Zhou turn her gaze to the headless zombie. Then, in a pool of thick blood nearby, he found a small spar emitting bright golden light. This golden crystal is about the size of a fingernail. I just took the golden crystal in my hand. 3 lines of text appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. Power crystal. Swallowing can increase strength. The more you swallow, the increased strength will gradually decrease. Currently, swallowing can increase the strength by 2 points. Did you guys explode something? It can increase your strength. It's pretty good. Sister Zhou said casually, feeling that her luck was SOSO and she could still live with it. The viewers in the live broadcast room were not impressed. Sister Zhou is lucky. It's a good start. This crappy game really has no difficulty. It's the same old zombie again. One thing to say, modeling is definitely pretty good, but this is a money-making game that even a dog wouldn't play. Barrage after barrage. However, Sister Zhou had already swallowed the golden crystal the size of a fingernail in her hand without hesitation. As soon as she took it, she felt a surge of heat all over her body. She saw that the character panel's strength attributes had improved. Strength, 9 points, a full punch, which has a certain power, but it is worse than a normal person. Seeing this, Sister Zhou's expression softened a little. The attributes of this game have been greatly improved. After killing a zombie, a power crystal was revealed. The audience in the live broadcast room moved their little hands again and sent out barrage after barrage crazily. Congratulations to Sister Zhou. Congratulations to Sister Zhou. You are one step closer to becoming a normal person. Sister Zhou, that's good. Your strength is 9 points. If you add another 1 point, you'll be a normal person, Sister Zhou. Come on, you can do it, my good Sister Zhou. Hurry up and continue killing monsters. We are all looking forward to Sister Zhou's performance. These barges made Sister Zhou dumbfounded, but she also said with a smile, killing zombies is so simple and easy. After, Sister Zhou began to search for mobile phones and computers in the dirty house. However, there is no cell signal. The computer is out of power. This prevents her from obtaining information from the outside world. But for now, the power supply system should be cold. It is unrealistic to expect rescue. Encouraged by the audience, Sister Zhou decided to leave the room and go out to take a look at the outside world. By the way, I'm also looking for some supplies. As far as her room is concerned, there is not even a crumb of bread, let alone food and water. Hiss! Just as she walked into the corridor of the room, Sister Zhou heard a strange low roar. She clearly knew it was a zombie. Really, there are many zombies in this apartment building. This made her tightly hold the bloody kitchen knife in her hand. With the kitchen knife in hand, she felt a little more at ease. She looked for a way out of the apartment building. Although she was very careful, she still attracted the attention of the zombies. The zombies have a particularly sharp sense of smell and hearing. They surrounded them at a rapid speed. Family, it's barbecue. Sister Zhou looked helpless. She should have known not to listen to those dog viewers. Look, isn't it better to stay in the room? They had to come out and seek death. Sister Zhou, don't panic, just do it. The audience in the live broadcast room pointed out the situation and wrote inspiring words. But nothing can be changed. Facing many zombies, Sister Zhou had no power to fight back. Soon, Sister Zhou's game character died. After opening her eyes, Sister Zhou was once again in that quiet and deserted open space. There were broken walls around. In addition, there were bright golden lights floating around. First charge 6 yuan. Take the first charge gift package home. 30 yuan per month. Take the monthly card gift package home. Sister Zhou was pale. Just now, when she was bitten by the zombies, she felt a piercing pain. It was like the feeling of death. The feeling was so realistic that it was impossible to experience it in other games. The more she thought about it, the more unnatural her face became. What's wrong with Sister Zhou? Why is her face weird? The audience in the live broadcast room was concerned about Sister Zhou. In front of the audience, Sister Zhou could not admit that she was scared. She showed her carefree side and said with a pout, "It's nothing. I just think this game is not difficult. Just now, I shouldn't have listened to you. I should have huddled in a room and then looked for opportunities to kill the lone zombies." After that, she stopped talking nonsense. Start over. Continue the game. She still sticks to the concept of zero krypton to the end. That is, not to recharge a penny, just to be a leopard head and zero recharge. Therefore, she still chooses to start with a free, poor household. Lines of familiar text appear. You were born in a very poor family. Your parents are very hardworking and have high hopes for your future. They hope that you will have a promising future when you grow up. You did not disappoint your parents. You successfully entered high school and got good grades in the college entrance examination. You entered an undergraduate university. After graduation, you successfully found a job in a company. Unfortunately, as a newcomer in the workplace, you did not know the ways of the world and offended your boss. You were fired and you lost your job. This year, you were 24 years old and had almost no money. You could not even pay the rent for next month. However, an accident occurred. Do you want to enter the game? At first, Sister Zhou watched the first half of her life with great interest, thinking that this poor household start was not a bad thing. Look at her. Isn't this a life counterattack? She thought she could perform a gorgeous life show. Who knows? She was fired and unemployed. This damn game doesn't give players a good life, right? Sister Zhou cursed and chose to enter the game. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that she was in a luxurious hotel room. Families, this starts so cool. Staying in a star-rated hotel at the beginning. What about the doomsday survival? Sister Zhou grinned, thinking that the goddess of luck really favored her. Sister Zhou, don't be careless. I always feel that something is wrong. Attention, attention. There may be an enemy attack ahead. Where is the 2nd Battalion commander? Bring me the cannon. Is this still a doomsday game? The barges came one after another, thinking that Sister Zhou's start was too stable this time. Did this game company find its conscience? Squeak. But at this moment, the door was opened. A young woman with some beauty and heavy makeup on her cheeks appeared. As soon as she appeared, a line of character information appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. Li Pingping, Zhou Yi's best friend. It turned out to be an NPC. At first, Sister Zhou was very vigilant, but soon her nervous heart relaxed. It's just an NPC. How smart can it be? In the game she has played, the meaning of most NPCs is to issue tasks to players. That's why Sister Zhou began to get excited. It's good to have tasks to do right at the beginning. What NPC? Li Pingping said with a surprised expression. Game NPC. Come on, issue tasks to me. I want to see if the rewards are rich. Sister Zhou looked expectant. The audience in the live broadcast room also speculated. What kind of mission do you think this NPC Li Pingping will issue? It may be related to killing zombies or looking for food. It may also be to lead her to some safe bases. Sister Zhou saw the barrage of comments that kept appearing and looked at Li Pingping with expectation. Are you crazy? What game or NPC? Li Pingping had a strange expression, wondering if her best friend had a brain problem. I say, sister, let's not waste time. Just issue the mission. Sister Zhou urged, rubbing her hands together, looking eager to try. Some viewers in the live broadcast room also felt that things seemed to be completely different from what they expected. Didn't you notice that this NPC Li Pingping can talk to Sister Zhou fluently? Is this still an NPC? Yes. This NPC seems to be quite intelligent, and seems to be no less intelligent than ordinary people. Fuck, this game is something. Even if the NPC is very intelligent, this is still a rubbish game, and even dogs won't play it. The comments are still coming one after another. Can't you really accept the fact that the end of the world is coming? But the end of the world is really coming. Just 3 days ago, many people in our Linfeng city inexplicably turned into monsters, just like the zombies in the movie. Not only in Linfeng city, It is said that similar situations have occurred all over the world. So far, those shitty experts don't know why such a change has occurred. The appearance of zombies may be related to viruses, or to alien civilizations, or for other reasons. Li Pingping's words made Sister Zhou confused for a while. I just think this NPC is quite intelligent. Just zombies? Isn't it a matter of minutes for the relevant departments to be dispatched? Sister Zhou raised her eyebrows. She had killed a zombie alone before. Zombies are easy to deal with. Besides, the motherland has a lot of hot weapons, and dealing with zombies is not a piece of cake. Who knows? It's been 3 days, and I haven't seen the relevant departments. Li Pingping shrugged, looking a little disappointed. Hearing this, Sister Zhou was thoughtful. It seems that the game setting of Doomsday Cataclysm seems to be far more complicated than she expected. If it's just a zombie virus, it will never let the world fall. The zombie virus may have been found during the incubation period. Don't doubt the current level of science. Is there a possibility that this zombie virus is beyond human understanding? Perhaps this zombie virus is really related to alien civilization. The audience in the live broadcast room began to speculate, and they were a little interested in this broken game. But that was all. Play? It's impossible to play. It's impossible in this life. Meng Long is also sincere and infatuated with you. Why don't you just give in to him? If it weren't for him, you and I would have died in the mouths of zombies long ago. Li Pingping recalled what happened not long ago, and her expression showed panic and fear. Meng Long? Sister Zhou was confused. After talking to Li Pingping for a few words, she understood. It turned out that Zhou Menglong played a hero to save the beauty. He saved her and Li Pingping. They were also allowed to live in a star-rated hotel. Moreover, Li Pingping also saw that Zhou Menglong had a crush on Zhou Yu and wanted to bring them together. No wonder at the beginning of the Star Hotel, I said something was wrong. It turns out that the key is here. Zhou Menglong. It sounds like he is not a good person. Sister Zhou, who dares to rob me? You're dreaming. Bring me a knife. I'll chop this shit up right now. The audience in the live broadcast room was furious. It seemed that Sister Zhou was their forbidden pet, and no one could touch her. That night, Sister Zhou finally met Zhou Menglong. Zhou Menglong is a strong-looking young man with pretty good looks. However, it is not Sister Zhou's cup of tea at all. She is here to play games, not to fall in love. At the dinner table, Li Pingping left wisely. After she left, Zhou Menglong took out 2 golden crystal stones from his arms. With just one glance, Sister Zhou recognized that this was a power crystal. If you eat this, you will become stronger. Then you can kill zombies with me. Zhou Menglong said with a smile. He thought he could easily defeat Zhou Yu with his own skills. Sister Zhou shook her head. She needed the power crystal, but she didn't want to take it from the raptors this week. With arms and legs, she can kill zombies by herself. Fuck. If you want to pick up Sister Zhou with just these few pieces of crap, get out of here. How dare you take out these 2 broken crystal stones? I firmly disagree with this marriage. I don't agree with it. Damn thing. The audience in the live broadcast room was madly scolding Zhou Menglong, but they were all looking forward to the possibility that if Zhou Menglong attacked Sister Zhou, would they be able to witness an explosive live broadcast? Sister Zhou, don't say anything. The beauty is still there. For a time, the audience's emotions were tangled and excited. However, Zhou Menglong's performance disappointed the audience. How can I take back what I gave away? He left these words and went to his bedroom to rest without looking back. This is the end of the world. Why are you here? Sir, I found a hot licking dog. Hey, the dog licks until there is nothing left. This young man still needs to practice and practice. He is really lacking in experience. He has no life experience at all. The audience in the live broadcast room cursed and was very disappointed with Zhou Raptor's performance. In response, Sister Zhou's face turned dark. These viewers really want her to be bullied, right? Wait until nightfall. Sister Zhou never fell asleep. The viewers in the live broadcast room also discovered that the time flow in Doomsday Catastrophe was much faster than real time, but the viewers were not surprised. It's normal for game time to be faster than real time. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Sister Zhou was tossing and turning on the comfortable bed, wanting to fall asleep. Unexpectedly, I heard a series of imaginative sounds. Not to mention it was her. The audience in the live broadcast room also heard it. We're all adults. How can we not know what the sound is? In order to prevent the live broadcast room from being blocked, Sister Zhou quickly turned on the mute mode. I'll go. This voice is so familiar. Sister Zhou is sleeping inside, and an annual drama is being staged in the living room outside the room. This is definitely Zhou Menglong and Li Pingping. Rabbits don't eat the grass beside their nests. Li Pingping and Zhou Menglong have gone too far. The audience in the live broadcast room kept making complaints. After the imaginative sound stopped, Sister Zhou turned off the silent mode. She also quietly pressed against the door of the room, wanting to hear what was going on outside, because she faintly heard voices. Brother Long, how bad are you? I am E's best friend, and you actually... Men are not bad, but women are not loving. E? Bah, she's just a bitch. Do you really think I'm a licker? E, she's a bitch. I'm going to take care of her tomorrow night. You'll cooperate well and give her a surprise. Everything is according to Brother Long's instructions. It's just that Brother Long and us are doing that thing in the middle of the night, it seems, and E is still in the room. Don't you think this is more exciting? Okay, let's cooperate tomorrow night and take down that bitch. Zhou Menglong and Li Pingping made famous plans and then started doing things again. Sister Zhou had no choice but to continue to turn on the silent mode. However, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely blown away. Dig, I thought you were a licking dog, but it turns out that licking a dog is your disguise, and you are a wolf. This guy is too arrogant. Sister Zhou must be careful. I really want to chop this piece of shit Brother Long into pieces. Even if Sister Zhou notices it in advance, what's the use? Brother Long will definitely surpass Sister Zhou by a lot in terms of strength. The audience felt that Sister Zhou was going to be in trouble again, but some viewers also gave advice and provided advice to Sister Zhou. Anyway, there's only one idea. If you strike first, you will be stronger. If you strike later, you will suffer disaster. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. An accident happened. Zhou Menglong, who went out to look for supplies, returned home, but he was scarred and injured. Raptor, are you okay? Li Pingping looked concerned. Sister Zhou also pretended to be concerned. But in my heart, I felt like a God-given opportunity. Wow, Sister Zhou is indeed a lucky woman. She took advantage of his illness to kill him. This situation is stable. The audience in the live broadcast room was overjoyed. Soon, Sister Zhou seized the opportunity and took out a stainless steel knife that she had prepared. It was found in the kitchen of her luxury suite. Her knife was fast and accurate, and it was aimed directly at Zhou Menglong's head. But just when Sister Zhou thought she was going to succeed, unexpectedly, Zhou Menglong dodged the knife with a slight sway of his body. He looked strong and healthy, and didn't look injured at all. E, are you crazy? Li Pingping on the side was stunned, never expecting that her best friend would suddenly become violent and take the initiative to attack Zhou Menglong. Zhou E, you bitch, you can't stand it anymore? You finally want to take action? It seems you didn't sleep last night. You know everything about me and Pingping. Zhou Menglong said with a smile. Sister Zhou felt a chill in her heart. She felt she had fallen into Zhou Menglong's trap. This made her furious. As a player, she was manipulated by NPCs. This hurt her self-esteem too much. Oh my God, the Raptors are so hidden this week. I seriously doubt that he was not injured at all. It's just that Sister Zhou is afraid something is wrong. I always feel like something is wrong with the Raptors this week. The audience in the live broadcast room began to mourn Sister Zhou. Now I give you one last chance. Become my dog or die. Zhou Menglong shrank his eyes with a fierce look. Sister Zhou remained silent. As a dog? Is this a joke? She is a player. Players can build the world or destroy the world. In a sense, players are the fourth natural disaster. Players are far more terrifying than this so-called doomsday. Okay, you've made your choice, then you go die. Zhou Menglong's tone was indifferent. Li Pingping on the side also looked sarcastic and had no intention of interceding for her best friend. The next second, Zhou Menglong took action and grabbed Sister Zhou's neck with one hand. The astonishing force made Sister Zhou feel suffocated and even out of breath. Gradually, Sister Zhou felt that death was getting closer and closer, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. And her vision began to darken. Her hands slowly dropped limply. Death loomed over her. Finally, she died, but she lived again. She reappeared in the quiet and deserted open space. Sister Zhou, let's spend money. I can't stand it anymore. I want to kill this Zhou Menglong. He can kill a beautiful woman like Sister Zhou. He is really ruthless. He is so cruel. This Zhou Menglong is not simple. He is not one of those men who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman. The audience in the live broadcast room had different opinions, but many of them persuaded Sister Zhou to spend money. Only by spending money can you get revenge. I am a zero-spending player. I will never spend money. Sister Zhou said firmly that she would not spend money on this damn game. The next moment, she started the game again and still chose the same poor family background. You come from a very poor family. Your parents are very hardworking and take good care of you. Your performance is beyond your parents' expectations. You are admitted to high school with excellent grades and perform exceptionally well in the college entrance examination. You enter a key undergraduate university. After graduation, many companies have extended olive branches to you. But you chose to start your own business, but unfortunately, you failed. This year, you are 24 years old, have no vision for the future, and feel that your life is bleak. However, an accident occurs. Do you want to enter the game? Sister Zhou's expression is calm and unmoved. She has figured out the routine of this dog game. If you start as a poor household, you will definitely always be a poor household. If you want to get rid of such a start, recharge. But recharging money is impossible. After re-entering the game, Sister Zhou appeared in a simple rental house. She quickly looked for weapons and equipped herself. She could only find a slightly rusty kitchen knife in the kitchen. She was barely satisfied. Taking the rusty kitchen knife, Sister Zhou left the rental house. Then, she began to look for lone zombies. With past experience, she was extra cautious this time and stopped talking to the audience, fearing that any noise would attract zombies. An hour passed. Sister Zhou cleaned up the 8 zombies on the 31st floor. They are all killed in various ways. A total of 2 power crystals exploded. This is a bit unlucky. Sister Zhou curled her lips. After taking 2 power crystals, the power in the column of her personal panel also increased from the original 7 points to 10 points. She could barely accept such a SOSO improvement. After returning to the rental house and closing the door, Sister Zhou was already lying on the bed with her back stretched out. Family members, it's getting late, Anchor. It's time to go off the air. Sister Zhou said, as of now, it's past 1 o'clock in the morning in the real world. She had stayed up late. But if she endured it any longer, her body might be overwhelmed. To say that there are only more than 2,000 viewers left in the live broadcast room. Sister Zhou was not surprised by this. This Doomsday Cataclysm game is like this. Although the NPC is very smart, the game environment is also simulated very realistically. But Krypton Gold is needed everywhere. Blind box lottery, vehicle lottery, weapon lottery, etc. I just stopped pretending and showed my cards directly to the players. This game is just for making money. Sister Zhou, good night. I originally wanted to play this game, but it seems difficult to play without spending money. When you go to bed, it's best to watch Sister Zhou play. See you tomorrow. See you there or not. The viewers in the live broadcast room also left one after another, but some viewers also wanted to download the game Doomsday Cataclysm to experience it. However, not long after the experience, they uninstalled it one after another, just playing this crappy game. Sister Zhou turned off the computer and walked out of the virtual game cabin. She stretched and yawned. She seemed to be sleepy and wanted to sleep. However, she did not rush to sleep, but tidied the room, waiting to notice a dusty fitness exercise aid dumbbell in the corner of the room. Her expression was helpless. Once, in a live broadcast room, she wore her school uniform and specialized in dumbbell fitness. But the result is, she didn't hold the dumbbell for long before her hands started to shake. Since then, this pair of dumbbells weighing 10 kilograms has become a waste. I wonder if your strength has improved after all this time? Sister Zhou muttered something. She also subconsciously lifted the dumbbells on the ground. She lifted a pair of 10 kilograms dumbbells again and again with ease. The more she lifted, the more excited she became. Have you become stronger? Sure enough, when we used to practice dumbbells, our hands shook. It was an accident. It was an accident. Sister Zhou is smiling all over her face, and she is ready to let the audience in the live broadcast room see her strength, which is no worse than that of the big man. The next day, morning, after a comfortable night's sleep, Zhao Yu felt more energetic. Just after waking up, he didn't even have time to wash up, so he opened the system panel to find out what happened after a night of fermentation. Is the game Cataclysm a hit? It's probably not popular yet, but there are players who are willing to give it a try, right? Doomsday Catastrophe. Number of players yesterday, 101. Yesterday's profit status, loss of 1 million. Yesterday's strength feedback, strength +5, agility +1, constitution +2. This moment, Zhao Yu is stunned. The panel has undergone minor detail changes. Not now, but yesterday. Number of players yesterday? Does it refer to the number of players throughout the whole day yesterday? He was quite satisfied to have exceeded 100 players. After all, this game had no publicity and no GG. It's good to have such results. But what the hell is this loss of 1 million? But he soon figured it all out. Game operations require costs. The current situation in Doomsday Cataclysm is that it cannot make ends meet. But players won't be reluctant to recharge money, right? These 101 players, if added together, would have recharged more than tens of thousands of dollars. It's impossible to lose everything. Zhao Yu manipulated the system panel and read a line of eye-catching text. No players have recharged yet. Damn it, are they all zero Krypton players? Zhao Yu felt a little incredible. Isn't it just a waste of money to spend hundreds of dollars to play games these days? What's more, there are also 100,000, 200,000, and 1 million Krypton gold. What happened? He also quickly used the computer in Jiangxing Villa to search for information related to the Doomsday Catastrophe on the internet. Once searched, he saw a video with a lot of clicks. I am Zhou Shuyi. I am a zero Krypton player. He quickly watched the video. About half an hour later, Zhao Yu completely understood. He was speechless. This game collects money so blatantly. First deposit, monthly card, weekly card. They're all arranged at once. Don't you know how to proceed step by step? At least, players must first accept the game, and then arrange a series of Krypton money methods. But he soon understood. He was the instigator of all this. The system allows him to choose the intensity of his gold-absorbing ability. Not surprisingly, he chose Max. This is what created this shameless money-making game. It's okay. Stay calm. There will always be players willing to spend money. Zhao Yu took a deep breath of air and kept his mind calm. He believed that soon there would be players who would find out that something was wrong with this game. By then, they would just keep throwing money into it. At this time, Zhao Yu also took his mobile phone to see if there was any debt collection call. But he turned it to silent mode. The phone rang. Sorry, he couldn't hear it. He couldn't hear it. But he opened the screen and looked. Zhao Yu was stunned. He didn't see the debt collection call, but he received a striking and dazzling text message. Jiangxing Bank. Dear user, your account with the last number 1633 spent a transfer of 1 million, and the balance on the card was 1.213 million. Zhao Yu was dumbfounded. 1 million? What's going on? How could a bank card spend 1 million inexplicably? When thinking about the system panel again, Zhao Yu understood. Yesterday's profit situation, a loss of 1 million. Where did this money come from? It still has to come from his host's pocket. But according to this situation, if the situation cannot be reversed, then don't wait for the bank, childhood friends, and relatives to come to collect debts. He will be bankrupted by this idiot system. 1 million daily game operating expenses. This is too amazing. Moreover, This seems to be charged every day. Suddenly, Zhao Yu was overwhelmed. He also tried to communicate with the system. What would happen if he went bankrupt? The idiot system did not respond. But Zhao Yu knew very well that once he went bankrupt, once he could not pay the 1 million daily game operating expenses, not to mention other things, this doomsday cataclysm game would definitely not be able to continue running. Then he learned about the strength feedback, but also saw an additional character attribute panel. He clicked directly. Host Zhao Yu. Strength, 8 points. Agility, 8 points. Constitution, 9 points. Intelligence, 10 points. Perception, 7 points. Charm, 11 points. Is this attribute considered high or low? Zhao Yu is unsure, but he still noticed a warm reminder from the system. Every attribute of a normal person is 10 points. So, I'm embarrassing normal people? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Except for intelligence and charm, nothing else reached 10 points. That's when he felt a warmth surge through his body. He saw that the properties of his character panel had changed. Strength increased to 13 points. Agility increased to 9 points. Physical fitness increased to 11 points. Time. Zhao Yu felt full of energy all over his body, especially when he clenched his fists tightly and made a creaking sound from the friction of his bones. Now, he feels that his strength has improved. Sure enough, is this strength feedback? The player's strength is fed back to me. Zhao Yu looked excited. It was noon. He did not go to the office building, but stayed in the villa. Because several guests came. The leader, walking like a dragon and a tiger, was sitting on the sofa with a vivid tattoo of a tiger descending from a mountain on his left arm. He looked to be in his early 30s, with a smile on his face and a very kind smile. His name is Wang Hu, and he is Zhao Yu's creditor. Behind Wang Hu, there were several expressionless men in black suits standing. Zhao Yu knew very well that this Wang Hu was not good at forming cliques and forming small gangs. What they specialize in is lending money, and the interest rates are not low. Moreover, there are people behind Wang Hu, otherwise a guy like Wang Hu would have been sent to jail long ago. Zhao Yu, you don't intend to default on the money you owe me. Wang Hu, right? Wang Hu squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Brother Hu, didn't we agree yesterday? I'm raising money. In half a month at the latest, the money will be. Zhao Yu could only temporarily stabilize Wang Hu and use delaying tactics. However, Wang Hu had already seen through his plan. Zhao Yu, do you think I have no brains? You owe a lot of debt right now. Do you still have to repay this money? You still have to raise money. Where are you going to raise money? If you don't pay back the money today, don't blame me for falling out. Recognize someone. Wang Hu was still smiling and looking at Zhao Yu with interest. His eyes seemed to be looking at a bereaved dog. Zhao Yu was silent. He really couldn't get the money out for the time being. He also scolded his predecessor for seeking medical treatment in a hurry. You can borrow money, but don't borrow money from a ruthless character like Wang Hu does ruthless things and has a dirty background. Look, now everyone is coming to kill me. Wang Hu pressed forward step by step, also telling him the purpose of his visit. You kid, now that you've reached this point, just forget about driving those luxury cars and go with me to go through the transfer procedures. Zhao Yu realized that the other party was targeting his luxury car. However, Zhao Yu has no intention of selling the car to pay off the debt. He was not at the end of his rope yet. He can still rely on the system to make a comeback. Brother Tiger, Zhao Yu just spoke. Wang Hu, however, had a ferocious smile on his face and forcefully interrupted Zhao Yu's words. Zhao Yu, stop struggling. Why? Don't you want to cooperate with me in handling the transfer procedures? Say it. He stood up and looked down at Zhao Yu with greed in his eyes. It seemed that in his eyes, he had Zhao Yu under control. Wang Hu even aroused his top thug Biaozi. Biaozi has a fierce face and a tall and burly figure. He was grinning and looking at Zhao Yu with a fierce look. Biaozi, tell me, how do we always deal with those who don't pay back the money they owe? Wang Hu said calmly. This line, he is determined to win Zhao Yu's sports car. Brother Tiger, I always give you a beating first. If you're still stubborn, fine, find a brother who is not afraid of death and chop off one of his fingers first. Biaozi chuckled. Wang Hu nodded repeatedly and added, the times are progressing. and we are also progressing. We are not big bosses, and we understand the law. Deliberately cutting off someone's finger will constitute the crime of intentional injury and be punished by law for not more than 3 years or more. He shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years, and shall be liable for civil compensation. He seemed to know the law very well and showed himself to be knowledgeable about everything. Biaozi, how many years has that brother been here? I was sentenced to 3 years, and I have been in prison for more than 2 years now. I will be released from prison soon. Biaozi quickly replied, his eyes full of fear as he spoke. That brother was not only ruthless, but also learned kung fu, and was much more capable than him. Wang Hu nodded with a playful smile on his face, and he even noticed Zhao Yu's frown. He was sure that Zhao Yu was definitely scared. Be me first, Biaozi, you do it. My brothers and I will go to the garage to look at sports cars. Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini. I don't know which sports car feels better. Wang Hu continued, say it. He left in a hurry with a group of brothers. Head to the garage. In the garage, Wang Hu began to appreciate the sports car. Every sports car has a brand new and shiny body, and the body seems to be shining. Yes, this boy Zhao Yu is taking good care of my sport car. He praised it. The more he looked at the sports car's majestic appearance, luxurious interior, and various advanced cutting-edge technologies, the more he liked it. Congratulations, brother Hu, you got a sports car. The men in black suits on the scene bowed, their hands with smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha. Wang Hu laughed wildly. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and heard a series of screams coming from the living room of the villa. The sound was too far away, and it was impossible to hear clearly who made it. But he was sure. This must be Zhao Yu. Biaozi was his #1 thug. His fierceness sometimes frightened him inexplicably. So, Biaozi's beating Zhao Yu was a complete waste of talent. It only took less than 10 minutes. The screams stopped abruptly. Wang Hu understood that Biaozi had taught him a lesson. If he continued to fight, Zhao Yu's ordinary body would definitely cause a death. If someone dies, he will definitely not have an easy time. Let's go, Wang Hu said, and then strode forward. His brothers followed closely behind. In a blink of an eye, Wang Hu and his group entered the living room of the villa. As soon as they entered, everyone was stunned. Zhao Yu was sitting on the comfortable and soft sofa safely, and he looked leisurely. As for Biaozi, he was slumped on the ground, with a bruised face and some blood on his body. Wang Hu completely understood. It turned out that the scream just now was from Biaozi, not Zhao Yu. The other men in black suits looked at Zhao Yu with vigilance. Zhao Yu should have been a docile sheep, but he turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Brother Hu, Biaozi's face was full of guilt. He didn't expect Zhao Yu to be so powerful. After 1 or 2 punches, he couldn't resist and retreated step by step. He really embarrassed Wang Hu. Before he finished speaking, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Wang Hu. Zhao Yu, I can't tell you are very skilled. Have you practiced? Wang Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that he really underestimated Zhao Yu. This Zhao Yu is a rich second generation and has learned from some capable practitioners. This is also normal. How careless. It turns out that Zhao Yu is not an embroidered pillow. He secretly blamed himself in his heart, but on the surface he looked calm. Learned a few tricks. Zhao Yu looked calm and said slowly, Brother Hu, I said that the money will be repaid, but I'm still raising money. Besides, it has not yet reached the agreed repayment time. Fight with Biaozi. He is better than the other party underestimating the enemy. If not, he would never have won so easily. Thanks to the strength feedback, my strength has improved a lot. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten very miserably. However, it is not the time to relax yet. If Wang Hu ordered his men to swarm forward, he would really be unable to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Wang Hu said nothing, but turned towards Biaozi from the corner of his eye. Biaozi shook his head. Wang Hu suddenly understood. Didn't even Biaozi see through how powerful Zhao Yu's kung fu was? If this was the case, he really wouldn't be able to order his men to take action. Okay, when the time comes to pay back the money, my brothers and I will come to collect the debt again. There's so many disturbances today. so many disturbances. I wish Mr. Zhao a prosperous business and abundant financial resources. Wang Hu looked kind and even called Zhao Yu Mr. Zhao. Wait until you finish speaking. Wang Hu and his group left in a hurry. However, Zhao Yu knew it very well. If the money is not paid back, then use the methods of Wang Hu and others. They will definitely use some violent debt collection methods. At least he would really cut off one of his fingers. However, he enjoys the strength that comes from player feedback. Maybe, in 2 or 3 days, Brother Tiger? Pooh, not even shit in his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. That's when footsteps suddenly sounded in the living room of the villa. Wang Hu and his party left and came back. Zhao Yu didn't speak. His face was still calm. Mr. Zhao, I just told you that my good brother will be released from prison soon. Maybe he will be released from prison soon. My old brother did really well in prison and was rated as a model worker. Reform pioneer, so my good brother may have his sentence reduced and will definitely be released from prison soon. Wang Hu smiled brightly, paused for a moment, and then continued. When the time comes, could you please, Mr. Zhao, to give me a favor and come and take care of my good brother? The place is at Beijing Palace in our Jiangxing. When the time comes, I will send someone, brothers. Take a special car to pick up Mr. Zhao. Good. Zhao Yu agreed immediately. He knew very well that if he didn't agree, there was no telling what other methods Wang Hu would use, or it could be seen that his skills were not that strong. Soon, Wang Hu and others finally left. Zhao Yu silently thought about Beijing Palace. This is the most famous gold-selling cave in Jiangxing. Many dignitaries, powerful children, and wealthy families often gather here. Not only does it have the most fashionable designs, but it also has the most professional operation team and the most beautiful escort girls. Moreover, Bai Yi, the financial backer behind Beijing Palace, is also very powerful. There is a saying circulating in Jiangxing. No one can be offended by Master Bai, just because this Mr. Bai's hands and eyes are astounding, and his background is unfathomable. It is said that Bai Yi was just a street vendor back then, selling some ordinary groceries and daily necessities. But 20 years of struggle. The fish jumped over the dragon gate, and the mud-legged man became the Bai Yi who was feared by everyone and feared by everyone. To this, Zhao Yu looked calm and calm. As long as he relies on doomsday catastrophe and even the system, his future is full of infinite possibilities. Power, wealth, etc. will definitely be available in the future. And before that, he found a fitness room in the villa. Start exercising. He still couldn't control the surge in strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed so many punches to deal with Biaozi just now. It only takes one punch to knock Biaozi down. After arriving at the fitness room, Zhao Yu started strength training. He took the lead in doing the barbell bench press. This is a classic way to exercise the pectoralis major muscles. He lay on his back on a flat bench, keeping his body balanced without shaking. He held the barbell with both hands, placed it at the position of his chest muscles, and then pushed the barbell upwards with force. The first time I pressed the barbell, it was too easy and too simple. With a 40 kilograms barbell, there is no pressure at all. Zhao Yu grinned, his face full of surprise. He has also been to this gym in the past. But this body lacks exercise, and his physical fitness is very poor. When he pushes a 40 kilograms barbell, his hands are sore and his whole body aches after just 1 or 2 pushes. But this time, 40 kilograms barbell, easy. He doesn't know anything about the barbell bench press either. An adult man can bench press 40 kilograms, which is considered an entry-level weight. 60 kilograms is barely qualified, 70 kilograms is passable, 80 kilograms is good, 90 kilograms is excellent, and 100 kilograms is a master. He continued trying to bench press higher weights. 50 kilograms is still easy. 60 kilograms is very simple. 70 kilograms is a little stressful. 80 kilograms is a lot of pressure. 90 kilograms pressure doubled. Zhao Yu was really shocked. This strength feedback is really amazing. In one fell swoop, he transformed from a barbell bench press rookie to an excellent player. Players, work hard and get stronger. Come to think of it, Not to mention bench pressing 100 kilograms of barbell, it will not be impossible to bench press 200 kilograms of barbell soon. Zhao Yu continued to do strength training with a smile on his face. It was noon. Zhao Yu stopped exercising, looked satisfied after having lunch, and began to take a nap. He slept very comfortably. Douxiao live broadcast platform. In Zhou Shui's live broadcast room, viewers entered the live broadcast room one after another. In particular, the number of VIP seats has increased from dozens to hundreds or even thousands and continues to increase. Sister Zhou, you are finally on air. Sister Zhou, why don't you just eat pig trotters when the show starts? Has the content of the live broadcast changed? Sister Zhou's live broadcast of eating. Live to earn $1 million a month. The barges in the live broadcast room kept flashing. Sister Zhou was still chewing some pork in her mouth, and her mouth was surrounded by grease residue. No, you will never expect the content of today's live broadcast. Sister Zhou was smiling and pretending to be mysterious. Live broadcast content? It's either playing games or playing games. Is there anything else? Is Sister Zhou going to perform a talent show? Did Sister Zhou learn any new talents recently? I've never heard of them. Sister Zhou, please eat quickly and start your performance. The audience in the live broadcast room is looking forward to it. It's coming. In order to perform this talent, I even bought a set of costumes. So, even midnight was delayed and I haven't eaten yet. Sister Zhou explained the reason for eating. The audience didn't care. They were just discussing with each other what kind of talent Sister Zhou was going to perform. Could it be that Sister Zhou wants to dance? Exciting dance and revealing costumes. I'm really looking forward to it. Dance, Sister Zhou. Dance. The audience booed. When Sister Zhou Fenjuan Kinyan finished her lunch, she packed away the garbage on the computer desktop. She left without saying a word. Let's go change into new clothes. Then the audience began to wait anxiously. Let 3 minutes pass. Sister Zhou's figure appeared again. Right now, she was wearing a blue and white sailor suit. Wearing a sailor uniform also showed her youth and sweetness, which made the audience feel particularly eye-catching. Sailor suit dancing? This is good. I can't wait. Sister Zhou, hurry up and dance. Hurry up and start showing off your charm. Your beauty. It's great to be young. The audience was looking forward to Sister Zhou dancing, but some sharp-eyed viewers noticed that Sister Zhou was holding a pair of dumbbells in her hands. Today's talent show, dumbbells. Look carefully. This is a pair of 10 kilograms dumbbells. Sister Zhou showed the dumbbells to the camera, but her hands felt sore and numb. She didn't feel like this last night. She lifted the dumbbell very easily last night. Therefore, she subconsciously thought that this might be an illusion. Holy shit, I've taken off my pants. Are you showing me this? Did you hear that right? A pair of 10 kilograms dumbbells. I still remember that Sister Zhou's hand shook when she lifted 1 kilogram dumbbells. This time she actually had to lift 10 kilograms dumbbells. Sister Zhou was so excited. I bet 50 cents Sister Zhou's hands will definitely be shaking later. My hands are shaking. Start walking. I just love seeing Sister Zhou in trouble. The audience in the live broadcast room kept chattering, but these barges made Sister Zhou's face darken. It's just a dream to see her embarrassed. Soon, Sister Zhou started to perform, but after just a few lifts of the dumbbells, her hands began to shake. Accident. Sister Zhou explained it again and continued to lift the dumbbells, but her hands were shaking more obviously. She could clearly feel that it was difficult for her to lift the dumbbells, even with all her strength. What the hell? Obviously last night, it was easy to lift dumbbells. Why are you so stressed right now? Pfft, I'm laughing so hard. Sister Zhou, your talent show is just for fun, right? Sister Zhou, you made me laugh so much that the Coke I drank in my mouth sprayed onto the screen. No, I'm laughing so much that my stomach hurts. Sister Zhou, please stop. The audience was so happy that they felt that Sister Zhou was not here to perform at all, but to make them happy. Even lifting a 1 kilogram dumbbell makes my hands tremble. Nowadays, it is necessary to lift 10 kilograms dumbbells. Is this possible? This is simply wishful thinking. Sister Zhou felt mixed emotions. She felt that she was under too much pressure last night and was hallucinating. Impossible. But she quickly adjusted. Ahem. She smiled slightly and coughed twice to hide her inner embarrassment. Let's just play games. The audience in the live broadcast room agreed very much. The foreplay is over. It's time to get into the real show. Soon, Sister Zhou lay down in the virtual game cabin and quickly entered the game. She was the first to enter Doomsday Cataclysm and wanted to play this crappy game out of boredom. Just logged into the game. She was confused. Her vision was gray. At the same time, there's also a message prompt. You are dead. What's going on with my family? I didn't do anything, and my game character died? Sister Zhou looked confused. The game character's death was really unclear. Sister Zhou, no dog can play this stupid game. Play it once and uninstall it immediately. This is a garbage game. Sister Zhou, in this game, it seems that the game character will still lie in the same place after you're offline. So, Sister Zhou, maybe your game character was clicked away by zombies when you were offline. What kind of bullshit mechanism is this? It still stays in place, even if it's offline. The audience vomited for a while. Most of them did not play this dog game at all, but a small number of people tried to play it, but they were not interested in it. Compared to Warcraft, Heroes, and other virtual reality games, to put it bluntly, Doomsday Cataclysm is weak. Even the competing post-apocalyptic game Dawn of Dawn, produced by Penguin Next Door, I'm afraid it can't compare. After all, Dawn Comes has been promoted in an all-round way. SMS push, article push, recommendations from major anchors, international superstar endorsements, etc. The promotion was done very well. It also attracted many players. Although there are shortcomings, the game team of Dawn listens to the opinions of players and is very active in improving it. As for the mold-wearing problem that Sister Zhou encountered, in this game, almost no player has encountered it since today. Doomsday Catastrophe? What the hell is this? It's still so blatantly trying to collect money, with no regard for the player's feelings. How can players pay for such a game? It is destined not to become popular. As for promotion, sorry, this crappy game is really not promoted. If Sister Zhou hadn't accidentally discovered this crappy game, I'm afraid no one would be able to play this crappy game, and I don't know which nook and corner I would be in to eat ashes. Hold! Sister Zhou couldn't help but swear. What kind of garbage game is this? We won't talk about so many Krypton Gold activities. Even if the game character goes offline, you'll stay where you are. No more. Even dogs don't play this crappy game. Sister Zhou said angrily and decided to play a new game. This Doomsday Cataclysm is really boring. It's too old-fashioned. It's always zombies, nothing new at all. She won't buy it. Support Sister Zhou. Trash game, just play with wool. I don't know which dog game company has released such a game. It's really a waste of money. If we players don't pay, I'm afraid this game will soon be taken off the shelves because we can't afford the daily operating expenses. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all gloating about the misfortune, and some are even betting that Doomsday Cataclysm would be removed from the shelves within a few days. A month? Half a month? 1 week? They speculated endlessly. Sister Zhou was also about to quit the game, but at this moment, a message popped up in her field of vision. Whether to view the death replay of the game, character Zhou Yu. This game is quite capable of resurrecting. Does it have death replays? Sister Zhou was stunned for a moment and then clicked yes casually. I also want to take a look at how badly her game character was bitten by zombies. Come to think of it, the neck was bitten off and the blood was sucked dry. That's about it. She can be seen in many similar games or movies. Video playback. Soon, the familiar rental house came into Sister Zhou's field of vision. She could see her character, Zhou Yu, sleeping on a bed with a human body on it. She slept soundly. Squeak. I don't know how much time passed, but the door was knocked open. Are zombies about to appear? Sister Zhou looked expectant. The audience is also very excited. The bloody scene is coming. However, the zombies who entered their field of vision were not zombies with hideous faces and dark skin, but a creamy boy with a fair face. Li Kuan's eyes gleamed. He didn't expect that there was a very pretty girl in this room. This made him move his index finger and swallow a mouthful of saliva in his throat. Oh no, he's actually a human. Isn't Sister Zhou's game character about to be tainted? So excited. Are there going to be scenes that are not suitable for children? If it's just a sidekick, that's okay. But if it really touches the bottom line, Sister Zhou's live broadcast room will directly violate the rules in minutes, and then be banned. Do you think this is a player or an NPC? The audience chatted with each other and enjoyed the discussion. Sister Zhou frowned. She never expected that her game character might be tarnished. This dog man is looking for death. Li Kuan walked closer and looked at Zhou Yi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, his eyes full of lust for beauty. But at this moment, another woman walked in outside the door. The woman is about 30 years old, with a very hot figure. She is wearing a black outfit, but her appearance is not outstanding, and it even makes people feel awkward and fearful, because there is a long scar the size of a palm on this woman's right cheek. The scar is ferocious and scary. Xiao Kuan, are you attracted to this woman? Sister Dao narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke indifferently. No, I'm not tempted. How is that possible? She can't compare to you, Sister Dao. Li Kuan smiled, his face full of flattery. Although it sounded like he wasn't telling the truth, Sister Dao was also very satisfied. Kill her. Sister Dao's tone was cold and her face was calm. It seems that in her eyes, killing someone is like trampling an ant to death, and it cannot change her mood at all. Sister Dao, isn't this such a pity? If this woman... Li Kuan was a little reluctant to take action. What a good girl. She would kill as soon as she asked. I hate women who are prettier than me. Sister Dao had a cold tone and took action herself, quickly taking out a small knife from her waist. Call out. She threw the knife, her position and force very precise. The knife directly cut through Zhou Yi's chest shirt on the bed, pierced the skin, and hit the heart accurately. Zhou Yi died on the spot. Sister Dao smiled, and her smile was very bright. End of video playback. I really hate the way I live broadcast my life. I feel sick every time I think about it. But you guys have seen it. It's not that I want to live my life. It's that the character in this game died too hard, just because of his appearance. If you're more beautiful than others, you can only die. Sister Zhou was really angry. There is Zhou Menglong in front and Sister Dao behind. She had to kill these two enemies herself. In the eyes of two people, she felt like a dog and an insignificant ant. An ant is greedy for life. How can he be a human being and not care about his life? Sister Zhou had a sullen face and gritted her teeth. Support Sister Zhou's revenge. You can't bear it anymore. There's no need to bear it any longer. Sister Dao, this piece of shit is really too much. This NPC is here specifically to draw hatred. Sister Zhou, be sensible. Stay sensible. I have a hunch that Sister Zhou can't stand the pressure anymore and will start to top up her money. The audience in the live broadcast room supported Sister Zhou's revenge, but they had different opinions on whether to recharge or not. Family, I'm sorry. I broke my promise. I want to recharge. I want to become stronger. Sister Zhou looked apologetic and agreed to be a zero Krypton player. But she still couldn't help but want to top up money. Judging from the urine nature of this dog game, no recharge. You simply can't survive. As for wanting to take revenge on Zhou Menglong and Sister Dao, they're even more wishful thinking. These two guys look fierce at first glance. Sister Zhou knew very well that the zombies in the apartment building in the game must have been cleaned up by the men led by Sister Dao. Players can get crystals to increase their strength. It's okay to be afraid of this NPC. So, if you want to surpass Sister Dao or Zhou Menglong, the only shortcut is to top up money. In a blink of an eye, Sister Zhou's figure reappeared in a quiet and deserted open space. You can see the dilapidated and abandoned walls all around. At the same time, there are also bright golden lights lingering around Sister Zhou. She had been disgusted by these golden lights, but now she feels very kind. At least, this is a shortcut to becoming stronger. You can recharge money, but in this stupid game, recharging money is giving away money. So let's spend 6 yuan first, and see what good things are included in the first recharge gift pack. Sister Zhou looked expectant. The audience in the live broadcast room also agreed with her approach. Charge as little money as possible, because this game is not worth it. The first recharge is 6 yuan, and the recharge is completed in the blink of an eye. A beaming red first deposit gift bag also appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. She opened the first deposit gift package. Moment. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. 3 weapons appeared out of thin air in her field of vision. There are 3 weapons to choose from, but only one of them can be chosen. The first weapon is the shark knife. Its appearance has a streamlined design like a shark, and it looks exquisitely designed. Although it is small in size, the blade is extremely sharp and can easily cut human skin, making it suitable for close combat. Family, this shark knife is good. It's much better than a kitchen knife. Sure enough, this stupid game forces players to top up money. Sister Zhou complained for a while. The audience in the live broadcast room also started shouting curses. A black-hearted game. All you want to do is make money, and you don't even care about making games. Sister Zhou also turned her eyes to the second weapon, the military crossbow. It is well made and looks like an ancient crossbow, but after repeated improvements, its appearance design is also beautiful. The maximum range of the military crossbow can reach between 150 meters and 200 meters. Especially at a distance of about 100 meters, the arrows fired by the military crossbow can easily smash the skull of a buffalo. If it can be used well, it can really kill people invisibly. Not bad, Sister Zhou praised. The audience in the live broadcast room also commented on this military crossbow. It's really a killing weapon. In an environment like the end of the world, this military crossbow is very suitable for Sister Zhou. Kill the enemy at a long distance. This military crossbow is good. But can Sister Zhou be accurate with this military crossbow? While the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing nonstop, Sister Zhou had already set her sights on the third weapon, the 3-edged military dagger. This is a well-known cold weapon. Its blade is angular, and its blade is like a chisel. The wounds it pierces are all small holes. The wounds cannot heal, and the bleeding continues. It is a cold weapon with great lethality to people. If it is used against people, it may be okay, but it is not so good against zombies. Sister Zhou said. The audience in the live broadcast room agreed with her words. Soon, without a doubt, Sister Zhou chose the second weapon in the first charge gift package, a military crossbow. The audience in the live broadcast room was not surprised at her choice. This is very reasonable. Afterwards, blind box lottery, vehicle lottery, weapon lottery. Sister Zhou did not touch any of them. To protect her wallet, recharge the right amount of money, but do not squander it without restraint. After all, it is not worth it to recharge for this broken game. Soon, it was time to choose the origin again. This time, Sister Zhou recharged another 6 yuan and chose the ordinary household origin. Lines of text appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. You come from a very ordinary family. Your parents worked hard to create a good educational environment for you. There are also toys, books, food, etc. that other children have, and there are a lot of them. Your performance was also very good, and you were admitted to a key high school in this city. Unfortunately, you were too nervous and performed abnormally in the college entrance examination, so you were admitted to a second-tier medical university in this city. For 4 years in college, you studied hard and often went home to visit your parents. You were a very filial daughter. Later, you successfully entered a hospital in this city to work. In the hospital, you're very popular. Several male colleagues are pursuing you, but you're always polite to them. Until you were 24 years old, an accident happened. Whether to enter the game. Family, this time I started well and went very smoothly. It's a pity that I didn't perform well in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, I might have been able to get into a key university. Sister Zhou had a look of regret on her face and even sighed, what a life, really full of regrets. There is no such thing as a perfect life. However, the audience in the live broadcast room did not buy Sister Zhou's sigh and look of regret. Sister Zhou, wake up, this is a game. Yes. Sister Zhou, don't forget your academic qualifications. You just graduated from a technical secondary school. It's time to wake up from the dream. Sure enough, recharging is the most serious thing. Once you recharge, the start will be much smoother. The audience in the live broadcast room were chattering away. Facing these barges, Sister Zhou's face turned red, but she also controlled the panel in front of her. She wants to get into the game. She wants to kill everyone. The next second, when Sister Zhou entered the game, she also smelled a strong smell of disinfectant. And there's still the sound of crying. Wait until her eyes open. She saw her in a storage room. Around her were female nurses and some male doctors. Both the nurse and the doctor were looking gray and dirty, and they had not taken a shower for several days. Even Sister Zhou smelled an unpleasant, fishy smell emanating from her body. Sister Zhou quickly integrated into the environment and learned that these nurses and doctors were her colleagues. The person who is currently leading their group of people to survive is the female Dean Lin Su. Don't cry, everyone. The end may really be coming. I believe the scene 5 days ago is still fresh in your memory. Many medical staff and patients suddenly turned into zombies like in a movie. The female Dean Lin Su is a woman in her 40s. She shows a calm side and persuades everyone to learn to be strong, to become stronger. You want to hunt zombies with her. Otherwise, staying in the storage room is the only way to death. Dean Lin, those monsters are really scary. Dean Lin, can those strange crystals you mentioned really make us stronger? Dean Lin, can we really not wait for rescue? Every nurse and doctor is unwilling to face those terrifying zombie monsters. They were scared and panicked. I'm also grateful to Dean Lin. If it weren't for Dean Lin's blessing and Dean Lin's search for supplies, they would have died long ago. Hey, I don't want to face those monsters, but there's nothing I can do about it. Dean Lin Su rubbed his eyebrows. A look of fatigue appeared on his face. Faced with this situation, the audience in Sister Zhou's live broadcast room started to discuss it vigorously. This Dean Lin is really a hero among women. Looking at the situation, he should have killed many zombies alone and taken many crystal stones. The end of the world is really here, and a good person like Dean Lin will never survive. Isn't it true that good people don't live long, and disasters last for thousands of years? Dean Lin is such a holy mother. I always feel like my life is not long away. Sister Zhou also pays attention to the comments from the audience. She also agreed very much. Dean Lin is like a nanny, caring for every doctor and nurse. Such a good person. In peaceful times, you can definitely live for a long time and be respected by others. But in this era of the end of the world, being a good person is simply asking for death. At noon that day, Dean Lin Su was alone again in search of supplies, because the supplies in the storage room have become less and less. Who wants to go with me? Lin Su looked at the doctors and nurses present with soft eyes, hoping that they would have the courage to come forward. Stop being timid. Some things always have to be faced. Running away won't solve the problem. Kill zombies. Sister Zhou is very interested. So, she stood up straight away. Dean Lin, I'll go with you. Sister Zhou showed great confidence. She has killed zombies before. Again, even if he is really dead, she could start over. Okay, Zhao Zhou, you are very good and very courageous. Lin Su smiled all over her face and admired Sister Zhou very much. Soon, the two set off, walking the corridors of the hospital. Didn't see any zombies. The zombies have been cleaned up by Lin Su in the past few days. There are other doctors and nurses. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Dr. Deng, Dr. Li, Nurse Wang, Nurse Zhang. They were such good people, but they died at the hands of zombies. It's all my fault. If they hadn't protected me, how could they have died? As they walked, Lin Su cried, her eyes slightly red. Dean Lin, there is no resurrection for dead people. We living people must grieve and look forward. Sister Zhou comforted her. Then, Lin Su also gave Sister Zhou a scalpel as a weapon. Sister Zhou shook her head. Dean Lin, I have weapons. Say it. She also showed off a small and exquisite military crossbow. As soon as she entered the game, She noticed a military crossbow and some scattered arrows in her pocket. This is the first deposit gift package she got for 6 yuan. This weapon is only slightly larger than a palm, but is definitely a weapon for killing zombies. This can deal with zombies? Lin Su is a little skeptical and a little unsure. Abel. Sister Zhou is very confident. This is the weapon she got in the first deposit gift pack. Killing a zombie is not easy. Lin Su nodded silently. Shortly after, the two finally left the hospital. During this period, the two encountered many zombies. Dean Lin Sulin took a sharp scalpel and wiped his neck with it. As for Sister Zhou, she really didn't even catch a single zombie. Because, although the power of a well-made military crossbow is amazing, Sister Zhou can aim accurately. Not accurate. No matter how powerful your crossbow is, it is useless. Sister Zhou, do you need to practice more on your crossbow skills? If you can't hit even one arrow, then there's no one else. Wow, Dean Lin is so powerful. He can easily kill zombies with a knife in his hand. It's no wonder those nurses and doctors were able to live for so many days because they were clinging to Dean Lin Su's lap. Come on, Sister Zhou. It doesn't matter if you're not good at archery. Just hug Dean Lin's thigh tightly. The audience in the live broadcast room booed. However, their words also made Sister Zhou blush. She really didn't expect that her talent in archery would be so bad. Always misses the target. It was obviously just a little bit close to hitting the target, but just missed. Xiao Zhou, your weapon is very powerful, but your aim is not very good. It's okay, just practice more, Lin Su said with a smile. Sister Zhou nodded. That day, the two of them cleaned up all the zombies near the hospital. Hundreds of zombies were killed. A total of 10 power crystals were exploded. Dean Lin, I can't take so many. Sister Zhou, who got 5 power crystals, felt a little ashamed. Although she also contributed to killing zombies, most of the zombies were killed by Lin Su. Take it. You have to become stronger, otherwise you can't survive in this world, Lin Su said earnestly. Besides, I've taken a lot of power crystals before, so the power crystals have little effect on me at present. After that, a hint of sadness flashed in Lin Su's eyes. Sister Zhou was no longer hypocritical, and her face was full of gratitude. She just felt that this time she was born in an ordinary household, which was really good. To be able to meet a good person like Dean Lin Su, she's really lucky. After Sister Zhou took 5 power crystals in succession, her power skyrocketed. From 7 points on the personal panel, it directly increased to 13 points. Dean Lin, you are so kind. Oh, so saintly. Sister Zhou is lucky to meet such a good person. Has Sister Zhou opened the protagonist's halo? 13 points of power. Sister Zhou is probably slaughtering zombies like slaughtering pigs and dogs now. The end of the world has come, and there are still such good people. I always feel something is wrong. The audience in the live broadcast room chattered. But there are also a small number of viewers who think that Dean Lin Su is too kind. Is this a bit too kind? As soon as such a point of view was put forward, the other audiences were furious. What's wrong with being a good person? Can't there be good people in the end of the world? Lin Su is the Dean, a white angel who saves the dying and the wounded and is kind-hearted. Isn't this normal? Don't come to touch Dean Lin. Put away your dirty thoughts. Dean Lin is a good person. The evidence is solid. These comments in the live broadcast room. Sister Zhou was also at a loss for words and felt that the audience was too sensitive. Dean Lin Su is such a good person. How could he be a bad person? Unknowingly. Dusk came. Hiss, hiss, hiss. But the low roar of zombies could still be heard near Lin Su and Sister Zhou. Dean Lin. Sister Zhou said, Xiao Zhou, don't be too distant with me. I don't have any heirs. Just call me Sister Lin Su. Lin Su smiled and did not put on the airs of being the dean. She was completely approachable. This made Sister Zhou have a better impression of Lin Su. Sister Lin Su, it's getting late. Let's go back to the hospital. Night is coming, and Sister Zhou always feels uneasy. She must find a place to stay as soon as possible. Yes, these zombies will become restless at night. We must go back to the hospital. Lin Su nodded heavily. But suddenly, she changed the subject and said in a faint tone, It's just that I want to become stronger and want to survive in this doomsday. Can you fulfill my wish, Zhou? Sister Lin Su, what are you doing? Sister Zhou was confused. Want to survive in the doomsday. How can she satisfy the other party? Dr. Deng, Dr. Li, Nurse Wang, Nurse Zhang. What good people they are. They all fulfill my wishes. And I think you, Zhou, are no exception. Lin Su continued, smiling, but the smile seemed a little cruel and twisted. At this moment, Sister Zhou felt cold all over and also realized the death of Dr. Deng and others. Definitely not bitten to death by zombies. Instead, he died at the hands of Lin Su, the Dean Lin. The audience in the live broadcast room was also furious. Virgin Mary? Fuck you. Who said Dean Lin is a virgin? Dean Lin is clearly a wolf like Zhou Menglong. Fuck. Dean Lin is so good at disguising himself. Dean Lin wants to deal with Sister Zhou, but what is his motive? Is it Sister Zhou's military crossbow? Every audience in the live broadcast room stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Sister Zhou's pores also stood up, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead one after another. Sister Lin Su, if you want my military crossbow, I'll give it to you. Sister Zhou offered the military crossbow with both hands, but she felt extremely aggrieved, and her raging anger swept through her heart. She was really angry, especially angry. She didn't expect that she trusted Dean Lin Su in front of her. But the result, Lin Su had bad intentions towards her. Was it for her weapon? It must be. It must be. Zhou, you said that killing zombies can produce those magical crystals. If you kill people, will it also happen? Lin Su's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sister Zhou's expression froze, not knowing how to answer. Zhou, as the dean, I want to teach you a truth. Never trust the people around you. Lin Su said expressionlessly. After that, she took action. Under her control, the sharp scalpel became a terrifying murder weapon. But a light stroke. The scalpel cut open Sister Zhou's throat. Blood vessels burst. Blood gushed out. Sister Zhou only felt that death was approaching her. Her vision gradually became darker. Soon, she is dead. But before she died, she could still hear Lin Su talking to himself. Zhou, what a good person she was. But she died at the hands of zombies. It's all my fault. If she hadn't protected me, how could she have died? As soon as you open your eyes and close them, Sister Zhou reappeared in the quiet, empty space, surrounded by old and mottled walls. She said nothing, but her face was full of anger. Even her eyes were burning with fire. Family, you have seen it again. It's really not me who wants to make a living again. It's me who is too frustrated. I keep dying and dying, and this time I'm being fooled around by the NPCs in the game. Do you think others are? Holy Mother, but others are thinking of taking your life. Sister Zhou said angrily. The audience in the live broadcast room also tapped the keyboard and sent out barges one after another. Revenge. Absolutely revenge. Sister Zhou has another enemy. Dean Lin Su. Sister Zhou is sensible. Sister Zhou, you can recharge money, but you must do so sensibly. Although the audience tried their best to persuade her, they still looked forward to Sister Zhou paying for it. When the time comes, you'll have paid enough to take revenge. Sister Zhou must regret it. It's really not worth paying money for such a crappy game. Sister Zhou directly recharges a 648. 648 was recharged quickly. Congratulations to player Zhou, who has accumulated a recharge of 648 yuan and became a distinguished VIP 2 member, enjoying the VIP 2 membership gift package. Whether to enable VIP 2 level membership gift package. 2 lines of text information appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. Sister Zhou chose to turn it on without hesitation. Congratulations to player Zhou for obtaining 10 strength crystals, 10 agility crystals, and 10 constitution crystals. Family members, look at how disgusting this shabby game company is. Sister Zhou cursed a lot, but she was very satisfied in her heart. Knew it. There is no need to go to great lengths to kill zombies in the game. If you want to become stronger, just recharge money. Just for these 30 crystals, if she wanted to get them in the game, she would have to kill hundreds of zombies. If you are unlucky, you will definitely kill more than 1,000 zombies. After all, the explosion rate of crystals is not very high. Sure enough, if you recharge money, you are the boss. Now, Sister Zhou is going to take off. Krypton Gold is just different. It's really ugly for this shabby game company to look like it. It's clearly forcing players to top up their money. Viewers in the live broadcast room had different opinions. This time, about the choice of origin. Sister Zhou directly chooses a wealthy household. Recharge 1,648 to become a wealthy household. Moment. The text appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who spent 648 and became a wealthy household. You come from a very wealthy family. Your parents work for a well-known local company and earn a generous salary. They also create an excellent educational environment for you. They also hire tutors to help you with your homework all year round and take you to amusement parks and zoos. You had a very happy childhood. Whether you were in elementary school, middle school, or high school, your grades are excellent. Especially in the college entrance examination, you performed well and successfully entered a university in this city. After 4 years of further study in college, and thanks to your parents' help, you successfully entered a company after graduating from college and became a management employee of the company. This year, you're 24 years old. Your life is very beautiful, but something unexpected happens. Whether to enter the game. My family, this game is so real. Just top up 648 and see how your life is instantly reversed. It's great to have money. However, I strongly recommend that you, my family, don't play this game. Don't play it, because it looks too ugly. With 648 yuan, you could buy a lot of things. A bottle of drink is only 2 or 3 yuan, and a pound of lamb chops is only 30 yuan. But if you recharge 648 yuan in this crappy game, you still have to suffer. Don't ask me why I recharged. I'm doing this for the live broadcast effect. Sister Zhou taught the audience in the live broadcast room earnestly and sincerely. Don't play this crappy game. Don't worry, Sister Zhou. We will never play. And everyone, don't give gifts to Sister Zhou. What Sister Zhou wants is companionship. If you don't spend money, you just keep company. Stay with Sister Zhou till she grows old. Sister Zhou thought that her heartfelt words could move the audience in a live broadcast room. Can bear fruit. Originally, there were some viewers buying gifts. It's better now. Nothing can be seen. There's not even a card that costs 6 yuan apiece. Sister Zhou really wanted to slap herself. It's nice to have company. She gritted her teeth. The next second, she enters the game. This time, as soon as I opened my eyes. But she saw herself wearing a black professional skirt, which also perfectly outlined her body curves. Yes, this dress suits my temperament very well. Sister Zhou looked narcissistic and took stock of her surroundings. But I didn't see anyone. Currently, she is alone in a clean and tidy office. In addition, there are a lot of food, drinks, and other supplies piled in the corner of the office. Sister Zhou was very satisfied with the situation this time. She also felt full of strength. This made her smile and say, "Family members, I seem to feel a big difference in my body. Are the rewards for VIP 2 members in place?" "Say it." She directly opened her personal panel. Nickname, Zhou Yu. Strength, 17 points. Punch with all your strength. Powerful and terrifying. Agility, 20 points. Possessing agility far beyond that of normal people. Physique, 19 points. Good health, extraordinary physique. Intelligence, 10 points. Reaching the intelligence level of a normal person. Perception, 8 points. Occasionally sloppy. Charm, 12 points. Full of charm, but it's a pity that it's against A. Sister Zhou's panel strength, agility, and physical fitness have all increased a lot. Is this the charm of Krypton Gold? It seems that once VIP 2 members are rewarded, they will be used directly on players. This is quite humane. It's so humane. This game is clearly a money trap. If Sister Zhou is in trouble again this time, Will there be VIP 2 membership rewards next time? Sister Zhou was originally in a good mood and wanted to give the game company a thumbs up, so she took 30 crystals for her. It gave her physical fitness a qualitative leap and improvement. But in the live broadcast room, the audience commented one after another. She woke up instantly. Yes, if it gets cold this time. Next time, Te Miao will be beaten back to its original shape. A money-making game? It looks ugly. Sister Zhou cursed. Boom! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Sister Zhou's expression was solemn, and she was also thinking about the identity of the visitor. Come in, she said, also feeling very strange. The end of the world has come. Also knocking on the door. Could it be that the end of the world has not yet come? It shouldn't be. Soon, a man who looked very ordinary, about 30 years old, and looked a little dirty in his clothes pushed out the door. Sister Zhou also saw a line of character information on the man. Li Feng. Zhou Yi's subordinates are afraid of Zhou Yi's strength and are Zhou Yi's #1 pawn. This, Sister Zhou's expression was startled. One barrage appeared quickly after another in the live broadcast room. Sister Zhou also has a #1 pawn. It seems that Sister Zhou recharged money, which caused the starting level to be very high. Yes, it must be related to the VIP level 2 membership reward. This bad game is quite conscientious. It seems that Sister Zhou is not alone this time. She also has her subordinates. I will definitely finish working alone in the last days, and I will definitely have to recruit some younger brothers. The audience was chattering in the live broadcast room. Sister Zhou also stabilized her mentality. Not bad. There is also a younger brother. Soon, from Li Feng's words, Sister Zhou understood it after just a few insinuations. Because she was formerly a management employee of the company, and because of the strength shown by her predecessor, she currently has more than 20 subordinates. Sister Zhou, we don't have much supplies now, so... Li Feng's expression was extremely respectful, and he spoke in a submissive tone. While speaking, he was looking at the food, drinks, and other supplies in the corner behind Sister Zhou from the corner of his eye. If she were the former Sister Zhou, she would definitely show a very virgin side. But he has died so many times. Sister Zhou also realized that she must not be a virgin in this crappy game. Maybe Li Feng and his subordinates have evil intentions. If you want supplies, go out and find them yourself. Sister Zhou said expressionlessly. Well said. Support Sister Zhou. Let's go to 666. You still need to rely on Sister Zhou for supplies. Do you really think of Sister Zhou as a nanny? Don't be too nice to these NPCs. They might be doing something secretly. The audience in the live broadcast room supported Sister Zhou's approach very much. Same day, Li Feng and more than 20 of his subordinates left the company at Sister Zhou's strong request. Go out and find supplies. Sister Zhou stayed in the company and adapted to the power of this body. And eating bread and drinking drink. Yes, the drinks taste good, and the bread is sweet and delicious. It's different being the boss. Sister Zhou lay lazily on the sofa in the office, stretching happily. Sister Zhou is floating. The end of the world? Bullshit. Look at Sister Zhou, she is so chic. I wonder if Li Feng and his group of more than 20 people have found any supplies. Maybe some people have died, but that's normal. In the last days, there are no undead people. The viewers in the live broadcast room also enjoyed this pleasant time with Sister Zhou. That night, Li Feng and others did not come back. No one. Suddenly, Sister Zhou had an ominous feeling. Aren't all my men cold? She looked stunned. I also realized that this world is really getting more and more dangerous. Are zombies getting scarier? Is it possible that zombies will evolve? It's really hard to mess around in the last days. People say it's gone, and it's gone. Sister Zhou is now the polished commander. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't laugh or cry, and they were very happy that they were not living in the apocalypse, otherwise they would never live long. The next day, morning, Sister Zhou still hadn't seen Li Feng or any of her subordinates, and she was absolutely sure. My hands are cold. It doesn't matter. If you die, you will die. However, noon, the figures of Li Feng and others appeared, but only 9 came back. At the same time, They also brought back a lot of supplies. Others died. Sister Zhou frowned slightly. Well, everyone is dead, including my wife. Li Feng nodded. His face was painful and a little haggard. Sister Zhou, my wife loved me very much, but she is dead. She is dead. You. While talking, the big man cried bitterly. I cried so hard that my heart broke. Sister Zhou didn't have much sympathy. It is normal to see separation and death in the last days. Zhou, it was you who killed Brother Li's wife. If you hadn't asked us to go out to look for supplies, how could Brother Li's wife have died? Zhou, you obviously have supplies. Why don't you take them out and share them with everyone? You are such a selfish and selfish ghost. Zhou, you don't even have the slightest sympathy. We were all blind before and thought you were our boss. Time. The remaining subordinates began to criticize Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou was confused. What's the situation? Just leave them to find supplies. Why is she so selfish? And this Li Feng has become brotherly? And she wasn't the one who killed Li Feng's wife, so she won't take the blame. Sister Zhou, are your men going to rebel? Some ants are overestimating their abilities. Sister Zhou's current strength is astonishing. Just kill the chicken and scare the monkeys. You actually said that Sister Zhou is a selfish ghost? You are simply slandering Sister Zhou. It seems that Sister Zhou's men are not particularly loyal to Sister Zhou. It's okay. Just kill them and replace them with another batch. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed and laughed. They all felt that Sister Zhou's men were too out of touch and were simply looking for death. That's when Li Feng waved his hand to signal others to be quiet. Time. The people around who were chattering and angrily cursing Sister Zhou stopped and became silent. Sister Zhou also realized something was wrong. She looked at Li Feng coldly. What do you want to do? Do you want to do it? Really take action. She's not afraid of people like Li Feng. Sister Zhou, this is the last time I call you Sister Zhou. Li Feng's expression was indifferent. Sister Zhou was a little confused. Is this number one horse boy drifting? Do you think she can't lift the knife? But the next second, Sister Zhou felt a strong sense of crisis. A sense of crisis spread throughout her body. But he saw Li Feng's dark eyes gradually turning red. His eyes turned red. His skin was dull. It was as if he had become a zombie. Like Li Feng, the other people around him all had red eyes and large patches of gray skin. You're not human at all. You were infected and became zombies. Sister Zhou was shocked. She didn't expect that Li Feng and his party, who had become zombies, could still maintain their intelligence. Wrong. At the moment, the eyes of the people around him are distracted, like puppets. They all seem to be controlled by Li Feng. Only the zombie Li Feng has wisdom. Yeah, if I were a human being, how could I eat my wife? The wife cake tastes so delicious. Li Feng looked intoxicated, as if he was recalling a delicacy in the world. Sister Zhou felt her scalp numb when she heard this. The audience in the live broadcast room felt like their hair was fried. Li Feng ate wife cake. No, Li Feng ate his wife. Madman, this is a complete madman. I feel like vomiting. I just ate my wife's cake in the morning. Wife cake. Whoever I mess with, why do they have to eat me? The audience kept making comments. They all seemed very happy, but they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Li Feng, you are a madman. Sister Zhou stared angrily and remained vigilant. Crazy? Yes, I'm a crazy person. Li Feng laughed loudly, staring at Sister Zhou with his blood-red eyes. He is hungry. He's going to start eating. Just at this moment, Sister Zhou smelled a unique smell in the air. The taste was very light, but it made her brain dizzy. She immediately realized that this might be the method Li Feng used after becoming a zombie. The situation is very bad. Li Feng took action. He directly used his mouth full of sharp teeth to bite Sister Zhou's throat. It's getting cold. Sister Zhou realized that the situation was not good. Gradually, her vision darkened. Then, she is dead. He was bitten to death by Li Feng and had all the blood drained from his body. But she is alive again. Sister Zhou's figure once again appeared in the quiet and deserted open space, surrounded by broken walls. Family, this game is really unplayable. I recharged 648, and then it's gone? Gone. Sister Zhou was indignant and did not expect that this time it would end like this. Leave phone. She really made a mistake. What a top horse boy. This is clearly the #1 rebel. Sister Zhou, don't be sad. Crazily is obviously having an adventure. Yes, I must have gotten something good during my more than a day or two here. Congratulations to Sister Zhou. I would like to mention an enemy. Crazy Lee. Crazy Lee. This guy is a zombie with intelligence. It's hard to deal with. Sister Zhou felt helpless when she saw these barges. But she was completely unfazed. No, it means that 648 yuan is gone. Out of the way. Family, I have to recharge money again. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. Sister Zhou clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth. But no one stopped Sister Zhou from charging money. Even the audience in the live broadcast room started to make a noise. Charge money, Sister Zhou. Charge as much as you want. Charge with confidence. Charge boldly. Watch Sister Zhou charge money with a smile. I hope Sister Zhou won't feel bad afterwards. Fortunately, Sister Zhou was the first to try it, which made me realize that this broken game can't be played. Otherwise, I really want to play it. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, this game is poisonous. Your VIP 1 level membership package doesn't seem to be issued to you. One after another, the bullet comments thanked Sister Zhou. This made Sister Zhou particularly angry. But some of the bullet comments also reminded her. Yes, where is her VIP 1 level membership package? Where did it go? Soon, she flipped through the VIP membership package interface in front of her. Other levels of membership packages were shown as unavailable for query and grayed out and unactivated. Only the VIP 1 level membership package and the VIP 2 level membership package were activated and issued. Suddenly, Sister Zhou's face was full of question marks, wondering if her VIP 1 level membership gift package was hacked. Family, is this game no longer playable? Even my VIP 1 level membership gift package was swallowed. She looked furious. The audience in the live broadcast room also spoke up for Sister Zhou. Crap game, they are reluctant to give out membership gift packages. This shit game is so shameless. What activated and issued? Clearly, there is no VIP 1 level membership gift package. Sister Zhou, read the text displayed on the interface carefully. It seems that this gift package has been issued a long time ago. Sister Zhou saw one after another in the barrage, and her brows were getting tighter and tighter. She then checked the VIP 1 level membership gift package more carefully. VIP 1 level member gift package, a set of random new clothes with random styles. Dear player Zhou Yi, your new black professional skirt has been issued. This style is the annual hit of the well-known brand Boston, and the price is 9,998 yuan. A line of text information appeared in Sister Zhou's vision. At this moment, not only Sister Zhou, but also the audience in the live broadcast room recalled it. At the beginning of the previous game, Sister Zhou wore a very beautiful black professional skirt. It turned out that this was a set of random new clothes in the VIP 1 level member gift package. No wonder Sister Zhou was so elegant at that time. It's true that people rely on clothes, and Buddha relies on gold clothes. The price is 9,998 yuan, and it is put in the VIP 1 level member gift package. Is this game so conscientious? Conscience is bullshit. This is the clothing in the game. The end of the world has come. Is this clothing still valuable? Still valuable. This VIP 1 level member gift package is just issued for nothing. The audience in the live broadcast room cursed and felt that this game was too deceptive. Is this how you play with the VIP 1 level membership package? Sister Zhou's face turned pale, but she still suppressed her anger. It seems that the design of the game company is also quite reasonable. It's not that you could be invincible just by charging money or Krypton gold. Sister Zhou forced a few smiles on her face. Then, she still couldn't suppress her anger. She started to spit out a few dirty words. But the result, as soon as she finished speaking, she became honest. Because a super administrator appeared in her live broadcast room. The super administrator spoke. A line of eye-catching red text appeared. The super administrator reminds the anchor to broadcast civilized and stop uncivilized behavior in time. Otherwise, the live broadcaster will be closed, and the super administrator will continue to pay attention to the anchor's words and deeds. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, super admin brother. You can't blame Sister Zhou. It's really Sister Zhou who was screwed by this game. Sister Zhou is our guiding light. She let us know how screwed this broken game is. VIP 1 level membership package gives you a new set of clothes. It's so funny. The background of the game is the end of the world. I need you a new set of clothes. Sister Zhou, calm down. I still want to see you continue to recharge. For the comments in the barrage, Sister Zhou gritted her teeth, but she was also very satisfied in her heart. Although losing money is a bad thing. But at the moment, her live broadcast effect is still very good. At least the number of VIP guests in the VIP seats has reached several thousand. Isn't just recharging? Who is afraid of who? Sister Zhou pretended to be unconcerned. This time, she directly recharged 9 groups of 648, a total of 5,832 yuan. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 6,480 yuan in recharges and has become a distinguished VIP 3 member, enjoying the VIP 3 member gift package. Do you want to open the VIP 3 member gift package? 2 familiar lines of text messages appeared in Sister Zhou's vision. Sister Zhou chose to open it without hesitation. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who has permanently increased her strength by 3 points and obtained 15 strength crystals, 15 agility crystals, and 15 physical crystals. This is really a game that costs money. Sister Zhou showed a satisfied look on her face. Permanently increased strength by 3 points, not bad, so that even if Sister Zhou dies in the future, these 3 points of strength will always be there. 45 crystals, this broken game. You are the boss if you spend more money. I just took a look. This VIP level 4 member requires a cumulative recharge of 64,800 yuan. Do you think Sister Zhou really plans to recharge more than 60,000 yuan into this garbage game? Sister Zhou, please recharge your money rationally and don't get involved. The viewers in the live broadcast room also began to buy gifts, but the gifts were only 6 yuan for a card and 1 piece of shark fin, and there were no valuable gifts at all. Occasionally, some viewers would send 100 yuan rockets. Don't worry, family members, I will definitely recharge sensibly. Spend more than 60,000 yuan on this crappy game? Absolutely impossible. Sister Zhou smiled and looked disapproving. Then, instead of continuing to play the game, she was tired from playing for several hours and wanted to drink water, eat some food, and use the bathroom. The audience had no objection either. Not long after, Sister Zhou was drinking from a thermos cup and drank slowly. Sister Zhou, drink faster. Still waiting for you to get tricked by this game next. Sister Zhou, it seems that the quality of your thermos cup is not very good. Look, there are several tiny dents. Did the audience mail you a new thermos cup? Sister Zhou, don't waste time. Drink water. Drink so slowly. The audience in the live broadcast room urged. Each barrage was also seen by Sister Zhou. This made her notice that there were indeed 2 or 3 small dents on the body of the thermos cup. And those tiny dents are fresh. It seems to have just appeared. And, not only that, Sister Zhou can also clearly feel that her strength has become stronger again. The feeling similar to lifting dumbbells last night came again. My strength seems to have increased. Sister Zhou said seriously. Sister Zhou, wouldn't you say that the slight dents on these thermos cups were caused by you? Sister Zhou, stop joking. No one knows your strength. Your hands are shaking even when you lift a dumbbell. I have screenshots and videos to prove it. Wake up, Sister Zhou. Your strength has never gotten stronger. The viewers in the live broadcast room simply did not believe what Sister Zhou said. This made Sister Zhou very angry. She also worked hard with her hands, leaving several slightly obvious dents on the body of the thermos cup. This time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were even more certain that Sister Zhou's thermos cup must be an inferior product of substandard quality. There are so many unscrupulous businessmen these days. They even attack thermos cups. The audience laughed at Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou always feels that this matter is not simple. However, she agreed with what the audience said. There must be something wrong with the quality of this thermos cup. At the end, she said jokingly, "Yes, I did buy a low-quality product. It can't be because that crappy game added 3 points to my permanent strength and my strength became stronger, right? Say it." She also attributed the increase in strength to an illusion. Sister Zhou is so funny. Hurry up and play the game. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and wait until the flowers fade. The audience urged one after another. Sister Zhou also quickly lay down in the virtual game cabin. Soon, she entered the apocalypse catastrophe again, surrounded by mottled city walls. The surroundings were dark, and there was no light at all. And next to Sister Zhou are bright golden lights. These golden lights are all related to recharging. Sister Zhou wanted to start the game, but the audience was restless and started booing again. "I want her to win the lottery." "Sister Zhou, don't be a coward, draw a lottery." Weapon lottery, powerful weapons, let you fight through the apocalypse. It's 200 yuan for one shot. "Sister Zhou, give it a try." "That's right. Draw the prize, let's go." The audience made a fuss, just trying to push Sister Zhou towards the lottery. In order to meet the needs of the audience, Sister Zhou decided to draw a lottery and try her luck. "Good." Sister Zhou nodded and went directly to the weapon lottery. She rubbed her hands together, looking forward to it. The weapon lottery started, and I clicked on the continuous draw on the vision interface. Draw 200 yuan in a row. I don't know if I can deliver anything. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for winning 1 gram of gold. Family, what does this mean? 1 gram of gold. Sister Zhou was confused. If you throw 200 yuan in, even if you can't cause any trouble, you still have to come up with something good, right? Sister Zhou, you haven't learned Chinese well? It's 1 gram of gold, literally. Gold. 1 gram of gold is now worth more than 400 yuan. I just checked online. There are many gold recyclers. The current market price for 1 gram of gold recycling is 426.25 yuan per gram. Can everyone please stop fooling Sister Zhou? This is gold in the game. Can it be the same as in the real world? Ha ha. No, I'm laughing so hard. The barges are all talented. Sister Zhou also felt like she had made a profit at first. Gold. This is valuable goods, hard currency. You can continue to browse the barrage. She almost collapsed. Yes, this is gold in the game world, which is incomparable to the real world. I can't say for sure. In the context of the apocalypse, gold is very valuable. Sister Zhou was smiling all over her face, but her smile was a little fake. Immediately afterwards, she refuses to admit defeat. Keep on drawing. She just played with a big one. 10 draws in a row. 1,888 yuan. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for winning 1 gram of gold. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for winning 1 gram of gold. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for winning 1 gram of gold. However, she regretted it. 1,888 yuan in exchange for a total of 10 grams of gold. Family members, please don't play this crappy game. I'm just doing a live broadcast. Playing it for a long time? Absolutely impossible. Sister Zhou spoke her heart out from the bottom of her heart. Just like she said, she just wanted to create a live broadcast effect. I really need to recharge like this every day. How could she bear it? This is clearly throwing money into the sea. Sister Zhou, don't be sad. I'll give you a card. Sister Zhou, don't cry. Give all the gifts to Sister Zhou. Sure enough, the probability of winning a weapon is too low. The audience sighed in admiration and moved their little hands one after another to give gifts to Sister Zhou. The value of the gift varies. It may be a few cents, a few dollars, dozens of dollars, $1 or $200. Thank you, viewers, for your gifts. Sister Zhou's face was full of gratitude, and she also told the ID names of many viewers. But she didn't draw any more draws. Too bad. She didn't dare anymore. It made her lose her temper completely. Finally, Sister Zhou started the game and chose a wealthy household. She also wants to choose big rich house. But this requires 9,999 yuan and VIP level 10 membership. She is rich. That doesn't mean she's stupid. This game, it's really not worth her spending 1 million to become a VIP level 10 member. Once selected, lines of text appeared in her field of vision. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who spent 648 and became a wealthy household. You come from a very wealthy family. Your parents run a small company. Although they are busy all year round, they take good care of you. They not only accompany you to travel around the country, but also hire a piano teacher to teach you how to play the piano and a Go teacher to teach you how to play Go. Your childhood is very happy and fulfilling. From childhood to adulthood, you have always been the child of other people's families in the eyes of others. You are very good and outstanding, especially in the college entrance examination. You performed exceptionally well and successfully entered a key university in this city. After 4 years of further study in college, and with the great help of your parents, you became a senior executive in a well-known company in this city. This year, you are 24 years old. You bought a villa. Your future is full of beauty, but an accident occurred. Do you want to enter the game? Family, am I so outstanding? Am I the child of other people's families? Wow, I bought a villa. It's great. Sister Zhou smiled and felt that this was her life. Her life should be successful, not a failure. Sister Zhou, stop being obsessed and play the game. It's obvious that you recharged. Yes, if you didn't spend 648 and become a wealthy household, you chose to be born in a poor household and see what kind of situation it would be. This game always tells us, recharge, recharge, recharge. If you don't recharge, don't even think about playing. The audience in the live broadcast room cursed and thought Sister Zhou was too narcissistic. The next second, Sister Zhou entered the game. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw herself lying on a soft and comfortable bed. She looked around. The breeze blew in from the window, brushing across her cheeks, making her feel comfortable. And you can also see some luxurious home appliances. Not bad, she said. Then, she didn't pay attention to the surroundings, but quickly checked her current panel attributes. Nickname, Zhou Yu. Strength, 21 points, a full-strength punch, amazing power. Agility, 21 points, possessing a sensitivity that normal people can't imagine. Constitution, 20 points, healthy body, vigorous vitality. Intelligence, 10 points, reaching the intelligence level of normal people. Perception, 8 points. Occasionally there will be carelessness. Charm, 12 points, charming, but unfortunately it's for A, not for A. The attributes made her feel satisfied, but the extra words behind this charm made her grit her teeth. Sister Zhou's strength has been greatly improved. It doesn't make sense. After taking 45 crystals, it's not much better than the last start. Have you forgotten? Are you all new viewers? There is an introduction at the beginning of the game. The more crystals you swallow, the improvement will gradually decrease. Sister Zhou's data panel is pretty good. It's basically twice that of a normal person. The audience in the live broadcast room were chattering away. More eagle-eyed viewers noticed a small, exquisite box on Sister Zhou's bedside table. This small box also caught Sister Zhou's attention. She opened it subconsciously. It turned out that the small box contained a small piece of shiny new gold the size of a fingernail. The weight of the gold was estimated to be only about 10 grams. Sister Zhou's expression was stunned, and it took her a long time to react, so I spent 2,000 yuan to get such a crappy thing? Say it. She blushed angrily, and her neck thickened. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. This is gold. Yes, 100% pure gold. It costs about 2,000 yuan to buy such a piece of gold. It's worth it. It's great value. You can make thousands of yuan immediately if you resell it. In a live broadcast room, the audience was singing and laughing, and they were all envying Sister Zhou for making a fortune. After, Sister Zhou began to pay attention to the villa, see if there is any danger or other living people. Toured around and around. The villa is very clean and tidy. There are no zombies, and there is no danger. Family. It seems that my current situation is pretty good. Sister Zhou looked satisfied. She was just in the process of searching. She found some biscuits, bread, drinks, etc. in the villa. Although the supplies are not much, they are enough for her to survive alone for more than half a year. She also found several packages of beautifully packaged dog food. This dog food made Sister Zhou look disgusted. She's a human being. How can she eat dog food? Moreover, she even wanted to throw away the dog food. Sister Zhou, don't throw away the dog food. This is an important food resource. The end of the world is coming, and when we are really at the end of our rope, what's wrong with eating dog food? It's better than starving to death. Dog food does not comply with human food hygiene and safety regulations, so Sister Zhou must not eat too much dog food. I'm ready to take screenshots and wait for Sister Zhou to eat dog food. The viewers in the live broadcast room were looking forward to it. They all wanted Sister Zhou to tear open the dog food package immediately and eat the dog food one after another. I will never eat dog food. The barrage after barrage made Sister Zhou almost break her guard, and she looked a little angry. Then, Sister Zhou found a sharp stainless steel bone-chopping knife in the kitchen. Then, he went out with the bone-cutting knife. She wants to kill zombies. She wants to fight monsters. She wants to continue to get more crystals and become stronger. This time, I will definitely live longer. As soon as she walked out of the villa door, Sister Zhou smelled a foul smell floating around. The taste seemed to be mixed with blood. This made her cover her mouth and nose subconsciously. It stinks. The stench is overwhelming. It's like a corpse rotting. But Sister Zhou forced herself to adapt to the current environment. Isn't this the end of the world? It's not just a game. Gradually, she regained her composure, ignored the stench around her, and began to look for zombies. She didn't leave the villa too far, just walked around the villa. However, after walking around for a long time, she saw no trace of zombies. To be more precise, it's a living zombie. You can see a lot of zombies on the ground, but these zombies are all dead. Sister Zhou, something is wrong. Sister Zhou, I always feel like you are asking for blessings. Yes, look at the zombies on the ground. They look like they have been bitten by some monster. Is there a monster more terrifying than zombies? These zombies are so miserable. They were definitely not killed by humans. Look at the zombies' limbs and heads with severe bite marks. Sister Zhou also paid attention to the comments from the audience, and her heartbeat sped up inexplicably. She could also see the bloody and unrecognizable zombies on the ground, as if they had been killed by some terrible beast. Who could this beast be? Is it some kind of animal? Tiger? Lion? The more she thought about it, the more nervous Sister Zhou became, and she tightened her grip on the bone-cutting knife in her hand. Gulu. Exactly at this moment, Sister Zhou heard the sound of swallowing food not far away, as well as the faint sound of chewing. She immediately realized that it was the beast that killed many zombies. She stepped back slowly. Obviously, she is not a brainless idiot. She has not yet figured out what the opponent's strength is. If she rushes forward blindly, she will definitely die. Sister Zhou, don't be a coward. Are you so timid about playing a virtual reality online game? What are you afraid of? Just rush forward and do it. Sister Zhou, bravely rush forward. If you dare to rush forward, I will give you 100 cards. Originally, Sister Zhou was determined to shrink away and slip away. Can bear fruit. The comments from the audience moved her. Applying for 100 cards costs 600 yuan. Even if part of the money is given to Betrayal live broadcasting platform, she still has hundreds of dollars in her hands. Besides, if she really saw the beast, she could choose to run away. But Sister Zhou still had some concerns and was still a little hesitant. I am too petty to apply for 100 cards. Sister Zhou, go ahead and give you a super rocket worth 2,000 yuan. The viewer sent another barrage. Sister Zhou saw the barrage at a glance. Because the viewer is a Zhou Yu user of more than 40 levels and needs to swipe tens of thousands of yuan in gifts to reach this level. Therefore, Sister Zhou thought that the viewer would not deceive her. Boss, generous. Boss, generous. Brother Xiao, really generous. The audience in the live broadcast room praised the viewer with the ID, Brother Xiao is me. Haha, I just got my salary today. I have money and I want to be willful. So, Sister Zhou, go ahead. It's okay if you don't go ahead. Help me save money. Brother Xiaosha is me continue to speak. Sister Zhou was completely moved. The next second, she rushed. She strode towards the sound. She had not walked far. She felt her legs shaking uncontrollably because a medium-sized dog entered her field of vision. This dog was very sturdy and tall. It had a light brown coat. Its pair of black and shiny eyes were staring at Sister Zhou. It was surrounded by a zombie whose entire body had been completely disfigured. No need to think. It was eaten by this medium-sized dog. This is a dog. It seems to be a Labrador breed. Dogs eat zombies. The dog must have mutated. Sister Zhou is going to die. The audience in the live broadcast room began to worry about Sister Zhou. Family, what should I do if my legs are shaking? Waiting online, it's urgent. Sister Zhou was helpless. She wanted to escape, but her legs were shaking uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Sister Zhou always failed at the critical moment. But soon, Sister Zhou gradually calmed down. Her eyes were firm. She held the bone-cutting knife tightly in her hand. If the mutant dog in front of her attacked her, she must cut it quickly and neatly. Even if she couldn't defeat this mutant dog, she would drag this stinky dog down with her before she died. But the development of the matter was beyond Sister Zhou's imagination. The mutant dog, which she regarded as a prehistoric beast, actually shook its tail covered with short, thick, and light brown hair at her. This scene, Sister Zhou was shocked. She had also raised animals and dogs, and she knew very well that this was a signal from the dog to please her. The audience was all stunned. Dog? You just let Sister Zhou go. The dog surrendered to Sister Zhou? That's not right. Sister Zhou doesn't have any domineering aura. What the hell? You said this dog. Could it be that it has seen Sister Zhou? Could it be that an indescribable drama is going to be staged next? The audience in the live broadcast room was suffocating, and they couldn't figure out why this scene happened. It was at this time Sister Zhou saw a line of text appear next to the mutant dog. Labrador, a pet dog given to Zhou Yi by her parents. It has been with Zhou Yi since birth. It is now an adult and 1 year old. Family, this is the dog my parents gave me. Yeah, long live my parents. Zhou Yi was full of surprise, and she also made a scissors hand gesture. She really didn't expect that this time, rich household would hide such a gift at the beginning. I'm so jealous. This Labrador is not simple at first glance. It can also bite and eat zombies. With this Labrador guarding the house in the future, can you go offline with peace of mind, Sister Zhou? Sister Zhou, you can't take it lightly. What if this dog stabs you in the back? Dog, never be his slave. One after another, the barrage made Sister Zhou wary of the Labrador. But this vigilance soon disappeared without a trace. Because the Labrador opened its mouth slightly, stuck out its tongue, and was very happy. Even rolled on the ground, very cute and playful. Family, don't sow discord. How could this dog betray me? Sister Zhou was very confident and smiled. Compared with the changeable personality of humans, dogs are much more loyal. Dogs have always been the most loyal friends of humans. Brother Xiaosha, I did it. Should we fulfill the super rocket agreement? Sister Zhou looked expectant and blinked her sparkling eyes. Sister Zhou, I'm charging money. Wait a moment. The audience with ID, Brother Xiaosha as me, spoke. It's okay, don't worry, don't worry. Sister Zhou said with a smile. After that, she also interacted with the Labrador. Sometimes she touched the head of the Labrador, and sometimes pinched its tail and hair. In short, she touched and played with it. At the same time, she was also waiting for a gift. Super Rocket. However, soon, her whole face turned black. Brother Xiaosha seems to have left the live broadcast room. He ran away. A user over level 40 ran away. After all, he is a boss who has recharged tens of thousands of yuan. How could he be short of 2,000 yuan? Is there a possibility that Brother Xiaosha bought his account? The audience in the live broadcast room was full of joy, all laughing at Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou was obviously fooled by Brother Xiao. They have seen similar things before. He said he would give gifts or something. But the result? He turned around and ran away. It's okay, it's okay. After all, making money is not easy, and we can understand each other. Sister Zhou forced a smile and did not blame Brother Xiao too much. However, at this time, Brother Xiao is me, and he popped up again. Who said I ran away? My bank card limit has been reached. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. You come here to pretend to be rich again. Brother Xiao, but as a result, the live broadcast room barrage cursed each other. Calm down. Maybe Brother Xiao really has a bank card limit. Sister Zhou persuaded the audience not to quarrel with each other, which was so boring. After her efforts to mediate, the audience in the live broadcast room calmed down a lot and no longer paid attention to Brother Xiao, simply treating him as heir. Soon, Sister Zhou went offline and stopped playing Apocalypse. In her opinion, this game is just SOS, so if there are so many things that charge money, it must be an excellent game. What a pity. The game operator is obsessed with money. The live broadcast is still going on. However, just after leaving the virtual game cabin, Sister Zhou was stunned. She felt that she had endless energy all over her body. This feeling is exactly the same as in the game. Even, an idea popped up in her mind. She brought the strength in the game back to the real world. This is impossible. Games are games, and reality is reality. All of a sudden, Sister Zhou thought she was schizophrenic. It was easy to test all this. She was going to lift dumbbells. Sister Zhou, what are you doing with the dumbbells again? Are you going to start your performance again? How many seconds can Sister Zhou hold this time with 10 kilograms dumbbells? 3 seconds? 10 seconds. Sister Zhou changed to other talent shows. Dumbbells, you can't control them. The audience in the live broadcast room were grinning, thinking that Sister Zhou was too ignorant. Some viewers were also happy to see Sister Zhou lifting dumbbells, because in this way, they could see Sister Zhou making a fool of herself again. Sister Zhou, who was holding a 10 kilograms dumbbell in each hand, was deeply aware that her strength had really increased too much. This was definitely related to the end of the world. Give you a little power shock. Sister Zhou's expression was calm, but her heart had already been swept by a storm. Soon, she lifted the 10 kilograms dumbbell easily, and it was swinging in the air. It was as if she was holding a ball of cotton instead of dumbbell. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked. I remember that Sister Zhou is not so strong, right? Did you take medicine? Incredible. Lifting 10 kilograms dumbbells is nothing, Sister Zhou. You can lift 20 kilograms? I think you are amazing. Sister Zhou continued to show her strength. 20 kilograms dumbbells, easy to hold. 30 kilograms dumbbells, easy to hold. 50 kilograms dumbbells, still easy. This time, the audience was completely silent and shocked, and the number of barges decreased a lot. This is definitely not a real dumbbell. This dumbbell is definitely a prop. It's just a model. Who are you fooling? Fans turned haters. Some viewers thought they had seen through the truth. Soon, overwhelming doubts appeared. We, the audience, can understand that you're doing this for the sake of the show, but you can't treat the audience as fools, right? Is it fun to lie to the audience? Brothers, unfollow us. It's really boring. Time. In fact, many viewers directly unfollowed Sister Zhou. It's like a snowball effect. More and more. In the blink of an eye, Sister Zhou's tens of millions of fans had lost hundreds of followers. This made Sister Zhou a little anxious. She really didn't take the audience for a fool, but her strength has really improved. Family members, I really don't mean to play tricks on you. My strength really suddenly became stronger, and I came to a surprising conclusion. My increase in strength is related to the game Doomsday Cataclysm. And as you become stronger in this game, the real world will also become stronger. Sister Zhou said hurriedly, finding her words very unbelievable. But this is an indisputable fact. The next second, Supervisor was the first to speak. Eye-catching red text appeared. Supervisor reminds you that the anchor's inappropriate remarks may have a negative impact on the Betrayal live broadcast platform and the viewers in the live broadcast room. Therefore, the live broadcast room is banned for 24 hours. In the future, anchors are asked to pay attention to your words and deeds. Then, Sister Zhou's live broadcast room has been blocked. At this moment, Sister Zhou's expression was dull, and she stared stupidly at the two eye-catching red messages on the computer interface in front of her. Due to the violation of making inappropriate remarks, the live broadcast was banned for 24 hours. The live broadcast can be restarted after 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. On the spot, Sister Zhou was numb. The audience in the live broadcast room all looked cheerful. Ha ha! Ban! Did Sister Zhou collect the GG fee from the operator of the Doomsday Cataclysm game? Sister Zhou is really crazy. In recent years, virtual reality online games have become more and more popular, which has led to many people being confused between the real world and the game world. Some people thought they were Captain Timo and could become invisible by standing still, and actually ran away the women's toilet, was eventually detained for 10 days and fined several thousand yuan. Sister Zhou may be tired and needs more rest. Don't be fooled by Sister Zhou. All this is the effect of the show. That's it. Let's get rid of it. The audience laughed so much that their stomachs ached, and the barrage kept coming. Seeing these barges, Sister Zhou's face turned blue and white with anger. She wanted to argue. She didn't charge any GG fee. Her mental state was even better than ever. However, it is a pity. At present, she cannot live broadcast or speak in a live broadcast room. I'm so angry. Sister Zhou was as angry as a monkey, jumping up and down. In a dirty, smelly rental house. You can see a young guy who is unkempt and looks very sloppy. Suck. He was holding a bucket of instant noodles that had just been brewed and started eating it in big gulps. While eating, he was still laughing at Sister Zhou, who was banned from the live broadcast room. You still want me to give you money? You don't even think so. I'll give you 100 cards? Give you a super rocket? What the hell are you thinking? My money is all hard-earned money, and I'm not stupid. How could I give money to a loser like you? While he was drinking the noodle soup, he was still swearing. His Betrayal live broadcast platform ID, Brother Xiao Sha, is me. He also spent money to buy a Betrayal account of more than 40 levels. It's less than a few $100s. But with this account, watching these anchors' live broadcasts is really special. At least, whenever he speaks, the anchor can notice it. Wait until you finish eating the bucket of instant noodles. Zhang Xiaolong criticized Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou is so unkind. She actually deceived the audience, saying that if you become stronger in the game, you will also become stronger in the real world. It is really just to gain attention. There is no lower limit, and the behavior is shameful. The end. He also paid attention to the computer interface in front of him. The game Doomsday Cataclysm has been downloaded and installed automatically. Originally, seeing Sister Zhou playing, he was quite happy to play it, so he downloaded it not long ago. But now, the dogs don't even play. He was going to delete this crappy game and give a negative review of 1 point. No, 0 points negative review. For this crappy game, even 1 point is too much. However, Zhang Xiaolong suddenly had an idea in his mind. Why not have some fun? I'm tired of playing heroes anyway. I'm bored of my free time, so I played this crappy game. After all, I downloaded it for more than an hour. If I try to play heroes, I'll be really frustrated. My teammates are so stupid, and they never come to support me. I play the top lane, but they don't support me. I play the middle lane, and they don't support me. I play the bottom lane, and they don't support me. They're just a bunch of cheating teammates. They are really good and fun-loving. Zhang Xiaolong gritted his teeth, feeling that if it weren't for his teammates, he would be cheated. He really has a chance to hit the brilliant diamond and the extraordinary master. Result: now it's just little heroic brass. Shortly after, Zhang Xiaolong has put on a virtual game helmet and is ready to fight through the apocalypse. The next second, he was in a quiet, deserted space. The surrounding walls were in ruins. There are also bright golden lights related to recharging. Ah! Zhang Xiaolong's expression turned into a sneer. He has seen Sister Zhou playing games. I know it is difficult to play this game without paying money. But he is not afraid. He just won't spend money. He is stubborn. Soon, he clicked the button in the air, start game. With just a click, the player's birth choice came. There is no doubt that zero Krypton players who don't spend a penny can only choose to be born into a poor household for free. Zhang Xiaolong also entered his game nickname, Zhang Long. Soon, lines of text messages appeared. You were born in a very poor family. Your parents worked hard all year round to make a living. Your performance disappointed your parents. When you were in elementary school, your grades were bad. And when you were in middle school, your grades were even worse. You failed every subject. You felt that fate was unfair. But something even more heartbreaking happened. Your parents fell ill. The high medical expenses overwhelmed you and your parents. Eventually, the condition worsened and your parents died of illness. In the following years, you squandered the savings and house left by your parents. You were on the streets and completely became a poor homeless person. Until you were 22 years old, something unexpected happened. Do you want to enter the game? Shit game. Your whole family is poor, homeless people. Zhang Xiaolong really wanted to curse. Is this game really impossible to play without paying? This opening without paying is too pitiful. His academic performance was terrible, his parents died of illness, his savings were lost, and he became a homeless person. But he quickly calmed down. Why bother to be serious? It's just a game. Soon, Zhang Xiaolong directly chose to enter the game. Before he opened his eyes, he smelled a stench that made his stomach churn. After opening his eyes, he saw him curled up on the ground. In front of him was a bloody zombie corpse. At the same time, there was a group of guys dressed like human beings, led by a handsome and strong guy. At just one glance, he recognized that this person was Zhou Menglong. He also paid attention to Sister Zhou's live broadcast. This person was Sister Zhou's enemy. But how could he appear in front of him? But at this time, Zhang Xiaolong noticed a character information appeared in his field of vision. Zhou Menglong, Zhang Long's former junior high school classmate, who often skipped classes with Zhang Long to go to the internet cafe, fought bullied classmates, etc. in junior high school. He was a thoroughly bad student. Xiaolong, you are going backwards now, Zhou Menglong said with a smile, and also looked at the abandoned factory where he was. There was sewage everywhere, and there was garbage piled up and smelled. Zhang Xiaolong wanted to say something, but he was hesitant. He remained vigilant, but he also felt a headache. Is this game still playable? Encountered a tough guy like Zhou Menglong at the beginning. Can he be an opponent? It's definitely going to be a failure. Now, you should also be clear. This world has changed, and the end of the world is coming. So, join me and follow me. How about it? Zhou Menglong said with a sharp look and a smile, showing a very friendly side. After that, he stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to help Zhang Xiaolong up from the ground. Okay. Zhang Xiaolong responded quickly. He had no choice, and he couldn't refuse Zhou Menglong's proposal. Very soon, Zhang Xiaolong joined Zhou Menglong, and he also vaguely learned that Zhou Menglong's power was developing very well at present, and he had already won over dozens of subordinates. At first, I unexpectedly saw you being chased by zombies, and I thought I saw it wrong. I didn't expect it to be you. I heard that you've been very unhappy these years. It's okay, I'll protect you. In the future, your life is destined to be smooth sailing. Zhou Menglong smiled and took out 2 prepared power crystals and gave them to Zhang Xiaolong. On the spot, Zhang Xiaolong took it directly, and he felt flattered. Zhou Menglong was very good to him. Is it really just because they were classmates? Or was there another reason? Zhang Xiaolong didn't know, but he could clearly feel the increase in strength. A character panel also appeared in his field of vision. Nickname, Zhang Long. Strength, 12 points, full strength punch. The power is okay. Agility, 10 points, has the agility of a normal person. Constitution, 9 points, barely healthy, but eat less instant noodles in a bucket. Intelligence, 9 points, slightly lower than the intelligence level of a normal person. Perception, 7 points, always careless occasionally. Charm, 7 points, no charm, mediocre. Zhang Xiaolong was quite satisfied with the panel values, but this last charm made his face slightly dark. What does it mean? He has no charm. Mediocre. Is it so insulting? On the same day, under the leadership of Zhou Menglong, Zhang Xiaolong also killed a lot of zombies, but his luck was very bad, and no crystals were exploded at all. Xiaolong, don't be discouraged. Give you a crystal. Zhou Menglong held a bloody axe in his hand, and smiled, and threw a piece of the power crystal he had just obtained to Zhang Xiaolong. This scene, Zhang Xiaolong always felt familiar. Zhou Menglong had given sister Zhou a power crystal before, but now, Zhou Menglong did the same thing again. Could it be that Zhou Menglong was really a hidden good guy? No, Zhou Menglong was scheming, and no one knew what bad things he was up to now. However, if there was a power crystal to swallow, Zhang Xiaolong would not refuse. He took the power crystal directly on the spot. Seeing such a scene, Zhou Menglong was very satisfied. In the next few hours, Zhou Menglong and others cleaned up the zombies near the abandoned factory. With the help of the power crystal given by Zhou Menglong, Zhang Xiaolong's strength value quickly increased to 15 points. Soon, the night gradually deepened. Zhou Menglong and others stopped killing zombies, but returned to their base camp. This is a luxury star hotel. But now, this luxury hotel is occupied by them. Brother Menglong. Many people showed respect and enthusiasm when seeing Zhou Menglong's return. Among these people, Zhang Xiaolong saw all kinds of faces and also saw a familiar character. The pretty Zhou Yi's best friend Li Pingping. Well, I'm back. Nothing happened during my absence, right? Zhou Menglong's expression was calm. No, everyone followed your arrangements, Brother Menglong, and stayed in this hotel. Everything is normal. There were a few zombies who didn't know how to live or die, but they were easily killed by us. Everyone was talking and laughing, and they were no longer afraid at first. In their eyes, such zombies were nothing. However, Zhou Menglong was different. Zhou Menglong's strength was much stronger than that of zombies. Zhou Menglong nodded with satisfaction, and also casually introduced Zhang Xiaolong as a junior high school classmate. Brother Long, hello. Everyone spoke respectfully. A voice of Brother Long. Zhang Xiaolong felt a little bit overwhelmed. This feeling of being on top was really good. Finally, his eyes were also attracted by a figure that suddenly appeared. The person who came was tall, with delicate features and a strong aura. She was wearing a decent black dress, and a pair of white long legs were exposed in the air. What a beautiful woman! Zhang Xiaolong was a little stunned, especially when he saw the white pieces of meat. He swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva subconsciously. A text message also appeared in his field of vision. Xiaowen, a second-tier female star, but now she has become Zhou Menglong's plaything. All of a sudden, Zhang Xiaolong was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that this woman was also a star. Sure enough, stars are beautiful and have temperament. Why, do you like it? Are you moved? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Zhou Menglong seemed to have seen Zhang Xiaolong's greed and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head repeatedly, and he always kept vigilant against Zhou Menglong. He also gradually fell in love with this world. It's too realistic. It's like a real world. Ha ha! Seeing this, Zhou Menglong laughed and asked his man to arrange a room for Zhang Xiaolong. Blink! Zhang Xiaolong moved into a gorgeously decorated suite. In this suite, you can see expensive sofas, exquisite curtains, and comfortable and soft luxury mattresses. This world, there is no feeling of doomsday. It is so comfortable. Knock, knock. Not long after, there was a knock on Zhang Xiaolong's door. He was a little surprised who came, but he still went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiaowen, a second-tier actress, carrying some food. Xiaolong, this is the dinner that Brother Menglong arranged for me to send to you, she said softly, and from time to time, she flirted with Zhang Xiaolong intentionally or unintentionally. This made Zhang Xiaolong really confused. What is this woman doing? Interested in him? Or, when Zhang Xiaolong came to his senses, Xiaowen had already put down the food and left. But her silver bell-like laughter could still echo in the air. Soon, Zhang Xiaolong began to eat the food. The food was very rich, with rice and fish. It doesn't feel like playing a doomsday game at all. Zhang Xiaolong ate voraciously and thought the food tasted delicious. An idea gradually popped up in his mind. He is a player, a distinguished player. So, he wants to be the big brother. He wants to replace Zhou Menglong's position. He wants Xiao Wan and even more women to be his playthings. Zhang Xiaolong's mentality seemed to be gradually distorted. No, I want to be a zero Krypton player. I want to grow up in a sleazy way. Soon, Zhang Xiaolong adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, and still didn't plan to recharge. Recharging in this game is definitely a bottomless pit. With Zhou Menglong's strength, he doubted that even Sister Zhou would not be his opponent at present. Sister Zhou has recharged 10,648. What about him? Does he also have to recharge 10,648? Or even recharge 100,648? He couldn't bear it. He couldn't take out the money. He only had 2,000 or 3,000 yuan in his pocket. Trash games that cost money. Zhang Xiaolong complained, fell asleep on the soft bed, and chose to exit the game. Because in the real world, it's not too late, it's also early morning. A blink of an eye. The very dirty rental house that entered Zhang Xiaolong's field of vision was still there. Compared with the luxury star hotels in the game, it is really inferior. However, he was stunned as he was still wearing a virtual gaming helmet. Strength. He felt a lot of power all over his body. No, Sister Zhou's words are not deceiving the audience. Nor are they deceiving the audience. But can you really become stronger by playing the game, Doomsday Cataclysm? Zhang Xiaolong was shocked. Shortly after, he quickly tested his strength. Pick up the coke, can made of aluminum alloy directly. He had done similar behavior in the past, and it took a little effort to flatten it. But now, he just exerted force with the palm of his left hand, and the coke can was immediately deformed and turned into a ball of iron in the blink of an eye. And there are also cracks in the iron knot. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the iron knot split into two halves. Soon, he tried lifting something heavy again. I lifted a computer host weighing more than 10 kilograms, and it took no effort at all to lift it up. It was very easy. Then he tried to lift a heavier and heavier iron frame bed. That rusty iron frame bed would have been very difficult for him to lift if he was like normal. But now, he did it. He easily lifted the iron frame bed, which weighed more than 60 kilograms, over his head without any effort. He was completely devastated. The game Cataclysm is really amazing. If you become stronger in the game, you can also become stronger in the real world. This is not a rubbish game. This is clearly a masterpiece. Zhang Xiaolong also had an extremely bold idea in his mind. This game will change the world. It might also change his life. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were burning, and he wanted to continue to enter the game and continue to become stronger. However, he gave up this idea as soon as it came up. At the moment, although his brain is very excited, he is still a little tired. It's so tiring after a day's work. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaolong, who was lying on the iron frame bed, fell into a drowsy sleep. There was only one thought in his mind: make more money and top up in the game. How can he become stronger without recharging money? The next day, early morning, Zhang Xiaolong got up early and rushed to work. He is currently working as a security guard at Beijing Palace in Jiangcheng with a monthly salary of 3,500. Maybe I slept late playing games yesterday. Today, by chance, he was late. As soon as he was late, he was called into the security room by Deputy Security Captain Wang Dongping and reprimanded. Wang Dongping was 30 years old, tall and muscular. He was sitting on a black sofa, smoking a cigarette and yelling curses at Zhang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, are you really not going to do this security job? How long have you been working now? You're late time and time again. What do you mean? If you don't want to do it, just pack up and leave. Do you know how many people in Jiangcheng want to come to our Beijing Palace to work as security guards? Wang Dongping kept swearing and throwing the burned cigarette into the ashtray. Then he took out another cigarette from the cigarette case and lit it with a lighter skillfully. It could be seen that he is very addicted to smoking. Ahem. For a moment, the room was filled with smoke, and Zhang Xiaolong, who was forced to inhale a lot of secondhand smoke, coughed repeatedly. The other security guards in the security room also covered their mouths and noses, feeling uncomfortable with the smell of smoke. But no security guard dared to complain. Zhang Xiaoyan quickly explained for himself. Vice team, I really didn't mean to be late. It was just an accident. Moment. Wang Dongping was unhappy and said with a cold face. Do you still have a reason? You're not allowed to be late. This is a rule and no one can break it. Not even me. Deputy team, no smoking is allowed in the security room. This is also a rule, but you... Zhang Xiaolong was a little unconvinced. Zhang Xiaolong, you don't want to do this security job anymore? Did I smoke? Did I break the rules? Wang Dongping had a cold face and glanced at Zhang Xiaolong with a very cold expression. Xiaolong, don't slander the deputy team. Vice team, how can you smoke? Who saw the deputy team smoking? Anyway, I didn't see it. Xiaolong, you are really good at spewing blood. Many security guards around the security room also pointed at Zhang Xiaolong. They felt that Zhang Xiaolong really had no eyesight and dared to accuse the deputy team member of smoking. He really didn't know how to live or die. This time, Zhang Xiaolong was also a little angry. He doesn't have a particularly good temper. Coupled with the fact that his colleagues distorted facts and confused right and wrong, he became even more angry. Especially the mean face of deputy team leader Wang Dongping made him even more angry. Does he know? This Wang Dongping is always late for work and always leaves early after get off work. Moreover, there are always desertions during work hours. Why are you so arrogant? Who do you think you are? Zhang Xiaolong started to curse at Wang Dongping. It seemed that the anger had spread completely in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back. Who gave you the courage to talk to me in this tone? Wang Dongping was also angry, thinking that if the tiger didn't show its power, it would be regarded as a sick cat. Instantly, a strong smell of gunpowder burned in the security room. The next second, the gunpowder seemed to be completely ignited. Zhang Xiaolong and Wang Dongping wrestled into a ball. The onlookers all felt that Zhang Xiaolong was overestimating himself. Wang Dongping was able to become the deputy captain of the security team not because of connections or backdoors, but because Wang Dongping was really good at fighting. He had a few tricks. It was said that when he was young, he had learned Sanda for many years and participated in a provincial Sanda competition and won the third prize. However, this fight was different from what the security guards expected. 3 punches. Zhang Xiaolong knocked Wang Dongping down with just 3 punches. Wang Dongping's cheeks were bruised and his nose was bleeding. You! Wang Dongping, who was knocked to the ground, stared at Zhang Xiaolong with bloodshot eyes. He was really shocked. Zhang Xiaolong was just an ordinary security guard, but in the end, he was too strong when fighting. Punch after punch. He couldn't resist and had no power to fight back. The security guard around were all shocked and gasped. They really felt that Zhang Xiaolong's skills were too good, beyond their imagination. Zhang Xiaolong was surprised and happy. He knew very well that his skills turned into strength because of that game. Doomsday Cataclysm, you are awesome. If it weren't for this game, he really wouldn't be able to be so proud today. But soon, he realized that he had to face another problem. After beating Wang Dongping, this matter might not end so easily. Sure enough, as he expected, he and Wang Dongping were called by Yilin, the captain of the security team. Yilin, 33 years old, with a stern face and muscular body, was wearing a clean black suit and was exercising in the gym belonging to the security guards of Baijinin Palace. Bang! Bang! He punched the sandbag hanging in the air in front of him one punch after another, and each punch made the sandbag shake. Because the name violated the rules, the previous supporting role's name was changed to Zhang Xiaolong. Captain, Wang Dongping wanted to explain, but also found reasons and excuses for himself. Shut up. Yilin said 2 words coldly. Wang Dongping was so frightened that he could only stand on the ground, not daring to say a single extra word. But even so, he still felt that his face was too painful. Zhang Xiaolong's grandson is so ruthless. Zhang Xiaolong, have you ever studied martial arts? Yilin said with narrowed eyes and continued to hit the sandbags with his fists. His whole body was wet with sweat. Without, Zhang Xiaolong shook his head honestly. He had never learned martial arts. Oh, Yi Lin was calm on the surface, but he was slightly shocked inside. He had never learned martial arts, but was able to easily deal with Wang Dongping. He seemed to be a good candidate for learning martial arts. Finally, he made a decision that shocked Zhang Xiaolong and Wang Dongping. Later, Zhang Xiaolong was appointed deputy security captain, and his salary was increased from 3,500 to 7,000. Wang Dongping was fired. Do you have any objections to my decision? Yi Lin said calmly. No objection. Zhang Xiaolong was elated, and his face was filled with joy. No objection. Wang Dongping's heart was bleeding and his face looked ugly, but he could only bite the bullet and speak. He really didn't dare to object. Behind the Baijinan Palace in Jiangsheng is the man with extraordinary hands and eyes, Mr. Bai. After, Buckingham Palace security guards were shocked again. Zhang Xiaolong, an inconspicuous security guard, actually became the deputy security captain. It really makes them jealous. It hurts. However, Zhang Xiaolong was not as high-spirited as the security guards imagined. He had 2 or 3 bruises and redness all over his body. Because, just now when I was gesturing with Yi Lin, the captain of the security team, he lost badly. Not a single move was blocked. He has no strength, but his fighting skills are 0. But he wasn't angry either. If you continue to play Doomsday Cataclysm, he will definitely become stronger. He has the idea of going back to play games directly after get off work. But he suppressed the thought. Making money is more important right now. Let's just say that now he is applying for salary, right? He wants to withdraw his salary in advance, 7,000 yuan. If it were in other corporate companies, I'm afraid it would definitely not be possible. But Buckingham Palace is different, very humane. As long as employees have difficulties in their daily lives, there is no problem in withdrawing 1 month's salary in advance. This is the rule set by Master Bai. No one dares to break this rule. At the same time, Zhao Yu just got up. Sleep until you wake up naturally. It's really comfortable. He stretched out happily and couldn't wait to open the system panel. Yesterday, he spent the whole day doing physical exercises to adapt to his strength. And now, how much strength feedback can he get? Soon, lines of text appeared in his field of vision. Doomsday Catastrophe. Number of players yesterday, 81. Yesterday's profit status, loss of 900,000. Yesterday's strength feedback, strength plus 10, agility plus 6, constitution plus 4. This moment, Zhao Yu was startled. He clearly remembered that the number of players was still 101 before. But now there are 81 people? Is this a player quitting the game? But it's the only game in which the real world becomes stronger as the game becomes stronger. But with such a huge opportunity, how could it give way? He couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it for a while, he realized, as the game becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger. But normally in this game, players enter, and if they kill zombies, they explode the crystals and consume them. It's become stronger. However, the extent of the increase in strength is limited and so slight that it cannot be noticed by players at all. However, the profit situation made Zhao Yu feel somewhat satisfied. Players finally stopped playing with Sosu and started recharging. This is definitely a good sign. This game will definitely become more and more popular. There may be a small number of players who have already tasted the benefits of becoming stronger, but they think they're favored by God, or they want to develop silently. After all, the fewer people who become stronger, the better. Good. Zhao Yu figured out the psychology of the players. Just at this moment, he received a text message on his phone. Jiangsheng Bank. Dear user, your account with the last number 1633 has a transfer of 900,000, and the balance in the card is 313,000. This made his face slightly ugly. Money must be raised. Otherwise, if he couldn't afford the operating expenses of 1 million, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Zhao Yu also decided to bear the pain and sell the car. Buy a better sports car in the future. Then, he got feedback from players. Panel properties have been improved again. Host Zhao Yu. Strength, 23 points. Agility, 15 points. Physique, 15 points. Intelligence, 10 points. Perception, 7 points. Charm, 11 points. If you keep improving like this, will you become a Superman? Zhao Yu murmured to himself, looking forward to it. Gulialu. At this time, he was hungry and started to scream. After washing up, he drove his Bentley and took the relevant documents of the vehicle, ready to sell the car to raise funds. Jiangcheng was very lively in the morning. People could be seen coming and going everywhere. There were old couples in love, or sweet couples, and single men and women. Zhao Yu's white Bentley sports car attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as it drove on the road in Jiangcheng, especially the eyes of young and beautiful women. He didn't care much about these. At the moment, he just wanted to have breakfast. The traffic in the city was huge and continuous. He drove around but couldn't find a parking space. Fortunately, his luck was not bad. He soon found a paid parking lot, and the price was not expensive, 3 yuan per hour. After parking the car, he began to look for a breakfast shop leisurely, although it was already past 9 in the morning. However, the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng were still very lively, and many different breakfast shops could be seen. Some were selling steaming bread and milk, some were selling rice noodles, beef noodles, as well as pancakes, dumplings, etc. There were so many breakfast shops that Zhao Yu was almost dazzled. However, he was not in a hurry to eat breakfast, because he was attracted by something interesting. On the street near the breakfast shop, there were many people watching. They were all talking nonstop. If this tempered glass is broken, can you really get 3,000 yuan inside? Brother, don't be naive. This kind of glass-breaking game on the street can be seen every now and then. This glass is not that easy to break. Yes, I install glass. They will add a layer of resin glue to this kind of tempered glass, so it is very difficult to break it. This tempered glass is much harder than ordinary glass. And have you seen it? The boss also said to use that small hammer to smash it, but the small hammer is square and flat. Not sharp at all. How can it break this tempered glass? 200 yuan for each smash. This is definitely paying IQ tax. The onlookers all showed the sober side of the world. They would never be fooled even if they were beaten to death. That is simply giving away money for nothing. The boss who made such a tempered glass-breaking game was also gnashing his teeth in anger. These days, money is really getting harder and harder to make, if it is based on the past years. Many people have been eager to try to smash the tempered glass. But the result? Now it's good. Since the tempered glass was put out and the slogan was shouted, more than half an hour has passed, but there is not a single fool who participated in the glass-breaking game. This makes the boss feel very bitter, very uncomfortable. The system panel was changed to the number of players yesterday, because this seems to be more reasonable. The number of players for the whole day yesterday. When the boss was secretly sad, he finally made up his mind. Increase the game reward. The participation fee has been reduced from 200 to 100 yuan. Moreover, if you break this tempered glass, you can not only get 3,000 yuan inside, but I will also add another 2,000 yuan as a reward. The boss gritted his teeth and made a heartbreaking look. This is a total of 5,000 yuan in rewards. 100 yuan, 5,000 yuan. Aren't you tempted? Don't you want to take action? How do you know if you can do it if you don't try? How do you know how much power you have if you don't try? Always remember one sentence. Your power is beyond your imagination. The boss said one inflammatory word after another, but the onlookers still put their hands on their hips or in their pockets, still showing a clear mind, still unwilling to participate in this money-making game. But what can I do? Some people are tempted. 100 yuan to get 5,000 yuan. What if it works? But these people were still confused. They always felt that smashing tempered glass on the street was a complete scam. This tempered glass is not indestructible. It can always be broken. What if you succeed? The boss continued to say instigative words. Finally, a young man who looked very young, only in his early 20s, stood up. He was short of money. He wanted money. If he could break the glass, it would be 5,000 yuan. He could buy a branded mobile phone or computer with a bit of class. After paying 100 yuan, the young man was ready to smash the glass. This scene made the onlookers shake their heads and feel that this 100 yuan was really a waste of IQ tax. Zhao Yu, who was in the crowd, saw this scene and felt sorry for the young man. The 100 yuan was gone. Sure enough, everything was just as everyone expected. The young man raised the square hammer, put all his strength into it, and smashed it down. But the result? The tempered glass surface did not crack at all. The young man looked very unhappy and wanted to curse. Sure enough, this shitty street game is a scam. Young man, you are still too young. You are inexperienced. I gave away 100 yuan for nothing. Now, no warrior should dare to try again, right? The onlookers commented and thought that the boss probably couldn't make money. Earn 100 yuan. You should be content. Their words also made the boss grit his teeth. If there were no flies buzzing around, he knew very well there would definitely be more people trying to smash the tempered glass. But now, I guess there is no one. I guess he has to pack up and leave. The boss felt sorry for this, but he could do nothing about it. This is the way the world is. People are getting smarter, and there are fewer and fewer fools. Just as the boss was about to close the stall and the onlookers were about to leave, a figure appeared. He was wearing a black shirt and dark blue jeans. He looked very ordinary and not ostentatious. But his limbs were very strong, with broad and round shoulders, well-proportioned and developed muscles, and his body was as solid as steel piles and iron pillars. This is definitely a macho man. Moreover, he was very young and seemed to be in his 20s. Boss, I want to try it. Yi-sun had a silly smile on his face. No problem. No problem. The boss was overjoyed, thinking that the big fool was gone, and there was another one coming to his door, right? On the spot, Yi-sun paid 100 yuan. However, the boss always felt that the muscular man in front of him looked familiar. Soon, a name popped up in his mind. Yi-sun. Are you Mr. Yi-sun? Mr. Yi who just won the provincial boxing championship. The boss' eyes narrowed, and his face was very unnatural. If an ordinary person smashed the tempered glass, it would be 100% giving away money. But if a boxing champion like Yi-sun smashed it, if he was not careful, it might be broken. At that time, he would lose 5,000 yuan. Thinking about it, the boss felt uncomfortable. The people around him began to get excited. I said, why does this tough guy look so familiar? It turned out to be Mr. Yi. He really made our Jiangcheng proud. He won the championship in the boxing competition and is the light of Jiangcheng. This time, the boss will definitely be defeated. Mr. Ye's punching power, according to the test, is 400 kilograms. It's over. The boss is done, and he will lose money. The crowd kept making noises, and some even surrounded the surrounding area, as if they were afraid that the boss would run away. Especially the young man just now, staring at the boss. The boss made him 100 yuan. But now, the boss is going to lose 5,000 yuan. He really makes people happy. Zhao Yu in the crowd also flashed a look of surprise in his eyes and looked up at Yi-sun. Sure enough, he is a muscular man with clear muscle lines all over his body. The first impression he gives people is one word: fierce. I just won the provincial boxing championship by chance. Yi-sun looked humble. However, the onlookers thought he was being Versailles. He was lucky. He clearly defeated one powerful competitor after another with overwhelming momentum. Mr. Yi, I am afraid that my small business. The boss was not willing to let Yi-sun smash the tempered glass at all. The tempered glass might really be broken by Yi-sun. The money has been taken. Do you want to regret it? Yi-sun's face suddenly turned cold. The boss wanted to cry, but had no tears. But he could only let Yi-sun try. But he was praying in his heart that the tempered glass would not be broken. 5,000 yuan. That was his hard-earned money. Not long after, Yi-sun started to smash. But he did not plan to use a small hammer, but relied on the power of his fist. Under the expectation of everyone, Yi-sun took action. Bang! He was like a cannonball flying straight ahead, punching the tempered glass. He felt a pain in his fist, but it was nothing, so he ignored it. But his expression froze. The tempered glass didn't move at all, and only showed some barely perceptible marks. He didn't break the tempered glass. Seeing this, the boss breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, The quality of this tempered glass was very good. Domestic tempered glass is different. If it was tempered glass produced in other countries, it would have been smashed and penetrated by Yi Sun a long time ago. What a pity, there are even a few marks on the tempered glass. Perhaps Yi Sun is just a little bit away from success. Yi Sun's strength is really amazing. Others can't even leave a mark on the tempered glass, but he can do it, and he almost broke the tempered glass. Give Yi Sun another punch, and the tempered glass will definitely shatter. The people around him felt sorry for Yi Sun, and also felt a shock of power from Yi Sun. He is worthy of being the champion of the boxing competition. There is something in his punch. Mr. Yi, it's not easy for me to make some money. Don't try again. The boss looked pleading. He was really scared. If Yi Sun were to punch him like this again, he would definitely take the 5,000 yuan out of his pocket. No more smashing, no more smashing, just here to join in the fun. Yi Sun smiled and did not embarrass his boss. This scene made everyone around him think differently. Either they think Yi Sun has a good heart, or they think the boss is lucky, or they feel regretful that if they had Yi Sun's strength, they would have to smash it a few more times, and they would have to break the tempered glass. Thanks. The boss burst into tears of gratitude, grinned, looked around, and asked, "Is there anyone else willing to give it a try?" Everyone rolled their eyes at the boss. Even Yi Sun, the boxing champion, couldn't break the tempered glass. Who dares to go up? Who can get on? Don't be discouraged, everyone. Give it a try. What if you succeed? The boss continued, but no one paid any attention to him. The crowd of onlookers were even ready to disperse, feeling that there was no excitement to see. But Zhao Yu stepped forward and wanted to give it a try. "Brother, spend 100 yuan on it once." The boss was overjoyed. "Young man, don't waste this money." The onlookers began to persuade. "You can't break it. This tempered glass has some tricks." Yi Sun also tried to persuade Zhao Yu. In his opinion, Zhao Yu didn't have any muscles in his body. He didn't look like a practicing practitioner. It was just wishful thinking to break the tempered glass. "Try it. If it succeeds, it will be a bloody profit." Zhao Yu replied with a smile, although the power is now skyrocketing. But he didn't have full confidence in whether he could smash the tempered glass. His answer was like poking a hornet's nest. People around him stopped trying to persuade him and instead pointed at Zhao Yu, feeling that Zhao Yu was really overestimating his abilities. "Hey, this boss is going to make another 100 yuan. Who says it's not the case? You can't even listen to Mr. Ye's persuasion. You can't break the boxing champion, but you can? You can? You're just crazy about money. You're so arrogant. You don't even realize how much you weigh." The curses from the people around him were like flies, buzzing in Zhao Yu's ears. Obviously, everyone thought he was a little ignorant. It shocked everyone even more. After Zhao Yu paid 100 yuan, he chose to smash it with his fist instead of using a small hammer. "Start," the boss said with a smile on his face. Everyone began to imagine the next scene in their minds. Tempered glass will definitely not be broken and will definitely remain unscathed. Soon, Zhao Yu's fist moved. This was a mediocre punch, and it was also a punch without any plan. Crack, crack. But this punch punched through the tempered glass, causing the entire tempered glass to explode inch by inch, and the bills inside were also exposed to the air. The scene fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Zhao Yu with astonishment. They couldn't believe it and couldn't believe it. Why was this tempered glass blown apart by Zhao Yu's fist? Yi Sun was also full of surprise and was speechless. Jiangcheng is really a place where dragons and tigers are hidden. He really underestimated Zhao Yu. "The boss gives me money, so it's easier to transfer." Zhao Yu was calm, and he was not very happy when he smashed through the tempered glass. It seemed like a trivial matter to him. The boss's face froze with a wry smile on his face. He looked as if his parents were dead, and he was particularly ugly. He really couldn't bear to give this 5,000 yuan. But if he doesn't give it, his credibility will be gone. How can he mess up the tempered glass game in the future? Even if he doesn't give it, his personal safety may not be guaranteed when the public is furious. For a moment, he hesitated. He had 5,000 yuan, but he was still unwilling to spend it. The boss wants to default on the bill. The young man who first played the tempered glass, smashing game, stared at the boss with his eyes fixed on him. It's not good to refuse to pay, isn't it? The onlookers also said this. A mountain of pressure left the boss breathless. In addition, the weather was extremely hot, and beads of sweat appeared on the boss's forehead. Finally, under pressure, despite feeling distressed, he transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhao Yu's bank card. A text message appeared on Zhao Yu's cell phone. Jiangcheng Bank, dear user, your account with the last number 1633 received a transfer of 5,000 and the balance in the card is 318,000. Seeing this, Zhao Yu left with satisfaction. However, he left, but the crowd has not dispersed yet, still discussing the punch just now. I really didn't expect that little brother's fist to be so powerful and awesome. That punch doesn't look very powerful, but it actually smashed through the tempered glass. This little guy is hiding his secrets. That little brother is somewhat capable, but he just picks up the leaks. If it weren't for Mr. Ye's previous punch, and there were tiny marks on the tempered glass, how could that little brother break it? That's right. That little brother is so lucky. He actually sees this opportunity. Why didn't I think of it? Moment. Everyone in the crowd looked enlightened. They all thought Zhao Yu could break tempered glass. All this is because Yi Sun, the boxing champion, prepared that punch. Without that punch, how could Zhao Yu break the tempered glass? The more I think about it, there was a look of remorse on everyone's face. What? It didn't come just now. If it goes up, that 5,000 yuan belongs to them. The boss also regrets it. I forgot. I was negligent. It's time to replace it with a new piece of tempered glass. The boss felt a pain in his body. He had been guarding against Yi Sun, the boxing champion, from hitting him again, but who knew that despite all the precautions, he had neglected one thing. The piece of tempered glass had been punched by Yi Sun, leaving slight marks. Think about this. The boss's bowels were filled with regret. Careless. Lead 2. The 5,000 yuan is gone. Yi Sun also agreed with everyone. Zhao Yu was able to get the 5,000 yuan because of his contribution. But Zhao Yu also has certain abilities. If you don't have any skills, even with his foreshadowing, there is absolutely no way to break that piece of tempered glass. All of a sudden, Yi Sun also came up with the idea of recruiting Zhao Yu. If a person with a lot of strength like Zhao Yu can follow him, he will have a bright future. Even Mr. Bai also admires this kind of people. Zhao Yu didn't think so much. He had already found a breakfast shop with a neat shop and ate a bowl of beef rice noodles. The rice noodles have a soft, glutinous texture and a very fresh taste. Paired with small pieces of beef, it was really delicious, and Zhao Yu enjoyed it very much. Moreover, a bowl of beef rice noodles like this is not expensive, only 15 yuan a bowl. Sitting on the shiny wooden chair, Zhao Yu ate beef rice noodles. At this moment, a figure also appeared in front of him. Here comes the provincial boxing champion Yi Sun. Is something wrong? Zhao Yu asked casually. Are you interested in working with me? The monthly salary is 10,000 yuan and the treatment is favorable. Yi Sun looked at Zhao Yu with sharp eyes and directly stated the treatment conditions. Yi Sun's words immediately attracted many people around him. These people are ordinary office workers or workers in factories. Their salary, let alone 10,000, is even 5,000 or 6,000 a month, so they have to burn incense and worship Buddha. A young male waiter who was busy in the store also looked envious. His salary was not much. As a waiter, his monthly salary was more than 4,000 yuan, and if he was late for work or left early, he would have to deduct a lot of money. What about salary? With a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, I can follow this big brother and work till the end of time. If you open your mouth and get a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, maybe this is a scam. I lied to you. Haven't you recognized it yet? He is Yi Sun, the provincial boxing competition champion. It is said that he is working with that man now. I'm not jealous. If you come to me, I'll be willing to pay you a monthly salary of 8,000. No, I'll pay you a monthly salary of 7,000. The customers eating around were envious, and some questioned Yi Sun's words, but the doubts soon disappeared without a trace. Yi Sun's identity was recognized, and there was a big shop behind Yi Sun. Not interested in. Zhao Yu shook his head. Yi Sun was stunned. He thought that the conditions he offered were pretty good for a young man. But Zhao Yu refused. Is the other party not satisfied with a monthly salary of 10,000? That works. He continued to raise prices. Monthly salary, 20,000. This is the biggest concession I have ever made. Yi Sun took a deep breath. If you want to get more salary, you need to look at your personal abilities. He also told the truth. Mr. Bai never skimps on wages. As long as you have the ability, a lot of money will definitely hit your face. There was silence in the store. Every customer, whether man or woman, has a look of envy on their cheeks. Monthly salary is 20,000. How many people do you have to surpass? It definitely surpassed more than 98% of the people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. To describe it as rare is an understatement. 20,000 per month. If it were them, they would definitely agree without any hesitation. But Zhao Yu still refused. The rejection was decisive and without any hesitation. This time, people around me didn't understand. Yi Sun was also a little angry, thinking that Zhao Yu was too ignorant of praise. Do you think your monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is too small? Young man, don't be too dissatisfied and don't be greedy. Yi Sun warned him, feeling that Zhao Yu was like a piece of rough jade that needed to be polished and carved. Zhao Yu remained silent, still eating delicious beef rice noodles, and took out a handful of car keys from his arms. There are many types of car keys available. Or the car key has a golden bullfighting pattern on it, or the car key is a pair of wings with a B letter in the middle, etc. This is obviously the key to Bentley, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and other sports cars. This time, the customers, waiters, and boss in the store were all shocked, including Yi Sun. With so many luxury car keys, does your family own a sports car shop? My monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is not enough for my car gas, car insurance, car maintenance, and car repairs, let alone other living expenses. Zhao Yu said calmly, but everyone was stunned and stunned. I thought that Zhao Yu was just an ordinary citizen like them. No idea. Zhao Yu kept it secret. He is actually a young rich man. Swish! At this moment, Yi Sun's face turned red, and he felt that he was so embarrassed. He actually offered Zhao Yu a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan to work with him. As far as Zhao Yu has shown his net worth, not to mention a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, even a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan cannot impress Zhao Yu. What do you call me, sir? Yi Sun's tone sounded very respectful, and he also wanted to make friends with Zhao Yu. Mr. Bai said, the wider a person's network, the more successful that person is. Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu said his name casually and continued to eat beef rice noodles. Unknowingly, he had eaten all the beef rice noodles in his bowl. Zhao Yu. Yi Sun murmured to himself. The name seemed familiar to him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Zhao Yu stood up, ready to pay, and said something else. Also, although I have many luxury cars, I'm not rich at all. It's just that. His words. Yi Sun didn't believe it. The waiter didn't believe it. The boss didn't believe it. The customers in the store didn't believe it either. They all felt that Zhao Yu was too good at pretending. With so many luxury car keys, you say you are not rich? Mr. Zhao, stop joking. How can you not be rich? I have seen these car keys of yours. They are definitely not fakes. They are definitely genuine. Yi Sun said with a smile. I have a debt of 200 million. Do you think I am rich? Zhao Yu said with a playful expression. Say it. He left slowly. Only, everyone in the store was still dumbfounded. A young beauty was eating beef noodles. She was wearing a black dress and looked very elegant. She covered her mouth and smiled, breaking the silence in the store. Mr. Zhao, you are so humorous, she said, blinking her eyes full of yearning. She really wanted to hook up with a rich second generation like Zhao Yu. But she also knew herself. It was definitely not an easy thing to climb into Zhao Yu's bed, and she needed to plan carefully. She was thinking that Zhao Yu would come to this breakfast shop to eat. So, should she create an encounter next time? Yes, so humorous. Debt of 200 million. Are you kidding? Rich people just like this tune. Maybe Mr. Zhao is really in debt of 200 million, and then I'll tell you later that he has tens of billions of assets under his name. Everyone in the store admired Zhao Yu, and they also hope to meet Zhao Yu again in this breakfast shop next time. Maybe he is not lying. He is really in debt of 200 million. Hey, maybe Zhao Yu of Zhao Group. Yisun said a few words with a strange expression and left. He was in a complicated mood, wondering if he had made a mistake. The customers in the breakfast shop were still in a state of confusion. Zhao Group? Zhao Yu? Who knows him? Most people didn't know him and had no impression of him. But a few people gradually showed a look of awakening. I remember, Zhao Group was once a well-known enterprise in our Jiangcheng, but with the death of Zhao's president, Zhao Group has gradually declined. Then, Zhao Yu, who returned from studying abroad, inherited the family business of Zhao Group. After that, Zhao Yu was so ignorant that he wanted to develop a virtual reality online game for our dragon country. But in the end, he lost money, a lot of money. It turned out to be him, Zhao Yu. The news about his development of a virtual reality online game was even on the news. He lost hundreds of millions or even billions. It turned out to be a second-generation debtor with a lot of debt. The customers in the store were discussing and lamenting that Zhao Yu was too prodigal. All the family property was lost. The young beauty who wanted to seduce Zhao Yu also had a look of disgust on her face. Zhao Yu was probably not as rich as her. In her small coffers, she also has millions of dollars financed by several godfathers. Where is Zhao Yu? On the surface, it looks quite prosperous, but in fact he is heavily in debt. I am afraid that Zhao Yu's mansion, luxury cars, and other assets under his name will soon be frozen and mortgaged by the bank. I think she still talked about Mr. Zhao before. I bother. That bullshit Mr. Zhao is just a humble wretch. However, Zhao Yu had already driven his Bentley and arrived at a large 4S store in Jiangxing. 4S stores not only sell various types of cars, but also engage in car recycling business. Just stepped into the store. A beautifully dressed young saleswoman in a white dress came to Zhao Yu with a smile on her face and said with a smile, "Sir, is there anything I can do for you?" Selling cars. Zhao Yu pointed directly at the Bentley sport car parked outside the 4S store. "Sir, wait a moment. I need to ask our 4S store sales manager for instructions on this matter." The young female salesperson was very polite, but she was not sure about the second-hand car recycling business, let alone a Bentley. "Okay." Zhao Yu nodded. A blink of an eye. Next to the young female salesperson was a somewhat handsome young man wearing a suit and leather shoes. He is sales manager Li Cheng. Zhao Yu. Li Cheng recognized Zhao Yu at a glance. Zhao Yu and he were classmates in high school. But after finishing high school, Zhao Yu chose to study abroad. "Li Cheng, you are very promising. Did you become a sales manager in a 4S store?" Zhao Yu also had some impression and said with a smile, Luck. Li Cheng was very humble and chatted with Zhao Yu about trivial matters. He was filled with emotions. Zhao Yu. What a glorious person he was in high school. But it was because he was pretentious and wanted to develop some kind of virtual reality online game. As a result, the family property was ruined and they were heavily in debt. Li Cheng was very familiar with Zhao Yu's situation. But there is absolutely no way he could be sarcastic. That's not interesting. He only had endless emotions, and he was reminding himself all the time. You have to work hard, you have to struggle, and you have to be careful every step of the way. Otherwise, on that day, you may become bankrupt like Zhao Yu and still owe a lot of money. After, Li Cheng personally inspected Zhao Yu's Bentley. His eyes were complicated. This car, he's seen it before, and he's familiar with it. It is the 2014 Bentley Flying Spur Premium Edition. That year, Zhao Yu drove this car at his high school graduation reunion. It really caught the attention of everyone in the class, including him. They are all very envious, especially when he was lucky enough to ride in this car. That feeling. It's so comfortable, my whole body is boiling with excitement. I just feel that this kind of luxury car is the standard equipment for a successful man. Now, think of it. His mood was even more indescribable. Zhao Yu, the current recycling price of this car in our store is 1.1 million. Soon, Li Cheng directly quoted a very realistic market price. 1.1 million. The price is very fair whether it is high or low. And the price is in line with Zhao Yu's expectations. Okay, I have prepared all the formalities and put them in the car. Your 4S store can collect them today. Zhao Yu said with a smile that he also wanted to sell the car as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have no money to pay for operating expenses tomorrow. Are stingy players unwilling to top up more money? Otherwise, there would be no need for him to show up and sell cars. Kindness. Li Cheng nodded, but his mood was heavy. Li Cheng, do you have any new sports cars in your store? I want to know about them. Zhao Yu added another sentence. This? Zhao Yu, are you kidding me? Li Chengdu felt that he had heard wrongly. Zhao Yu is already selling cars, but he still wants to know about a new sports car? Can Zhao Yu afford it? But soon, he realized that Zhao Yu wanted to regain some face. After all, what a proud and graceful person he once was. Now I have to sell my car, and I'm afraid I will feel very uncomfortable and unable to adapt to whoever I want to replace it with. No kidding. Zhao Yu nodded seriously. He believes in Cataclysm's ability to attract money. He would make his money back soon. Under the guidance of the young female salesperson, Zhao Yu looked at the new sports cars one after another. Li Cheng is handling the second-hand car recycling business. He has introduced Zhao Yu's Bentley sports car to his superiors in detail and made a series of evaluations. Result: the general manager of the 4S store responded quickly. 1 million. Only 1 million can be given. Don't want more than 10,000. None of them are recycled. This made Li Cheng feel embarrassed. Regarding this matter, he also told Zhao Yu immediately. 1 million. Being priced out at 100,000 yuan, Zhao Yu frowned and looked a little unhappy. Zhao Yu, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Li Cheng looked helpless. After all, his weight in the 4S store was far inferior to that of the general manager. If the general manager said 1 million, it can only be 1 million, if he stands up to oppose. So, it is inevitable that his job will not be saved. What's the general manager's name? Zhao Yu asked, also intending to keep an eye out. If there was a chance that day, he would have a good meeting with the general manager. He was offered 100,000 yuan. How courageous! Xiao Zhong, general manager Xiao. Li Cheng replied. Zhao Yu silently wrote down the name, Xiao Zhong. After going through a series of procedures, such as the transfer of the Bentley sports car, Zhao Yu received a message on his mobile phone. Jiangcheng Bank. Dear user, your account with the last number 1633 received a transfer of 1 million, and the balance in the card is 1.318 million. Thanks. Zhao Yu said thank you to Li Cheng and left the 4S store with his hands in his pockets. Li Cheng watched Zhao Yu's leaving figure and felt that it was so desolate and lonely. Life is really amazing. I never thought you would be in such a miserable state, he muttered. Suddenly, he quickly returned to his busy work. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat lunch. It's noon. The fiery sun is constantly emitting blazing rays, as if it is going to cook and scorch the earth. Even Zhao Yu felt very hot, and there were a lot of sweat beads on his forehead. I just feel that this sunshine is so poisonous. Zhao Yu originally wanted to use the taxi hailing software on his mobile phone to hail a taxi. Unexpected, a Volkswagen appeared next to him. The person in the driving position is none other than the provincial boxing champion Yi Sun. Mr. Zhao, do you want to get in the car? He invited me warmly. Zhao Yu was not polite and directly opened the door of the Volkswagen and got into the passenger seat. Don't ask me. Why don't you have a sports car? After sitting firmly, Zhao Yu said with a smile. So, Yi Sun asked tentatively. Zhao Yu nodded and casually talked about what happened not long ago. Zhao Zhong? Is it him? Did you cheat Mr. Zhao for 100,000? Yi Sun had a weird expression and thought this was ridiculous. How dare a dog-like thing cheat Mr. Zhao of your money? Say it. He immediately made a phone call. One phone call was over. But a few minutes later, Zhao Yu received a text message on his mobile phone. Jiangcheng Bank. Dear user, your account with the last number 1633 received a transfer of 200,000, and the balance in the card is 1.518 million. This moment, Zhao Yu was very surprised. He didn't expect Yi Sun to be able to settle this matter easily, and it seemed to give him another 100,000 yuan. Thank you, Yi Sun, but why did you help me? Zhao Yu thanked him, but he also felt that there would be no pie in the sky. What is Yi Sun's purpose in helping him? Because I want to make friends with you, Mr. Zhao. Xiao Zhong, I know him. He is just like Master Bai. No, worse than a dog. So, are you interested in following me? Yi Sun said his intention with a smile on his face. Are you just helping him because you want to be friends with him? Zhao Yu thought silently in his heart, shook his head, and declined decisively. Seeing this, Yi Sun looked regretful and didn't say much. After sending Zhao Yu to the villa, Zhao Yu also wanted to invite Yi Sun into the house for tea and drinks. Yi Sun was very face-saving. In Zhao Yu's villa, he drank some thirst-quenching drinks and left in a hurry. Not long after he left, Zhao Yu received a strange call on his cell phone. He didn't recognize the number. It was unfamiliar. Cold calls? Insurance phone number? Scam call? Zhao Yu looked confused, but he picked up the phone directly. As soon as the call was connected, a complimenting male voice came from the phone receiver. Is it Mr. Zhao Yu Zhao? The other party revealed Zhao Yu's name in one sentence, which also made Zhao Yu very confused. That one, he looked confused. Mr. Zhao, I am Xiao Zhong, the general manager of Jiangchong Forest Store. I'm really confused. It was like a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple, and I have behaved as hopelessly stupid as before. Please don't do anything, Mr. Zhao. To be offended. I am guilty. I am guilty. Xiao Zhong on the other end of the phone sounded apologetic. Hearing this, Zhao Yu suddenly realized. It turned out to be General Manager Xiao Zhongxiao. Oh, Zhao Yu responded softly. Mr. Zhao, I have already transferred the money to the Qin card, and the other 100,000 yuan will be used as my apology. Please also ask Mr. Zhao not to say bad things about me in front of Brother Sun. Otherwise, I may be thrown into the trap by Mr. Bai. Jianghai. Xiao Zhong's tone was very panicked. Jianghai. These two short words also made Zhao Yu's eyes tighten slightly. This is a sea near Jiangcheng. There is Jianghai Bend, a very lively and wide beach where tourists often visit, and there are also some small vendors selling barbecue or some handicrafts. There is a saying circulating in Jiangcheng. Anyone who offends Mr. Bai will be thrown into the sea. At first, Zhao Yu thought this was just a joke, but now it seems that it is not a joke. Isn't Master Bai's power too huge? Is Mr. Bai really covering the sky with one hand in Jiangcheng? Oh, Zhao Yu still responded calmly. He couldn't stupidly tell Xiao Zhong that his relationship with Yi Sun was just ordinary. If so, looking back, Xiao Zhong might cause some trouble for him. Mr. Zhao, are you free? Tomorrow night, no. Just tonight, I would like to treat you to a meal, Mr. Zhao. I have chosen the location. It is at Buckingham Palace. I will also invite a few young and beautiful women. Salesman, when the time comes, Mr. Zhao, you will be lucky. Xiao Zhong's tone became more respectful, and he even smiled evilly as he spoke. No time, no interest. Zhao Yu responded calmly and hung up the phone. With people like Xiao Zhong, he didn't want to say anything more. Xiao Zhong, who had just rushed to the general manager's office of the 4S store with a black briefcase under his arm, looked shocked and scared. He is slightly chubby, has a Mediterranean haircut, and is dressed like a human being. Am I taking juju pills? Could it be that Mr. Zhao still refuses to forgive me? Xiao Zhong, who is over 40 years old, is pacing back and forth in the office wearing a pair of black leather shoes that shine on the floor. His face was full of fear, and the backs of his hands were sweating. I really feel like I was blinded by lard. Why are you greedy for that 100,000 yuan? I felt even more unlucky why I had offended the wrong people. Yi Sun, this is Master Bai's best general, and he is also Master Bai's confidant. As for him, although he was also working for Mr. Bai, after all, he was just like a dog. The dog can only eat if the owner gives the dog a bite of food. If the owner does not give it, the dog may starve to death, or it may live on the street and become a bereaved dog. Suddenly, Xiao Zhong thought of someone. Li Cheng. Listen to those snitchy salespeople. Li Cheng and Mr. Zhao seem to be high school classmates. On the spot, Xiao Zhong quickly called Li Cheng, the sales manager who handled the transfer and recycling of Bentley cars. Manager Xiao, okay. After entering the office, Li Cheng stood up straight and did not dare to take a breath in front of Xiao Zhong. He was extremely respectful. Xiao Li, I heard that you and Mr. Zhao were high school classmates. Is this true or false? Xiao Zhong asked with an expectant look on his face. Mr. Zhao. Li Chun was a little confused. Which Mr. Zhao? Zhao Yu? How can this be? Zhao Yu is now so depressed that he wants to sell his car. He is no longer the rich second generation who was sought after by everyone and spent money like water. Zhao Yu, no impression? Xiao Zhong was a little disappointed and felt that he really couldn't believe what these salesmen said. Manager Xiao, Zhao Yu and I were high school classmates. The 2014 Bentley Flying Spur Premium Edition was sold by Zhao Yu in the store today. I didn't show favoritism because he was my high school classmate. The 1.1 million recycling price I quoted was the market price. No, I quoted a recycling price of 1 million. Li Chun said hurriedly, and he also took the blame for the recycling price of 1 million on himself. But he was even more confused. Why did manager Xiao call Zhao Yu Mr. Zhao? Is there something wrong? Xiao Li, the recycling price is 1.1 million. Don't get it wrong. It's this price. I've already transferred the remaining 100,000 yuan to Mr. Zhao. To express my apology, I also compensated Mr. Zhao another 100,000 yuan. Xiao Li, since you and Mr. Zhao are high school classmates, then can you be a peacemaker and invite Mr. Zhao for dinner? It's at Platinum Han Palace. I'll be the host. I want to apologize to Mr. Zhao in person at the dinner table. Xiao Zhong was very sincere. He believed that he knew his mistakes and could correct them. Mr. Zhao would definitely not blame him. At this moment, Li Chun was stunned. What virtue and ability did Zhao Yu have to make Xiao Zhong do this? He couldn't figure it out. However, he still nodded silently. Under Xiao Zhong's earnest gaze, Li Chun called Zhao Yu. It was also when he chatted with Zhao Yu before that the two sides exchanged phone numbers. The call ended quickly. Zhao Yu said that he was busy and gave his old classmate Li Chun a face and would not be petty with Xiao Zhong. In an instant, Xiao Zhong felt comfortable all over. His pores were clear, and he was smiling, looking completely radiant. Not bad, not bad. He was very grateful, and gently patted Li Chun on the shoulder with a kind face. Xiao Li, all this is thanks to you. You work hard in the future. I will definitely give you a raise. Also, don't work overtime all the time. Overtime is so hard. You look at how thin you have become. Hearing these words from manager Xiao, Li Chun felt very complicated. Work overtime? Hard. Everyone loses weight? Does this sound like what manager Xiao would say? Moreover, his overtime work was not arranged by manager Xiao. However, manager Zhao's attitude towards him changed completely. All this is because of that one person, Zhao Yu. Perhaps Zhao Yu is not as destitute as he imagined. Zhao Yu is still a mountain that he cannot surpass or cross. For a moment, Li Chun felt melancholy and complicated. Zhao Yu, who stayed in the villa, ordered a takeaway and finished eating, then started browsing online information on his mobile phone. One of the pieces of news caught his attention. Since its launch, the Penguin apocalyptic survival virtual reality online game, Dawn of Dawn, has successfully exceeded 100 million registered users in 3 days. This news surprised Zhao Yu. Penguin is still capable. With overwhelming viral marketing, even if this virtual reality online game is terrible, many players will definitely buy it. In comparison, the performance of Doomsday Cataclysm seems weak. Soon, he searched and checked the game ratings of Doomsday Cataclysm. Under this review, he just felt numb. Rating 1.8 points. Rubbish game, like a defense. It's just a waste of time. Download the game, enter the game, uninstall the game. Without money, it's completely unplayable. Bad reviews abound. Zhao Yu was a little confused, but he still believed firmly. Is always shining gold. He also casually learned about Penguin's Dawn of the Night. At this glance, he was a little stunned. For 0.2 rating, it received rave reviews, and everyone said the game was great. Don't you think you have any virtues in this crappy game? How dare you brush up your ratings? You really don't want to lose face. However, when I saw one of the negative reviews, he burst into laughter. After that, Zhao Yu also continued to strengthen his training so that he could better adapt to his own strength. It's not like you have all your abilities but can't fully display them. Douxiao live broadcast platform. There are a lot of online viewers in the PDD live broadcast room, including thousands of people in the VIP seats. Barrage after barrage flashed rapidly. 666. Fifth consecutive peerless performance. The anchor is so strong. Teacher Piao is still the same Teacher Piao back then. It's so powerful, especially the last blood thread counterattack. It's a textbook-level operation. The audience in the live broadcast room wildly praised PDD's operating skills, because just now PDD showed a wave of god-level pentakills in the virtual reality online game Heroes, and the extreme operations were completely unmatched. PDD, the body is fat, even the face is fat. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he was filled with emotion when faced with the bragging of the audience. It's okay. It's just a game of abuse. Don't praise me anymore. I'm embarrassed. PDD is very humble. The viewers in the live broadcast room didn't buy it. In the high-end area, you mean the Food Abuse Bureau? Teacher Piao, don't be too pretentious. Yeah, you're overdoing it. How many games have you gone without a pentakill? There have been hundreds of games, right? Haha. Sister Zhou next door has been banned from the live broadcast room. It is said that a passerby even took a photo of Sister Zhou going to the hospital. Sister Zhou, she really may have a mental problem. PDD is very proud of its praise of the barrage, but many people mention Sister Zhou in the barrage. At first, he was a little stunned. Sister Zhou's live broadcast room was blocked, and he knew something about it. It is said that he made inappropriate remarks and made nonsensical jokes, such as saying that playing games can make you stronger. Go to the hospital now. Don't spread rumors. Xiao Zhou won't play a game and become mentally disturbed. PDD looked serious and stopped spreading rumors, and said he would call Sister Zhou on the spot. Dudu, if PDD says to call it. The call was answered quickly. PDD, you seem to be live broadcasting. Call me when you have time. Sister Zhou's clear and melodious voice came from the phone's microphone. This time, PDD and the audience believed it. Sister Zhou is not mentally abnormal. She is a very good person. Really, it's true that some people are so bored and idle that they actually spread rumors about Sister Zhou. PDD was just about to say something polite. Sister Zhou said in a hurry, "No more. I'm very busy. I'm still in the hospital, still waiting in line for registration, and I have to do a comprehensive physical examination later." Say it. Sister Zhou has hung up the phone. PDD was confused. Xiao Zhou is really playing a game, and something went wrong? Sister Zhou, have a good trip. Sister Zhou, it's getting cold. Hey, Sister Zhou should never play that crappy game. So, it's your turn, Teacher Piao. You should also play that extremely poisonous game. The audience in the live broadcast room was all chattering and cheering for PDD to play Doomsday Cataclysm. I was somewhat curious about this game, and the audience was booing me. PDD downloads directly without any hesitation. He didn't believe it. A game can go wrong. If you don't believe the rumors, don't spread them. It's normal to go to the hospital for a full body checkup these days, right? Especially for anchors, it's not easy. Sitting in the gaming chair all year round is harmful to the spine, and looking at the computer screen all the time will also damage to eyesight. PDD began to complain and hoped that the audience could buy some gifts. If you don't spend money, you just keep company. If you don't spend money, you just keep company. If you don't spend money, you just keep company. The audience is very clear-headed, and they don't pay any points. At most, they give some free gifts. Seeing all these barges, PDD felt like he had high blood pressure. It's good to have company. I admire some people who have been with me for 3 to 5 years, but in the end, they didn't even give me a 6 yuan fan card. PDD looked sad. The audience still didn't buy the gifts. He was not discouraged and continued to broadcast. While downloading the game, PDD started a talent show. He sang, but being tone deaf, his singing was very unpleasant and completely unpalatable. Teacher Piao, have you forgotten? I forgot that you were sued by the original author of the song because your singing was too unpleasant, and he even claimed 100,000 yuan from you. Teacher Piao, stop singing. Everyone in the live broadcast room is gone. Damn it. The VIP table suddenly lost 2,000 people. My ears can't bear it anymore. Elder Pig, please take back your magical powers. The barrage hurt PDD so much that he could only continue playing other virtual reality online games. Finally, half an hour later, the download of Doomsday Cataclysm is completed. PDD has entered the virtual game cabin and quickly entered the game. As soon as he entered Doomsday Cataclysm, he was in a silent and uninhabited open space, surrounded by dilapidated walls. As well as, there are also bright golden lights related to recharging. PDD choked. This game looks so ugly. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. I'm telling you clearly that you can only play by charging money. If you don't charge money, just stay there. I saw it in Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. This is the face of this bad game. It's a rubbish game. It's boring at first glance. Teacher Piao, don't charge money. Don't let the game party make money. The audience kept complaining and trying to persuade Teacher Piao not to top up the money. However, some viewers have different opinions and all say that they need to top up some money, otherwise they will not be able to play at all. Sister Zhou is a living example. Zhou, her skills need to be improved. After all, I used to be a professional esports player. Do I still need to recharge? If I don't recharge, I will still take off in this game. PD looked smug and even boasted about himself. His words also received support from many viewers. PDD's operating skills are several levels better than Sister Zhou's. Soon, PD pressed the button suspended in midair. Start game. Once clicked, this brings us to the selection phase of the player's origin. Do you need to pay for your birth certificate? This surprised PDD, and the audience in the live broadcast room had already begun to curse. PDD directly selects people from poor households. At the same time, he also entered his game nickname, Someone Lu. After a blink of an eye, lines of text appeared in his field of vision. You come from a very poor family. Your parents died early, and you became a child without a father or mother. You start living on the streets and begging for a living. You have slept in parks and pavilions. You are at home everywhere. Furthermore, you have been unable to find a suitable job because of your appearance, obesity, lack of diploma, etc. But there is always a path, and you found a job killing pigs at the age of 21. Until you were 27 years old. When you were killing a pig, the pig mutated and the pig kicked you to death. Game over. This moment, people in PDD are stupid and numb. Brothers, am I ugly? Am I fat? Don't I have a diploma? I am a graduate of a key university. Am I not handsome? My figure is just a little fat, but it has nothing to do with obesity. And most importantly, the most outrageous thing is that I was kicked to death. The game is over. He really wanted to curse. What a bullshit game this is. It's completely slandering him. It made him really angry. Moreover, he hasn't even shown off his skills yet, and the game is over. Making knitting. Ha ha ha. The audience all burst into laughter. Teacher Piao, this must be so miserable. But there are also viewers who are dissatisfied. It's already 2023, and we still can't produce corresponding plot scenes. Actually use words instead. This crappy game is really poor. It's okay, brothers, it's just starting over again, it's nothing. PDD forced a smile, and his smile was very forced. He had played games ranging from 10,000 to 8,000 in his life. However, this is the first time that I have died so inexplicably in a game. Brothers, the most important thing in playing games is patience. He warned again. Then, he restarts the game. However, next, he encountered various ways of death. They either starved to death on the streets, drowned, or simply fell ill and died. And the disease is obesity. Brothers, I split, I exploded. This bullshit game actually said that I weighed more than 500 pounds and died due to obesity. PDD's face was as black as coal, and his mentality was completely explosive. He thought he could calm down, but this dog game was so shameless and kept slandering him. It was enough to be kicked to death by a pig before, but now it's better, and it also makes me obese. This made him want to uninstall the game and give a bad review. But there were so many viewers watching in the live broadcast room. Even if he doesn't want to play, he has to keep playing, especially when he saw the barges laughing at him. PDD's mood has completely sunk to the bottom, which is quite uncomfortable. Brothers, I can stand it and keep playing, but I won't recharge. PDD was smiling all over his face, but in fact he was already shaken in his heart and wanted to top up his money. Refuse to top up money. Not a penny will be lost. Teacher Piao, resist the pressure and don't recharge the dog game. Teacher Piao, if you weighed more than 500 pounds, wouldn't you be able to stand up? No, I can't live without laughing anymore. The barrage flashed rapidly. PDD has corrected its mentality and started to choose poor households again. Lines of text appeared in his field of vision. You come from a very poor family. Your parents work diligently to support you and your sister. But you are not willing to stay in this underdeveloped Haichao village. You want to go out and develop. In the end, regardless of your parents' objections, you went out to make a living. However, after many years of wandering, you hit a wall everywhere and achieved nothing. Until you were 27 years old, you returned to Haichao village, but something unexpected happened. Whether to enter the game, brothers, I'm so touched. I can finally play games, and I can finally let you see what I'm capable of. But am I so unbearable? Going out to wander around and accomplishing nothing. PDD's face was filled with astonishment, and he was unwilling to accept such a life. He finally realized it. If you want your life to be smooth sailing, you need to add money and buy your background. But he just wouldn't recharge. Wait until PDD chooses to enter the game. The next second, he was in a very ordinary house. There was no modern electrical equipment anywhere. They're all wooden tables, wooden chairs, candles, bronze mirrors. This is Haichao Village. It is indeed backward in development. PDD muttered casually and noticed that he was lying on an old-fashioned mahogany bed. The bed was so hard that it made his whole body very uncomfortable and unaccustomed to it. Squeak! But at this moment, the ordinary wooden door of the house was pushed open. All of a sudden, PDD became more vigilant and wondered if a monster in the game had appeared. This happens very quickly. It was to catch him off guard. The audience in the live broadcast room were nervous and excited, looking forward to the monster appearing and then killing PDD cruelly. However, it was not a monster that walked in from the door, but a petite and cute girl. She looked about 18 years old, with a beautiful face and fair skin. She was wearing a retro red cotton jacket. Although the girl was beautiful, PDD was still full of vigilance. Just at this time, a character information appeared in PDD's field of vision. Lu Lele, Lu's younger sister, with a quirky personality. Is this the younger sister of PDD's game character? Wow, such a beautiful sister. Teacher Piao, I want to call you my brother-in-law. Brothers, I can't help it, I want to rush. Teacher Piao, based on my experience of watching Sister Zhou play this game, I must not let my guard down, otherwise it will be a disaster. The barrage flashed quickly, and PDD saw it all. If it were someone else, they might relax their vigilance against this so-called sister NPC. But PDD would not. Although he had a smile on his face, he was actually very alert in his heart. Brother, wake up, it's time to eat. Lu Lele smiled sweetly. PDD nodded silently. Afterwards, at an old-fashioned dining table, PDD had breakfast with his parents and sister. The breakfast was not very rich, just some rice porridge and some homemade desserts. PDD wanted to refuse to eat, but his parents and sister were too enthusiastic. So he had to eat, but he did not swallow it stupidly, but observe his parents and sister first, and only dared to eat after seeing the three of them eating. After breakfast, PDD began to doubt his life. He said to himself, staying alone in the room, Brothers, did I download the wrong game? This game is clearly called Apocalypse, but it doesn't feel like the end of the world at all. It even gives me a sense of home and warmth. Not only was PDD suspicious, the audience was also dumbfounded. What kind of apocalypse is this? Everything is normal, but the biggest abnormality is... I watched the entire live broadcast of Sister Zhou. Teacher Piao, you should pay attention. There is definitely something fishy about this matter. Yes, don't let down your guard. Go to Haichao village and take a look. Maybe there are a lot of zombies in the village. The audience gave suggestions one by one. PD also silently keeps in mind. He walked out of the house. Then, I saw one old stone house after another. In addition, there are the villagers of Haichao village. During this period, he also met many villagers. These villagers all greeted him with smiles. Zhao, it's good to stay in Haichao village. Don't think about going out to make a living. PDD also responds politely with a smile. I spent more than half an hour wandering around Haichao village. He was also certain of one thing. There are no monsters or zombies in Haichao village at all. There is a dilapidated ancient well. He thought there was something dirty in the ancient well, but he boldly stretched his neck and took a look, but there was nothing there. At the same time, he also noticed that it was difficult to get out of Haichao village. Haichao village is surrounded by mountains. However, looking at the towering mountains, PDD has already made a decision in his heart. He will stay in Haichao village for a few days, and then after preparing a series of supplies, he will leave Haichao village and start upgrading to fight monsters. At noon that day, PD ate fresh and delicious fish, because his father was lucky enough to catch a lot of fish. Eat more. Parents are friendly towards PDD. My parents love my brother, but they don't love me anymore. My sister muttered her cute little mouth, a little jealous. Such a scene made PDD feel very warm and healing, but he still remained alert. If there is any trouble, he will definitely be able to react immediately. It will be even more sumptuous when dinner comes. My mother killed a goose that she had raised for a long time to replenish PDD. PDD was very satisfied with the goose soup that was rich in color and flavor. The viewers in the live broadcast room were in a very confused mood and could not accept it all. Is there something wrong with the way you open it? Is this the end of the world game? Could it be that this Tide village is a very suitable place for players to be born? I always feel that things are not simple. It's so boring and boring. The viewers in the live broadcast room had different opinions. After PDD finished dinner, he went back to his room silently and began to think about life. But his sister Lu Lele came to him again. Brother, give you some candy. She smiled and took out a small, delicate-looking candy from her pocket. No, sister, you can eat it yourself. PDD shook his head. Lu Lele put the small candy into her mouth without being pretentious. Brother, can I sing a song for you? She said again with an earnest look. Okay. PDD also wants to hear how this NPC sister's singing skills are. You can't be tone-deaf like him. Shortly after, Lu Lele started singing with a clear voice. There's a well in the village, and in the well is the Well Dragon King. If the village wants to stay safe, it needs to send living tributes. Although her voice was very sweet, it sounded very creepy to PDD. So, could he be the living tribute? Well, Dragon King? This is nonsense. In this Doomsday game, where's the Dragon King? Tap, tap, tap. There are noisy footsteps, but people could be seen filing in one after another. These people held lighted torches and ropes in their hands. They're the parents of PDD, as well as the villagers. But now, these people all looked indifferent. PDD also noticed that his sister Lu Lele also had an expressionless face. Everyone seemed to have become another person. What do you want to do? PD frowned and tried to resist. But his resistance was futile. The villagers were all tall, so they swarmed him and tied him up. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked. And this divine twist, I've told you before, this village is very strange. It's over. Teacher Piao is going to be cold. Look at Teacher Piao's parents and sister, including the villagers. Everyone is very cold. Could it be that their true nature will be exposed at night? Or are they being controlled by something? Is it the dilapidated ancient well that Teacher Piao saw today? The audience was talking a lot. PDD has been thrown into the ancient well. moment. Heartbreaking pain came. PDD just feels like the body is being torn apart. It felt so painful. Moreover, through the moonlight in the ancient well, he also saw the appearance of the Dragon King of the well. He has a ferocious face and a pair of eyes the size of copper bells. This is not the Well Dragon King at all, but it may be that some kind of creature has mutated. Just when PDD still wanted to see the full picture of this monster, his vision gradually darkened. He died, killed by a monster. After a blink of an eye, he appeared in a deserted, empty space, surrounded by dilapidated walls. Brothers, I'm really going to shut myself up. How do you think we can play this game? Should we leave Haichao village at the beginning? Or should we not let our sister sing? Or should we do something else? PDD said with a look of despair. If you ask me, just recharge. You know, I recharged 10 million in the virtual reality online game Against the Sky. After that, PDD looked proud and complacent. Recharged tens of millions in the game. I think he can barely be considered a rich man, right? Haichao village is so weird. Teacher Piao, don't brag about yourself. The game management of Against the Sky has come out to refute the rumor, saying that Mr. Liu only recharged 520,000. Teacher Piao, don't brag too much. Is it really impossible to play without Krypton? Many viewers laughed at PDD's bragging. This really made PDD angry. Indeed, he bragged. He recharged 520,000 in Against the Sky. Recharge 1 million to become a VIP 10 member, right? Then let's recharge 1 million first. PDD's expression was serious, and he was very enthusiastic about recharging. The audience may believe it or not. Recharge 1 million for this broken game. Isn't a bit too much? Is it worth it? PDD smiled awkwardly again, but I'm a little tight on money recently. Let's recharge more than 60,000 yuan first and become VIP 4. He could take out 1 million. But he is not stupid. It is not worth recharging 1 million to play this broken game. If it is a few tens of thousands of yuan, he can barely accept it. Recharge as soon as he says. In the blink of an eye, he recharged tens of thousands of yuan. He even bought the 6 yuan first charge gift package. Congratulations to player Liu, who recharged 6 yuan and received the first charge gift package. Congratulations to player Liu, who accumulated 100 yuan and became a distinguished VIP 1 member and enjoyed the VIP 1 member gift package. Congratulations to player Liu, who accumulated 648 yuan and became a distinguished VIP 2 member and enjoyed the VIP 2 member gift package. Congratulations to player Liu, who accumulated 6,480 yuan and became a distinguished VIP 3 member and enjoyed the VIP 3 member gift package. Congratulations to player Liu, who accumulated 64,800 yuan and became a distinguished VIP 4 member and enjoyed the VIP 4 member gift package. All of a sudden, PDD's vision showed a dazzling golden light of recharge one after another. His heart was also a little painful. More than 60,000 yuan. That's it. I don't know what good things these member gift packages can open. Soon, PDD directly chooses the exquisitely designed and sharp-edged shark knife in the 6 yuan first deposit gift package. If you are a man, you have to fight in close quarters. Then, he began to receive membership gift packages one after another. Congratulations to the player Liu, who has obtained a black suit. This style is a popular model of the well-known brand Modern, priced at 8,888 yuan, and will be automatically distributed after entering the game. Congratulations to player Liu, who has obtained 10 strength crystals, 10 agility crystals, and 10 constitution crystals. Congratulations to player Liu, who has improved his permanent strength by 3 points and obtained 15 strength crystals, 15 agility crystals, and 15 constitution crystals. Congratulations to player Liu, who has increased his permanent strength by 5 points and obtained 20 strength crystals, 20 agility crystals, and 20 constitution crystals. Is this the reward? It's barely okay. PDD is quite satisfied. After all, this is just a cumulative recharge reward. He still has more than 60,000 yuan in his game account. He just topped up the money, but he hasn't spent it yet. He even inquired about the properties panel. Nickname, Lu Mao. Strength, 10 points, 1 full punch, normal power. Agility, 7 points, far lower than normal people's agility. Physique, 9 points, the body is barely healthy, but you must eat healthily and avoid overeating. Intelligence, 11 points, a little higher than normal people. Perception, 9 points, the vigilance is pretty good. Charm, 8 points, no charm, far lower than ordinary people. Such a panel makes PDD feel ashamed. Brothers, is my attribute panel so bad? He frowned and felt that this attribute panel seemed to be really related to the real world. Just like the real world panel, the in-game panel will be the same. Could it be that what Zhou said during the live broadcast was not nonsense? But as the game becomes stronger, can the real world also become stronger? When this idea first occurred to me, it was canceled by PDD. How can this be? Games are games. Reality is reality. He couldn't confuse the two. There's nothing wrong with this panel. No, there's something wrong with the properties of the panel. They actually say that Teacher Piao, who is loved by everyone, only has 8 points of charm. Let me see, 8 points is too much. 7 points. 7 points is the most. Does Teacher Piao really have 10 points of strength? It's very doubtful. Wow, Teacher Piao's intelligence is beyond that of normal people. Teacher Piao still has something. After all, he graduated from a key university. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Seeing these barges, PDD was also a little bit dumbfounded. Exactly at this moment, the strength attributes of his panel changed. It actually increased from 10 points to 18 points. He didn't have much surprise. It must be a reward from the membership gift package. In addition to crystal rewards, the VIP 3 and VIP 4 membership gift packages also include permanent power enhancements. PDD was ready to start the game, but the audience was not happy. After recharging so much money, it's already tens of thousands of yuan. Is it okay if you don't draw a lottery? PDD always felt that this game was a trap. I thought that by recharging my money, I could buy some powerful props to enhance my strength in the game store. However, this dog game has no game store at all. There is only a lottery interface. Blind box lottery, vehicle lottery, weapon lottery. Let's have a vehicle lottery and try your luck. PD grinned and planned to give out 888 yuan for 10 consecutive draws. But he noticed that next to the 10 consecutive draws, there was also 100 consecutive draws worth 8,888 yuan and 1,000 consecutive draws worth 80,000 yuan. Others were numb and thought they had seen it wrong. Result. That's right. It seems that due to his recharge, there are 100 consecutive draws and 1,000 consecutive draws on the lottery interface. It's such a heartwarming game. Are you afraid that the players will be too tired for drawing draws? 1,000 consecutive draws cost 80,000 yuan. Doesn't it mean that one click costs 80,000 yuan? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. There's no limit to making money. Fortunately, I didn't play. The dogs shook their heads after seeing this game. The audience sent barrage after comment, criticizing the game, Doomsday Cataclysm. PDD's expression is sometimes silent, sometimes helpless, and sometimes complicated. He felt that he should not charge the more than 60,000 yuan. He really became a big injustice. But it's okay. At least the live broadcast effect has been achieved. Just say that there are currently 5,000 to 6,000 viewers in the VIP seats in his live broadcast room, and the number is still rising. Play a big game. Let's do 100 consecutive draws. PDD rolled up his sleeves and was full of energy. Then, with a heart of expectation and excitement, he clicked the button on the lottery interface to start 100 consecutive draws. Moment. Rays of brilliant golden light appeared in his field of vision, almost blinding him. Soon, the golden light dissipated. There were bottles of number 95 gasoline floating in midair in his field of vision, each with a capacity of 1 liter and a lottery message. Congratulations to the player Lu, who won the vehicle lottery 100 draws in a row and won number 95 1-liter gasoline x 100 bottles. A long time ago, PD then came back to his senses. Brothers, did I misunderstand something? 100 consecutive draws are 8,888 yuan, but they gave me 100 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline. He felt like he was going to collapse. Is this damn game really taking him for a fool? 95 grade 1-liter gasoline x 100 bottles, what a great reward. In the context of the end of the world, resources are particularly important. Maybe if these 100 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline are sold, the profit obtained. Sorry, Teacher Piao. I can't make it up anymore. Haha, Teacher Piao. Are you going to make me laugh to death? 8,888 yuan in exchange for 100 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline in the game. This vehicle lottery is a scam, right? 8,888 yuan doesn't even get a vehicle. But in other games, you can easily draw a sports car. Teacher Piao, please accept my condolences. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room were laughing at PDD. PDD's experience made them almost laugh like crazy. I'm a business genius. I can sell these 100 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline for a good price in the game. Although his heart was bleeding, PDD still forced a smile. After saying that, he didn't give up. He continued to work. He continued to draw. This time, he clicked the 100 draw combo twice in a row. A golden light appeared. It was the familiar bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline again. PDD couldn't hold it back. He wanted to cry. This game is too dark. Congratulations to player Lu. Vehicle lottery, 100 consecutive draws, 100 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline. Congratulations to player Lu. Vehicle lottery, 100 consecutive draws, 100 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline. Brothers, it takes almost 30,000 yuan, but the result is 300 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline. This game is really cool. PDD was so angry that he laughed. He was really cheated and had no temper at all. He even had the urge to go offline. The audience in the live broadcast room still sent all kinds of barges, but these barges were all mocking PDD. PDD's behavior made them almost laugh so hard that they couldn't breathe. After a while, PDD calmed down a little and clicked on the 100 yuan lottery. Come and place an order to draw, and see if a miracle can happen. The player's cumulative recharge has been slightly changed. Previously, it was written that PDD recharged more than 70,000. But now it has been changed to more than 60,000, because recharging more than 60,000 meets the VIP 4-member gift package, and naturally also meets the VIP 1, VIP 2, VIP 3-member gift packages. The next second, PDD was stunned. A dazzling golden light appeared in his vision. The golden light was so bright that it blinded him, and the thing in the golden light. It also shocked PDD. It turned out to be a red sports car with smooth body lines, low front and high back, and a strong aura. Brothers, it's finally shipped. Single draw really works miracles. Single draw, forever God. PDD was quite happy. He spent nearly 30,000 yuan, and it was not wasted. A message also appeared in his vision. Congratulations to player Lu. The vehicle lottery, 1 draw in a row, won the Golden Legend, the permanent version of the Phoenix sports car. In addition, there is also a series of performance introductions about the permanent version of the Phoenix sports car. This sports car has excellent power and can reach a maximum speed of 421.31 kilometers per hour. It takes 3 seconds to accelerate from standstill to 100 kilometers/hour. It has smooth body lines, light and flexible. When driving, it is not only easy to control, but also makes the driver feel unprecedented comfort. This sports car is the annual hit launched by the world's top sports car brand Faber, priced at 3.99 million. Permanent version. Once obtained, the player will own this sports car forever. It is a bound driving tool and cannot be used by others. The appearance of this information made PDD feel much better. Not bad, a sports car priced at 3.99 million. I got it for less than 30,000. This wave of blood profit. PDD smiled and touched his chin from time to time. And, you see, this is a permanent version, which means that my game character is dead, and I can own this sports car again. Teacher Piao, your idea is really amazing. Can you compare a sports car in a game with the real world? Selling price 3.99 million? This damn game can say that. Permanent version. It seems that Teacher Piao made money, and this game lost a lot. Teacher Piao, don't you have to think about a question? The end of the world is coming. You will lack sports cars. You will lack cars. The more he read these comments, PDD was about to collapse and break down. Especially one of them. He would lack sports cars and cars. It made him break down directly. His face was black. Yes, it's the end of the world. It's not a casual thing to get a car. Other cars are not as good as my Phoenix sports car. PDD forced a smile, his teeth clacking. Soon after, he restarted the game. Directly choose to be born in a wealthy family. Congratulations to player Liu, who spent 648 and became a wealthy household. You were born in a very wealthy family. Your parents run a company, and the company's profits are pretty good. You had a happy and fulfilling childhood, and your parents often took you to travel everywhere. Whether it is elementary school, middle school, or high school, your grades are very good. In the college entrance examination, you wrote like a god and successfully entered a key university in this city. In the 4 years of college, you worked diligently and studied hard, and your grades in every subject were very good. After graduation, you inherited the family business and became the boss of a company. This year, you are 27 years old. Your life is infinitely beautiful, but an accident happened. Do you want to enter the game? Brothers, look at the recharge consumption of 648. It's really different. This is definitely a winner in life. PDD sighed. Not only was he born into a wealthy family, he also went to a key university and finally became the boss of a company. Without any hesitation, he entered the game. After opening his eyes, he was sitting on the sofa in the villa, wearing a black suit. He looked decent and dressed like a successful person. The surrounding interior furnishings were magnificent. Expensive home appliances, expensive carpets, luxurious chandeliers, etc. can be seen everywhere. However, PDD didn't pay attention to it. He keenly noticed that he had undergone a drastic change. He was sure that it was definitely because of the crystal. The crystal in the member gift package had been automatically swallowed and absorbed by him. With anticipation, he opened the attribute panel again. Nickname, Mr. Liu. Strength, 30 points, full strength punch, terrifying power. Agility, 27 points, far beyond the agility of normal people. Constitution, 29 points, no disease or disaster. Extraordinary constitution. Intelligence, 11 points, slightly higher than normal people. Perception, 9 points, vigilance is okay. Charm, 8 points, no charm, far below ordinary people. Strength, agility, constitution. The 3 attributes directly increased by 20 points. Is this the fun of charging money? PD grinned. If he had the ability now, when he was in Haichao Village, he could really knock down one of those villagers with one punch. Sure enough, charging money is the kingly way. The audience in the live broadcast room cursed, thinking that this broken game cannot be played without charging money, and it is too unfriendly to ordinary players. Some viewers even swore that they would never play this broken game in their lifetime. After that, PDD began to check the villa. There are a lot of supplies in the villa. Drinks, beer, bread, etc., a wide variety of items, enough to support him for a month or two. In addition, there are 300 bottles of 95 grade 1-liter gasoline. When he saw the gasoline, he felt uncomfortable, so he just ignored it temporarily. Soon, he learned that he was currently living in the West Bank Villa district of Linfeng City. Through the reminder of the audience in the barrage, PDD also learned that Zhou was also born in Linfeng City before. As a result, he was played around by NPCs such as the Shitty Knife Sister and Deanlin. Brothers, don't worry with my brain. It's impossible for NPCs to play around with my IQ. PD smiled and was very confident. He would never trust the NPCs in this game. Teacher Piao, what you said is a bit contradictory. Have you forgotten Haichao Village? Teacher Piao, your IQ was played around by the NPCs in Haichao Village. Teacher Piao, don't be arrogant. take it easy. We have to believe in Teacher Piao. Teacher Piao is not far from death." These words in the barrage made PDD's face freeze, but he didn't refute. Haichao village really made him want to curse. Parents, sister, villagers, everyone is the enemy. What's the point of playing this? Soon, Teacher Piao also picked up the sharp shark knife and walked out of the villa, looking for prey near the villa. Sure enough, found more than a dozen zombies. Facing these zombies, PDD showed amazing skills, agile and powerful. Killed a kid with one knife. In a flash, there were already corpses lying on the ground under his feet. That's it. PDD was very proud and felt that there was a reason why the Doomsday Cataclysm could not be popular. This zombie monster was too simple. He hadn't even exerted his strength yet. But the result? A large number of zombies fell down. I can do it too. This is the charm of charging money. I smell the smell of money. Teacher Piao, don't be too proud. The audience in the live broadcast room felt that PDD was too conceited. After charging so much money, isn't it normal to kill zombies like slaughtering dogs? After clearing the zombies near the villa, PDD also tried to find the NPC in order to get information from the NPC. However, unfortunately, there were no NPCs nearby. He even saw the permanent version of the Phoenix sports car in the garage of the villa. This sports car is brand new and shiny, with a beautiful body and luxurious interior design. Good. PDD looked like he liked the sports car very much. In fact, he started to feel bad again. He spent almost 30,000 yuan to buy such a game sports car. Tell others. His friends can laugh at him for a whole year. Wait until noon. Have lunch. PDD also made a bold decision. Leave the West D Villa area, look for NPCs, and get more valuable intelligence clues. For this wasteland world, he has too little information. The audience also agrees with his decision. It's boring to stay in the villa all the time. You have to go out bravely. Knock, knock. But at this moment, there was a movement at the door of PDD's villa, as if someone was knocking on the door. This startled him suddenly. Zombies appeared? It shouldn't be. All the zombies in the nearby area have been slaughtered by him. Even several power crystals burst out. It's a pity that after taking the power crystal, his strength value did not increase. Teacher Piao, maybe you may have triggered the task, and the NPC has come to the door. Go and take a look, and you will know. Teacher Piao, go and take a look. Teacher Piao, why are you still standing there stupidly? The audience in the live broadcast room kept urging. PDD also got up quickly and came to the door of the villa. But he did not rush to open the door, but looked at the cat's eye on the door, which is the door mirror. At a glance, PDD was relieved. There is a person outside the door. This is a man, dirty and tattered, looking so pitiful. What a miserable NPC. Will it trigger the task of protecting the NPC? The goddess of luck is really favoring Teacher Piao. Once the task issued by the NPC is completed, the reward will definitely be very rich. To be able to survive in this doomsday, these two NPCs may also have some tricks. The barrage kept flashing. PDD also opened the door and was not afraid of this NPC. At the same time, he was also very confused. Why didn't this broken game give relevant information about this NPC? Woo woo woo. After seeing PDD, this disheveled man burst into tears. Teacher Piao, luckily I watched your live broadcast. Otherwise, I would have almost starved to death on the street. Teacher Piao, please take care of me. Please protect me. When he finished speaking, PDD and the audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked. This is not an NPC, but it seems to be a player. Is this player so miserable? He doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing. This is the most miserable player I have ever seen. He really lost all the face of the players. The audience didn't know whether to laugh or cry. PDD also had a dreamlike feeling. In his impression, players, this represents the fourth disaster. Because players are full of uncertainty, they often have a very terrifying impact on the game situation. But the result, this player in front of him, this is too miserable. Afterwards, PDD also used the supplies in the villa to entertain this player. The miserable player wolfed down and ate bread and drank drinks. Then, he told about his unbearable experience. After some understanding, PDD finally understood that the player nicknamed Zhang Sanfeng was a Zero Krypton player. He didn't spend a penny, just to carry out the spirit of Zero Krypton to the end. Although he didn't spend any money, Zhang Sanfeng was always hiding, killing zombies, and then exploding crystals to improve his strength. Originally, with his style, he wouldn't be too miserable in this game. As a result, he was very unlucky and was robbed by NPCs in the game. As a result, all his material resources were taken away. Even he was smart and ran fast. Otherwise, he would not be able to save his life and would have to start the game again. Brother, are NPCs very strong? PD frowned. Very strong, and the ones I met were just some trash. Zhang Sanfeng's face flushed red as he ate bread. He felt very embarrassed. He couldn't even deal with some trash NPCs. Zhang Sanfeng also said that he was watching PDD's live broadcast not long ago. So he saw PDD was born in the West Ike Villa district of Linfeng City. And he was also in this villa area, so he hurriedly went online to curry favor. Teacher Piao, the identity of my game character is a security guard in this shady villa area. Zhang Sanfeng talked about his origins. Teacher Piao nodded silently and also learned more about the NPC forces from Zhang Sanfeng. For example, Dao Jie created Dao Club. Zhou Menglong created Menglong Base. Crazy Lili Feng created Crazy Camp. Dean Lin Su created the League of Hope. It seems that NPCs are all huddling together for warmth, and we players should also create our own forces to survive in the end times. PDD narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone. So, he also decided to create his own force. He has thought of the name of the force. Survival. In the end times, survival is the most important thing. Teacher Piao, I will be the first to join your survival force. Zhang Sanfeng was very enthusiastic and expressed his attitude directly. PDD nodded silently, also with a happy face. But soon his face turned black. He wanted to test Zhang Sanfeng's strength. But in the end, he just knocked Zhang Sanfeng down with a casual punch. Teacher Piao, I am very weak. My strength is only 9 points. The disgraced Zhang Sanfeng got up from the ground, his face full of embarrassment. He also wants to become stronger. But it was very difficult for him to deal with zombies. There is nothing as relaxing and comfortable as Teacher Piao. PDD's expression froze. He thought Zhang Sanfeng was very strong, but he didn't know that his strength didn't even reach the standard of a normal person. But thinking about it carefully, he came to his senses. If Zhang Sanfeng was very strong, he wouldn't be robbed by NPCs. Even Zhang Sanfeng can pick up all the supplies in this villa by himself. This time, the reason why Zhang Sanfeng was able to easily enter the villa was because he had cleaned up all the zombies near the villa before. It's okay, don't lose heart. PD patted Zhang Sanfeng on the shoulder. Soon, the two set out to look for traces of zombies. Now, although there's still a lot of zombies in the shady villa area, the number is not large anymore. All afternoon, less than 100 were cleared. A total of 10 power crystals and 4 agility crystals were exploded. PDD is so angry that I want to give it to Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng refused wildly. No, Teacher Piao, you killed these zombies. If I take all these crystals, I will be taking advantage of you. Fine. PD doesn't care. But Zhang Sanfeng is very stubborn. Finally, Zhang Sanfeng only took 2 power crystals to consume. In this way, Zhang Sanfeng's strength value was increased from 9 points to 11 points. The remaining crystals were taken by PDD. Once taken, PDD's strength value increases to 31 points, and agility increases to 28 points. That night, Zhang Sanfeng also went offline in the villa. He couldn't play games all the time. He had to help with work. Some understanding. Only then did PDD learn that the other party was actually a teacher who taught and educated people. I can't tell that this crazy person is actually a teacher. Zhang Sanfeng's Zero Krypton spirit is really hard to believe. It's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance, and sea water cannot be measured. Teacher Piao, it's getting late. It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Isn't it time for you to have dinner too? One barrage after another, PDD smiled and expressed his position to the audience that he would also temporarily stop broadcasting. After dinner, we will continue broadcasting. Say it. He quit the virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm and also walked out of the virtual game cabin. But at this moment, PDD's expression froze. He noticed that he was full of power, an unparalleled force. In addition, his body seemed to have undergone some unimaginable changes. This made an extremely bold conjecture pop up in his mind. No way. If you become stronger in the game, can you also become stronger in the real world? It's too incredible. Since PDD is still watching the live broadcast on the computer, the camera is not turned off. Therefore, his strange and dazed appearance was noticed by the audience in the live broadcast room. It turned out that the viewers were exiting the live broadcast room one after another. But now, the audience refused to leave and started frantically launching barrage after barrage. Teacher Piao, what are you doing? Are you stunned? Teacher Piao, your expression is very wonderful. Did something happen? Teacher Piao, what on earth are you doing? Isn't it because you got crazy while playing games? After a long time, PDD finally recovered from the shock and complicated emotions. Facing the barrage of comments from the audience, he did not rush to respond, but groped around the room to find it. Soon, there were a few more coins in his hand. He picked up one of the coins and bent it with his fingers. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Teacher Piao, are you okay? Teacher Piao, are you performing a coin-bending show? But it is said that the strength to bend coins requires more than 100 kilograms. Does Teacher Piao have such strength? It feels like something is wrong with Teacher Piao. The barges kept coming. Every audience member felt as if PDD was possessed. The next second, the audience felt extremely shocked and indescribable. Because that coin was easily bent and broken by PDD. Crack! The coin broke in half. But PDD still looked very calm, as if he was bending and breaking the coin without wasting much of his energy. PDD still didn't speak. He continued to bend and break off one coin after another. The audience was stunned. Teacher Piao, are you so powerful? Isn't this a prop model? Why do I always feel that this plot seems familiar? A similar scene also appeared in Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. The coins are definitely props. Teacher Piao is definitely trying to win everyone's attention. Most viewers are still unwilling to believe that PDD can bend and break coins. Because PDD behaves too easily, coins are like tofu, bending or breaking when PDD breaks them easily. This moment, PDD's heart is far more shocking than the audience. He knew very well that his power was not that great at all. Due to my obesity and lack of exercise over the years, I always stay in front of the computer for live broadcasts or lie in a virtual game cabin. So, to be honest, his strength is very small, less than a few dozen kilograms. But for now, he could feel that there was so much power in his body. This must be related to that Doomsday Cataclysm. As expected, Zhou was not confused. You can really get stronger by playing this game. Perhaps the entire Dragon Kingdom in the future. Even a whole world will undergo earth-shaking changes because of this game. The more he thought about it, PDD was shocked to the point where his scalp was numb. He realized he was witnessing history. Witness a new history in a different future. He did not choose to hide it, but said solemnly to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, you may not be able to understand or believe what I say. However, I still have to say it. Play. In the game Doomsday Cataclysm, if you become stronger in the game world, you can also become stronger in the real world." After saying these words, PDD was relieved and full of excitement. Whether you can seize this wave of opportunities depends on the audience's choices. Just when he wanted to say something, the super manager in the live broadcast room spoke. Eye-catching red text appeared. Supervisor reminds you that the anchor's inappropriate remarks may have a negative impact on the Betrayal live broadcast platform and the viewers in the live broadcast room. Therefore, the live broadcast room is banned for 24 hours. In the future, anchors are asked to pay attention to your words and deeds. Then, the PDD live broadcast room has been blocked. At this moment, PDD's expression was stiff, staring at the two eye-catching red messages on the computer screen. You violated the rules by making inappropriate comments, and your live broadcast is banned for 24 hours. You can restart the live broadcast after 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. PDD was so annoyed that he wanted to curse. He was clearly telling the truth. Why was his live broadcast banned? This dog is a super administrator. He is not a human being. However, the audience in PDD's live broadcast room had different thoughts and sent different comments. Oh my God, Teacher Piao's live broadcast room has been blocked. Teacher Piao's behavior is exactly the same as Sister Zhou's. It's over. It's over. This is another crazy one. Here it comes again. The game becomes stronger, and the real world can also become stronger. This is simply fooling the audience. It gives the audience a bad guide. Sure enough, this game is poisonous, very poisonous. But what if Teacher Piao or Sister Zhou is not lying, then? Everything is a show effect. Whoever takes it seriously is a fool. Most of the audience did not believe what Teacher Piao said, but a small number of them did. Even this small number of viewers decided to recharge in the Doomsday Cataclysm. Just recharge a few thousand yuan, no big deal. Facing these barges, PDD was angry and laughed. He was not fooling or deceiving the audience. That's the fact. What made him even more upset was that the senior executives of Doushao live streaming platform also called him, caring about him, and asked him to play less games and pay more attention to his health. PDD wanted to refute, but the Doushao senior executives on the phone did not give him a chance to refute and hung up the phone directly. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, PDD looked helpless. Not long after, PDD ordered a takeaway and was also ready to have a full meal first. He also realized that not only his strength has improved, even his agility has improved a lot. It can be said that he is now a flexible fat man. Half an hour passed unknowingly. The takeaway boy has not been seen yet. I want to complain. PDD looked annoyed. Usually, if you order a takeaway, it will arrive in 10 minutes at most, but now there is no one in half an hour, and even the takeaway boy's phone number cannot be reached. What is going on? Just a second later, there was a knock on his door. This made PDD's expression calm down a lot. Delivery boy, you're finally here. Finally, I waited for you. Luckily, I didn't give up. PDD hummed the lyrics and ran to open the door. In the blink of an eye, PDD opened the door and saw a takeaway boy in a yellow robe, who looked very young and sunny. Finally, it's delivered, but the speed is too slow. PD complained and took the hot takeaway from the takeaway boy. He really couldn't wait to have a good meal. Mr. Liu, you eat the takeaway first, and I will ask you to cooperate with me in the investigation later. Suddenly, the takeaway boy spoke. This simple sentence made PDD's mind flash through countless thoughts. Check the water meter? Will he be invited in for tea? But he didn't commit a crime. He is a good citizen who abides by the law. Gulp. PDD swallowed a mouthful of saliva in his throat subconsciously, and his hands holding the hot takeaway were trembling slightly. Sir, are you a police officer? He asked uncertainly. Wang Chung directly showed his ID. There was a picture of his profile picture and a line of personal information on the certificate. Member of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Mingzhu City, Longhua. In addition, there was a red anti-counterfeiting stamp of the relevant Longwood department in the lower right corner of the certificate. PDD was dumbfounded. He had never heard of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, but he also understood that he was in big trouble. Soon, PDD started to eat takeout, which was a bowl of pork trotter noodles. Although it was delicious, it didn't taste good to him. He felt bad. It was not a good taste. He was invited to have tea out of the blue. Mr. Liu, don't panic. Just cooperate with me well. You'll be fine. Wang Chung smiled and introduced the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, which was mainly responsible for a series of mysterious events. For example, in the late Ming Dynasty, the Tianqi explosion killed more than 20,000 people, and the dead and injured regardless of gender, were all naked. For example, more than 90 years ago, 8 remains of suspected prehistoric giants were dug up in a place in Longwa, and each skeleton was 3 meters high. Also, more than 60 years ago, the Yangtze River stopped flowing and the river water disappeared strangely, which was suspected to be a dragon crossing the catastrophe. Listening to one bizarre incident after another, PDD also looked very surprised, and he had heard of these things. However, he didn't know what the truth was. Mr. Wong, are there really supernatural beings in the world? Are there really people who can fly and hide? PDD asked tentatively. Whether it is the apocalypse explosion, the remains of giants, or the Yangtze River stopping flowing, after our careful investigation, they are not mysterious events. Take the Yangtze River stopping flowing, for example. It has been confirmed, and this is a rumor. And the remains of giants are some large ape creatures, not giants at all. As for the apocalypse explosion, after careful research, it was just a simple explosion caused by underground natural gas leakage. Wang Chung explained patiently. PDD nodded repeatedly, thinking that there really were people who could fly and hide in the ground. It turned out that everything was just his imagination. Who knew? Wang Chung suddenly said in a faint tone, but maybe there will really be people who can fly and hide in the ground in the future. For example, as you said in the live broadcast room before, the game will become stronger and the real world will also become stronger. Hearing this, PDD's face stiffened. Is this the reason why he was noticed by this mysterious investigation bureau member? Slurp. After a feast, PDD also ate the pig's trotter noodles cleanly. Then, he accepted Wang Cheng's questioning with trepidation. Mr. Liu, I will record every word you say. Please tell the truth, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Wang Cheng warned, hoping that PDD would tell the truth and not hide anything. Yes. PDD nodded heavily. As a citizen of Dragon Country, he has the obligation and responsibility to cooperate with the investigation of the relevant departments. Mr. Liu, has the game Cataclysm really made you stronger? Mr. Liu, where did you hear about this game Cataclysm? Mr. Liu, did you feel any discomfort while playing this game Cataclysm? Wang Chung started a series of inquiries, and PDD answered each question truthfully. The whole process lasted for 2 hours. Wang Chung even asked PDD when he went to the toilet and when he took a shower. This made PDD very embarrassed, but he still didn't dare to hide it. Finally, Wang Chung personally tested PDD's strength. The strength was unreasonable and unusual. Wang Chung was not only a member of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, but also a master of fighting in the army. But PDD's punch was like a cannonball, which made him completely unable to bear it. This was completely unreasonable. He also knew the relevant information about PDD very well. Maybe there was some strength, but at most it was a few dozen kg, and the strength of a punch was definitely not more than 100 kilograms. But now PDD's punch power has reached 300 kilograms or even 400 kilograms. You know, even some heavyweight professional boxers may not be able to achieve such power data. In other words, PDD played a game and easily became a heavyweight professional boxer. Mr. Liu, the matter is very serious. Wang Chung had a complicated expression. Click. PDD's heart skipped a beat. He had cooperated so well. Was he going to be invited to have tea again? All the mysterious events in the past were proven to be false, unrealistic, and rumors. But now the game feedback to the real world that you participated in and I witnessed is a real mysterious event. It will be defined as an SSS-level mysterious event. In the future, our Dragon Country and even the whole world will be affected by it. The more Wang Chung spoke, the more his emotions fluctuated. The future became more turbulent and unpredictable. PDD nodded silently. Yes, the future will be completely different. At that time, will there be a scene where everyone plays games? Thinking about it, PDD felt it was outrageous, but it seemed normal. Soon, investigator Wang Chung quickly used an encrypted phone to contact Xiao Guodong, the head of the Mingzhu City Mystery Investigation Bureau. Xiao Guodong was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a mature appearance. He was wearing a set of casual clothes and was sitting on a sofa watching TV. Although it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, he was not sleepy at all. Watching TV with his wife and daughter made him very happy. However, he was also very sad. As the head of the mysterious investigation bureau of Mingzhu City, he also wanted to do something earth-shaking. But there have been no mysterious events in recent years. Even if there are, they're just rumors spread by the people. Let's say the year before last. Some people spread rumors that an unidentified flying object appeared in the sky, suspected to be an alien UFO. But the result? After investigation, this Class B UFO incident was simply a misunderstanding. The so-called flying saucer was a military fighter jet exercise secretly conducted by Longhua. There have been many similar misunderstandings. Until now, Xiao Guodong was also completely certain of one thing. There is no real mysterious event at all. Just like this era is an era of science, and all the gods and ghosts are just fooling people. Just at this time, his phone rang. It was a different phone from the ones on the market. A small antenna could be seen on the top of the phone. This was his work phone. He frowned and saw that the caller was Investigator Wang Cheng. "Xiao Wang, what's up?" When the call was connected, Xiao Guodong was full of confusion. Director Xiao investigated an SSS-level mysterious incident. A very excited voice came from the microphone. "Xiao Wang, are you kidding me? Our investigation bureau has been established for more than 70 years. Let alone SSS-level mysterious incidents. We have never encountered even S-level mysterious incidents." Xiao Guodong feels that Wang Cheng is still too young and needs to be trained and trained. SSS-level mysterious events can affect the entire country and the world. How could it happen? "Xiao Ju, I'm really not kidding. This mysterious incident feeds back into the real world for SSS-level games. If you become stronger in the game world, the real world will also become stronger." Wang Cheng's anxious voice came over the phone. It seemed that he had been misunderstood by Xiao Guodong, which made Wang Cheng feel very sad. Xiao Guodong grinned, thinking that the investigator Wang Cheng was crazy, right? The game also provides feedback to the real world. Didn't you wake up? "Xiao Wang, have you been playing too much virtual reality games recently? Play less games and do more real things. Look, your mental state is starting to become a little abnormal now." Xiao Guodong frowned, his tone a bit reproachful. "Say it." He hung up the phone directly and kept mumbling, "Today's young people are really addicted to virtual reality online games. Game addiction is a kind of mental illness. Xiao Wang, but don't ruin your future." Only, Xiao Guodong just hung up the phone not long ago. Wang Cheng called again. This made him frown. "Xiao Wang, stop being addicted to games," he said directly and hung up the phone. Later, although Wang Cheng called, he didn't answer the phone. However, Xiao Guodong was completely unexpected. At early 11 o'clock in the evening, he was a little sleepy and ready to go to bed. The royal city is coming. "Xiao Wang." Xiao Guodong's face was dark, and he wanted to curse. But he just felt that this young man, Wang Cheng, was not done yet. "Xiao Ju, this matter is of great concern, not only to our motherland, but also to the whole world." Wang Cheng's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless in the face of such an SSS-level mysterious incident. "Xiao Wang, do you know what you were talking about?" Xiao Guodong is really depressed. Young people nowadays are so unreliable. It is also about the motherland and the whole world. Is it such an exaggeration? However, since everyone from Wancheng was here, Xiao Guodong also invited him to enter the study and sit down. As soon as he sat down, Wang Cheng also took out the relevant information he had just sorted out and the video footage of asking PDD. "Hey, I'm still prepared," Xiao Guodong joked and began to browse the information provided by Wang Cheng in his hand. As the game Doomsday Cataclysm becomes stronger, will the real world also become stronger? PDD, a popular anchor on the Douxia live streaming platform, played this game, and his punching power is conservatively estimated to be over 300 kilograms. Currently, the game manufacturer of this game is unknown. No matter how much I check, I can't find the result. I have no clue at all. Browse information and watch videos. Xiao Guodong's expression gradually became more and more serious. His eyes were all wide and round. It's unimaginable, unbelievable. It's ridiculous that a game can allow a streamer who doesn't usually exercise much to become a heavyweight professional boxer. Xiao Guodong murmured to himself, and he also cast a sharp gaze on Wang Cheng. Xiao Wang, is the information true? If true, this is definitely an SSS-level mysterious incident. His voice trembled a little as he spoke. He hopes this is the truth, but he doesn't want it to be the truth. You can become stronger by playing games. In this case, the future. I really don't know what the situation will be like. Bureau Xiao. The information is absolutely true. Wang Qing nodded heavily. Okay. Reported immediately. Reported immediately. This game is destined to change our Dragon Kingdom. Maybe our Dragon Kingdom just needs to seize the opportunity, and we will definitely be on top of the world in the future. Xiao Guodong's tone was excited and his eyes were red. He felt that this matter was too important. He even cursed in his heart. He was too stupid before to think that Wang Cheng was addicted to playing games. Kindness. Wang Cheng nodded heavily, his eyes full of expectations for the future. Charging money is a simple matter. With our country's financial resources, charging hundreds or tens of billions is not just a joke. Xiao Guodong clenched his fists. His face was full of joy, his spirit was very high, and he felt that the future was promising. Xiao Bureau, I'm afraid it's not that simple. I've also learned more about this game. It's not a game that sells numerical values. Recharging will only give you a certain advantage in the early stage. In the future, it's a dragon is a worm. It depends on your own performance. Wang Cheng said with a serious expression. Selling value? Xiao Guodong doesn't know much about the professional terminology of games. The selling value can be simply understood as the strength of the game character. Recharging can improve the strength, but the improvement is limited. Wang Cheng replied. Xiao Guodong nodded silently. Also wanting to know who developed such a game? Domestic game manufacturers? Seems unlikely, but these problems are destined not to be a headache for him. He just needs to report it. That night, he reported the matter as the head of the Mingzhu City Mysterious Investigation Bureau. He reported it to the Longwu Kyoto Mysterious Research Institute. The Mysterious Research Institute is engaged in the research of various professional technologies. Energy, aerospace, semiconductors, etc. involve many fields and aspects. Zhang Xian, the director of the investigation department of the Mysterious Research Institute, is in his 50s and has white hair. But now, he drove to the investigation department in a hurry, because the information and related events just reported by Xiao Guodong, the head of the Mingzhu City Mysterious Investigation Bureau. He was completely stunned. At first, he didn't believe it, but in the relevant data and the ironclad evidence, he had to believe it. Incredible, incredible, he muttered to himself. In the night, he entered the investigation department. All the employees of the entire investigation department have gone home, and only 2 employees are on night shift. Minister Zhang, hello. When the 2 duty officers saw Zhang Xian, they greeted him respectfully, but they were also very surprised. It was already midnight. Why was Minister Zhang not resting at home and rushing to the investigation department? Notify all important members of the investigation department to rush to the conference room. Even if you are asleep, you have to come. Whoever does not come will bear the consequences. Zhang Xian's expression was particularly solemn. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly entered the conference room. The 2 duty officers were dumbfounded, but they did not dare to ignore Minister Zhang's words, and they hurriedly notified everyone door to door. 15 minutes later, important members of the investigation department arrived one after another. Many people complained they all slept well, but in the end they were woken up by the annoying phone call in their sleep. Minister Zhang, what kind of drama is this? It's early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep? What the hell? It's a headache. I have to send my daughter to school tomorrow. Everyone complained. They came here all day and night, and they were really full of resentment. Soon, everyone entered the brightly lit conference room, and they all shut up obediently, not daring to speak. They all saw Zhang Xian's extremely serious expression. This made them correct their attitude. Finally, everyone sat down. Zhang Xian said solemnly, "It's so late. I asked you to come. There's only one meeting content. Play games. Then, verify whether it is true that the game becomes stronger and the real world becomes stronger. If it is true, this will be an SSS-level mysterious event." Although the information provided by Xiao Guodong has proved this point. However, Zhang Xian has always been rigorous in doing things. He wants to witness it with his own eyes. After all, this matter is too important. Once the verification is successful, that has to be reported to the top management, so we can't be careless. Everyone was stunned. They were called to play games in the middle of the night, and they were also verifying that the game became stronger and the real world became stronger. Isn't this nonsense? Everyone thought Zhang Xian was crazy, but it was helpless. A higher rank can crush a person. Even if Zhang Xian went crazy, they had to accompany him to go crazy. Under Zhang Xian's instructions, 33 important members of the investigation department started up the personal computers in the conference room and downloaded the Doomsday Cataclysm. During the download period, including Zhang Xian, everyone simply performed strength tests, agility tests, and physical tests. After a lot of trouble, the important members of the investigation department knew it tacitly. Zhang Xian had gone completely crazy. Tomorrow they must ask Yishan, the director of the Mysterious Research Institute, to arrange for Zhang Xian to stay in a mental hospital for mental treatment as soon as possible. Wait until the game is downloaded. Zhang Xian told everyone to wear a virtual game helmet, and once they entered the game, they would directly recharge 648 so that they could become a distinguished VIP 2 member and enjoy the VIP 2 member gift package. Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't imagine or believe that Zhang Xian had gone to such a level. Recharge 648 right away. In the past, Zhang Xian was regarded as a respected and steady boss in their minds. But now, Zhang Xian is seriously ill. Don't worry, I will report 648 to Dean He, and the Mysterious Institute will reimburse it. Don't delay. Recharge 648, and you can immediately get 10 power crystals, 10 agility crystals, and 10 physical crystals. This will allow us to quickly verify whether the game becomes stronger and the real world will also become stronger. Zhang Xian's expression was serious, although he already knew the shocking answer in his heart, but he still wanted to verify it himself. This matter is too big. Everyone was silent. Minister Zhang is really useless. Completely useless. What power crystals? Normally, I have never seen Minister Zhang addicted to games. But now he is so obsessed with games. Not long after, everyone wearing virtual game helmets has entered Doomsday Cataclysm, one after another. Zhang Xian, who was sitting in the main seat, wore a virtual game helmet on his head and closed his eyes. He had already entered the virtual reality online game, Doomsday Cataclysm. It was less than 10 minutes. Zhang Xian quit the game and opened his eyes. He immediately felt that he seemed to have undergone some changes. But this might be an illusion. He wanted to verify it himself. The relevant instruments had been prepared on the side. Many important members of the investigation department also quit the game one after another. There are so many recharge gold lights. You can't play without recharging, right? Rubbish game. Even choosing a berth requires money. It makes sense that domestic virtual reality online games can't become popular. Everyone complained. They really had no interest in the game Doomsday Cataclysm. Compared with the virtual reality online games on the market, it was terrible. There was no intention at all. Want to become stronger and then fight monsters and zombies. This is an old routine from many years ago, and it is still used today. But some people also felt that they seemed to have become a little different, but they just regarded it as an illusion. Soon, Zhang Xian took the lead in walking to the punching force tester and preparing for the first test. Everyone was calm on the surface, but they all wanted to laugh in their hearts. Minister Zhang is old and usually neglects to exercise. Doesn't he have any idea of how strong he is? This strength test was just conducted not long ago. 38 kilograms. This is the test result of Minister Zhang just now. Everyone is very clear about this. Minister Zhang is old, his muscles are shrinking, and his body functions are declining. It is not easy to punch 38 kilograms. The next second, bang! Zhang Xian's face flushed, his strength was full, his nerves were tense, his right hand clenched into a fist like a solid shell, directly hitting the panel of the punching force tester. Instantly, a data popped up on the panel display. 159 kilograms. Such data. Everyone around was stunned. Impossible. This is impossible. How could Minister Zhang's punch reach 159 kilograms? It takes a long time for a normal adult man to reach this level of strength. What's more, Minister Zhang is over 50 years old. The instrument is broken, it's malfunctioning. No one is willing to believe the facts in front of them. 159 kilograms. This is Minister Zhang's punch test result, which is completely bizarre and outrageous. Some people also have bolder guesses in their minds. Could it be that if the game becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger? Don't waste time. Test it quickly. Zhang Xian had a cold face, but in fact his heart was already full of storms. Facts proved he was experiencing and witnessing an SSS-level mysterious event. Sure enough, in the subsequent strength test, every important member of the investigation department could easily punch 170 kilograms or 180 kilograms. Everyone was stunned. Is this their punch test result? It's too unreal. They have become stronger. But this process of becoming stronger is too simple. In the future, in the agility test, their speed has increased a lot compared to before. In the physical fitness test, their bodies are healthier and stronger than before. Before they knew it, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. The rising sun had already come out, but everyone in the conference room was still in an extremely excited mental state. The times are changing. They are changing. We Longhua must seize the opportunity and take the lead. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. I never thought that a game would actually affect the fate of our Longhua. Everyone was excited, verifying an SS-level mysterious event, which was something they dared not even dream of. At the same time, they were ashamed in their hearts. They thought Zhang Xian was crazy. Who knew? Zhang Xian was not crazy at all. Zhang Xian was very clear-headed. I will personally deliver all this information to Dean He of the Mysterious Research Institute, and he will present the information to the top management. Zhang Xian, sitting in the main seat of the conference room, said solemnly, "As for, you must not promote this game everywhere." What the attitude of the top management is towards this game is still an unknown. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Will the top management ban this game? Can it just be banned? Or will they take a wait-and-see attitude? They don't know everything. Afterwards, Zhang Xian went to the Mysterious Research Institute alone. It was not far from the investigation department building, only a few dozen meters away. Arrived at the 5th floor of the Mysterious Research Institute office building, at the door of the dean's office. He met 3 acquaintances. These 3 people are very old. All of them are old, and they all hold important positions in the Mysterious Research Institute. They are the director of the design department, the director of the research department, and the director of the testing department. Among them, the head of the design department, whose white hair was about to fall out, said with a smile, "Old Zhang, why did you come to this office building? It's too early, isn't it? It's only 6 in the morning. I want to see Dean He. Our investigation department has investigated a mysterious incident." Zhang Xian said with a serious expression. "Ha ha ha." The 3 of them laughed. There are no mysterious incidents these days. Most of the so-called mysterious incidents are unreliable rumors. Lao Zhang, if you want to see Dean He, you have to queue up. At present, our research department is working on chip technology, and we need to apply for research funds from Dean He. The director of the research department pushed the reading glasses on his nose, his expression solemn. As soon as this was said, the director of the technical department and the director of the testing department stood in awe. The domestic chip industry has been very sluggish in recent years and is subject to other countries. If the chip technology can be conquered and Longwa's own chips can be developed, then Longwa will not have to import so many chips every year. Lao Zhang, queue up. Our testing department is preparing to test a batch of secret military products, so we need to report to Dean He. The director of the testing department, who looks gentle, fair-skinned, and kind, also spoke. Our design department also has some important matters to report to Dean He. Dean He, it's really too hard. Going to work at 5 in the morning. Hey, can this body bear it? The director of the design department was worried. It's not hard to serve the country and the people. Dean He is such a person. Zhang Xian admired him, then looked at the 3 ministers and said solemnly, I may have to join the queue. The matter in my hands is related to the future of the motherland and the destiny of the motherland. It can't be delayed any longer. The 3 ministers looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with Zhang Xian, and he was talking nonsense. It's also related to the future of the motherland. It's related to the destiny of the motherland. Is it necessary to exaggerate like this? Lao Zhang, in order to join the queue, you should at least make up a decent reason. Lao Zhang, are you playing us for fools? Lao Zhang, you don't understand the principle of first come, first served, right? There is no way to join the queue. The 3 ministers were unhappy. They had been waiting in line for more than half an hour. How could Zhang Xian join the queue? In their eyes, the investigation department under Zhang Xian's jurisdiction really didn't need to exist. It has been decades, and the people in the investigation department have not found anything valuable. The investigation department is a group of people who just want to eat and wait for death. It's not that I want to jump the queue, but the matter is imminent. We have investigated an SSS-level mysterious incident. Do you know what this means? Zhang Xian revealed some information. This is impossible. The 3 ministers were shocked. In theory, the SSS-level mysterious incident can change the future of the motherland and even change the world. But in reality, the SSS-level mysterious incident is impossible to happen. Afterwards, the 3 ministers were very proactive and asked Zhang Xian to go to see Dean He first without queuing. They had a tacit understanding and felt that Zhang Xian would definitely be bombarded out by Dean He. What SSS-level mysterious incident? Isn't this bullshit? You said that Lao Zhang will be bombarded out in a few minutes? 5 minutes? No, just 3 minutes. The 3 ministers were talking. However, 10 minutes passed. Zhang Xian was still in the dean's office and did not come out. This made the 3 ministers very confused. There really is an SSS-level mysterious incident. How is this possible? 10 minutes passed. Not only did Zhang Xian walk out of the office, even Dean He Shan, who was over 70 years old and had silver hair, walked out. Dean He has always been known for his rigor and solemnity, but now Dean He is very happy and excited. This made the 3 ministers dumbfounded. What surprised them even more was, Dean He left in a hurry, but when he left, he told Zhang Xian to wait for him to come back. He wanted to meet the top leaders in person. Boom! If He Shan left, it would be like a heavy bomb, burning the 3 ministers on the outside and Tender on the inside. Dean He has not met the top leaders for 5 years. No, 10 years. As long as he goes to see them. It must be an earth-shattering event. Could it be that the investigation department really investigated an SSS-level mysterious incident? The 3 ministers were very curious, but they also knew the confidentiality regulations and should not ask questions that they should not ask. 3 hours passed. He Shan came back. As soon as he came back, he had a secret conversation with Zhang Xian in the dean's office in the office building. Dean He, what does it mean? Although Zhang Xian was sitting on a comfortable black leather sofa, he was still fidgeting. Since ancient times, knights have used force to break the law. The top leaders tried to investigate the game manufacturer or the flow of funds for the game, but they all failed and got nothing. It's as if this game appeared out of thin air. So, the top leaders are currently planning to wait and see. Dean He said 2 sentences casually. Zhang Xian, read out more information. The measures taken by the top leaders are definitely not just that. There are definitely more, but there is still nothing they can do about the game. The so-called waiting and watching can also be understood as fear. So, what should we do next? Zhang Xian asked. Continue to investigate this game to see if we can find out the mastermind or clues behind it, and investigate this game. Will there be side effects of becoming stronger in the real world, such as affecting a person's mental state or changing a person's personality, etc.? Dean, he said with a serious expression. Zhang Xian nodded heavily. The top management was worried about the hidden dangers of the game. Many detailed issues were discussed in secret. Zhang left first. Dean, he silently walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window in the office. The sky outside is very blue. The sunshine is very bright and warm. But he understands. The world has changed. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed for the Dragon Kingdom. Seize the opportunity and skyrocket to 90,000 miles. If you don't seize the opportunity, Dean, he murmured to himself, with a complicated expression on his wrinkled face. At the same moment, Zhao Yu had just gone to bed not long ago. As soon as I wake up, as soon as I open my eyes, he quickly opened the system panel. Soon, lines of text appeared in his field of vision. Doomsday Catastrophe. Number of players yesterday, 491. Yesterday's profit status, loss of 290,000. Yesterday's strength feedback, strength plus 32, agility plus 25, constitution plus 25. This moment, Zhao Yu smiled. The number of players finally increased rapidly. 491 people. Moreover, it only lost 290,000 yesterday. This means that not only are more and more players entering the game, but also more and more players are starting to recharge. That's when he received a text message on his phone. Jiangqing Bank. Dear user, your account with the last number 1633 has a transfer of 290,000 and the balance in the card is 1.228 million. If it were the past, he will definitely be in pain. But now, his mentality has been very correct. Why does the flesh hurt? Tomorrow. There will definitely be a profit tomorrow. He dares to be sure. There are definitely some players who have tried the benefits of recharging, so in order to have a better gaming experience, they will definitely continue to recharge. He even suspected that the relevant departments were aware of this unusual game and may have examined a series of investigative techniques. Suddenly, Zhao Yu seemed to have thought of something and grinned. The country can recharge as much as it wants. This looks very powerful, but everything is just making a wedding dress for me. He also learned about this doomsday catastrophe through the system panel. Recharging can improve your strength, but recharging only gives you a certain advantage. If you want to recharge tens of millions or hundreds of millions, just act recklessly in the game, fly around in the real world, and be omnipotent. That is just a dream. If you want to become stronger, recharging is secondary. You have to rely on your own efforts and the opportunities in the game. Then, got feedback from players. His panel attributes have been amazingly improved. Host Zhao Yu. Strength 55 points. Agility 40 points. Physique 40 points. Intelligence 10 points. Perception 7 points. Charm 11 points. Strength. Rushing inside Zhao Yu's body. In addition, he can also intuitively feel that his speed has increased and his physique has become healthier. Crack. He clenched his fists tightly and could hear the sound of bones exploding. The sound was like frying beans. He could tell. The power of his punch definitely reached 500 kilograms or 600 kilograms. Even more. Take the provincial boxing champion Yi Sun as an example. In terms of punch power, he may have been on par with Yi Sun yesterday, or maybe slightly inferior. But him today, you can easily defeat Yi Sun with one punch. After washing up, Zhao Yu ordered a takeaway and ate it happily. After finishing the takeaway, he also exercised in the villa's fitness room. Now, his power is even more amazing. Let's just say that he is currently lying on his back on a flat bench, keeping his body balanced and doing barbell bench presses. Moreover, the barbell he is holding is still 100 kilograms. Can bear fruit. He was stress-free, so relaxed. Period. Yi Sun, whom he met yesterday, called him and wanted to treat him to lunch. Zhao Yu originally had little interest in having lunch, but Yi Sun said that he would visit a martial arts master with him after lunch. All of a sudden, Zhao Yu became interested, especially the martial arts masters that Yi Sun talked about. He had also heard of them. Gang Tae-ho has the title of Tiger of Jiangqing. He is famous for his tiger-shaped fist in Jiangqing. There are also many children below my knees. He himself has received many honors in martial arts. The first prize in the provincial martial arts competition, the third prize in the national martial arts competition, the tiger-shaped boxing master, etc. This also made Zhao Yu interested. I wonder if he has already surpassed Jiang Taihu now. Or is this Jiang Taihu really an incredible martial arts master? Until noon, Zhao Yu drove a white Ferrari and rushed to the meeting place with Yi Sun, Jiangcheng, Shuanya Hotel. When he got to his destination, he was lucky. There were still many parking spaces in the hotel parking lot. After parking the car, he strode into the bustling restaurant with people coming and going. It can also be seen that the decoration style of the hotel is very simple, with only some simple, small decorations, giving the overall feeling very fresh and comfortable. A beautiful waitress seemed to have been waiting for Zhao Yu for a long time. When she saw Zhao Yu's arrival, she showed a very respectful side and led Zhao Yu to a very luxurious private room. Stepping into the private room, Zhao Yu also met Yi Sun, who had been waiting for a long time. You didn't keep Mr. Yi waiting for a long time, did you? Zhao Yu's attitude was very polite. Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. Also, don't call me Mr. Yi. I am about the same age as you. Just call me Yi Sun. Yi Sun enthusiastically invited Zhao Yu to sit down without showing any airs. Okay, don't call me Mr. Zhao from now on. Just call me Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu also responded with a smile. That's good. Yi Sun was overjoyed. Soon, the two began to eat delicious meals. During the meal, Yi Sun revealed intentionally or unintentionally that he and his eldest brother Yi Lin jointly funded the Shuanya restaurant. Even though it's just a small restaurant, this hotel is making a lot of money every day. Yi Sun was chewing a mouthful of elastic and chewy roast beef with a proud look on his face. Zhao Yu also agreed very much. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are basic necessities for people. In addition, the location of Shuanya Hotel is really good. When he came, he saw that there were really many guests in the hotel. So, it is reasonable for this hotel to make money. My eldest brother and I were able to open such a restaurant, and Master Bai also contributed a lot. If it weren't for Master Bai, we brothers wouldn't have been able to get such a prime location. Zhao Yu, are you really not considering my previous proposal? After all the talk, Yi Sun still wanted Zhao Yu to work for Mr. Bai with him. Zhao Yu shook his head and refused. He was really not interested in doing anything. Moreover, with doomsday catastrophe, his wealth will rise rapidly, and he really has no shortage of money. After talking to Yi Sun and drinking some drinks, Zhao Yu wanted to go to the toilet. Yi Sun, I'm going to the toilet. Zhao Yu said casually. Go. The toilet is right outside the door. Yi Sun said with a smile, showing a very friendly look. After about a few minutes passed, Zhao Yu is back, but Zhao Yu's expression is very strange. What's wrong with Zhao Yu? Are you in trouble? If you're in trouble, tell me. This Shuanya Hotel is also my territory after all. Yi Sun straightened his back and focused his gaze. I didn't encounter any trouble. I just met a foreigner named Joe Smith. He occupied the men's toilet sink and refused to let me use it. I felt a little unhappy. Look what the other person said. He also said I didn't feel comfortable fighting with him, and he said that he never lost to anyone in a fight. Moreover, this Joe Smith also said that he had just won the world's top boxing championship and was known as one of the most destructive and powerful boxing champions of all time. Zhao Yu said casually after sitting down. He said this. Yi Sun was inexplicably nervous. Joe Smith. He is currently a world-famous boxing champion. Let's just say that he has some skills in boxing, but compared to Joe Smith, he is world apart. But why did Joe Smith come along with Jiangcheng? He looked confused. The result? Zhao Yu, you didn't have any conflict with the other party, right? Yi Sun asked with a worried tone. He wants to fight, so let's fight. As a result, I knocked him down with one punch. I'm afraid this boxing champion is just a fake. Zhao Yu answered truthfully and felt that there were really a lot of imposters these days. Yi Sun also nodded silently, agreeing with Zhao Yu's words. Knocking down the boxing champion with one punch? How can this be? This can only be proven. That Joe Smith is a real fake. Come on and continue eating. Yi Sun looked enthusiastic. Zhao Yu nodded. Both sides continued to devour the food. Wait until after you finish your meal. The two drove their own vehicles and went straight to a martial arts gym in Jiangqing. Not long. Arrive at the martial arts gym. The area of the martial arts hall is not small, but very spacious. After entering this martial arts gym, Zhao Yu could also see martial arts students wearing black robes practicing martial arts, or squatting in the horse stance, or pressing the front leg, side leg, etc., practicing the basic skills of martial arts. A middle-aged man with a strong build, wearing black clothes and a polite appearance, came to Zhao Yu and Yi Sun with great momentum. "Xiao Xuan, come to practice boxing." The middle-aged man, Jiang Taihu, said with a grin. "Well, Mr. Jiang, this is my friend Zhao Yu." Yi Sun nodded and introduced Zhao Yu by the way. Zhao Yu smiled politely and realized that the middle-aged man in front of him was Jiang Taihu, the tiger of Jiangqing. He looked decent, but he didn't know how capable he was. "My little friend, are you interested in my tiger-shaped boxing? If you're interested, you can also pay tuition to learn from me. The tuition is not expensive. Since you're a Xiao Xuan's friend, I will give you a discount. The original price is 10,000. 8 tuition fees. If you want to learn, I will only charge you 10,000 tuition fees." Jiang Taihu looked very enthusiastic and thought that the price he offered was very affordable. With a tuition fee of 10,000, you can learn the knowledge related to tiger-shaped boxing and its unknown essence. This deal is really a good deal. This price is definitely a friendly price. "Sorry, you probably can't teach me." Zhao Yu shook his head. He was not interested in paying tuition to learn tiger form fist. He came here just to see what Jiang Taihu was capable of. Suddenly, Jiang Taihu's face turned cold and he looked dissatisfied. Zhao Yuzhen was too disrespectful to him. To be so arrogant. Who is he? The tiger of Jiangqing. That tiger-shaped fist is sought after by many people, and many people want to learn it. This scene also fell into the view of the surrounding martial arts students. Regarding this, the students in the martial arts hall also started whispering in private. "Who is this person? I really don't know how high the sky is. If it weren't for Brother Sun's face, it would be absolutely impossible for 10,000 to learn tiger form fist." It's important for people to know themselves, but some people don't even know how much they weigh. The students were talking quietly. Yi Sun also quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Mr. Jiang, this friend of mine may not know enough about tiger-shaped boxing, so he has no interest in learning." Jiang Taihu nodded silently and decided to show off his skills. Soon, Jiang Taihu started to talk about tiger-shaped boxing. Tiger is a carnivorous animal in the mountains. It is the king of all beasts because it pounces on food bravely. As long as a tiger roars, all beasts surrender. The tiger-shaped boxing evolved by imitating a series of movements, such as the tiger pouncing on food, jumping, and running around. He talked freely about the tiger-shaped boxing. No more can be said, not as useful as practice. He began to show the tiger-shaped fist to the martial arts students. In an instant, he was like a vicious tiger that pounced on the enemy, and every punch contained the feeling of a tiger glaring at him and an angry tiger coming out of the forest. Bang, bang. In no time, you can even hear the roaring sound of the wind caused by the tiger-shaped fist. Okay. There were cheers all around. They were all attracted by Jiang Taihu's tiger-shaped fist. Even Yi Sun nodded in praise. Zhao Yu had a different feeling when he saw it. This tiger-shaped fist is indeed pretty good, but it's just okay. The tiger of Jiang Taihu and tiger of Jiangsheng are not in vain, but unfortunately, their strength is just that. He silently compared himself with Jiang Taihu. It's easy to come to a conclusion. He had no problem beating Jiang Taihu with his strength. All of a sudden, Zhao Yu was in a dull mood. Although the opponent's martial arts might not be weak, it would not be of any help to him now. In the blink of an eye, he silently found a training room in the martial arts gym and started training to adapt to his current strength as soon as possible. Zhao Yu's departure was seen by Jiang Taihu. This made Jiang Taihu grit his teeth and screamed in anger. I thought that Zhao Yu would be amazed by showing such a domineering and powerful tiger-shaped fist, and would even want to learn his tiger-shaped fist, or even worship him as his teacher. Can bear fruit. Zhao Yu looked uninterested. What blind guy. You guys will definitely regret it. He cursed secretly in his mind. I also thought the name Zhao Yu was familiar, but I didn't think about it carefully. After, Jiang Taihu continued to teach the students tiger-shaped boxing, including Yi Sun, who was also learning tiger-shaped boxing. Almost 10 minutes passed. The martial arts hall fell into a brief silence, because a group of unexpected guests arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing black sunglasses, blonde hair, and muscles all over his body. He has a very cold appearance and is about 30 years old. However, his right cheek is slightly red, and a faint mark the size of a fist can be seen. It seemed that he had been punched by someone. Who was his friend? Jiang Taihu stood up first and asked about the other party's identity. Yi Sun frowned. He felt that the man in sunglasses in front of him looked very familiar. Jiang Taihu, you won't forget me, will you? I'm Joe Smith. 10 years ago, you defeated me in an underground match, will you? Joe Smith took off his black sunglasses, grinned, and spoke in very poor Longwa dialect. He said this. Jiang Taihu recalled. Back then, he was forced to participate in underground competitions to make a living. Seems like he beat this Joe Smith in one game. Oh, I remembered it. Jiang Taihu's face was calm, and he didn't take Joe Smith seriously. The other party, it was just one of his defeated generals. Were able to beat each other 10 years ago. It must be possible now. Jiang Taihu, it seems you don't take me seriously. Do you think I'm still your loser? Do you think I'm still the same person I was before? Joe Smith's face turned cold. Our boss Xiao just won the world's top boxing championship. What nonsense, Jiang Taihu. Don't be too arrogant. Our boss Xiao is no longer the same person he was back then. Several of the thugs who gathered around Joe Smith cursed and talked. Jiang Taihu remained unmoved. Even the students in the martial arts gym believed in Jiang Taihu's strength. What the hell is Joe Smith trying to cause trouble for Mr. Jiang? It's just a fool's dream. But Yi Sun knew very well that Joe Smith's strength was amazing. If Mr. Jiang were a few years younger, he might be able to defeat the opponent. But now, it's hard to say. Yi Sun was a little worried. At the same time, a conjecture appeared in his mind for no apparent reason. Could it be that Zhao Yu met the real Joe Smith in the Shuanya Hotel not long ago and even punched Joe Smith? But as soon as the thought arose, he dismissed it, because this is too ridiculous and too unrealistic. Shortly after, Joe Smith battles with Kong Tae-ho. 3 punches. With just 3 punches, Jiang Taihu fell to the ground. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he vomited blood. For a while, there was silence in the martial arts hall. Every martial arts student's eyes widened, feeling that their faith had collapsed. Mr. Jiang is so powerful. A tiger-shaped fist in one hand, like a tiger coming out of the cage, can bear fruit. In front of this Joe Smith, he could only get beaten, and he had no power to fight back at all. Ha ha ha. Joe Smith smiled very wildly. The hatred of that year finally got paid. Pooh. He also spat hard on the bruised and swollen face of Jiang Taihu, who was lying on the ground. You. Jiang Taihu spit out another mouthful of blood angrily. An indescribable emotion spread in his heart. Is he really old? If it were him back then, he might not have been defeated so miserably. Boss Chow awesome. Some of the losers next to Joe Smith applauded wildly. Joe Smith grinned, pleased with himself. Today, he has just turned 30 and is in the golden period of his life. Defeating Jiang Taihu is not an easy task. Not only do I want to defeat you, I also want to smash your sign. Joe Smith said with a cold face. His eyes also fell on a plaque in the martial arts hall. The plaque has 4 characters written on it. Jiangqing Martial Arts School. Jiang Taihu gritted his teeth angrily. His whole body trembled with anger, and he almost fainted. Yi Sun frowned. Joe Smith's behavior was too much. What? You want to do something to me? Joe Smith was keenly aware of Yi Sun. Yi Sun didn't speak. He still knew himself. He was no match for Joe Smith. There is not a single person in this shabby martial arts hall who can fight. Joe Smith looked arrogant and walked arrogantly towards the plaque not far away. He's going to smash that plaque. You can't beat any of them, are you sure? At exactly this moment, a ridiculing voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone took a closer look. A figure walked out of a training room in the martial arts gym. The person who appeared was none other than Zhao Yu. At first, in the training room, listening to the noise and fighting outside, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, some people were just too arrogant. It doesn't seem to be possible to treat all of them. Moreover, the more Zhao Yu looked at this lively person, the more familiar he felt. Isn't the opponent the same one, the fake boxing champion who occupied the men's toilet sink in Futaba Hotel before? Zhao Smith recognized Zhao Yu at first sight. He still remembered the thing about the sink. He really felt that things were too outrageous. The opponent knocked him down with one punch. This is unimaginable and unbelievable. Boss Zhao, this guy is challenging you. It's so reckless. I'm afraid I don't know how to write the word death. Some of the losers around Zhou Smith were shouting and yelling, thinking that Zhao Yu was going to be unlucky. Even Jiang Taihu and the other martial arts students felt that Zhao Yu was dead. Zhao Yu, this matter. Yi Sun was very anxious and felt that Zhao Yu should not get involved in this matter. However, the next second, Zhou Smith's behavior shocked everyone. Snapped. But when he saw Zhou Smith, he slapped the losers to the ground with one slap after another. Every bitch was sore all over and even grimaced in pain. They were a little confused. Why did Boss Zhao actually attack them? This makes absolutely no sense. You sons of bitches, why don't you apologize to this gentleman quickly? Zhou Smith was livid. His behavior confused the thieves. The students in the martial arts hall were all dumbfounded, feeling that all this was too unreal. Could it be that Zhao Smith is afraid of Zhao Yu? This is impossible. Jiang Taihu, who was standing there with multiple injuries all over his body, muttered to himself. Yi Sun was also shocked and speechless. Sir, Zhao Smith came to Zhao Yu in person. His attitude was very obedient, just like a good baby. Zhao Yu ignored him and said directly to Yi Sun, I'm leaving. Kindness. Yi Sun nodded numbly. That's all. Zhao Yu left. Zhao Smith and his group also hurriedly followed Zhao Yu's footsteps. Only, everyone in the martial arts hall was so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Zhao Yu, when did Jiangsheng have such a person? Jiang Taihu's face was bruised, red and swollen and in pain, but his heart was bleeding. Because his face was completely lost, and he was completely disgraced. The end. After some communication with Yi Sun, Jiang Taihu finally realized why the name Zhao Yu is so familiar. Turned out to be, Zhao Yu is a famous prodigal son in Jiangsheng. I wanted to start a virtual reality online game, but ended up losing all my money. Zhao Yu is a complete waste. But why would a loser make Zhou Smith so afraid, even if Zhou Smith was very respectful to Zhao Yu? After much thought, Jiang Taihu couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, it just comes down to money. There must be some unknown financial relationship between Zhao Yu, the prodigal son, and Zhou Smith. At this moment, Zhao Yu had already driven the white Ferrari sports car back to the villa. Once back at the villa, he continued to exercise as usual, and at the same time turned on his mobile phone and watched the Dosia live broadcast platform. After opening, he noticed Sister Zhou, who had just started a live broadcast. It's only been a few minutes since the live broadcast started. Audiences poured into Sister Zhou's live broadcast room one by one. Just say that the number of people in the VIP seats is skyrocketing. 1,000 distinguished guests, 2,000 distinguished guests, 3,000 distinguished guests. After it reached 5,000 VIPs, the increase gradually slowed down. You can also see barges flashing wildly. Sister Zhou, you finally started the live broadcast. Sister Zhou, I heard that you went to the hospital for a checkup, right? Sister Zhou is sick and needs to be treated as soon as possible. Early detection and early treatment. Sister Zhou, stop being so stupid and stop fooling the audience. If you become stronger in the game, how can you become stronger in the real world? This game world has become stronger, and the real world can really become stronger. I will test it myself. I personally recommend you go to a mental hospital for a thorough checkup, you bastard. The audience in the live broadcast room was singing and laughing. Every barrage was seen by Sister Zhou. A small number of barges believe that as the game becomes stronger, the real world will also become stronger. However, the number of these barges is too few. Most of the barges are taunting Sister Zhou crazily, and they are all madly attacking Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou was a little angry in her heart, but she still suppressed her temper. She said in a clear and recognizable voice, "Thank you for your concern. Yesterday, I went to many hospitals and underwent detailed and careful examinations by the doctors. My physical condition is very good, super good." After saying these words, her heart is very complicated because her experience during the period before the show was launched was really exciting. Just yesterday, she went to the hospital for a checkup, and the health report showed that she was in great health, which also means that playing the virtual reality online game Apocalypse did not cause her any negative effects. This morning, she was checked. The other party claimed to be a member of the mysterious investigation bureau. However, she cooperated very well and answered whatever the other party asked. She was interrogated for a long time. As a result, it was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that the show started. Sister Zhou, take care of yourself. The barrage of comments was concerned about Sister Zhou's health. Thank you. Sister Zhou smiled politely. This time, she would not foolishly tell the audience that the game became stronger and the real world became stronger. She did not want to be banned by the super administrator again. Moreover, the member of the mysterious investigation bureau also said that the attitude of the higher authorities on this matter had been conveyed. Don't deliberately publicize it. Let everything take its course. Sister Zhou also has her own guess about this. Possibly, the country wants to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if it is widely publicized, ordinary people in Dragon Country will participate. But what about other countries? If other countries take the lead, it will definitely be very bad. At this time, Sister Zhou has already laid in the virtual game cabin and selected the virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a quiet and deserted open space, surrounded by pieces of dilapidated walls. She clicked on the recharge interface. Yes, she wanted to recharge. She already understood that this game was so amazing. How could she not recharge? Sister Zhou, are you crazy? I'm not seeing wrong. Sister Zhou is going to recharge 1 million in one breath. Sure enough, Sister Zhou has changed after not seeing each other for a day. Sister Zhou is a game agent. I'm afraid that the game developer of the Doomsday Cataclysm has given Sister Zhou a lot of publicity fees in private. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked and stunned at first when they saw that Sister Zhou was going to recharge a large amount. But gradually the audience realized that Sister Zhou and the game developer of the Doomsday Cataclysm were in the same boat. Recharge 1 million? I'm afraid. In the end, 1 million will return to Sister Zhou's pocket. And if they recharge, it's not much. Facing the abuse in the live broadcast room, Sister Zhou was very headache and helpless. These people, haven't they woken up yet? Who is she? Zhou Shui. She is very stingy. How could she recharge 1 million? This can only prove that this game is really unusual. But she didn't say these words. 1 million. In the blink of an eye. Recharge completed. Sister Zhou felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. This is 1 million, not 100 yuan, but in order to become stronger. Sister Zhou doesn't care. Soon, in her vision, dazzling golden lights that could blind people's eyes appeared. Congratulations to the player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 64,800 yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 4 level member, and enjoy the VIP 4 level member gift package. Congratulations to the player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 100,000 yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 5 level member, and enjoy the VIP 5 level member gift package. Congratulations to the player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 180,000 yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 6 level member, and enjoy the VIP 6 level member gift package. Congratulations to the player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 300,000 yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 7 level member. Enjoy VIP 7 level membership gift package. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 450,000 yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 8 level member, and enjoy VIP 8 level membership gift package. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 650,000 yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 9 level member, and enjoy VIP 9 level membership gift package. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu, who has accumulated 1 million yuan in recharge and become a distinguished VIP 10 level member, and enjoy VIP 10 level membership gift package. Sister Zhou exhaled a foul breath. 1 million. Just gone like that. But it was all worth it. Okay, let's just watch how Sister Zhou, a millionaire who has spent millions of Krypton gold, rises against the sky. The game is like this. If you recharge, you're the boss. After 1 million, Sister Zhou's strength will probably improve by leaps and bounds. Don't even mention zombies. Even if it's some shitty sister knife, Sister Zhou can knock her down with one punch. The audience in the live broadcast room all think that Sister Zhou is invincible in the game, because in most of the virtual reality online games on the market, if you recharge 1 million, you will definitely be the overlord in the game, and you will definitely have a place in the game. What's more, some niche games will give you a full set of magic clothes for recharging a few thousand yuan, allowing you to graduate directly. With a nervous and uneasy mood, Sister Zhou took the lead in opening the VIP 4 level membership gift package. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for increasing her permanent strength by 5 points and obtaining 20 strength crystals, 20 agility crystals, and 20 physical crystals. Sister Zhou was barely satisfied with this VIP 4 membership package. She opened the VIP 5 membership package. She could see a furry puppy in her field of vision, and the breed and color of the puppy could be freely selected. And there was also a message prompt. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for obtaining a permanent pet dog. Although the dog has no combat power, it can bring you good things. This, a permanent pet dog? I already have a Labrador. What else do I need a pet dog for? Sister Zhou grinned, somewhat dissatisfied. A permanent pet dog is given away for a cumulative recharge of 100,000. This game is too stingy. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed, and they vaguely felt that Sister Zhou might have become a big victim. Sister Zhou continued to open the VIP 6 membership package. This requires a cumulative recharge of 180,000. This gift pack definitely is good stuff. However, once it was opened, a cool black sports car appeared in her vision. The body of the sports car seemed to have a dazzling black streamer flashing. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for getting a permanent version of the Dark Knight King supercar. In addition to the message prompt, there is also a long list of performance introductions about the Dark Knight King supercar. At this moment, Sister Zhou was numb. I want crystals, I want permanent power improvement. Why are you giving me these broken copper and iron? Even though the sports car was gorgeous and noble, Sister Zhou didn't want it. She scratched her head and looked very crazy. It seems that this apocalypse seems to be a little different from what I imagined. It's not that you can become stronger just by charging money. This sports car is really cool. This performance is too powerful. It takes 2.7 seconds to increase from a static state to 100 kilometers per hour. The audience in the live broadcast room chattered nonstop. Sister Zhou gritted her teeth and continued to open the VIP 7 level membership gift package. This is a cumulative recharge of 300,000. It should be something good, right? Unfortunately, Sister Zhou was disappointed again. In her field of vision, she could see a golden dress emitting a faint golden light. The dress is of retro and elegant style. Wearing such a dress can also highlight the noble temperament and become the most eye-catching woman in the audience. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for winning a permanent edition collection costume, Dancing Night Dream, which is a global limited edition of the well-known brand Positing, priced at 3.59 million and automatically distributed after entering the game. For a moment, Sister Zhou was autistic. What kind of shitty game is this? The VIP 7 membership package only gives a crappy fashion. Dancing Night Dream? Priced at 3.59 million? Who are you kidding? This skirt is worth the money. Look, there are black diamonds on the edge of the skirt. Counting them, there are dozens of black diamonds. 3.59 million. Not expensive, not expensive. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. I'll put it here. Whoever spends money on this crappy game is a big loser. Everyone in the live broadcast room was making fun of Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou had a dark face and could not refute, so she could only continue to open the VIP 8 membership gift package. With a cumulative recharge of 450,000 yuan, it's time to release some membership gift packages, right? Once opened, a large amount of supplies also appeared in her field of vision. There are many types of supplies: cookies, bread, mineral water, beer drinks, etc. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for obtaining a permanent version of a large number of material boxes. You can receive a large amount of materials from the material boxes every day. Family, can this game be played? Can it be played? I am short of supplies for those 3 melons and 2 dates. I want supplies, but I won't look for them myself. Sister Zhou was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she also gritted her teeth. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Sister Zhou, this supply box is very good. Others are struggling in the apocalypse, looking for supplies, and you can receive a large amount of supplies directly from the supply box. How great! Yes, with this supply box, Sister Zhou, you can build and develop your power. Brothers, stop lying to Sister Zhou. The end of the world is coming. As long as you have the strength to obtain supplies, it will not be a simple matter. I always feel that Sister Zhou is a big injustice. Seeing these barges, Sister Zhou was so angry that she directly opened the VIP 9 membership gift package. The cumulative recharge is 650,000. If this were included in other games, it would definitely provide some very powerful props. But now, Sister Zhou is already tired and has no expectations. Really, a crumpled treasure map appeared in Sister Zhou's field of vision. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for getting an opportunity to form a team to enter the infected lair. The number of people in the team is limited to 4 people. Hey, it's a 4-person dungeon, so it's just okay. A 4 smile appeared on Sister Zhou's cheeks. She always felt that these 4 copies would definitely reveal something good. Therefore, she needs to find someone to form a team as soon as possible to defeat the dungeon. The viewers in the live broadcast room agreed with Sister Zhou, but some viewers thought that the infection nest was a trap, and it was definitely not easy to get the treasures in it. Finally, it's time to get everyone's attention. Accumulated recharge of 1 million. VIP 10 level membership gift package. What good things will come out of this? Even Sister Zhou rubbed her hands. Her eyes were shining with great anticipation. Very soon, Sister Zhou opened the VIP 10-member gift package. A beautifully designed cooking stove entered Sister Zhou's field of vision. The appearance of this cooking stove is a silver metal with a full sense of technology, which is very eye-catching. It doesn't look big, just a little bigger than an A4 paper. You can also see a message appear. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu for getting a permanent version of the cooking stove, which can cook delicious food for you every day. At this moment, Sister Zhou was completely dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. A permanent cooking stove will be given to you after you top up 1 million yuan. This game is so stingy that it is unimaginable. Sister Zhou is such a big idiot. This cooking stove seems to have something. Can it cook food automatically? Others are struggling in the end times, looking for food resources just to survive. But Sister Zhou has this cooking stove, so she doesn't need to run around. What a wonderful thing. Sister Zhou saw all the comments from the audience. She forced a smile on her cheek. Family, if this cooking stove can cook food automatically, then I can eat and drink well every day in the game. When she was halfway through her words, Sister Zhou shut up. She really couldn't make up any more stories. Does she lack that little food resource? With a permanent large number of supply boxes, she can receive a large amount of supplies every day. So, such a cooking stove is completely tasteless and a waste for her. Facing Sister Zhou's embarrassment, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Then, Sister Zhou did not enter the game. She wanted to draw a lottery. After understanding the mysterious side of this game, she wanted to improve her strength in the game as soon as possible. And according to the countless games she has played, she has come to a conclusion. That is the lottery. Draw powerful equipment and weapons, and then you can easily kill monsters in the game. In this way, her strength will definitely increase rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, she still chose the weapon lottery. She was eager to draw a powerful weapon to make it easier for her to kill zombies or other monsters. This time, on the weapon lottery interface, there are not only 1 continuous draw and 10 continuous draws. There are also 100 continuous draws for 18,888 yuan and 1,000 continuous draws for 180,000 yuan. Sister Zhou's breathing was a little rapid, even though she had seen a lot of storms and had recharged a lot of money in other games. In order to buy the hero skin she liked, she was willing to recharge thousands or tens of thousands. In order to draw her favorite game cards, she recharged like crazy, spending 648 as if it was free, and finally spent nearly 100,000 yuan on recharge. However, she was really shocked this time. 180,000 yuan for 1,000 consecutive draws. This broken game is stealing money. Do you really think players are suckers? 180,000 yuan for 1,000 consecutive draws? Sister Zhou can't play so hard. Oh, can't you see it? Sister Zhou is just a game agent. Go and see how low the rating of this rubbish game is. The money of the gentry will be returned in full, and the money of the people will be divided into 30% and 70%. We viewers are just optimistic. Don't believe Sister Zhou. There was a lot of scolding in the live broadcast room, and everyone thought that Sister Zhou was just a game agent. Sister Zhou was too lazy to explain this. She took a deep breath and said, "Family, I want 1,000 consecutive draws. 180,000 yuan. She's going to spend it. 180,000 yuan. She can definitely ship it. She believes in her luck. No, if the recharge reaches a certain amount, it is almost 100% shipped." Under the attention of countless viewers in the live broadcast room, Sister Zhou drew 1,000 times and went straight up. In an instant, countless bright golden lights appeared in her field of vision. That was a piece of golden gold. The golden light made Sister Zhou feel blinded. But the lottery message that appeared in front of her made Sister Zhou completely collapse and break her defense. Congratulations to player Zhou Yu. Weapon lottery, 1,000 consecutive draws, 1 gram of gold x 1,000 copies. Family, 180,000 yuan, a full 180,000 yuan of hard-earned money, in exchange for 1,000 grams of gold. Sister Zhou felt that her brain was lacking oxygen, and the whole person was dizzy, and she was a little unstable. Looking at Sister Zhou's shaky body, the audience in the live broadcast room had different attitudes. "Sister Zhou, you are too cruel. 180,000. This is not 18 yuan. Sister Zhou, please stop acting, okay? 180,000 yuan? In the end, this dog game operator will return it to you in full. Maybe you can even get more. This program is very effective. Sister Zhou, have you washed your face? This is too dark." The vast majority of the audience were spraying Sister Zhou, thinking that Sister Zhou was acting, but there were also a small number of viewers who believed in Sister Zhou and even gave her scattered gifts. Or 6 yuan for a card, or 100 yuan for a rocket. Family, I'm broken. Adjust my mentality and continue the live broadcast later. Sister Zhou's eyes were slightly red, very annoyed, and felt that she was really dark. After that, Sister Zhou went off the air directly. The live broadcast room was black instantly, and only a warm reminder message from Doxia live broadcast platform could be seen. The current anchor has left the live broadcast room. If you like this anchor, please follow her. Once you follow her, you will be notified as soon as she starts broadcasting. Is Sister Zhou off the air? This is just acting. If you keep doing this, I will turn from a fan to a hater. I wanted to see if Sister Zhou had any new progress and learn more about the Doomsday Cataclysm. Who would have thought that Sister Zhou would just go off the air like this? Well, hurry up and play games and get stronger. Above, are you crazy? You're still playing games to get stronger. Is there anything wrong with your brain? The audience in the live broadcast room left the live broadcast room one after another, but more and more viewers became interested in the game, the Doomsday Cataclysm. Mingzhu City, 3rd High School, Class 6, Grade 3. Guan Hongji is a student with an ordinary appearance. His grades in the class are not outstanding, but not bad either. Maybe he can only get into an ordinary university in the future. At the moment, he was sitting in his seat, holding his phone, watching Sister Zhou's live broadcast. The live broadcast is over now? This is too fast. He complained and saw the bullet comments in the live broadcast room. He also agreed. Sister Zhou is just a game agent. He has played Apocalypse before and killed several zombies in the game yesterday. He was lucky and got a few agility crystals, which increased his agility points by a few points. However, he didn't feel that he had become stronger in the real world. It was still the same, no change. Rubbish anchor, just lie. You said that you will become stronger in the game and stronger in the real world. I have tested it myself, and it has no effect at all. After sending such a bullet comment in the live broadcast room, he directly exited the live broadcast room and wanted to continue watching other anchors. As a result, a boy wearing glasses walked in front of him. Guan Hongji knew this boy with glasses. He was the monitor of their Class 6. Class monitor, what's the matter? Guan Hongji looked suspicious. The 3rd high school was currently holding a school sports meet, and he had never been interested in such events. He had no athletic talent, and participating in the school sports meet would simply be a humiliation. He still had some self-awareness. Hongji, the event you are participating in, the 100-meter race, will start in 20 minutes. Why don't you hurry up and prepare? The male monitor with glasses urged. Guan Hongji was stunned. Class monitor? I didn't sign up? He wondered if the class monitor was fooling him, as he clearly didn't participate in the 100-meter race. Hongji, have you forgotten? The class teacher said that this school sports meet is the last one of our high school career, so every student in the class must participate. If you don't sign up, then the class teacher will sign up for you. The male monitor with glasses looked helpless. He said so. Guan Hongji also gradually recalled, which made him curse nonstop, and he also realized that this time he was really going to be embarrassed. His 100-meter result is only 13 to 14 seconds. Such time is the level of ordinary people. But participating in this 100-meter race requires some ability in running. 13 or 14 seconds is the bottom of the list. Sure enough, when Guan Hongji came to the 100-meter track and hung the sports meeting number plate 253,601 behind him with a paperclip, he looked like a bereaved family, and his face was very ugly. He knew several players on the other 100-meter tracks around him. They were sports students from other classes. These sports students were like animals, and they could easily run within 12 seconds in the 100-meter race. Outside the track, there were students from the 3rd high school, one after another. Among them, there were many students from Class 6 of Senior 3. Guan Hongji will participate in the 100-meter race. Can he do it? Come on, our Class 6 will lose face because of this kid. Stop talking. You could do this 100-meter race. You go. The students in Class 6 were talking nonstop. They were not optimistic about Guan Hongji at all. They all felt that Guan Hongji had already been booked as the last in the 100-meter race. Even soon, Guan Hongji would be eliminated in the preliminaries of the 100-meter race. Many students focused on a boy with a short haircut, dark skin, sunny appearance, and a burly and tall figure. This man was Zhou, a famous sports student in the 3rd high school. He could often run 11.2 and 11.3 in the 100-meter race. Occasionally, he could break through himself and run within 11 seconds. Bang! Soon after, a starting gun sounded. The 100-meter race began. There were 10 contestants. Each of them was full of energy, like a chariot after another, rushing towards the finish line. Guan Hongji was one of them, and he thought he would fall behind. But the result? He was shocked. He actually surpassed one contestant after another casually. Finally, he crossed the finish line and ranked second, running 11.47 seconds. Zhou, who ranked first, ran 11.23 seconds. Zhou was very surprised. He didn't expect that the second-place Guan Hongji, who was very inconspicuous, could run such a good result. However, he didn't care much. "Brother Guan, are you thirsty? Do you need water? Brother Guan, are you tired? I'll give you a shoulder massage. Brother Guan, do you want some spicy snacks?" Many students from Class 6 of Senior 3 have gathered around Guan Hongji. Originally, these people didn't pay much attention to Guan Hongji, and they also thought that Guan Hongji was definitely the last in the 100-meter race. But the result, Guan Hongji's performance was beyond their imagination. Facing these classmates who were so attentive, Guan Hongji was very satisfied, but his brain was still a little confused. He obviously had no talent in sports. But how could he run such a good result? Moreover, he seemed to be able to run faster, and he did not give it his all. The more he thought about it, Guan Hongji also thought of Sister Zhou's live broadcast. He thought of that sentence. The game becomes stronger, and the real world becomes stronger. That's right. It must be like this. He must have obtained those agility crystals while playing games last night. It improved his agility. Otherwise, family members know their own business. With his level of 100-meter race, how could he run 11.47 seconds? Now he has only one thought: leave school and play games. However, this race must be finished. In a blink of an eye, he participated in the semi-finals of the 100-meter race. This time he ran at full speed, 11.10 seconds. Without a doubt, he won the first place in the semi-finals. Yeah. The students of Class 6 of Senior 3 cheered for Guan Hongji. The students of other classes were also surprised and envious. They really didn't expect that a dark horse like Guan Hongji would appear in Class 6. Several physical education teachers also witnessed all this. What a good seedling. It seems that Guan Hongji has not been trained. He can run within 12 seconds without training. He is definitely qualified to join the provincial team. Maybe if Guan Hongji trains well, he will be able to join the national team. The physical education teachers were all smiling, thinking that their biggest gain from the 100-meter race at the school sports meet was Guan Hongji, who had amazing potential. No matter what, Guan Hongji must be allowed to join the school team and become a sports specialty student. Finally, in the 100-meter final, Guan Hongji won the first place in 11.07 seconds. Zhou Long and several other students ran very well, but they were still a little worse than Guan Hongji. Student Guan Hongji joined the school team. If you are a rough diamond like you will definitely achieve amazing achievements in the future if you polish it well. Several physical education teachers couldn't wait to come to the 100-meter track and surrounded Guan Hongji. Faced with the enthusiasm of the physical education teachers, Guan Hongji was really flattered. "Teachers, I'm not interested in the school team." Guan Hongji shook his head and refused. He was still very clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. At the moment, he had only one idea: leave school and play games. Student Guan Hongji, please think about it carefully. Several PE teachers were very patient. However, Guan Hongji left a sentence and slipped away like a puff of smoke. "I appreciate the teacher's kindness. I'm going to play games." Suddenly, the PE teachers were confused. What's going on? Still playing games? What time is it now? However, the PE teachers were not discouraged and still wanted Guan Hongji to join the school team and become a sports specialist. Wow, Guan Hongji, so strong. I didn't see it normally. Yes, this kid plays with his mobile phone and watches live broadcasts every now and then. Who would have thought that he is so talented in sports? Real people don't show their faces, and those who show their faces are not real people. The students of Class 6 of Senior 3 were envious. Guan Hongji's performance shocked them completely and made them admire him completely. After that, the school sports meeting continued. PE teacher Jiang, he sat back on a bench outside the track and had just sat down. His cell phone received a call, and when he picked it up, it was from an old acquaintance, Zhou. Zhou is the physical education teacher of the second high school. It happened that the second high school was also holding a school sports meeting today. Old Jiang, our school has a good sports seedling. 100-meter race, 10.34 seconds. This is enough to get the second place in the provincial games, and there is even a chance to win the first place. What? 10.34 seconds. Jiang He was shocked. As a result, this good seedling doesn't want to be a sports student, and he also said that playing games will make him stronger. Virtual online games in this era are really harmful to people. Playing games to become stronger? Jiang He was confused and frowned. In connection with the performance of Guan Hongji, a student in class 6, he deeply felt that there might be something strange. He is Guan Hongji's physical education teacher. As for Guan Hongji's performance in the past, he generally had some impression that he ran a 100-meter race in 13 or 14 seconds. But now, he ran directly in 11.07 seconds. Even if there is progress, it is impossible to make such rapid progress all at once. Jiang He just hung up the phone not long ago. The next second, his phone rang again. The caller is Jiang Chuan. It's his brother who works in journalism. Usually, it specializes in reporting all kinds of news. The two brothers are also in Mingzhu City, so the contact is quite close. Elder brother, Jiang He, whose face was slightly dark, had just spoken. Jiang Chuan on the opposite side was talking like a cannonball, and he kept talking. Brother, please stop everything you're doing and go play the virtual reality online game, Doomsday Cataclysm. This game is really magical. As the game world becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger. Seize the opportunity. On the cusp of the storm, even a pig can take off. Jiang Chuan's words made Jiang He freeze on the spot. Does he think what his brother said is too nonsense? You can also become stronger by playing games. This is too outrageous. Brother, have you been busy writing various press releases recently? So you haven't had a good rest? So you have some mental problems? Jiang He looked worried. Brother, I'm in a good state of mind. Anyway, I won't lie to you, just play games. Jiang Chuan continued. Okay, I'll go play this doomsday catastrophe you mentioned later. Jiang He still nodded silently and obeyed his brother Jiang Chuan's words. Later? The day lily is already cold. Hurry up and top up your money. You will be able to truly experience the changes brought about by the game. Jiang Chuan urged. The two brothers continued talking. Jiang He also casually mentioned the performance of a student in today's school sports meeting. Guan Hongji. It has always been unremarkable, but the result was that he ran 11.07 seconds in the final of the 100-meter race. Moreover, the student Guan Hongji said something weird like playing games. By the way, he also talked about a good sport prospect from number 2 high school who ran the 100-meter race in 10.34 seconds. It seems that a small number of people have already played the game and tasted the benefits. Stop talking and go play the game. Go play the game. Remember what I said. After Jiang Chuan said this, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Jiang He didn't stay on the playground, and he didn't even plan to host the next track and field competitions. There was only one thought in his mind. Go back to the teacher's dormitory, download Cataclysm, and have fun. Pearl City, Phoenix newspaper. Jiang Chuan is a man in his 20s with a handsome appearance and a fair complexion. Right now, he is typing out a press release at his workplace. He wants to let more people know about the magic of the virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm through news reports. Sooner or later, everyone will know this. In addition, his recent performance at Phoenix newspaper has been very poor. Articles he wrote and reported. The number of clicks and comments are so miserable. If this continues, maybe he will be expelled from Phoenix newspaper. Becoming a reporter has been his dream since childhood. He was not willing to let this dream be shattered. Now, as long as he grasps the magic of this virtual reality online game, Doomsday Cataclysm, he believes that the article he writes will definitely become a hit. Let's just say that there are currently no relevant reports on the internet. He wants to be the first person to eat crabs. Once the reported news becomes popular, he can also get a certain share of royalties. By then, only then can he recharge more money in the virtual reality online game, Doomsday Cataclysm. Crack! Jiang Chuan typed very quickly, and he could finish an article with several thousand words in one go. But he started revising, deleting, and subtracting again. Finally, he finished the 8,000-word-long article. He also immediately sent this article to editor Qiu Xinghai via email. As editor, Qiu Xinghai needs to review articles. Check whether there are any violations in the article. For example, there is plagiarism or pornographic content, etc. Qiu Xinghai, who is in the editorial office, is 50 years old this year. His hair is gray and his face looks very old. He sat on a black office chair and rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that his future was gloomy. Because the competition among newspapers is too fierce. Just say that there are dozens or hundreds of newspaper offices in the entire Mingzhu city. As for competition on the internet, it is even more cruel and ruthless. Self-media, public accounts, newspapers, etc. Countless. Everyone wants traffic on the internet, but under such brutal competition, Phoenix newspaper's performance is very mediocre. There is no breaking news or first-hand information, and it is impossible to attract traffic or netizens. If this continues for a long time, Phoenix News will sooner or later be absorbed by other newspapers or face bankruptcy. Why? After letting out a long sigh, Qiu Xinghai silently began to control the computer, opened his mailbox, and began to read the articles and reports sent by his subordinates. This is totally bullshit. You actually said that a popular female star had a secret marriage. Why don't you provide evidence? You just say it's unfounded and there's no evidence. You're just spreading rumors. Qiu Xinghai cursed and felt that his journalists were really lacking in skills. Interpretation of relevant policies issued by the state. Do you still need to interpret it? What qualifications and abilities do you have? A series of car accidents occurred somewhere in ZH City? Damn it, Grandma. This series of car accidents happened yesterday. Is it useful for you to report it now? Is it useful? After reading these articles, Qiu Xinghai's face became even darker, and his old face was almost twisted into a ball. He felt that he had killed the chicken to scare the monkeys. Fire one journalist and make others a little wary. Otherwise, these guys will always be fishing in troubled waters when they go to work. Writing articles is even more perfunctory. On several occasions, Qiu Xinghai saw several of his journalists chatting and eating snacks at work, or playing games at work, or even watching live broadcasts of games, not taking their work seriously at all. After sending each email into the trash can, Qiu Xinghai's anger subsided a lot. However, just as he regained his composure, his whole body was shaking, his arms were trembling, and his eyes were about to burst. Anger was burning inside him, because he saw an article that made him want to curse. As the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. Who the hell wrote this? Qiu Xinghai had a dark face and noticed that the article was signed by Jiang Chuan. Without any hesitation, he opened the work group on his computer and directly come to the office. Look at what bullshit article you wrote. Phoenix newspaper, staff office. Swish. All the colleagues around Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Chuan with strange eyes. They all realized that Jiang Chuan was going to be in bad luck. Old Qiu is now angry. What kind of outrageous article has Jiang Chuan written? They're curious. Jiang Chuan, take care. Jiang Chuan, you really can't write this article carelessly. Jiang Chuan, I wish you good luck. Colleagues silently sent their blessings. In this regard, Jiang Chuan looked calm. Soon, he walked leisurely to the editor's office. Dong dong. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. Come in. Qiu Xinghai's cold voice came from the office. Jiang Chuan walked in, but he didn't speak yet. Qiu Xinghai began to curse. Xiao Jiang, do you no longer want to do this job? Look at the title of this article you wrote. Is your head burned? Xiao Jiang, I remember you. I always take a break from work recently to watch live broadcasts. Either Teacher Piao or Sister Zhou. Why are you watching these internet garbage? Xiao Jiang, reflect on yourself and write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. Otherwise, you will never get this job again. While he was cursing, ball after ball of saliva flew out of Qiu Xinghai's mouth. However, he still relented and did not fire Jiang Chuan on the spot. Editor Qiu, Have you not read the content of my article? My head is not burned. This is not just a fantasy, but I have truly experienced the magic of the virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm. While talking, Jiang Chuan also took out a coin that he had already prepared from his pocket. He squeezed it gently, and the coin twisted and deformed. This, Qiu Xinghai was stunned. Is this kid Jiang Chuan so strong? What the hell is the virtual reality online game Doomsday Catastrophe? Editor Qiu, take a good look at the article I wrote. He will lead you to a new world. Jiang Chuan's tone was solemn. He both loves and hates Cataclysm. If you love games and become stronger, you can also become stronger in the real world. I hate that this game is too expensive. You have to recharge everywhere, and even if you recharge, you may not get good things. Qiu Xinghai fell silent, turned on his computer, and found the article written by Jiang Chuan in his web mailbox again. This time, he read very carefully. Ms. Zhou, the female anchor of Dosia, became stronger by playing this game, lifting dumbbells easily, and she also recharged 1 million. PDD, the male anchor of Dosiang, has gained more strength by playing this game. He can easily bend and break coins, and he has also recharged a lot of money. Both major anchors have said that as the game becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger. And today, Mingzhu City No. 2 High School held a school sports meeting, and a student ran the 100-meter race in 10.34 seconds. No. 3 High School also held a school sports meeting, and a student ran the 100-meter race in 11.07 seconds. According to the investigation, the performance of these two students is not very impressive. Besides, the article also includes a description of Jiang Chuan's personal experience. He also played the game and became stronger in the game, and he also became stronger in the real world. After reading this article many times, Qiu Xinghai's slightly cloudy eyes became wide and round. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. This completely subverts my knowledge, subverts my worldview. Xiao Jiang, are the contents of this article true? You. Qiu Xinghai swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. He was also clearly aware that once this article was made public, it would definitely cause an extremely terrifying sensation. By the time, Phoenix newspaper can definitely take off. It will definitely attract the attention of countless people. Qiu Xinghai even saw large waves of traffic waving towards him. In this day and age, traffic is money. As long as there's traffic, monetization is not a problem at all. Editor Qiu, it's absolutely true. If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. If you top up some money, you can receive the membership gift package and get crystal stones. By then, you will be able to clearly notice the changes in yourself. Jiang Chuan replied. Qiu Xinghai nodded and decided to verify it himself. Not long after, he started to download the virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm on his computer, and by the way, he also took out a brand new virtual game helmet from the drawer. This virtual gaming helmet has been gathering dust since he bought it. He has little interest in games or anything like that. About an hour later, the game download is complete. The process of playing the game for Qiu Xinghai was very brief. It only took about 10 minutes. He entered the game, recharged money, and then received the membership gift package. He then logged off directly. Once offline, he felt the changes in himself. It's hard to say about his physique and agility, but in terms of strength, he can feel that there has been a significant improvement. Oh my God! Oh my God! There is such a virtual reality online game. This is simply unbelievable. Is this a game that only gods can create? Seize the opportunity, and our Phoenix News Agency can become popular. Become popular. Qiu Xinghai's eyes were shining. He was dancing happily, showing a very devilish side. Jiang Chuan didn't make fun of it, because when he understood the magic of this game, he was just as shocked as Qiu Xinghai. After a long time, Qiu Xinghai finally regained his composure, but there was still a smile on his face. However, he was a little confused. Xiao Jiang, this game is so magical. Why are you still working in a newspaper? If it were me, I would love to play this game 24 hours a day. Qiu Xinghai felt that he would change in the future and become a game fan. Editor Chiu, I had the same idea as you at first, but after playing for a long time, you'll find out. This game is poisonous. It is difficult for players to survive in the game. I have died many times. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan felt uncomfortable in his heart. Several times he developed silently, but in the end he encountered strong enemies. In the face of a strong enemy, he had no power to fight back and simply burped. Xiao Jiang, you don't understand this. To play games, you need to unite and find teammates. Qiu Xinghai grinned and talked about his gaming experience. But Jiang Chuan didn't listen to his words at all. Teammate? Sometimes your teammates are very unreliable, and they may even stab you in the back. Jiang Chuan has encountered such a situation. The two had another brief exchange. Jiang Chuan walked out of the office leisurely. After he returned to work, his colleagues were very curious. Jiang Chuan, you haven't been fired, have you? Jiang Chuan, did Lao Qiu deduct your salary? Jiang Chuan, I have warned you a long time ago. You must write articles carefully and watch less live broadcasts. Colleagues are very concerned about Jiang Chuan. But Jiang Chuan smiled and said, fired? Deduction of salary? That's not the case. Lao Qiu gave me a promotion and a salary increase. All the colleagues were confused and didn't believe it. They thought Jiang Chuan was just talking nonsense. Can bear fruit. Soon, they all saw a latest notification in the work group on their respective computers. This notice was issued by editor Qiu Xinghai. To all colleagues, Jiang Chuan, a member of the news working group, has performed well recently. The press releases he wrote are outstanding, and he works hard and bears no complaints. Therefore, he was promoted to leader of the news working group. I hope all colleagues will learn from Jiang Chuan. Announce. This, colleagues were collectively dumbfounded. They were even more stunned. Qiu Xinghai actually asked the entire Phoenix News Agency to report and promote an article written by Jiang Chuan. However, the content of this article made them feel that their outlook was completely ruined. As the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. Is this old Qiu MO stunned? Mentally abnormal? It's over. Our Phoenix News Agency is really going to be doomed. Jiang Chuan, your article is too ridiculous, isn't it? Do we really want to go all out to report and promote it? Otherwise, do you dare to object to what Lao Qiu wants? You know, Lao Qiu is one of the founders of the Phoenix News Agency. Everyone complained, but they quickly promoted this article on the internet. Phoenix Self-Media, Phoenix Official Account, Phoenix Blog, Phoenix Short Video Account. Whole network promotion. Among them, Phoenix Newspaper has the largest number of fans on the Weibo platform, with hundreds of thousands of fans and thousands of active fans. Once this article was promoted, it received nearly 100 comments. What is Phoenix News doing? Are you crazy? This article is completely nonsense. Can you believe the words of anchors like Sister Zhou and PDD? This is just a hype, hyping up the doomsday catastrophe. Forget it. I'm bored of my free time. Let's play this game. The vast majority of people who commented did not believe it, and even scolded the Phoenix newspaper. However, a small group of people felt that the article was well written, so this small group of people quickly took their free time to write it. Play Cataclysm. Not only did netizens criticize the Phoenix newspaper, but even the Pearl newspaper also participated. Pearl newspaper is a competitor that is as powerful as Phoenix newspaper. No wonder the society of Phoenix News has become more and more decadent in recent years. Look at the articles written here. They are completely deceiving the public and treating them as fools. Pearl newspaper expressed its views on Weibo and wrote a 2,000-word article. Once such an article was written, it received unanimous praise. To pay attention to real-time news and current hot topics, you must read Pearl newspaper. The world is awake. I saw the Phoenix newspaper office next door. Many netizens have canceled their followers. The number of followers keeps dropping. There are actually idiots out there who actually want to play Doomsday Cataclysm. Phoenix newspaper is definitely getting paid to soften GG for Doomsday Cataclysm, but the technology to soften GG is too bad. Pearl newspaper's Weibo comments section received rave reviews. Mingzhu City, Mingzhu newspaper. As an editor, Zheng Nan is over 40 years old and has been engaged in the editing industry for 20 years. And in his editing career, he has witnessed the collapse and rise of one newspaper after another. Zhou, you, the editor of Phoenix newspaper, are really suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Otherwise, why would you spare no effort to promote such a ridiculous article? Zhang Nan was sitting on a black office chair, muttering to himself on his fair face. Say it. He smiled again. When he thought about the content of the article, he felt that it was wild and imaginative. As the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. Can you believe what those bullshit anchors say? Can you believe it? The end. His eyes flashed with a sharp look. This time, Phoenix News Agency is finished. If such a thing is caused, Phoenix newspaper will not have a place on the internet in the future. Phoenix newspaper will become a street rat, and everyone will beat up. Phoenix newspaper editorial office. Xiao Xinghai was still drinking afternoon tea leisurely. He has seen Weibo, public accounts, short videos, etc. Netizens scolded the Phoenix newspaper company like crazy and completely scolded the Phoenix newspaper company bloody. However, Xiao Xinghai's wrinkled old face was not too panicked and remained calm. You guys keep scolding, scold like crazy, keep scolding. When you truly understand Doomsday Cataclysm, or more people experience the magic of Doomsday Cataclysm, you guys will realize how powerful you are. Madness. Xiao Xinghai smiled. That's when his phone rings. He picked up the phone and took a look. Another relative. Since the article was promoted across the internet, many friends and relatives have called him. After the call was connected, I quickly asked him if he was crazy. This made Xiao Xinghai helpless. He was not crazy at all. Xinghai, are you not crazy? Xiao Xinghai calmed down, answered the phone, and the familiar lines appeared again. Xiao Xinghai couldn't laugh or cry about this, but he patiently explained that he was not sick and was in good health. But Pearl newspaper is not the only one paying attention to Phoenix newspaper. There are also other newspapers. Mingzhu City, Qingchao newspaper. Editor Li Jian was sitting on the sofa, reading the news, and also noticed the Phoenix news article. A poor editor will kill the newspaper. He was filled with emotion, but he was also secretly warning himself. As a journalist, you must never make such a stupid mistake as Phoenix newspaper. In order to win the public's attention, he treats the public as fools. This is simply suicidal. Smart newspaper, Hong Kong newspaper, Shua newspaper, etc. Each newspaper has the same idea as Qingchao newspaper. Phoenix newspaper, for the sake of traffic, rubs the public's IQ on the ground. Even Zhao Yu, who was browsing online news, also noticed Phoenix newspaper, because he has been searching for words related to making the game stronger. Have any news media finally reported on it? In this way, the number of players will definitely increase. Zhao Yu, who was undergoing physical training, looked happy. Even, he was quite surprised in his heart. The state actually failed to harmonize the articles published by Phoenix newspaper. Does this mean that the country's attitude toward doomsday catastrophe is neither conflict nor opposition? Or, to this day, the country still doesn't know the magic of doomsday catastrophe? Zhao Yu prefers the former. The energy unleashed by the operation of the state machine is beyond imagination. Come to think of it, doomsday cataclysm should also be noticed. While reading the news, he also paid attention to PDD, the anchor of the Douxiao live broadcast platform. As soon as he entered the PDD live broadcast room, Zhao Yu could see that the screen was full of shock-related barges. Teacher Piao, are you crazy? Recharge 1 million. Damn it. Is Teacher Piao so cruel? 1 million. Is this a top-up? 666. Sister Zhou in the live broadcast room next door also recharged 1 million. And Teacher Piao, you also recharged 1 million. This, aren't you all game trustees? The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked. They couldn't believe that Teacher Piao would recharge 1 million. You know, Teacher Piao only recharged 520,000 in Against the Sky Cold and played for a while. But how long has Teacher Piao played the Doomsday Cataclysm? It's less than 2 days. How much has he recharged? Is there something strange about this? Or Is it really as Teacher Piao said before? If the game becomes stronger, can the real world also become stronger? The audience's hearts began to waver, but they felt that this was too absurd. But some viewers thought that whether it was absurd or not, they would try everything and the truth would come out. I can tell you one thing clearly. Neither me nor Zhou are game agents. PDD has a chubby face and wears a pair of black frame glasses. He looks very serious. Brothers, think about it. If Zhou is an agent, 180,000 yuan will not be enough to draw anything good? Is there such a show effect? It has to be said. PDD's words. More people were shaken. Maybe PDD and Sister Zhou are not agents. But if they're not agents, is Sister Zhou playing too hard? 180,000 yuan for 1,000 consecutive draws. This is really crazy. But if you connect it to the game becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger, then everything makes sense. At this moment, more and more people believe in PDD and Sister Zhou's anti-heaven remarks. But they did not play the Doomsday Cataclysm at the first time, but wanted to watch PDD draw a lottery. Yes, recharge 1 million. PDD is not just to get a membership package and become VIP 10. It's also for the lottery. If you don't draw some powerful props and weapons, how can you survive in this sinister end of the world? But before the lottery starts, PDD started all kinds of metaphysics again. Wash your hands and wash your face. After everything is ready, he entered the Doomsday Cataclysm. The surroundings are broken and gloomy, but countless golden lights lingered around him. The golden light quickly dispelled the gloom and brought the dawn of hope. PDD selected the weapons lottery. He has his sights set on drawing 180,000 yuan for 1,000 consecutive draws. Zhou has already helped me. Next, I believe I will be able to deliver the goods. PDD looked confident and raised the corners of his mouth. He thought that Sister Zhou had already paid 180,000 yuan in advance, so he would definitely be able to ship the goods. Teacher Piao, this is 180,000 real money. If the audience in the live broadcast room were both looking forward to and nervous, as if it was not PDD that was the lucky draw, but them. Roasted rat. Roasted rat. PDD chanted a spell crazily in his mouth, and he felt as if he was in a daze. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't laugh or cry, but they also knew that roasted mouse was extremely magical for PDD. Once, during a lottery draw, PDD wanted to roast mice crazily, so they shipped them like crazy, and they were so lucky. No longer hesitate. PDD clicks the next 1,000 to draw 180,000 yuan. Moment. His vision was filled with golden light. It was one piece after another of brilliant gold. Nothing but gold. Congratulations to player Liu, who won 1 gram of gold. Brothers, I also wash my face, wash my hands, and even recited the European Emperor's exclusive spell. But in the end, it still didn't ship. PD was very uncomfortable. Although he was prepared, he still couldn't accept it. Is this game too dark? Can this be shipped? 180,000 yuan, that's it. I originally wanted to play this game, but after seeing the lottery, I was immediately persuaded to quit. One barrage after another. Everyone sympathized with PDD. This game is really too dark. There is nothing worse than this black-hearted game. But after calming down, PDD continues to draw. Roasted rat. This time, he screamed crazily, heartbreakingly, and his voice almost broke. While shouting, he also clicked on 1,000 consecutive draws. He didn't give in, he just kept on doing it. The bright golden light appeared in his field of vision again. PDD, when the heart is cold, and the heart is cold, there are pieces of gold. But in the next second, brilliant golden light appeared. The golden light is not gold, but a gun with a tough appearance, simple structure, and reliable performance. Just a glance. PDD recognized it as the king of rifles, the AK-47. It has a total length of 76 centimeters, weighs more than 5 kilograms, has a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, and an effective range of 300 meters. Its power can easily penetrate steel plates. With this gun, PDD thinks it can kill zombies and NPCs. Of course, The NPC may have taken crystal stones, and his physical fitness has improved a lot. But no matter how powerful he is still just an ordinary person. How can he be so powerful with a gun? To know, the speed of the bullet is about 1 kilometer per second, and something even more surprising to PDD happened. The entire body of the gun in his field of vision was quickly rendered and died. A blink of an eye. From an ordinary AK, it became a golden Alaska. At a glance, it has a very metallic texture, high brightness, high saturation, and a non-slip bumpy texture on the handheld area. The gun also has a cool gold print. It's shipped 360,000. A golden AK-47. It feels like Teacher Piao is about to take off. Don't talk about killing zombies, even NPCs. It's just that this game looks too ugly. With a shipment of 360,000, we civilian players can't play at all. There are one barrage after another, but more and more barges think that in this game, civilian players will be stupid if they play it. If they enter the game, they will be killed by rich players with explosive hammers. It's the boss who pays more money. PDD was filled with emotion, but he also enjoyed this feeling. At this time, a lottery message also appeared in his field of vision. Congratulations to the player Liu, who won 1 gram of gold. Brothers, did I read that correctly? I didn't draw a golden AK-47. I just drew a skin paint. PDD blinked his eyes crazily, feeling the blood surge wildly in his veins. His blood pressure is also rising and rising again. Playing this game will give him high blood pressure. Teacher Piao, you read that right. It's just skin painting. I take back what I said. This is not a game for rich people. This game is just to steal money from rich people. Weapon lottery. You told me it's a skin painting draw? Teacher Piao, my condolences. Now I believe it. Teacher Piao is definitely not a bastard. The barrage is laughing at PDD. Finally, PDD couldn't bear it anymore and started to say dirty words one after another. After some time to vent, he felt much better. You can't touch the lottery. If you touch it again, I will chop your hand off. Say it. He stopped drawing and chose to enter the game directly. After opening my eyes, PDD appeared in the villa in Shidi Villa District. Gulialu, his stomach began to growl. At the same time, he also received game messages one after another. Player Liu, the permanent version of the pet dog you have obtained has been automatically distributed. Player Liu, the permanent version of the Dark Knight King supercar you have obtained has been automatically distributed. Player Liu, the permanent version of the collection costume, Dancing Night Romance you have obtained has been automatically distributed. Faced with this information, PDD was helpless. He was not very interested in these things, especially this Dancing Night Romance, which is a golden suit emitting a faint golden light. In the apocalyptic world, wearing such a golden suit to fight monsters is simply too out of place. So, he did not wear it, and quietly let Dancing Night Romance collect dust in the closet. What interested him a little was this permanent version of the cooking stove. In a blink of an eye, under the guidance of a game, he saw this silver cooking stove with a very high-tech appearance in the kitchen of the villa. The cooking stove has only one button. Automatic cooking. No need to plug in. Don't put in ingredients. PDD's eyes lit up, thinking that this thing is really useful. What made him feel even more magical was that he could recycle the cooking stove. Once the cooking stove was recycled, it would be automatically stored in the game survival column. Then, by clicking on the survival column, the cooking stove could be summoned. Magical, he exclaimed. The audience in the live broadcast room did not find it so magical. This was a VIP 10 level membership gift package that could only be opened after a cumulative recharge of 1 million yuan. So there must be something good. After PDD clicked the automatic cooking button, buzz! The cooking stove began to cook automatically, trembling slightly and emitting a cloud of white smoke. PDD also smelled a faint aroma of food from the air. It took less than a few dozen seconds. The cooking stove finished cooking. As soon as the lid was opened, PDD saw a delicious food in his field of vision. You can see lean meat, peppers, bamboo shoots, peanut oil, etc. This is clearly a pot of spring bamboo shoots fried with meat that makes people's mouths water, taste delicious, and is super delicious. In addition, 2 lines of text appeared in his field of vision. Cooking food, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots with meat. Food effect. Once consumed, the character's strength value will increase by 10% in a short period of time. Food actually has an effect bonus. PDD's eyes lit up and his face was full of joy. The viewers in the live broadcast room thought this was just a routine operation. Food comes with bonus effects, which can be seen in any game. Soon, PDD feasted on the food. The delicious stir-fried pork with spring bamboo shoots increased his panel power from 31 points to 34 points. However, this effect only lasts for 1 hour. He wanted to continue using automatic cooking again. However, a line of text appeared on the cooking stove in front of him. The automatic cooking function of the cooking stove is cooling down and temporarily unavailable. This makes PDD very helpless. This dog competition game only needs to be cooled down. How long does it take to cool down? After silently saving the cooking stove to the game's survival bar, he picked up a sharp knife and prepared to kill zombies, find NCPs, and even kill more powerful monsters. Only in this way can the strength be rapidly improved. Teacher Piao, just use that treasure map to form a team and enter the infection nest. That's right, form a team of 4 and kill all the monsters in the lair. There's definitely something good in there. This is a VIP 9 membership gift package. If used properly, it will definitely take off. The audience began to encourage PDD to use the treasure map and form a team to enter the infection nest. It has to be said that PDD was also somewhat persuaded. He also controlled the game panel and found the special props column. Among the special props lies a crumpled treasure map. He subconsciously clicked on the treasure map. Warm reminder, Player Lu, your current strength is too low. It is extremely dangerous to enter the infection nest. Please work hard to improve your strength. A message appears. PDD stood there with a stiff expression. Is this being looked down upon? His face turned dark. His current strength is 34 points. You actually said that his strength was too low? Teacher Piao, let's fight monsters. The audience in the live broadcast room was singing and laughing. PD nodded silently, picked up his sharp knife, and headed straight out of the villa. However, he had just walked to the living room of the villa. Then I saw a figure staggering in from outside the villa door. The man's hair was messy, his body was scarred, and he was in a very bad condition. With just one glance, PDD recognized that this was his fan Zhang Sanfeng. I said, "Big brother, you are too miserable." PDD had a strange expression on his face, feeling that every time he saw the player Zhang Sanfeng felt particularly down and out. Teacher Piao Mi, woo! Zhang San's eyes were red, and he was about to cry. A grown man is so pretentious, which makes PDD very helpless. This 3-man thing is really embarrassing. Zhang Sanfeng may be in trouble again. Don't forget, Zhang Sanfeng is a 0 Krypton player. Judging from Zhang Sanfeng's performance, it is enough to prove that it is too difficult for 0 KR players to survive in this game. Fortunately, when Zhang Sanfeng met Teacher Piao, he hugged Teacher Piao's thick legs tightly. It won't take a minute for Zhang Sanfeng to take off. Barrage after barrage flashed by quickly. These barges both scolded Zhang Sanfeng and envied Zhang Sanfeng. A small number of the audience in the live broadcast room have played Doomsday Cataclysm. The place where Naihe was born was not Linfeng City, but other areas. Or maybe he was born in Linfeng City, but followed Teacher Piao in the Shidi Villa district of Linfeng City. The distance is too far. If it were before the end of the world, it would definitely be possible to get there by paying some fare. But after the end of the world comes, transportation is inconvenient and monsters are rampant, let alone walking dozens of kilometers. Even walking a few kilometers is full of dangers. Soon, PDD realized that Zhang Sanfeng was still the same as before, implementing his 0 Krypton philosophy. Just don't recharge. So, Zhang Sanfeng went online to fight monsters and zombies whenever he had free time, and accumulated a lot of crystal stones. No matter what. It's just like a village rat. He accumulates a lot of crystals without taking them. Instead, he has to accumulate a certain amount and take them directly in one go. Result: he was very unlucky. When he met an NPC, all the crystals he had on him were taken away by the NPC. Teacher Piao, that's the spar I've been working on all night. It's a total of 25 yuan. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes were red and his face was filled with grievances. But PDD has other opinions. You can earn 25 crystals in one night. It seems that this game is also very conscientious for civilian players. PDD muttered to himself, "Conscience is a piece of shit. NPCs can even steal players' things." Did I hear you correctly? Are the NPCs in this game so rampant? It's not that the NPC is too bold, but that Zhang Sanfeng is too weak. Zhang Sanfeng's strength seems to be only 11 points. The barrage scolded the game, and Zhang San was crazy. "Let's go. Whoever steals your spar, I want them to spit it out with the profit. You are the first member of my survival force, and I am the leader of the survival force." PDD straightened its back and stood up for Zhang San crazy. "Thank you, Teacher Piao." Zhang Sanfeng burst into tears with gratitude, but then said in a weak tone, "Teacher Piao, they are Dao Sisters people. This Dao Sisters sword is not easy to mess with. You are so afraid of this. What are you doing? Sister Dao? Dao Society? What does it matter?" PDD looked arrogant. He doesn't take NPC seriously at all. In this doomsday catastrophe, there is always only one competitor for him, and that is the player. The audience in the live broadcast room also agreed with PDD's words. Support Teacher Piao. When playing games, you have to be fearless, and you have to do whatever you want in the game. However, right now, there is a crisp sound of applause. Pa! PD and Zhang Sanfeng turn around to look. But at some point, a group of people walked in from outside the villa. The first person is a fair-looking cream boy. It's actually this pretty boy, Li Kuan, next to Sister Dao. Many viewers who watched Sister Zhou's live broadcast recognized Li Kuan immediately. "Fat man, Sister Dao? Dao Club? What does it matter? You are so loud." Li Kuan smiled. The word fatty made PDD's heart burn with unknown anger. He hates being called fat. "Pretty face," PD retorted. Swish. For a moment, Li Kuan's face darkened. Even the members of the Sword Association around Li Kuan glared at PDD. In this regard, PDD has nothing to fear. A strength value of 34 points made him confident. "Boy, just outside the door, I thought I heard you say that you were the leader of the survival force. By the way, is there such a survival force in Linfeng City?" Li Kuan had a cold face and was not in a hurry to take action, but he also looked confused. "Never heard of that. Apart from our Swordsman Association, there are only Raptor's Base, Madman Camp, and Hope Alliance. Survival? What the hell is this?" The members of the Sword Club all looked puzzled. "Survival. This is the force I created," PDD said. "Ha ha ha." All of a sudden, Li Kuan and other members of the Knife Club couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. And some even laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. He was really happy. He didn't expect that it had come to this point, and any Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to create a faction. "Are you worthy? Are you qualified to create a faction?" Li Kuan questioned PDD with a barrage of words. PDD knew very well. He was despised. So, he didn't say much and directly picked up the shark knife. He started to attack Li Kuan. Although he was fat, he was as fast as a rabbit. In an instant, he came to Li Kuan, and the shark knife in his hand was about to fall, slashing across Li Kuan's neck. He wanted to kill this pretty boy with one blow. Kill this pretty boy to establish his authority. Let this pretty boy see how powerful he is as the leader of the survival faction. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were very calm, and they could all think of the subsequent plot. PDD angrily killed Li Kuan and many members of the Knife Club, and fought a perfect first battle for the survival forces. Unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. PD's shark knife was easily taken away by Li Kuan. Then Li Kuan squeezed it with both hands, and the shark knife quickly deformed and became a lump of iron. All this happened in a flash. That's it? The leader of the survival forces. Are you kidding us? Li Kuan smiled, and tears seemed to fall from his eyes. The other members of the knife club also smiled, and they all felt that PDD was overestimating himself. At this moment, PDD's mentality almost collapsed, and he wanted to curse. Is it reasonable that the NPCs in your shit game are so strong? I thought it was a show of pretending to be slapped in the face, but in the end, Teacher Piao was slapped in the face by the other party. Teacher Piao should keep calm. A younger brother next to Sister Dao has such strength. So, how terrifying is Sister Dao's strength? Players are improving their strength, and NPCs are also improving their strength. Moreover, the NPC's improvement speed is faster. For example, if one day passes in the real world, several days will pass in the game. The audience in the live broadcast room talked a lot, and they also felt that PDD was too pitiful. A Krypton gold boss who recharged millions was killed by an insignificant NPC in the game. Join our Dao club. Li Kuan's expression was indifferent. Impossible. PDD flatly refused. He is the leader of the survival force. It's okay, you don't have to join, just follow me. Li Kuan continued. Where are you going with this guy? To see Sister Dao? PDD looked confused, but in order to obtain more information, he also left with Li Kuan and his group. Even Zhang Sanfeng was among them. After walking for more than an hour, PDD was even more frightened, as he was still not very clear about Li Kuan's strength. For example, the men around Li Kuan were all as strong as him, and their strength was about 30 points. This made PDD even more anxious to become stronger. Teacher Piao, stay alive first. Stay alive for a while, and kill Li Kuan. Kill all the people in the Dao Club. The audience in the live broadcast room gave suggestions. After a blink of an eye, Li Kuan and others walked into a long tunnel. There was no light in the tunnel, and it was very dark, but there were clanging sounds in the tunnel from time to time. Soon, PDD finally understood what Li Kuan wanted him to do. Mining. Digging an underground vein in Linfeng City. Moreover, it was not just him and Zhang Sanfeng. He also saw many people in this underground vein. These people were wearing miners' safety helmets, holding shovels, and mining. Among them, there were also several members of the Dao Club who acted as foremen holding long whips to supervise. In a blink of an eye, PDD and Zhang Sanfeng put on safety helmets, took up shovels, and joined the mining army. Teacher Piao, you are in such a miserable situation. Teacher Piao, can we still rise? Come to mine? Come to work for the game NPC. This black, or is it useful? The audience in the live broadcast room were all making fun of PDD, but a small number of viewers were paying attention to the ore. PDD was mining silently and paying attention to the ore. You could see a line of text information appearing in front of the ore. Black iron ore, an ordinary ore, but it contains a strange energy that helps to improve strength. This made PDD completely understand. Could it be that the biggest reason why Dao, Jia, Li Kuan, or the rest of the Dao Club improved their strength so quickly was this black iron ore? If he could also absorb the strange energy in the black iron ore, then his strength will also increase rapidly. The more he plays this game, the more he seems to understand. Recharge is definitely not the right way to become stronger. The right way to become stronger is to explore this doomsday world. Snap! Before PDD could think about it, a long whip hit his back hard, making him grimace and gasp. It hurts so much. The pain in this broken game is too real. Foreman Li Wu is a bald man in his 30s, wearing a thin vest and a pair of black shorts. He glared at PDD and cursed. Fatty, get to work. What are you doing? PDD suppressed his anger and continued to mine silently. But while mining, he tried to absorb the energy contained in the black iron ore. It's true. As long as he put his hand on the palm-sized black iron ore, a progress bar would appear in his vision. 1%, 14%, 53%, 78%, 100%. Once the progress bar reaches 100%, his strength value will increase by 0.001. Sometimes it will increase by 0.001 in agility, and sometimes it will increase by 0.001 in physique. This made PDD ecstatic. He's rising. His mother is finally rising. He loves mining. This made him dig black iron or more seriously and hard. So strength can be improved this way. Teacher Piao is about to take off. But will this method be a long-term solution? I always feel that he will be discovered in the end. One after another, the comments were concerned about PDD's safety, and they also felt that PDD was about to start a counterattack. He was about to start beating up the NPC. A whole day of mining. PDD was as tired as an old dog, but his strength value soared to 60 points. Agility, 55 points. Constitution, 57 points. Just give him time. He believed that he could break through 100 points in strength, agility, and constitution. However, there was one thing that made him feel strange. His little action was not noticed by the foreman, but was noticed by several big brothers who were mining. These big brothers looked at him with a very strange look. This made PDD feel a sense of crisis inexplicably. It seemed that death was approaching. Soon, several foremen ordered the miners to assemble. More than 100 honest miners gathered together quickly, and they all kept their mouths shut, not daring to say a word. The foremen were also silent. It seemed that everyone was waiting for someone to come out. Da-da-da. A series of sharp, piercing, and dense footsteps suddenly sounded. Everyone looked solemn, holding their breath, as if they dared not even breathe. PDD also pretended to be very serious, but in fact, he was brewing a bad water in his heart. Finally, a group of people showed up. The leader was a hot woman wearing a black suit. She was about 30 years old, not very pretty, and had a long scar on her right cheek. She was Sister Zhou, the leader of the Zhou Society. Sister Zhou, okay. The foremen and miners standing straightened their backs, their voices full of awe. PDD followed suit and straightened his back. Some things are not yours. Don't touch them. Once you touch them, the consequence is often death. Sister Zhou said indifferently, black iron, or this is a resource of the Zhou Society, but a small part of this batch of black iron or has been scrapped and cannot be used. Tell me, who absorbed the energy in the black iron ore? As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. I always feel that Teacher Piao is going to be in trouble. Sure enough, this black iron ore is definitely an important strategic material for the Zhou Club. Teacher Piao touched something he shouldn't have touched. Damn it, this NPC is too arrogant. She looks like a big sister. I really want to chop her with a machete. The audience was very dissatisfied with Sister Zhou's attitude. PDD was also dissatisfied. However, soon his expression froze. Swish! Because the surrounding miners all looked at him. This made PDD finally understand. He absorbed the black iron ore, and it had been noticed by these miners. However, these big brothers did not remind him at all. Let him make mistakes again and again, so as to cause the current situation. People are really evil. Oh, Xiao Kuan told you that 2 people were arrested today, one of whom was a fat man with mediocre strength. Sister Zhou had no expression. SOSO strength? PD gnashed his teeth and was so angry. If it were in other games, recharging 1 million would definitely make him a big shot. But in this broken game, recharging 1 million seems to be nothing. Kill him. Dao Jie continued. This time, PD frowned, thinking that the foreman or Dao Jie's minions were going to attack him. Who knew? The miners around him were the ones who swung the butcher knife and punched him hard. Bang! Pairs of fists were swung at PDD. But PDD was agile and easily dodged, showing a relaxed attitude. However, there were too many miners. Groups of people swarmed up. In the end, PDD died tragically on the spot, but before he died, he also killed more than a dozen miners. In a blink of an eye, PD reappeared in the gray, open space, surrounded by dilapidated walls, and the bright, recharged golden light that dispelled the darkness. Teacher Piao, are you sure this game is really playable? Black iron ore is really a good thing. If such a vein is controlled by NPC forces, the strength of these NPCs will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Zhang Sanfeng is a coward. When he saw you being beaten up by a group of people, he didn't help you. These miners actually obeyed Sister Dao's words. Even dogs are not so obedient, right? Maybe those miners want to kill Teacher Piao, and then Teacher Piao may explode with crystals and other items. The audience in the live broadcast room were all dissatisfied. This rubbish game really made them powerless to complain. It was too sinister to the players. Even the audience suspected that if PDD did not secretly absorb the strange energy in the black iron ore, he might have died for other reasons. We still need to stick together. We must stick together. Brothers, survival forces, recruit players online. Join my survival forces. I will take you to fly. PDD waved his right fist and raised his arms, thinking that such behavior was very imposing, and many fans would join his survival. However, one after another mocking barrage appeared in his field of vision. Teacher Piao, are you sure you can take us to fly? Teacher Piao, you can't even protect yourself. Teacher Piao, take it easy. Survival? Is it really reliable? The audience showed doubts, disdain, ridicule, and other emotions, which made PDD's face burn. It was really a slap in the face. But there was no way. He wanted to play the game well and become stronger. He definitely needed to stick together with the players. If he faced Li Kuan, the Knife Sisters' henchman, he had 10 or 100 players behind him, and they could beat Li Kuan in a minute. The power of one person is too limited. However, PDD also continued to play the game. Currently, there are more than 600,000 in his game account. This time, his birth choice was directly locked in rich family. To choose this birth, you need to spend 9,999 yuan and reach VIP 10 level membership. Currently, he is a distinguished VIP 10 level member. Once he made the choice, lines of text appeared in his vision. Congratulations to player Lu, who spent 99.99 and became a rich family. You were born in a particularly wealthy family. Your parents run one company after another. From childhood to adulthood, you have received the best education and enjoyed the most perfect childhood. You performed very well. You ranked first in the class in the elementary school graduation exam, first in the junior high school entrance exam, and first in the high school entrance exam. You were successfully admitted to a well-known key university in this city. After 4 years of further study in college, and with the full support of your parents, you founded a company in this city. This year, you are 24 years old. You have a luxury house, a luxury car, and savings. Your life is extremely successful, but an accident happened. Do you want to enter the game? These lines of text also made PDD laugh. Brothers, this time to start is amazing. Look at my performance. I am a complete academic master. I also founded a company. I am my own boss. After that, PDD smiled. You are the boss if you have money. Teacher Piao, the end of the world has come. It's useless for you to become the CEO of the company, right? Hurry up and enter the game. Is it coming to Linfeng City again? Don't dawdle, Teacher Piao. Hurry up and be quick. The audience urged. PD also hurriedly entered the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that he was sitting on a comfortable sofa. The surroundings were magnificent, and all kinds of high-end luxury appliances could be seen everywhere. It seemed that he was in a villa. He also hurriedly checked his own panel attributes. Strength, 18 points full strength punch, amazing power. Agility, 7 points far lower than the agility of normal people. Constitution, 9 points barely healthy, but you should eat healthily and avoid overeating. Intelligence, 11 points a little higher than normal people. Perception, 9 points vigilance is okay. Charm, 8 points no charm, far lower than ordinary people. Suddenly, PDD wanted to cry. Where's his 60 points of strength? Where's his 55 points of agility? Where's his 57 points of constitution? All gone. Once he dies, start all over again. Moreover, the reason why his strength can reach 18 points is that the VIP 3-member gift package permanently adds 3 points of strength, and the VIP 4-member gift package permanently adds 5 points of strength. Without this permanent 8 points of strength, his strength would only be 10 points. Brothers, we have to start over again, but I'm not panicking. PD's face was full of fighting spirit. Moreover, he also found some other options on his panel. Vehicles, permanent version of Fire Phoenix, permanent version of Dark Knight King. Costume, permanent version of Collection Costume, Dance Night Romance. Pet, permanent version of Treasure Hunting Dog. Items, 95 #1 liter gasoline x 300 bottles, 1 gram of gold x 1999 copies. Special props, worn treasure map, permanent version of large supply box. Survival bar, permanent version of cooking stove. This made PDD's face look satisfied. Fortunately, this dog game is not so crazy that it even embezzles these things of mine. These are items recharged with real money. If it's gone, he really wants to curse. Even, he wants to complain about the game. Of course, just think about it. With the magic shown by this game, even if you complain, it seems to be useless. Soon, PDD chose the permanent version of Treasure Hunting Dog. In his field of vision, a black dog with a drooping head, brown skin, well-developed limbs, a strong body, a big head, and a wide face appeared. The black dog also wagged its tail at PDD. Let's go. Let's go. PDD raised his head and found a bone-cutting knife in the kitchen of the villa and walked out of the villa with his dog. During this period, he encountered zombies again, but the zombies were no match for him at all, and he chopped them down to the ground with one knife. The scene was bloody and cruel, but facing the large patches of crimson blood, PDD was not afraid at all, and he only had a look of regret. It was a pity that the zombie did not explode the crystal. Next, PDD started to fight monsters. It was fun to fight monsters all the time. Killed one zombie after another. His strength, agility, and constitution were also increasing rapidly. It has increased to 23 points of strength, 15 points of agility, 16 points of constitution. But he was still not satisfied, as he was still a long way from his peak strength. The only thing that made PDD feel fortunate was that this time he was born in Linhai City, a coastal city, and in this city he finally found more than a dozen players, all of whom were willing to join his forces. Among them, there were 2 or 3 players who were his fans. Teacher Piao, we still have to grow slowly. Teacher Piao, as far as I know, there are no other forces in this area of Linhai City. Linhai City is likely to be our base for survival in the future. Teacher Piao, if you have any arrangements, just tell us directly, and the brothers will listen to you. Faced with these lovely players, PDD was overjoyed. Rise finally saw hope and dawn. One of these players left a deep impression on him. The game ID Lin Yi, his strength value actually reached 50 points. Lin Yi, are you really a Zero Krypton player? Do you really have 50 points of strength? PDD looked doubtful and cast his eyes on a simple-looking young man beside him. The audience in the live broadcast room also didn't believe it. It's really a bit outrageous that a Zero Krypton player has 50 points of strength. Is it cheating? Teacher Piao, you should know the magic of this game. Lin Yi smiled slightly. PD nodded silently. So, since I knew the magic of this game, I've been playing it all the time and working hard. I can have a strength I have now, all thanks to my hard work. Lin Yi explained. The conversation between the two. It also made the audience in the live broadcast room question and waver again. Could it be that, if this game becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger? It's not so outrageous, right? But, although they were very entangled in their hearts, they were determined to play this game in person, and then the answer would be revealed. Is it really all thanks to my hard work? PDD still didn't quite believe it. If he could reach 50 strength points just by working hard, then he felt that he was a big scapegoat for charging so much money. It was also based on luck. I was lucky enough to meet a dying first-level hunter. I got lucky. Lin Yi did not hide anything and directly revealed an important piece of information. First-level hunter? This strange name made PDD and the audience in the live broadcast room a little stunned. Let's talk about now. The zombies killed by PDD are all ordinary zombies. First-level hunter. What the hell is this? He has never met one. Linyi, are there any more first-level hunters? PDD looked expectant. Teacher Piao, I know there's one in a place, but I don't recommend you go there. Linyi spoke. Linyi, you don't want to kill this level hunter alone, do you? Linyi, let's team up together. It won't be easy to kill that level hunter. Linyi, do you have any ulterior motives? All of a sudden, the other dozen players looked at Linyi with vigilant and dissatisfied eyes. Linyi's face was full of helplessness. I don't have any ulterior motives, but that level hunter was too strong. I was lucky to escape at that time. If you really want to go, then I will satisfy you. It's in Linhai building. If you go, you can only wait for death. After that, Linyi had a cold face and kindly reminded these guys, but they didn't seem to appreciate it. All the players were eager to go to Linhai building and kill the first-level hunter. PDD was very calm. Linyi couldn't do anything about this first-level hunter, so if they went there, they would probably just die. Linyi, you said you met a dying first-level hunter. So, does it mean that there are more terrifying and more terrible monsters in this city than first-level hunters? PDD asked. Linyi nodded silently. Suddenly, the players were both excited and scared. Everyone, keep fighting monsters. Keep getting stronger. After making the decision, PDD was still unwilling to take risks. He didn't want to be wiped out. He had to be sure enough to go to Linhai building and eliminate the first-level hunter. After that, PDD led more than 10 players of the survival force to start sweeping and slaughtering zombies, and look for some handy weapons. However, unfortunately, only some old swords, axes, iron rods, and other cold weapons were found. There were no hot weapons at all. Even a local police station in Linhai could not find hot weapons. It was as if hot weapons had disappeared from this world. After many days of struggle, PDD became the second strongest player in the survival force, with a strength value of 35 points. The strongest player in the Linya survival force, with a strength value of 55 points. Most of the other players also had a strength value of about 20 points. Moreover, PDD's survival force has taken in many new players. The current survival force already has more than 30 players. After everyone discussed, it was decided to attack the first-level hunter. Death may be inevitable. However, once a brother dies, I will provide real money subsidies. As the boss, PDD said to more than 30 players with a solemn expression. More than 30 players nodded silently, grinning, very relaxed and comfortable. They're not afraid of death at all. Even they're excited about death. There's actually a real money subsidy. If Linyi, the strongest survivor, said this, they would not believe it. But if PDD said it, they believed it. How much is the real money subsidy, Mr. Piao? The players looked expectant. With money, they can recharge the game and survive better in this doomsday world. I will broadcast on the Douxiao live broadcast platform. My contact information is in the live broadcast room. Contact me when the time comes. Bring screenshots, game ID, etc. The death subsidy is 1,648 per person, PDD said, and he also showed a very generous side. Subsidy 648. This is nothing to PDD. What's more, this game is so magical. He believes that no matter how much money he spends now, he will definitely be able to earn it back in the future. But the premise is that you must not die. You must die meaningfully and with value. PDD reminded. The players nodded repeatedly and were very excited. 648 for one. This is 648 yuan. In the real world, they can't earn so much even if they work all day. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was also a little jealous. Jealousy makes me split apart. Teacher Piao, is the survival force still short of players? Teacher Piao, wait a minute. I also want to join the survival force. The Doomsday Cataclysm, I'm already downloading it. Teacher Piao, you are too generous. The audience was shocked by PDD's generosity, and they also quickly downloaded the Doomsday Cataclysm, looking forward to coming to Linhai City to fight side by side with PDD. But some smart people gradually realized that this apocalypse was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could PDD take out 648 as a subsidy? As a big anchor on Douxiao live broadcast platform, Would PDD be a fool? The answer is obviously not. Perhaps this game is really problematic. Not long after, PDD and his group rushed to Linhai Building. On the way, they also encountered some scattered zombies, but facing PDD and other 33 players, the zombies just appeared and were killed immediately. Little zombies dared to come and die. PDD's face was full of disdain. Now, I didn't take zombies seriously at all. It was the first level hunter mentioned by Lin Yi that interested him and made him feel pressured. About dozens of minutes later, PDD and others had arrived at the door of Linhai Building. Looking around, they could see a high-rise building that soared into the sky in their field of vision. However, this big building was indeed very dilapidated. For example, the windows were covered with dust and bloodstains, and many windows were even broken. PDD and others were not surprised at all. Now, this game world is the end of the world. Soon, PDD and others did not stay for too long and walked into the Linhai Building carefully and tiptoe. But they could see inside the building. It was a mess with some broken glass on the ground and some bloodstains that had solidified and turned black. The surroundings were in ruins. Broken walls, knocked down cabinets, broken doors, etc. PDD and others continued to walk. According to Lin Ye's description, the first level hunter was in the office on the top floor. However, the group had not walked up the stairs for long when their steps stopped, because the monster appeared. Its appearance was somewhat similar to that of a zombie, but there were also some differences. The biggest difference was that it had sharp claws on both hands. All players, including PDD, had a line of text messages in their vision. First level hunter, its sharp claws are its killing weapon. Please stay away, otherwise you will soon die. The players all felt a breath of danger, but no one chose to retreat. The threat of death did not scare them. Instead, they were eager to try and see how powerful this monster was. However, before the players could act, the hunter took the lead. Its speed was like a ghost. It easily rushed to a player and pierced the player's head with one claw. The player died on the spot. This, PDD and others were a little confused. This monster was a little too strong. This speed, its agility must be very high. But taking this opportunity, several skilled and courageous players also waved their long knives, axes, and iron rods like the Death Squad. They were determined to kill the hunter. Sizzle. Ants can kill elephants. The players' actions also caused some trouble to the hunter. For example, there were some shallow wounds on the hunter's skin, and drops of black blood flowed out, but these wounds were not fatal. Die. Lin Yi and PD also took this opportunity to attack. In the following battle, it was obvious that the players besieged the hunter and launched a round-robin battle. But the strength shown by the hunter was too terrifying. The sharp claws could easily penetrate the player's head. As a result, players kept dying. 3-5. In a blink of an eye, 18 players were killed. But the hunter was not doing well either. There were more than a dozen wounds of different sizes all over his body. The wounds were bleeding black blood. Brothers, hold on. This level of hunters can't hold on any longer. PDD shouted and also used money offensive. Kill the monster. Then the surviving players will receive a subsidy of 1,648, and the players who died in battle will receive a subsidy of 2,648. When they heard that dying in battle would receive a subsidy of 2,648, the fighting spirit of the players surged in their hearts again. It's just a game monster. How can it be turned upside down? Kill. Among them, a muscular man in his early 30s, carrying an old machete, rushed toward the hunter. The other players were not to be outdone and continued to attack the hunters in groups. Shortly after, 6 more players died. The hunter also fell completely. Faced with these players who want money rather than their lives, the hunters can no longer stand it. It seems that hunters have never encountered such crazy humans. In the past, humans were easily killed by hunters. But these humans are so terrifying, they don't take death seriously at all. We win. We win. For a moment, the players were overjoyed and looked forward to seeing what good things the monsters could reveal. Even a PDD was looking forward to it. There were 33 people fighting for survival in this battle, but 24 people were killed. The casualties were too tragic. Can win. Well, it's all worth it. Teacher Piao, watching your battle makes my blood boil. I also want to join the survival force. Hot-blooded, are you so passionate about money? Even if you die in battle, you will receive 648 subsidies. Teacher Piao is so awesome. Don't you think something is wrong with Teacher Piao's actions? Is this game really capable of making people stronger in the game and stronger in the real world? It's just a game. How can it be so magical? You can really become stronger. I tried it not long ago. I won't talk about it anymore and continue to play. The barrage in the PDD live broadcast room couldn't stop at all. PDD also noticed these barges. He also gave no explanation. There will definitely be more and more people discovering the magic of this game. Therefore, he must develop his survival forces as soon as possible and seize the opportunity. Soon, all players have seen that there are quite a lot of items exploded by the first-order hunters. Power Crystal X50, Agility Crystal X50, Hunter Claw Weapon Blueprint, Hunter Claw X2. Strength crystals and agility crystals add up to 100 pieces, which is definitely a lot. But the latter two are what players care about. PDD and other players started to check. Hunter Claw Weapon Drawing, Hunter Claw X2, Black Iron or X2, Hunter Blood X1 can be forged into a weapon, Hunter Claw. The text is very brief, but there is no relevant introduction about Hunter Claw. But anyone can see it. This Hunter Claw is definitely a very powerful weapon. At least for the current players, Hunter Claw must be a novice artifact. About the division of these spoils, PDD and the players were about to discuss the division of spoils. Who would have thought that a grateful voice suddenly sounded? Thank you, Teacher Piao. Shwa shwa. The few remaining players on the scene all looked over. The person who spoke was Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and was grateful. Lin Yi, what are you doing? PDD was a little confused. Thank you, Mr. Piao, for using your appeal to call on these players to kill this level of hunter together. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with a hunter with my own strength. Lin Yi was grateful. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Do you want to take all the spoils for yourself? Lin Yi, you are very strong, but there are 8 of us. Lin Yi, do you want to be an ungrateful person? The players immediately realized that Lin Yi wanted to be a traitor. The audience in the live broadcast room were also a little stunned. They didn't expect Lin Yi to turn against them. This is an ungrateful person. Lin Yi, the top survivalist, is going to betray Teacher Piao. It's not just for a few game items, is it? This Doomsday Cataclysm is not just a game. Lin Yi, I greet your ancestors. The barrage was all cursing Lin Yi. Lin Yi, PDD felt that his blood pressure had risen again. He didn't expect that he couldn't defend himself despite all the precautions. This time, it was Lin Yi who betrayed him. This is the top survivalist whom he trusts very much. Want to know why? Teacher Piao, are you too naive, or am I too naive? You must know the magic of this game, right? So, do you think these items can be measured by money? Still 648, bah. Give me 648. I don't even care. Lin Yi's expression was cold. Now, he just wants to become stronger. In the real world, he is just an ordinary person. But this game gave him a taste of sweetness. If he continued to become stronger, then some of his bold ideas seemed to be able to be realized one by one. The players all frowned, but they were also alert. It seemed that even if Lin Yi really fought with them, they would not be afraid or scared. Teacher Piao, I can be so strong without Krypton, not only by picking up the opportunity to kill the first-level hunter, but also by killing players to get crystals. Lin Yi said expressionlessly. After that, he moved like a rabbit, holding a dagger flashing with cold light in his hand. He quickly approached a player, and then the dagger pierced directly into the opponent's heart. On the spot, the player's heart suddenly stopped beating, and he was no longer breathing. Kill this ungrateful wolf. The players were furious and attacked him in groups. But Lin Yi's speed was too fast, and they couldn't even touch him. Soon, the players died one after another. PDD also joined the battle and wanted to kill Lin Yi. But it was useless. Lin Yi is too strong. Moreover, PDD has also come to his senses. Lin Yi, this grandson, just now was fighting with the first-level hunter. He was just working without any effort and had been hiding his strength, just waiting for this moment to come. Not long after, Lin Yi killed all the players, including PDD. PD only felt a dark and dizzy vision. A very cold and indifferent voice rang in his ears. Teacher Piao, restart the game. Don't trust the players easily. After opening his eyes, PDD stood in a quiet and deserted open space again, surrounded by broken walls. Brothers, are we going to start again? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Indeed, he was too careless. The NPC should not believe it, and the players also dare not believe it. If this was just a very ordinary game, something like Lin Yi would never happen. But this game is not ordinary. The barrage of comments is also comforting PDD. Teacher Piao, don't be discouraged. Yes, I will kill Lin Yi and avenge my hatred. Teacher Piao, I want to join the survival forces and fight alongside you. Teacher Piao, everything is just starting over again. But before that, PDD also fulfilled his previous promise. Give 2,648 to each of the 31 players who died. Although he didn't get anything, he lost a lot and was even betrayed by Lin Yi. But once he said it, it was like spilled water, and he had to fulfill his promise. Mingzhu City, an ordinary and simple rental house. Wang Xiao is a young man in his early 20s. His appearance is very ordinary, and he is a popular face. But a cruel smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Teacher Piao, I really want to thank you in person. If it weren't for you, my strength would never have improved by leaps and bounds. He murmured to himself, feeling the abundant power in his body. He was very excited. Now, although he is not a Superman, he can easily kill more than a dozen people. This was something he could never imagine in the past. It's all because of this game. Cataclysm is really amazing. His game ID is Lin Yi. He really didn't feel any guilt at all for betraying PDD. He also felt that PDD was very stupid and trusted him easily. Future. Wang Xiao began to dream about a better future. Pa. But at this moment, someone knocked hard on the rental house again and again. He frowned and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw an aunt in her 40s, wearing heavy makeup and a black dress. This is his landlord, surnamed Sun. Xiao Wang, starting from next month, the rent will increase from 2,000 per month to 2,300 per month. Landlady Sun said with a calm expression. Landlord Sun, the rent didn't just go up last month. Why is it going to go up again now? And if it goes up again this year, it will be the third time. The rent used to be 1,300 per month. Wang Xiao frowned and looked a little ugly. Do you want to rent? This is the Pearl City. You don't know how prosperous the economy of the Oriental Pearl of Dragon Kingdom is? Is 2,500 monthly rent expensive? You don't want to rent? There are a lot of people who want to rent. Landlady Sun had a cold face and looked at Wang Xiao with disgust. She just wants to raise the rent. Now, she relies on the rent to survive. To buy cosmetics, to buy a car, to buy a lot of things, you have to spend money everywhere. Landlord Sun, this. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. Landlady Sun, however, continued to interrupt with a cold face. If you don't want to rent, you can just move out with me. Say it. She held her head high and left directly with a very arrogant attitude. Watching her leaving figure, Wang Zhao's eyes were about to burst. He really wanted to be like in Doomsday Cataclysm. Just like killing the player, he would chop up Landlady Sun without hesitation. But he held back. Murder is illegal, but the devil had already secretly grown in his heart. He still needs to continue to get stronger. After a quick dinner and some drinks, Wang Xiao continued to put on the virtual game helmet and continued to play Doomsday Cataclysm. Online, the news reported by Phoenix newspaper is getting more and more violent. Countless netizens are cursing and ridiculing Phoenix newspaper. In Li Zaixian, a well-known news media person, even published an article on Weibo attacking the Phoenix newspaper. As news media workers, we have the responsibility and obligation to be responsible for the news we report. But look at what kind of bullshit article the Phoenix News is promoting. It is completely insulting the public's intelligence. The behavior is extremely hypocritical. It should be banned by the news industry. Ban. I have personally experienced the game Doomsday Cataclysm. It is a rubbish game. I downloaded it and played it for less than 5 minutes, so I deleted it directly. The article contains a long list of contents and also comes with several screenshots of player reviews of Doomsday Cataclysm. On the screenshot, you can see a lot of bad reviews. This is the crappiest game I've ever played. A bunch of crotch pullers. It's rubbish. Whoever plays it will regret it. It's a complete waste of time. To be honest, it's really rubbish. You can't play without recharging money. I'll recharge my ass. Etc. Cataclysm has numerous bad reviews. This article by Li Zaixian also became popular instantly. It has been favored by netizens. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Li Zaixian, who is in his 30s and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, has an elegant appearance and a smile on his lips. This wave of popularity has succeeded. He murmured to himself, feeling very proud. He did not expect that his article would receive so many favorable comments. Fortunately, he reacted faster than his colleagues and bombarded the Phoenix news agency in time. Moreover, his bombardment is not just fabricated, but well-founded. He even personally experienced the game Doomsday Cataclysm for a few minutes. Rubbish to rubbish. The greedy face of the capitalists is vividly exposed. It's weird that such a broken game is so popular. The Phoenix newspaper probably had a lot of trouble in its head, so it published such a ridiculous piece of news. But that's fine, it made me happy. Li Zaixian pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the smile on his face became stronger. Soon, Li Zaixian's face was filled with joy, because the article he published was actually reposted and liked by Penguin's official WeChat account. At the same time, Penguin's official Weibo also expressed its own views. The Phoenix News article is nonsense, just to gain attention. If you want to play a Doomsday game, choose Dawn of Dawn. It's so fun. Dawn of Dawn is a conscientious game. It also comes with 2 screenshots. A Dawn of the Fall, player explores the post-apocalyptic world. A picture of doomsday catastrophe filled the screen with recharged golden light. Compare the two. It is not difficult to see who is the real conscience game. Moment. Countless netizens liked Penguin's official account and even expressed their desire to play Dawn of Dawn, Penguin's annual competitive virtual online game. Jiangnan City, inside an apartment building. Zhou is a bright-looking young man who currently works in an ordinary company. And now he's typing on the keyboard. Penguin never disappoints in terms of disappointing people. Dawn of Dawn is not worthy of competing with Cataclysm, and I have played Cataclysm, and I can really become stronger. The game world becomes stronger too. After typing this sentence, he clicked Zhou and felt much better. However, he clicked on the comment on the web interface. However, after finishing one comment, he received a message reminder. His comments were deleted from the Penguin official account. This made Zhou a little unhappy, and he made several comments in succession, all deleted without exception. He also received a very bad news reminder. Because your comment was deleted and blocked, you were temporarily unable to comment. Apparently, he was blocked by Penguin's official Weibo account. Is a big company so immoral? He began to curse and was in a particularly bad mood. Not long after, he went out for dinner and went to a Shaxian snack shop near the apartment building. He ate some flat food, fried rice and the like, and hurriedly checked out and left. He has to rush back and continue playing Doomsday Cataclysm. It would be nice if the game didn't make money. Zhou had a look of helplessness on his face. Just because he had played this game, recharged and realized the benefits, he lost control and recharged 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in one go, completely squandering all his small savings. Otherwise, in the past, he would have ordered takeout for 30 or 40 yuan a portion. Unlike now, he could only come to Shaxian County in person for snacks, and he only ate 12 yuan for this dinner. He wants to save money. Save money to continue playing games. There are only a few steps left. Zhou saw several men chatting with an attractive young woman in a food stall not far away. The young woman was reluctant and dissatisfied. The men were arrogant and had an attitude of being convinced of women. As for the woman, she was not someone to be trifled with. She actually slapped one of the men. Dare you hit me? I'm tired of living. Li Zhuang's face was ashen. He was very tall, in his 30s, but now he was furious and his face was frighteningly livid. Several friends around him also cast unkind glances at women. Yao Shishir really felt that she was very unlucky, so she went out for dinner and met so many men who looked like flies. This made her very angry, and she was even more angry that these grown men were actually being rude to her. This scene, it was noticed by many people around, but no one took action. None of the passers-by had the heart to act bravely, not to mention that Li Zhuang was also a gangster in the nearby area, forming gangs and not doing anything serious. Let go. Li Zhuang's big hand firmly grasped Yao Shishir's wrist. Yao Shishir wanted to struggle, but could not break free. Belch! Li Zhuang smiled coldly, burped, and spit out a lot of alcohol. It could be seen that he drank, and his friends around him also drank. You stinky woman, you have no shame. Several friends around Li Zhuang cursed and were very proud, as if bullying a weak woman like Yao Shishir made them feel very happy. In the past, Zhou would never have wanted to be troublesome, and would have gone as far away as possible when encountering such a thing. But things are different now. He could feel the power all over his body. Facing these hooligans, he really didn't give up. Let her go. What does it mean for a few grown men to bully a woman? Zhou expression was calm and unafraid. Is this stupid young man crazy? Many people around were a little stunned. They didn't expect that these days there would be idiots who dare to jump out and save the beautiful girl. Don't you know how capable you are? Haha. Li Zhuang laughed. He really didn't expect that a fool would stand up. Brothers, take action. After drinking a lot of wine, he became so energetic that he was about to hit someone. Li Zhuang and other people, a total of 4 people, for grown men, swarmed forward. Zhou was not afraid of this. On the contrary, he was very excited. Bang! 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 The whole fight scene is quick. In less than a few dozen seconds, Zhou defeated Li Zhuang and others. Thank you. Yao Shishir looked grateful and felt that Zhou was really handsome when he rescued her just now. A piece of cake. Zhou dropped these words and left in a hurry. He was not in the mood to chat with the beautiful woman. He was still thinking about the game. Everyone around was a little confused. Is this little brother so skilled? Sure enough, the masters are among the people. Brother may have practiced martial arts for many years. It's so hidden. Passers-by cheered in approval. Li Zhuang and others got up from the ground with bruises and swollen faces, feeling that they were really embarrassed. But it's not over yet. Sooner or later, they will get this back. Only, before Li Zhuang and others left, Jiangnan City Police arrived at the scene. Obviously, the passers-by were not indifferent just now, and they also secretly called the police. Gentlemen, please come with us to the police station. A male police officer said without a smile. Officer, Li Zhuang wanted to explain. If you have anything to say, go to the police station and say it. The male police officer looked cold. After that, even Zhou was called to the police station to take some notes. Zhou is not guilty. For him, this is called acting bravely. Fortunately, he was very careful. Otherwise, if he really beat someone to death, he would probably be imprisoned. Mr. Zhou, you are very skilled. The male police officer who was taking notes praised him. Zhou is not very good-looking, but he is able to challenge for people without getting hurt. This is an amazing ability. After all, Li Zhuang and others are tall and powerful, not just rotten fish and shrimps. Good. Zhou looked humble and said in a somewhat urgent tone, Officer, can I go? He just wanted to get back to playing games. There could be no further delay and waste of time. A lot of time was wasted on the Penguin Company's official account, and after eating, even more time was wasted on this brave thing. Well, you can go. The male police officer nodded. The front foot has just reached the police station lobby. Zhou met Yao Shishir. Mr. Zhou, thank you very much. I would like to have a meal with you as a thank you. Yao Shishir was very grateful. Without Zhou, she would never have had anything to eat. It's a small matter, just eat. After Zhou said this, he left in a hurry. However, he was stopped again at the door of the police station. She is a well-dressed female reporter from Jiangnan City. Mr. Zhou, you act bravely and promote social justice. A slight smile appeared on the female reporter's beautiful face. I'm very busy and don't have time for your interview, Zhou said casually. But the female reporter had seen many such scenes, and she quickly stepped forward and asked, Mr. Zhou, out of so many people, you are the only one who stood up. Why did you act bravely? Because I played the virtual reality online game, Doomsday Cataclysm, Zhou responded. Say it. He quickly ran away. The female reporter stared at Zhou hurried away figure, dumbfounded. She was confused. Even though she has interviewed many people, she has never encountered anything like this. Did you act bravely because you played a virtual reality online game? This is too outrageous. But the female reporter knew very well that although it was unbelievable, she would report truthfully when the time came. In news, the most important thing is authenticity. The news is definitely not made up. Suddenly, the female reporter again thought of the article written by Phoenix newspaper, which is currently very popular on the internet. As the game gets stronger, so does the real world. The content of the article seems to be related to the doomsday catastrophe. Let's talk about Zhou performance. Hiss. The female reporter's eyes widened, and she took in a breath of cold air, feeling that all this was too far-fetched. Impossible. Impossible. But this seems to be the fact. It is the truth. She vaguely felt that once she reported Zhou heroic deeds, it would cause an unimaginable sensation. The more she thought about it, the brighter her eyes became, and she became very interested in the Doomsday Cataclysm, virtual reality online game that she had never heard of before. The next day, the sun was high, the sky was blue, and it was morning. Zhao Yu woke up from his sleep. He quickly opened the system panel. Soon, lines of text appeared in his field of vision. Doomsday Catastrophe. Number of players yesterday, 38,183. Yesterday's profit status, profit 30.31 million. Yesterday's strength feedback, strength plus 45, agility plus 60, constitution plus 60. It is detected that the host's strength, agility, and constitution have all reached 100, opening the path to extraordinary advancement. The strength reported by players will be converted into experience points. The current experience progress bar is 5%. When the experience value reaches 100%, you will become a first-order transcendent. At this glance, Zhao Yu smiled brightly. The number of players has grown by leaps and bounds, from the original few hundred to nearly 40,000. He knew very well that all this must be related to the Phoenix newspaper's report. The reports attracted players to download and then enter the game. The profit also made him very satisfied, surprised, and pleasantly surprised. 30 million. He made 30 million just by sleeping. It was so comfortable. This feeling of winning without doing anything is just one word cool. And the feedback about his strength surprised him. From now on, it will be converted into experience points, and he has also started the road to extraordinary advancement. Extraordinary? Beyond ordinary people. Zhao Yu muttered to himself. Then, his mobile phone received a text message. Jiangxing Bank. Dear user, your account with the last number 1633 received a transfer of 30.31 million, and the balance on the card is 31.538 million. All of a sudden, Zhao Yu felt like he had become rich. He easily had 30 million. Moreover, he would definitely make a profit tomorrow. In fact, the profit tomorrow might be even more. He checked the panel attributes again. Host, Zhao Yu. Strength, 100 points. Agility, 100 points. Constitution, 100 points. Intelligence, 10 points. Perception, 7 points. Charm, 11 points. At this moment, he could easily feel a surge of power all over his body. Strong. Invincible. This feeling is wonderful. Nowadays, he conservatively estimated that the power of his punch could reach 1,000 kilograms. 1 ton. This is terrifying. At this moment, the system gave a prompt. Host, the number of online players in the current game has increased dramatically, and the server is already in an overloaded state. Please upgrade the server level in time. Upgrade the server level? How to upgrade? Zhao Yu was a little confused. Soon, the system listed 2 pieces of information. Current server level, village level server, which can accommodate 10,000 players online at the same time. Town level server, which can accommodate 50,000 players online at the same time. Purchase cost 20 million, daily operation cost 4 million. At this moment, Zhao Yu's face turned black. Town level server, purchase cost 20 million, daily operation cost 4 million. This price is too high, but if the server is not upgraded, I'm afraid it will be very detrimental to the development of the game. It can only accommodate 10,000 players online at the same time. How can this be enough? Communicate with the system again. Zhao Yu also learned that there are not only town-level servers, but also county-level, city-level, provincial level, national level, and world-level servers. However, the system recommends that he buy a town-level server at the moment. The reason is very simple. He currently does not have enough financial resources to buy county-level servers. So, I am still very poor? Very poor. Zhao Yu's expression was a little dull. However, he frowned again. It seems that this village-level server does not need to be purchased. The system also explained it considerately. Village-level server, free gift. There was no hesitation. Zhao Yu purchased a town-level server. All of a sudden, he received a bank text message. Jiangcheng Bank, dear user, your account with the last number 1633 has a transfer of 20 million, and the balance in the card is 11.538 million. 20 million is gone. This is totally a waste of money. Moreover, Zhao Yu also learned that the maximum daily transfer limit of a normal bank card is 1 million. But now, through inquiries, he also learned that his current bank card level is not a regular card, gold card, platinum card, or diamond card. It is the highest level of Supreme VIP card. The Supreme VIP card enjoys unlimited daily transfer limits. Needless to say, this must be the work of the system. Moreover, after investigation, he also learned that 20 million funds flowed into stocks, financial management, investment, etc., and were not controlled by the system at all. He understood this situation very well, and the system was designed to avoid being noticed by the state. If the frequent financial transactions are legal, that's fine. If they are illegal, his water meter will be checked every minute. He even inquired about the source of the previous 30.31 million yuan in funds. Upon inquiry, he called him good guy. He made a lot of profits by investing in stocks and buying futures, and his income source was legal and regular. Afterwards, he wanted to wash up and have breakfast, but as a result, a system message appeared in his field of vision. Host, the currently online virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm has received complaints from tens of thousands of players. Do you want to check the content of the complaints and then optimize it? Taking a closer look at the news, Zhao Yu had a strange expression. Complaint? Never before. Now it has appeared. Could it be that someone organized players to complain about the game and wanted to see if the game could be optimized accordingly? Is it the work of the state, or is it organized voluntarily by the players? Zhao Yu thought silently in his heart. He had already expected complaints about the game. The whole screen is filled with recharge gold light. It's a damn thing if you don't complain. Soon, Zhao Yu chose to check and see how to optimize it. 1. The most common complaint from players is that charging too much money is too expensive. In this regard, many players suggest closing the recharge channels and implementing a point card billing system. Facing this line of text, Zhao Yu shook his head and couldn't agree. Not talking about car billing, just closing the recharge channel. How does he make money? Now they have all been upgraded to town-level servers, with a daily operating fee of 4 million. Moreover, if you want to buy a better server in the future, you'll need a lot of money. Then, the system displayed another line of text information. 2. Many players said that the game is too difficult to survive, and NPCs often engage in betrayal, etc., forcing a dark apocalypse. There should be good people in an apocalyptic world. Also, the NPCs are too powerful and the players have no way to survive. They are always easily killed and cannot develop at all, making it impossible to play. The second point of feedback from players. Zhao Yu looked thoughtful. Indeed so. He also knew about the game. The NPCs inside are indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. The reason is that players cannot survive forever and will always die for various reasons. But NPCs will naturally die, but if they survive, they will be absolutely powerful. This is very similar to how the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Therefore, Zhao Yu also decided to create a mysterious force to protect players. He also inputs his thoughts quickly. Create a mysterious force, a survivor shelter, and relevant NPC characters are generated by themselves. Players can choose to be born within the scope of the survivor shelter and be protected by it. Once entered, he thought it would be successful, can bear fruit. However, an error message popped up in the system. The creation of the mysterious force failed. It is illogical. The end is coming. The strong have no obligation to protect the weak. Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a result, but he also understood that it seemed that he had a system and could not change doomsday catastrophe randomly. This doesn't seem to be a game, but a real world. He thought silently in his heart. Since the logic doesn't fit, what if the players hand over a small part of their income to the survivor shelter? Whether it can be logical, he entered 2 lines of text message again. Create a mysterious force, survivor shelter, and related NPC characters are generated by themselves. Players can choose to be born within the survivor shelter's influence and join the survivor shelter to be protected by it, but they must hand over 1% of their income every month. This time, Zhao Yu thought he was sure of everything and could follow the logic. However, it still failed. The creation of the mysterious force failed, and the income from monthly submission is too low. Zhao Yu also wanted to benefit the players, but unfortunately failed. He tried several more times. Finally, after turning in 10% of the income every month, the mysterious force was successfully established. Congratulations to the host. The mysterious force survivor shelter has been successfully created. Do you want to make relevant modifications? If not, the virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm will be updated later. Once updated, the mysterious force will be automatically loaded and generated. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and he also tried to make relevant modifications, exactly what kind of modification method it was. In a blink, lines of text messages appeared in his vision. Mr. 1, a martial arts master with justice in his heart. When the end of the world came, he did not choose to fall, but did his best to help more survivors and gathered a large number of survivors to build a survivor shelter. 1xn, Mr. Win's daughter, influenced by Mr. Win, practiced martial arts since childhood and slaughtered countless zombies when the end of the world came. His strength is extraordinary. Tang Ming, Mr. Win's right-hand man, an excellent survival expert and proficient in all kinds of firearms. Yihu, a tough guy in the survivor shelter, with great skills and extraordinary strength. It is said that he was once a killer and proficient in fighting skills. Lin Indi, a medical expert in the survivor shelter, proficient in medical skills. And there are many other characters of all kinds. Zhao Yu nodded with satisfaction, but he still felt that something was missing. A novice NPC to guide the players is missing. Then, Zhao Yu made modifications and added a novice guide. Red Rose, a member of the survivor shelter with a delicate face and a hot body. She will guide players to join the survivor shelter and teach players how to survive in the end times. She is amazingly powerful and is the second best player in the survivor shelter. After joining such a female NPC, Zhao Yu directly chose not to modify it. In the blink of an eye, a text message appeared. The virtual reality online game Doomsday Cataclysm will be updated later. After the update, a mysterious force, the survivor shelter, will appear. Seeing this, Zhao Yu nodded with satisfaction and checked other complaints from players. 3. There is no game mall. Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment and created a game mall without saying a word. It's just that. He created the mall casually, but the mall was empty and did not sell any items. Without hesitation, he directly put a series of items on the shelves. New furniture purchase, luxury double bed, luxury TV, luxury sofa, and so on. And game props, name change card, disguise card, speaker. At the end, he entered another line of text. More props, stay tuned. During this period, he also tried to enter crystals to buy and so on. However, it could not be approved by the system. He also knew this. This is not a game that sells numbers. If players want to become stronger, it is absolutely impossible to rely on recharging to defeat the world. Recharging can only buy props such as furniture, costumes, weapons, and paint. 4. The game becomes stronger, and the real world becomes stronger. Is it humans behind the game? Is it gods? Or an unknown existence? Zhao Yu ignored this player's complaint and did not answer. Even he could not figure out the origin of this mysterious system. 5. Is the game too stupid? If you log off, you will stay where you are. After you log off, you will most likely die. Zhao Yu also tried to modify it, but it failed to pass the system review. As for the relevant reasons, the system did not state them, but Zhao Yu vaguely guessed a little. The Doomsday Cataclysm is like another world. If you disappear where you are when you log off, it seems very unreasonable and illogical. Therefore, Zhao Yu only responded with one sentence. Please find a safe place to log off. 6. If you have to start over every time you die, can't you keep the player attribute panel? In response, Zhao Yu also touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. Communicate with the system. However, the answer he got was very cruel. The values really cannot be retained. The most fundamental reason is that neither the village level nor the town level servers have the retention function. If you want to retain, upgrade the server as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhao Yu's response was that players should strive to find permanent crystals, and the improvement brought by these crystals is permanent. 7. Rubbish game. You want money, damn. Are you short of money? We ordinary players can't play at all, and your game doesn't give ordinary players a way to survive. Faced with this complaint full of resentment, Zhao Yu also felt that it was really reasonable. Ordinary players seem unable to survive in the game. Zhao Yu also wants to provide more benefits for ordinary players. However, the system shows a power ranking list. Number 1, ID Loanting, 66 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Number 2, ID Tianxing, 65 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Number 3, ID Qiao Bao Bao, 62 points of strength, recharge amount 648. Number 4, ID Linya, 60 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Number 5, ID Jiangshan, 55 points of strength, recharge 64800. This, Zhao Yu looked stunned. He really didn't expect that there were 3 stingy people who didn't recharge a penny in the top 5 of the strength ranking list. He thought about it carefully and felt that this dog system was killing the familiar. When facing those local tycoon players, they desperately created crises for them. For example, players like Zhou Jie and PDD have died many times. And these players on the ranking list, needless to say, have almost never died. After a little thought, Zhao Yu also decided to announce this strength ranking list to shut up those players who said that Zero Krypton can't play. This game is really not about charging money. Charging money only gives you a slight advantage at the beginning, but if you can't grasp the advantage, you will have to start all over again in a minute. 8. Why doesn't the game issue tasks? In this way, players can complete tasks and receive rewards. Zhao Yu shook his head. This is not a game that issues tasks. Everything must be explored by the players themselves. 9. Can't you give a car to a poor game? Can't you give a set of fashion? Zhao Yu frowned. Car? Fashion? Arrange it for the players immediately. Every player has a brand new car. Every player has a brand new set of fashion. He quickly input his thoughts, and the system did not refute it. Obviously, cars and fashion can be given. 10. I greet your game developer family. I greet your ancestors. I greet you. This one was directly ignored by Zhao Yu. 11. Can you give a gun? Can you give crystal? Can you give a collection of fashion? Can you give a collection of vehicles? Zhao Yu's face turned black. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Give you shit. Afterwards, he looked at the complaints from the players and found that they were similar to the complaints he had seen before. It was nothing more than whether he could give away 648, whether he could stop spending so much money, etc. Finally, In order to thank the players and express his gratitude, he gave away something again. He gave away a novice gift package, a permanent version of a broken stick, strength +3. The permanent version of the old cooking stove cannot cook food automatically, and you need to find ingredients. The bonus effect of the food is a little worse than the permanent cooking stove of the VIP 10 level membership gift package with a recharge of 1 million. From then on, the update content is completed. After breakfast, Zhao Yu started watching the Douxia live broadcast platform. This time, he followed PD and Zhou Jia, two popular anchors. He thought that both of them were playing Cataclysm, becoming stronger and recharging money. However, the facts were completely different for what he expected. PDD's live broadcast room. PDD, wearing black frame glasses, was chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room about Cataclysm. The core content of the chat was to complain about the game. Brothers, let's gather the power of players this time to complain about the game. Do you think it will be effective? After that, PDD was also in a melancholy mood. He didn't want to complain about the game, but the audience instigated him, and his game experience was also very bad. But he recharged more than 1 million. But in the end, he didn't have any experience in this game. Every time he starts playing, he gets killed after a short while. He can't stand this at all. Teacher Piao, you are too naive. Yes, this game is only interested in making money, and it absolutely turns a blind eye to the complaints of players. It's really too stingy. The game Dawn of the Dawn, next door has given a small car. Although the style and appearance of the small car are not very good, it is much better than the Doomsday. The Dawn of the Dawn? Bah, dogs don't play it. The Doomsday is always the god. Oh my god, what's going on? The Doomsday can't enter? It's said that it's a service suspension update. The audience in the live broadcast room cursed. Service suspension update. This game will also be updated. PDD suddenly widened his eyes and quickly lay down in the virtual game cabin and entered the Doomsday. Sure enough, unable to enter the game, and he could see the words Service Suspension Update, as well as a series of game update content. The content of this update is as follows. 1. Mysterious Force Survivor Shelter. Players can join it and be protected by it. 2. The game all is online. You can buy new furniture and game props, name change cards, disguise cards, speakers. I really want to curse, join this survivor shelter, and hand in 10% of the income every month. Why don't you go and rob this broken force? I will never join it, even if I die. Some viewers in the live broadcast room were unhappy, and they all felt that this force was too black-hearted. Let alone handing in 10% of the income every month. They would think it was too much to hand in 1% every month. It seems that the game operator has heard the voice of the players. PDD looked relieved, but he was a little nervous. He felt that after the game was updated, the game became stronger and the reality became stronger. This special feature would not disappear, right? If there's really no such magical feature, he would never play this game again. When the service is stopped for updates, PDD chatted and slapped with the audience in the live broadcast room. Teacher Piao, how long will it take for this game to be updated? I can't wait any longer. Yes, after the flowers have withered, I realized how amazing it is after playing this game. As the game world becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger. This game is so amazing. Incredible. Are you all stunned? Just a game. Is it so outrageous? Is it so mysterious and mysterious? A bunch of idiots, mentally ill. We were having a good chat, but it turned out, the more we chatted, the stronger the smell of gunpowder in the live broadcast room became. More and more people believe and realize the extraordinariness of Cataclysm, but there are still some people who are resistant to the game. Even if they beat them to death, they would not believe that the game would become stronger and the real world would become stronger. Something so outrageous and unbelievable would happen. Everyone calm down the anger. PDD had a headache on his face and started to persuade him. But it's a pity. The angry audience could not listen to his persuasion. Some viewers also yelled at him, thinking that he was a bastard. He just recharged more than 1 million yuan casually. Wouldn't this be a bastard? It's really just to make money. There is no lower limit. Teacher Piao, tell me honestly, How much did you charge the operator of Doomsday Cataclysm? Teacher Piao, do you have a recharge discount? How much? 10% off? 20% off? How come you guys can't understand human language? The quarrel continues. PDD also suffered abuse and personal attacks from some viewers. Even though he had a good temper, he was still a little angry. On the spot, they banned one viewer after another and gave each of these viewers a 24-hour ban package. In Sister Zhou's live broadcast room, the situation is similar. There are believers and there are unbelievers. The arguments went on and on. Zhao Yu also saw this. He had also expected it. There will come a time when the debate stops, and it will definitely stop soon. Zhao Yu murmured to himself, judging from the performance in the live broadcast room. Once, most people don't believe that as games become stronger, so does the real world. But now, more and more people believe it. The reason is simple. More and more people have experienced the extraordinary power of Doomsday Cataclysm. Soon, Zhao Yu was exercising in the fitness room and continued to pay attention to hot news on the internet. There are a lot of hot news every day. Economic news, entertainment news, social news, etc. As for the previous Phoenix News article, it did not detonate the entire internet, but only spread in a small area. Zhao Yu can understand this very well. It is difficult to make a sensation on the internet and detonate the internet. Unless it's similar to a star's house collapse, the attention it arouses will be high. It seems that the game has become stronger and the real world has become stronger. Such nonsense news. I am afraid that netizens don't even have the thought to click on it to read it. They just swipe it or click the cross. But today's hot news. One of them caught Zhao Yu's attention. The reason why I act bravely is because I played a game. The news headlines seem a bit outrageous and confusing as to how playing games and acting bravely can be related. But Zhao Yu vaguely understood something. Soon, news content. He scanned it quickly. It was nothing more than a few drunk men chatting up a young woman and even touching her. But in the end, a young man stepped forward and beat up the drunkards. Afterwards, the reporter interviewed young people about why they acted bravely. The young man only said that he played a certain virtual reality online game. It was also mentioned at the end of the article that it was not about playing GG, so the name of this virtual reality online game was not mentioned. This article has also received more and more likes and comments from netizens. How shameless are these grown men who bullied a weak woman? Which virtual reality online game is this? Is it so outrageous? Are you acting bravely because you're playing a game? Is this article hype? Hyping a certain virtual reality online game. Netizens express their own opinions. Have to say, the abilities of netizens are absolutely astonishing. It didn't take them too long to dig out a certain virtual reality online game. And it was none other than Doomsday Cataclysm. What kind of game is this? I've never heard of it. I can't play. I just downloaded it, and the server is being stopped for updates. I don't know when the updates will end. I'm laughing so hard. Everyone, go to Phoenix Newspaper. This newspaper has written an article related to the game Doomsday Cataclysm, and the content of the article completely treats people as fools. The teleportation entrance is here. Everyone, go and take a look. That bullshit Phoenix newspaper agency can really boast. It's so awesome. Netizens are very capable of digging deeper. All of a sudden, an article from Phoenix News that was gradually declining in popularity has become popular again, and its popularity is rising again and again with overwhelming momentum. 100,000 hits, 200,000 hits, 500,000 hits. In one morning, the article exceeded 1 million views. Ranked 10th on Weibo's hot search list. Fire Tong's Lu Ming. I can't stop laughing. This article is the most outrageous of the year, no doubt about it. I came here because of its reputation. Today's news media really disregards everything for popularity. Don't they even consider the rationality of the article? The article of Phoenix newspaper is getting more and more intense and is about to explode the entire internet. Mingzhu City, Phoenix newspaper. Sitting in a black office chair in the editor's office, Qiu Xinghai, who is 50 years old and has gray hair, is full of joy and radiant. He thinks that the article he is promoting with all his strength will become popular. I thought it would take some time to brew. Who knew? It actually became popular because a news of a brave act in Jiangnan City became popular. And judging from the data from all aspects, it became popular very quickly. There is a chance to rush to the first hot search. However, it is still a bit difficult. At present, it has only reached 1.5 million popularity, ranked 9th on Weibo's hot search list. Phoenix newspaper is about to welcome its second spring. He looked relieved. Although Phoenix newspaper is now criticized more, the data shows that everything is moving in a good direction. For example, Phoenix newspaper only had hundreds of thousands of fans before, but because of that article, thousands of fans left. However, now the number of fans of Phoenix newspaper has begun to increase again. The increase is not fierce, but at least it is not falling. Xiao Xinghai guessed that the source of these fans is that they have played the Doomsday Cataclysm and experienced the benefits of the Doomsday Cataclysm. Therefore, the number of fans of Phoenix newspaper will only increase in the future, and there will even be a time when the number of fans will increase wildly. Stop the service to update. You please update quickly. Xiao Xinghai's old face was anxious. He wanted to play games, especially the Doomsday Cataclysm made him feel as if he had become younger again. In addition, this time the Doomsday Cataclysm also updated a lot of new content. Today, Douxiao Live Broadcasting Platform welcomed a new anchor, Principal Wang, the son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. He once said many golden words. Baby, I want to get an infusion. I miss your fluid. When I make a friend, it doesn't matter whether he has money or not. Anyway, he doesn't have money like me. People, if you have time, it is better to read more and less. Once launched, countless spectators came here. This is not a fake Principal Wang, but one certified by Douxiao Live Broadcasting Platform. Principal Wang has started broadcasting? Where's the person? Black screen? What the hell? Digging. Does Principal Wang also do live broadcasts? Where's my husband? Where's my husband? Various barges were flying all over the sky. The popularity in a live broadcast room also increased rapidly, with 1 million views, 2 million views. Some viewers also gave gifts, but the gifts were all free gifts. It is absolutely impossible to recharge money. Principal Wang is much richer than them. Finally, under the expectation of everyone, the black screen disappeared and Principal Wang turned on the camera. Everyone saw Principal Wang's face. That face could not be said to be very handsome, but it fascinated countless women. The reason is only one word: money. It is indeed Principal Wang himself. The audience in the live broadcast room was very excited and curious about the content of Principal Wang's live broadcast. Whether it's picking up girls, driving a luxury car, or playing competitive games like Heroes in conjunction with the audience. Hello everyone. Principal Wang greeted the audience in the live broadcast room cordially and explained his intention to start the live broadcast. Play games. Play Cataclysm. Perhaps everyone has never heard of this game, but now this game feels very unusual and it is very likely to become popular. Principal Wang said casually, "Look at Teacher Piao and Sister Zhou playing. That's a money-making game. Teacher Piao and Sister Zhou seem to be game stooges. Could it be that Principal Wang's game can really make the game stronger and the real world stronger?" Barrage after barrage flashed rapidly. Principal Wang glanced at it casually and did not reply. He just lay down in the comfortable luxury virtual game cabin and loaded the game Doomsday Cataclysm. The next second, he was in a quiet and deserted open space, surrounded by debris and streaks of recharged golden light. I'll go. Is this crappy game making money like this? The accumulated recharge is 100 yuan, VIP level 1. The accumulated recharge is 1 million yuan, VIP level 10. It's really heartbreaking. Can a game play? There is no doubt that most of the people in the live broadcast room are skeptical. They have never played Doomsday Cataclysm. They really didn't expect that a game would be so blatantly trying to make money. They didn't even bother to pretend. Can't you be more subtle? It's just a recharge, it's nothing. Principal Wang grinned and didn't take recharging seriously at all. Soon, under the stunned gaze of the live broadcast room audience, Principal Wang started to recharge. Recharge 1 million. Another recharge of 1 million. A blink of an eye. Recharged 10 million. Here, Principal Wang, you are really rich. 10 million? Are you going to play a crack version of the game? Recharge 10 million in one go. Principal Wang wants to be the god of games in the game. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed repeatedly, and almost no one thought that Principal Wang was a game bastard. Joke. Principal Wang used to reward any anchor with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and sometimes he would reward more than 1 million. At the same time, they also felt that Principal Wang was going to take off completely in this game. 10 million. Equipped with a divine outfit, kill through the game. Principal Wang also noticed that his current balance in the game account was 10 million. At the same time, there were golden light reminders one after another. Remind him how much money he has accumulated and how many levels of VIP members he has become. No, today, he is already a distinguished VIP 10 member. It's a bit tiring to recharge. Principal Wang exhaled and frowned. Can't this game open a super large recharge channel? I want to recharge 100 million to become a VIP Supreme member. What? The audience in the live broadcast room were full of surprise, disbelief, and their eyes widened. Did you hear wrongly? Principal Wang, do you want to recharge 100 million? Fortunately, if you don't play this game, if Principal Wang has recharged 100 million, who will be his opponent? It's too scary. Rich man, please take off my knee. There were countless exclamations. The audience has long known that Principal Wang is very heroic. But now that they met, they realized that Principal Wang was far more heroic than they imagined. Knew it. They don't understand the world of rich people. But some viewers thought Principal Wang was just joking. How is it possible to recharge 100 million? A recharge of 10 million is already amazing enough. However, Principal Wang is still continuing to recharge. 1 million. Another 1 million recharge. Time passed by minute. The audience in the live broadcast room also went from being shocked to being numb, and their heads went blank. Because Principal Wang really recharged 100 million. 100 million real money. Crazy. Principal Wang is really a fool with a lot of money. When recharging, Principal Wang also set his own game ID Principal Wang. Not scared. Just report your name directly. Hiding your name is not his style. Then, he also opened the membership gift packs one by one. Principal Wang looked very calm about this, as if he had known about this game for a long time. Until 2 text messages appeared in front of him. Principal Wang's eyelids twitched, and a look of expectation appeared on his face. Congratulations to player Principal Wang, who has accumulated 100 million recharges and become a distinguished VIP Supreme member, enjoying the VIP Supreme membership package. Whether to open the VIP Supreme membership package. The audience in the live broadcast room commented on this. Definitely give away godly equipment. The game will definitely give unimaginable and amazing treatment to the rich who recharge 100 million. At least a few hundred crystals should be given, and maybe the best equipment and weapons will be given to the rich to experience the game. Otherwise, who would recharge? Games are all the same. The treatment of rich players and civilian players is completely different. Soon, Principal Wang opened the Supreme membership package. Instantly, a golden text appeared in his vision. Spent a lot of money. There's also a text message. Congratulations to player Principal Wang for winning the permanent title of Spend a Million. Spend a million. You spend money like water. You spend a lot of money. You'll be the most handsome guy in this game. This has no other effect. It's just a permanent title. Even Principal Wang, who has seen countless storms, has an unnatural expression. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. This title is very accurate. Spending 1 million gold. This 1 million gold is 10,000 taels of gold, which is equivalent to more than 100 million. And Principal Wong recharged 100 million and got such a title. There is nothing wrong with it. Principal Wong, generous. Really generous. I can't take it anymore. I am dying of laughter. Principal Wong is a big idiot. Isn't this game a bit ugly? The local tyrant recharged 100 million, and you got such a permanent title? Can't the title have more effects? Maybe this title has some unknown hidden effects. The audience laughed and felt very comfortable, but they also realized whether this game was extraordinary. Otherwise, Principal Wong is not a fool. How could he recharge 100 million at once? This recharge is too fierce. Soon, some viewers in a live broadcast room started to make a noise. Principal Wong, you have recharged into a lot of sweets. Lottery. I heard that this game's lottery is very addictive. 180,000 for one click of the lottery. I'm so depressed by Sister Zhou. Teacher Piao also drew a lottery, and 360,000 got a gold AK skin. Lottery. Don't be a coward, Principal Wong. Faced with these bullet comments, Principal Wong had a calm expression and grinned. Okay, just listen to everyone's arrangements. Lottery. Instantly, a series of 666 words were typed in the bullet comments. The audience felt that Principal Wong was going to the Tiger Mountain, even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain. This behavior was just courting death. However, Principal Wong didn't seem to care about the money at all. In a blink of an eye, Principal Wong selected the weapon lottery interface. On the interface, you can see 1 continuous draw, 10 continuous draws, 100 continuous draws, 1,000 continuous draws, and 10,000 continuous draws, emitting a dazzling golden streamer. There's a line of text next to the 10,000 consecutive draws. 10,000 consecutive draws, exclusively for VIP Supreme members. At the same time, the 10,000 consecutive draws are also clearly marked. 1.8 million yuan. Principal Wong was stunned for a moment, and finally said, Interesting, interesting. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe his mood. Now, he is also in his 30s, and has played countless games and drawn prizes countless times in the game. But he has never seen such a crazy game. It costs 1.8 million yuan to draw a prize. Just click, and 1.8 million yuan is gone. In response, the audience in the live broadcast room cursed. Wow, it's really good. It turns out that 180,000 yuan for 1,000 consecutive draws is not the highest. There is actually 1.8 million yuan for 10,000 consecutive draws. Are you really treating players as fools? 1.8 million. This game is clearly robbing money. Principal Wong, let's not draw a lottery. Even if we draw a lottery, don't click on this 10,000 consecutive draws. Barges flashed across Principal Wong's vision. Facing these barges, he still maintained a very calm side. He drew a lottery, and he clicked 10,000 consecutive draws. 1.8 million. This is nothing to him. After all, this game is extraordinary. The next second, countless bright golden lights appeared in Principal Wong's vision. The golden light was so bright that it almost blinded his eyes. In his vision, he could see pieces of golden gold. In addition to gold, there were several other things. A golden Alaska with a dazzling golden body. Scarlet AK with blood spots on the gun body. Fire Kirin AK with flame prints and Kirin patterns on the gun body. One after another, AK dazzled Principal Wong, and a lottery message appeared in his field of vision. Congratulations to player Principal Wong, weapon lottery, 10,000 consecutive draws, 1 gram of gold X 9,992 copies, gold AK 47 skin coating, scarlet AK 47 skin coating, fire Kirin AK 47 skin coating. All of them are skin coatings? Didn't we agree that powerful weapons can kill through the end of the world? Where are the powerful weapons? Principal Wong frowned, looking a little dissatisfied. The audience in the live broadcast room was once again shocked by the ugly and shameless appearance of the game Apocalypse. This is obviously a scam for the rich. This is all for 10,000 consecutive draws. All skins. 1.8 million just went down the drain. At this moment, the audience sympathized with Principal Wang and felt particularly happy about his experience. Just when the audience thought that Principal Wang was going to curse. Who knew? Principal Wang's magic operation came again. Another 10,000 consecutive draws. Clicked. He continued to click. 2 consecutive 10,000 consecutive draws. Directly spent 3.6 million. Principal Wang could still see the brilliant golden light in his vision. Those were pieces of gold and skins, but the skins were still the same. Gold AK skins, scarlet AK skins, etc. There were 2 lottery information in Principal Wang's vision. Congratulations to player Principal Wang. Weapon lottery, 10,000 consecutive draws. 1 gram of gold X 9,994. Gold AK 47 skin coating, already owned. Scarlet AK 47 skin coating, already owned. Fire Unicorn AK 47 skin coating, already owned. Congratulations to player Principal Wang. Weapon lottery, 10,000 consecutive draws. 1 gram of gold X 9993. Lightning AK 47 skin coating, already owned. Avenger AK 47 skin coating, already owned. Gold AK 47 skin coating, already owned. Principal Wang's expression was stiff, and 2 words came out of his mouth. He wanted to curse. He had a general temper, but now he was inexplicably cheated by the game for 5.4 million, and he couldn't stand it. This game is too good to play. I have drawn weapon skins, but they keep repeating. What weapon lottery? There are no weapons at all. It should be renamed as Weapon Skin Paint Lottery. That's the right way. Why don't you try single draw? Single draw can bring miracles. The audience in the live broadcast room were discussing, and they were all full of resentment towards the game. Principal Wang also paid attention to the barrage, and he listened to the audience's suggestions. So, he tried single draw. Weapon lottery, 1 draw in a row, 200 yuan. However, single draws many times, there is no miracle. All are 1 gram of gold. You shouldn't have hope for single draws. Principal Wang sighed. This game is really too expensive, and it is too unfriendly to recharge players. He recharged so much money. At least let him have some game experience. However, when he thought of the magic of the game, even if it was very profitable, he would play it. After that, he had clicked on single draw again. In an instant, a bright golden light appeared in his vision, but it was no longer a piece of gold. Instead, it was a crescent-shaped machete. The length of the machete was only about 20 centimeters long. Another skin coating? Principal Wang was full of despair. But at this moment, a line of text appeared in his vision. Congratulations to player Principal Wang. You won a permanent version of a golden machete in the weapon lottery. The machete has special effects. If you hold the machete, your strength will be +10. It's shipped. Principal Wang widened his eyes, very surprised. It was not a surprise. This strength increase is too little. It's not easy. Is this game finally willing to give out some benefits? But the attributes of this machete, aren't they too little? Strength +10. It doesn't seem to be very useful. At most, it can only be regarded as a novice artifact. The audience didn't think so, and they also felt that the game was too stingy. Principal Wang had recharged so much money, but he only got such a broken machete? At least he could have a Gatling gun, so that Principal Wang could kill his way through the apocalypse, so that Principal Wang would be willing to continue to recharge. Later, Principal Wang tried to draw several more times. 100 consecutive draws. 1,000 consecutive draws. 10,000 consecutive draws. He tried them all, but they were all gold or duplicate weapon skins. Such extravagant behavior also caused the original 100 million yuan in his game account to drop rapidly to more than 92 million yuan. Afterwards, Principal Wang held a vehicle lottery. In this lottery, there is also an additional 10,000 consecutive draws specially provided for VIP Supreme members. Draw 10,000 yuan once and draw 800,000 yuan in a row. Principal Wang's expression was calm, and he clicked again and again. A total of 10 clicks. It cost 8 million. Bottles of 95 proof gasoline, each with a capacity of 1 liter, floated in his field of vision. as well as permanent vehicles with different appearances, as well as one lottery message after another appeared. Congratulations to the player, Principal Wong, in the vehicle lottery, 10,000 consecutive draws, and obtain number 95 1-liter gasoline. Permanent version of the star-studded sports car. Congratulations to the player, Principal Wong, in the vehicle lottery, 10,000 consecutive draws, obtain number 95 1-liter gasoline, already owned. Get the Golden Legend permanent version of the red flame sports car, already owned. The audience was silent. Principal Wong is really wealthy. How long has it been? In less than 15 minutes, nearly 16 million of the 100 million recharge were spent on the lottery. It's so inhumane. There are so many permanent vehicles. I always feel like Principal Wong is going to beat this game. Principal Wong, there's also a blind box lottery. Give it a try. Yes, blind box. The audience was persuading Principal Wong to continue the lottery and draw the blind box. In a blink, Principal Wong has changed the lottery interface into a blind box lottery. The blind box lottery also has 10,000 consecutive draws. 10,000 draws in a row. Draw 1 million at a time. There are certain discounts in the weapon lottery and vehicle lottery. For example, if you draw a vehicle for 100 yuan in a row, you only need 888 yuan for 10 consecutive draws. The blind box is available with 100 yuan for 1 consecutive draw, 1,000 yuan for 10 consecutive draws, 10,000 yuan for 100 consecutive draws. No discount. Principal Wong didn't pay attention to this and directly fired a 10,000-shot draw. 1 million. Fight directly. Once drawn, brilliant golden light. Soon, the same items appeared in Principal Wong's field of vision. There were bottles after bottles of mineral water and barrels after barrels of noodles. Whether it is mineral water or bottled noodles, there is no relevant brand label. Besides, there are also pieces of purple crystals that emit a strange purple light. The appearance of mineral water and bottled noodles made Principal Wong's mouth twitch violently several times. But seeing the pieces of purple crystal, Principal Wong felt much better. He felt that the purple crystal, which was only the size of thumbnail, was definitely a good thing. Then, lots of lottery messages appeared in front of Principal Wong. Congratulations to the player, Principal Wong, for the blind box draw, 10,000 consecutive draws, 500 milliliters mineral water X, 5,000 bottles, 108 G barrel noodles. Smelting crystal. Principal Wong raised his eyelids and quickly inquired about the effect of smelting crystals. A line of text appeared. Smelting crystal. You can smelt weapons and equipment to improve the effect attributes attached to the weapons and equipment. I thought this blind box lottery was a big trap, but it turns out that the blind box lottery is a good thing. With the smelting crystal, Principal Wong is about to take off. It's mineral water and barrel noodles. It's really a trap. Fortunately, Principal Wong gave us 50 smelting crystals. Why do you always think that smelting crystals is a trick? The audience expressed different opinions. Principal Wong also wants to try using smelting crystals. He remembered that he had just drawn a permanent version of the golden quality machete. The machete's power was increased by 10. So could it be smelted? Smelt until the strength is increased by 15. The strength is increased by 20. The strength is increased by 30. And it takes off directly. Say nothing. Principal Wong used the smelting crystal, and a smelting interface also appeared. On the smelting interface, he directly selected the permanent version of the golden quality machete, filled it with a smelting crystal, and then clicked smelt. The whole operation process is very simple. Just have your hands on it. Soon, Principal Wong and the audience in the live broadcast room all saw the smelting crystal turn into specks of purple light attached to the machete. Immediately, the purple light disappeared. Success. Principal Wong looked expectant. Soon, a message appeared on his smelting interface. Failed to smelt, the permanent version of the golden quality machete. The special effect power plus 10 is reduced to power plus 9. Principal Wong's eyes widened, and he wanted to curse. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. I almost forgot that if the smelting is successful, the attributes will increase. But if the smelting fails, does it mean the attributes will decrease? Principal Wang has a strong head and continues to smelt. However, the number of failures is greater than the number of successes. Principal Wang is totally on top. Wait until you run out of smelting crystals. Principal Wang's permanent version of the golden quality machete has a special effect power of +1. Everyone, use smelting crystals with caution. I am the best example. Principal Wang warned the audience, and he was also angry and laughed. He finally got a weapon, but he melted it into this state. He really wanted to curse. Principal Wang, this game is too bad. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurts. It's from strength +10 to strength +1. No one can do that. Principal Wang, it's too difficult. Principal Wang, you could try to see if you can cancel the smelting effect. The comments came one after another. Principal Wang also saw it. Sure enough, he also found a way to cancel the smelting effect. That is to buy a restoration crystal. Restoration crystal is not expensive, only 100 yuan. He directly spent 100 yuan to cancel the smelting effect. Permanent version of gold quality machete. The effect returned to normal, strength +10. I am such a fool. Principal Wang scolded himself, thinking that he had worked in vain. He no longer set up the lottery and wanted to play the game as soon as possible. What to do? He wanted to enter the game, but the game was still suspended for update. Damn it, he cursed. However, what surprised him most was that a line of text information soon appeared in his field of vision. Dear VIP Supreme Member Principal Wang, this game will take 20 minutes and 31 seconds to complete the update. Then wait for 20 minutes. Principal Wang curled his lips. VIP Supreme Member, there is such a message reminder. It turns out that the game is about to be launched. No, I have to run away quickly. What's fun about this game? It's just a game to make money. No way. No one really believes the nonsense article published by Phoenix News on Weibo. The game becomes stronger and the real world becomes stronger. That's nonsense. The audience discussed, and their opinions were different. Some viewers also took the initiative to ask Principal Wang about the game becoming stronger and the real world becoming stronger. In response, Principal Wang simply said, "Play it. Won't it be clear?" As Principal Wang said this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all thoughtful. They gradually felt that this game must be unusual, and therefore they gradually left the live broadcast room. However, new audiences continued to pour in. As a result, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was still amazing, reaching tens of thousands. These tens of thousands of people were all living people, not robot audiences. Principal Wang chatted with the audience about some interesting things about picking up girls. It was nothing more than one word: money. Spend money, then fool them in the name of love. It really works every time. However, he did not describe the specific details of the operation. Because the super administrator has appeared, a line of eye-catching red text appeared in the live broadcast room. The super administrator reminds the anchor not to promote bad value-oriented content to the audience. Otherwise, the live broadcast room will be closed, and the super administrator will continue to pay attention to the anchor's words and deeds. Suddenly, Principal Wang was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be warned by the super administrator. Principal Wang, don't be scared. Keep talking. Yes, if you spend money, can you get a lot of women? Principal Wang, continue to teach your experience in picking up girls. Can you not only deceive people in the name of love, but also seduce them in the name of marriage? The male audience in the live broadcast room were all very excited, but the female audience didn't like what Principal Wang said. Principal Wang smiled and didn't say much, but a meaningful look appeared in his dark eyes. It was at this time the game update was finally over. He can enter the game. Principal Wang quickly started the game and also made a choice of origin. Poor households, ordinary households, wealthy households, etc. He locked his origin in a wealthy family without hesitation. VIP Supreme members can choose a wealthy family without spending any money. Principal Wang and the audience in the live broadcast room can understand this. It is normal to give a rich family origin for free after recharging 100 million. Soon, lines of text messages appeared. You were born into a prominent family. Your parents run one company after another in the family. You were sent abroad to study in elementary school when you were very young. After that, you studied in middle school, high school, and university abroad, and you lived a happy life. Although you studied very hard, your grades were not ideal, but you still graduated from university successfully. After graduation, you returned from abroad and naturally became a director of the family business Loan Group. Your father took out $500 million and asked you to invest to practice. You quickly invested in one project after another and made a lot of profits from them. For the next few years, you played games and lived a very arbitrary life. But when you were 34 years old, an accident occurred. Do you enter the game? In a moment, Principal Wong was stunned, and then he said, "Are my grades so bad? This game is slandering me." Principal Wong, the start of this wealthy family seems to be no different. The end of the world is coming. Your wealthy family is useful. Hurry up and enter the game. Principal Wong, don't dawdle. Sure enough, the start of the wealthy family is really different. Others are still worried about food and clothing, but here, there is $500 million directly for investment and practice. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed. Principal Wong is not a person who hesitates and dawdles, and he directly chooses to enter the game. However, but another system prompt popped up. Whether you are born in the sphere of influence of the survivor shelter, you will join the survivor shelter and be protected by it, but you must hand in 10% of your income every month. Faced with this message, Principal Wong was stunned. He thought he could start the game, but he never thought there would be such a choice. Soon, he remembered that Apocalypse had previously stopped the service for updates and also updated some new things and new content. I think this survivor shelter is the new content that has just been updated. No one would join this survivor shelter. This is completely exploiting players. The monthly income is 10%, which is ridiculous. Principal Wong, don't join this shit survivor shelter. Principal Wong, why don't we join? After joining, we will be protected by the survivor shelter. The opinions and ideas given by the audience are different. Principal Wong glanced casually, but he also had his own ideas. He still decided not to join. Just as the audience said, the monthly income of 10% is too high. After making a choice, a line of text appeared in his sight. You are waiting in line to connect to the server. Please wait. You are the 19341TH player, and the estimated waiting time is 37 minutes and 54 seconds. Instantly, Principal Wong was stunned. He didn't expect that this game would be so popular after the update. However, when he thought of the peculiarity of the game, he was relieved. The game is so extraordinary, it is only a matter of time before it becomes popular. In a blink of an eye, another message came in. Since you are a distinguished VIP Supreme member, you can skip the queue and enter the game. Wait for the next second. Wei opened his eyes again. He was lying on a soft and comfortable bed. There are some expensive home appliances around, and there are paintings and calligraphy by famous artists on the walls, and the room is covered with luxurious and expensive carpets. Principal Wong did not pay much attention to the surroundings, but quickly felt the wonderful changes in his body. That is a force. The force is boiling in his blood. This must be the membership gift package in the game that he swallowed and absorbed automatically. Wow, VIP Supreme members are free to queue. Don't be envious. This is a recharge of 100 million. Damn, I can't play it. I just entered and it told me that I am the 32,819th player and I have to wait for 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 51 seconds. Damn, I have to queue up to play this broken game. I won't play it. Many viewers in the live broadcast room are complaining. They are not as rich as Principal Wong, who can easily recharge 100 million, so they can't afford to queue up and can't wait. Principal Wong smiled at these comments and felt that he had a bit of game experience. Look at others who have to queue up. He skipped the queue. Just one word, cool. In a blink of an eye, he quickly opened the attribute panel. Nickname, Principal Wong. Strength, 9 points, full strength punch, insufficient strength. Agility, 8 points, lower than normal people's agility. Constitution, 8 points, don't let women drain your body. Intelligence, 10 points, normal intelligence level. Perception, 9 points, vigilance is okay. Charm, 12 points, higher than ordinary people. Soon, the panel changed. Strength directly increased to 29 points. Agility increased to 28 points. Constitution increased to 28 points. My body has not been drained by women. Principal Wong said with a dark face, dissatisfied with the complaints of the game. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed and felt that the game was right. And he also received a lot of game messages. Player Principal Wong, the permanent version of the pet dog you have obtained has been automatically distributed. Player Principal Wong, the permanent version of the Dark Knight King supercar you have obtained has been automatically distributed. Player Principal Wong, the permanent version of the collection costume you have obtained, Dancing Night Romance has been automatically distributed. Principal Wong didn't pay much attention to this. He just wanted to continue to become stronger as soon as possible. 29 strength points made him feel unsatisfied. Anything else? He also browsed the game all. He glanced casually. He was a little helpless. Brand new furniture, name change cards, disguise cards, speakers, etc. None of this is what he wants. He wanted to buy crystal stones directly, get it right in one step, and become stronger with one click. It seems that his idea is doomed to failure, and he has to work hard if he wants to become stronger. After that, he found a power ranking list. He clicked and took a look. It was okay not to look at it, but he was shocked when he looked at it. Number 1, ID Lonting, 66 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Am I right? You can have such a high power value without recharging. Principal Wong touched his chin, a little doubtful that he was alive. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also surprised. It's incredible. There are actually 3 zero kryptons on this ranking list. This is the ID Xiao Bao Bao, just recharge 648. It seems that it is difficult to become stronger by recharging money in this game. The game seems to take care of ordinary players. Viewers had mixed opinions. After, Principal Wong noticed again. The game also comes with a brand new car. Giveaway brand new fashion. There's even a newbie gift pack. However, he looked disgusted with these gadgets, feeling that compared with his permanent edition collection vehicles, collection fashions, permanent edition golden quality machetes, etc., they were completely far behind. A game of conscience. Play. Must play. Fuck grandma. How can I play the game if I can't enter it? There is still a queue, and I am now at the 42,311th place in the queue. I have to wait for 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. There is no way to play. Audiences complained that the game's servers were too slow. Waiting in line for hours is a waste of time. Principal Wong, who is in the game, is ready to use his appeal to create a force of his own in the game. He also quickly purchased the speakers. Speakers are not expensive, only 6 yuan each. Nothing more. Before he even used the loudspeaker, several messages from the loudspeaker appeared in his field of vision. Lu. Hello everyone, I am PDD. I am currently hosting Doomsday Catastrophe on Douxiao live broadcasting platform. If you want to join my force, survival, please contact me as soon as possible. Various subsidies are generous. Zhou. Don't go to Teacher Piao's survival. Come to Sister Zhou's bowl and join my force. Zhou's #1 gang. I will lead my brothers to fight through the apocalypse. The benefits are very generous. Everyone can don't miss it. Long tongue. Currently, I am #1 in the power rankings, and I have also established a force peak. Recruiting players, recruiting brothers. But there are requirements. Peak only accepts elites, and currently only recruits players with a strength value of 40 or above. Lu, boss, you are so 666. Tian Xing. I am also a member of Pinnacle. If you're interested in joining Pinnacle, please contact me or Long Tongue. The speakers are full of content, one message after another. But Principal Wong's face was very dark. I'm not even qualified to join this Pinnacle. He had a strange expression. Ha ha ha. The players are all recruiting troops. Damn it. The top 2 on the strength rankings are both at their peak. I'm afraid I will never mess with those at this peak in the future. It's hard to say. This game has only been launched for a few days. Maybe after a while, the peak will be gone. Principal Wong, hurry up and use the loudspeaker to create a force. The audience in the live broadcast room was busy discussing. Principal Wong also quickly purchased speakers. A dozen loudspeakers were fired in succession. Principal Wong. I am Principal Wong. I am live broadcasting on the Doushao live broadcasting platform. Everyone is building power, so I will join the fun and explore. Urgently recruiting players. If you want to join, please contact me directly in the live broadcast room. I am and only accepts elite players, no matter how you say it. You can't be worse than me. I have just played Power 29, and Exploration only recruits players with Power 30 or above. Lu, I'll go. Principal Wong will play too. Zhou. Principal Wong, some viewers in my live broadcast told me that you recharged 100 million. Is it true? Soon, Principal Wong also used the loudspeaker to chat with PDD and Sister Zhou. But the chat didn't last long. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. There were also a lot of viewers in his live broadcast room, and these viewers all expressed their intention to join his Feng Shui Tower. But in terms of strength, let alone 30 points, it is only a little over 10 points. They're all a bunch of newbies. Principal Wong also looked down upon this. He wants high-end combat power. Boom! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Principal Wong quickly increased his vigilance and clenched the permanent golden quality machete in his right hand. He was wondering if zombies were coming. Master, are you awake? But a slightly old voice suddenly sounded. Woke up. Principal Wong subconsciously replied, also hiding the machete in the quilt. Squeak. The door was pushed open. An old man in green robe walked in. Principal Wong saw a line of text message appear. Uncle Lee, the butler of Principal Wong's villa. He is loyal to the Wong family, hides his secrets, and has extraordinary strength. Suddenly, a strange color flashed in Principal Wong's eyes. Unexpectedly, Li Bo's strength seems to be very extraordinary. Is this the foundation of a wealthy and distinguished family? Being from a wealthy family, you bring your own bodyguards? We must prevent this Uncle Lee from betraying us. Don't be careless, Principal Wong. Even though this old man has a very amiable face, he might just stab you in the next second. One barrage after another. Faced with these barrages, Principal Wong also had some caution. Soon, under the leadership of Uncle Lee and served by a maid, Principal Wong washed and dressed and had a delicious breakfast. The audience was a little skeptical about life. You read that, right? Is there a maid here to help with dressing? You told me this is a doomsday game? Is this timeline okay? The barrage of comments continued one after another. Principal Wong was eating bread and drinking milk, not too fast. Master, the world has changed now, and you have to adapt to these changes. Uncle Lee said with a sincere look on his face. Principal Wong nodded silently. At this time, it would never hurt to speak less. It has been nearly a month since the disaster arrived. But don't worry, young master. As long as I'm still breathing, I will never let you get hurt, young master. Uncle Lee's wrinkled old face showed a very serious expression. Principal Wong nodded and looked very moved. After breakfast, Li Bo led Principal Wong out to kill zombies. Period. Principal Wong also figured out some things. For example, he is currently in Haichao City, a city that is neither too big nor too small in China. However, now the entire Haichao City is in a mess, with messy garbage piles everywhere and all kinds of zombie monsters with hideous faces. After that, Principal Wong began to level up and fight monsters, but he also encountered dangers frequently, just whenever danger comes. The character NPC Li Bo next to Principal Wong will definitely take the lead in eliminating danger for Principal Wong. Several times, if it weren't for Uncle Lee's actions, Principal Wong might have died long ago. Uncle Lee, thank you. Principal Wong, who was almost attacked by a zombie, said with lingering fear. Master, what are you saying to say thank you? I just hope that you will be sensible and adapt to the changes in today's world. Li Bo said earnestly. Principal Wang nodded silently. This scene was also seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. I'm jealous. I'm really jealous. Principal Wang has such a butler. That's right. This is not a housekeeper at all, but a bodyguard. The bodyguards are protecting Principal Wang all the time. Principal Wang is about to take off. I thought the butler would betray him or something, but now it seems absolutely impossible. One barrage after another quickly passed through Principal Wang's field of vision. Faced with the envy of the audience, Principal Wang was in a particularly good mood. He guessed that this must be the benefit of being from a wealthy family. Uncle Li is here. Who can stop him in this end of the world? He's going to take off. Soon after, Principal Wang and Uncle Li killed hundreds of zombies in total, most of which were killed by Uncle Li. Li Bo's efficiency in killing and beheading was so amazing and terrifying. Often, just a casual punch will blow the zombie's head off. Killing so many zombies also yielded a lot of crystals. Whether it was the power crystal, the agility crystal, or the constitution crystal, Li Bo did not take any of them, but gave them to Principal Wang. Uncle Li, what are you doing? Principal Wang was also a little embarrassed. Being able to kill so many zombies was largely due to Uncle Li, but in the end, Uncle Li didn't even want a crystal. Master, these crystal stones are not of much help to me. Master, you should take them. Uncle Li grinned. Principal Wang stopped being pretentious and took it directly. Took a piece of crystal. His power has soared to 45 points. Agility soared to 35 points. Physical fitness soared to 38 points. This increase is so fast that some viewers in the live broadcast room who have played Doomsday Cataclysm are envious. It's different when you have a bodyguard. This special girl is simply cheating. Principal Wang, may I ask what kind of strength this Uncle Li is? Yes, Uncle Li's strength is too amazing. Maybe before the end of the world, Uncle Li was a master. Every barrage was speculating on Li Bo's strength. Even Principal Wang himself is very curious about how strong Uncle Li is. Uncle Li, what level has your strength reached? Principal Wang asked. I'm just a reckless man. Li Bo smiled and said casually. Principal Wang's face was slightly startled. You are so reckless and frightening. Since Uncle Li didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any more questions. That night, Uncle Li and Principal Wang returned to the villa. When he came back, the maid served Principal Wang for dinner. Ahem. However, Uncle Li suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of black blood. Uncle Li, are you okay? Principal Wang looked worried. Uncle Li was not only his housekeeper, but also his bodyguard. If he lost Uncle Li, it would definitely not be easy in this game. Fine. Uncle Li quickly took out the tissue paper he had prepared in his pocket, wiped the blood on his lips, and forced a smile on his face. Principal Wang didn't ask any more questions, but his face was full of worry, as if he was worried about Uncle Li's physical condition. After 2 more days passed. With the help of Uncle Li, Principal Wang's strength continued to increase, reaching 60 strength points, 50 points of agility, physical fitness 55 points. However, with data like this, it still cannot be ranked in the power rankings. The number 1 on the power rankings is still ID Long Tong, whose power has reached a terrifying 70 points. Even number 5 on the strength rankings, ID Lu, also has 62 strength points. This, Principal Wang, who had just finished killing zombies and monsters, returned to the villa and frowned while eating lunch. He remembers Lu as PDD. This power has increased so fast. Could it be that PDD has also recharged 100 million, and it is also the start of a wealthy family? Are you protected by a master bodyguard? For his doubts, the viewers in the live broadcast room also quickly gave their answers. Principal Wang, I just went to watch Teacher Piao's live broadcast room. Teacher Piao was so lucky that he discovered a black iron ore. Black iron ore is in the game that looks ordinary, but contains something. A strange energy. If it absorbs black iron ore, it can quickly increase its strength. That's right. Teacher Piao is really lucky. But that black iron mine is very small, and it was almost completely absorbed by Teacher Piao's squandering. It seems that if you want to become stronger, sometimes you have to rely on luck and chance. Barrage after barrage quickly flashed into Principal Wong's field of vision. Principal Wong was helpless about this. When he was killing zombies in the past 2 days, he was also looking for stronger monsters or some treasures, but he couldn't find them at all. Near the villa where he was, there were just ordinary zombies everywhere. No, we can't continue like this. If you want to become stronger, you have to leave Haichao City. It's really a hellish city with only ordinary zombies. Isn't it according to the audience that there are still first-order hunters? If we can meet him and let Uncle Lee kill him, then his strength will definitely skyrocket. Principal Wong felt very heavy when he thought of Uncle Lee. In the past 2 days, Uncle Lee's coughing up blood had become more and more serious, and his face became even more haggard and pale. Just when Principal Wong was thinking, Li Bo's figure appeared. Today, Uncle Lee's face is pale, and the situation is definitely not optimistic. Master, I'm afraid my body won't be able to support it for much longer. From now on, I can only rely on you, Master. Uncle Lee looked helpless and spoke in a hoarse voice. What? Principal Wong had already expected it, but he didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly. Is a bodyguard like Li Bo going to be gone? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also surprised, but they were relieved when they thought that Uncle Lee had been vomiting blood one after another before. Li Bo's physical condition was very bad and was getting worse. That afternoon, Uncle Lee fell completely ill and lay directly on the bed, unable to move and sweating all over his body. Principal Wong and the audience in the live broadcast room were completely unable to understand what kind of illness Uncle Lee had. It was clear that he was still alive and well before, killing zombies like pigs and dogs, but only a short time had passed, and Uncle Lee seemed to have become a sick man. Master, leave Haichao City and go to other cities. Otherwise, if you continue to stay in Haichao City, your life will be in danger. Master, leave Haichao City. Uncle Lee was chattering endlessly. Say it. He actually fainted on the spot. Principal Wong frowned, his mind like a tangled mess. Why did Uncle Lee want him to leave Haichao City? Will your life be in danger if you don't leave? Principal Wong, you can't believe what the NPC says. But seeing how loyal Uncle Lee is, maybe there's really something terrible in Haichao City. When Teacher Piao broadcasted this game, he was born in Haichao Village. Is there any connection between Haichao City and Haichao Village? Principal Wong, don't leave me. NPCs can explode things even if they die. A strong man with unfathomable strength like Li Bo will definitely explode a lot of top-notch game props if he dies. The audience expressed their opinions, one barrage after another. Faced with these barrages, Principal Wong was also somewhat moved. Originally, he wanted to leave Haichao City quickly, but now he changed his mind. If Uncle Lee dies, he will definitely ship the goods. He wants these goods. Even some viewers suggested that if things change later, they should kill Uncle Lee immediately. Kill him while he's sick. Principal Wong's expression was strange. If he really did this, wouldn't he be too shameless? Li Bo has been protecting him all this time. But when he thought that Uncle Lee was just a game character, the guilt in his heart disappeared instantly. Unknowingly, Principal Wong had already picked up the bright machete. With the machete on his body, his strength increased by 10 points. It also made him more confident. But just when he was about to chop off Uncle Lee's head with a knife, Uncle Lee, who had closed his eyes tightly before, suddenly opened his eyes as if he sensed the approaching crisis. Master, what are you doing? When Li Bo saw Principal Wong holding a machete, his face was full of doubts, and his tone of voice was also very weak. In an instant, Principal Wong wanted to curse. He didn't open his eyes sooner or later, but just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly opened them. How does this make him start? He had scruples. It's not that he has kind thoughts in his heart, but that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Uncle Lee is sick, it will definitely not be easy for him to kill Uncle Lee when he wakes up. Maybe, if one person fails, it is very likely that he will be killed by Li Bo. Uncle Lee, I'm going out to kill zombies. Principal Wong replied quickly. Uncle Lee opened his eyes too soon. Is this old guy pretending to be sick? Principal Wang, take action. Don't be cowardly. Hurry and chop Uncle Lee into pieces. Uncle Lee will definitely reveal powerful game props. There's still many viewers in the live broadcast room. It is not a big deal to watch the excitement, and they have been trying to persuade Principal Wang to take action. But at this moment, Li Bo said in a faint tone, "Young master wants to kill me? Young master wants to kill me? Young master wants to kill me." He kept repeating the same words. Gradually, Uncle Lee's face began to look ferocious and terrifying. The skin all over the body gradually becomes gray. It only takes a few breaths. Uncle Lee changed and turned into a zombie with dark complexion. Uncle Lee's eyes turned scarlet. "Master, if you don't leave Haichao City, then you can stay. Master, leave quickly." Sometimes Li Bo's face was in pain, and sometimes his face was full of struggle. A line of text appeared in Principal Wang's field of vision. "Li Bo, the body is infected with an unknown virus and is undergoing transformation. Once the transformation is successful, he will become a second-level butcher." This moment, Principal Wang's face turned green. It turns out that there's always been a boss hidden next to him, and he is a second-level butcher who is even more powerful than the first-level hunter. No need to think. At this moment, if you don't escape, that's definitely waiting to die. Say nothing. Principal Wang ran away. He also rushed straight to the garage of the villa. Driving the red sports car with smooth body lines, he stepped on the accelerator hard. If you really can't believe what the audience says, you should leave Haichao City as soon as possible. Principal Wang was cursing and cursing, and he was really fooled by these audiences. He actually let him attack Li Bo, so that Li Bo seemed to speed up his transformation. Boom! Principal Wang stepped on the accelerator crazily, and the red sports car also accelerated rapidly. In just 3 seconds, it accelerated directly to 100 kilometers per hour. Principal Wang doesn't care about anything, just rush forward. Now the end of the world has come. There are no traffic rules to follow. Moreover, this is the game world. Let him do whatever he wants. My life was saved. Principal Wang looked straight ahead, grinned, and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the barrage that appeared in his field of vision frightened him. Principal Wang, have a good journey. I didn't expect Principal Wang to be cold. You should leave Haichao City as soon as possible. Principal Wang, look at your co-pilot position. In response, Principal Wang looked uneasy and subconsciously glanced at the passenger seat. Take a closer look, but I can see one person. No, this is not human at all, but a zombie with a ferocious face and a burly body. Judging from the appearance, it can be seen that he is somewhat similar to Li Bo. This is a second-level butcher. Master, where are you going? Uncle Lee smiled. His smile was hideous and terrifying. Principal Wang moved his mouth to speak, but he didn't have the chance to speak. Crack! Uncle Lee had stretched out his hand and easily twisted Principal Wang's neck. In front of the second-level butcher, Principal Wang was as weak as an ant, without any resistance. Not long after, Principal Wang died. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the silent open space, surrounded by broken walls. I was careless, really careless. Principal Wang was distressed, blaming the audience and himself. He really couldn't be greedy, just listened to Uncle Lee's words and left Haichao City. Maybe he is safe now, on the internet. The article in Phoenix newspaper is getting more and more popular. Just because Principal Wang recharged 100 million in the Doomsday Cataclysm, and because another incident of bravery occurred. Not long ago, a building in Mingzhu City caught fire. A young man bravely rushed into the fire and rescued 7 people. When a reporter interviewed the young man, he only said that he played the Doomsday Cataclysm. This also made the article of Phoenix newspaper become more and more popular. It actually has 10 million popularity. It directly ranked first on the Weibo Hot Search list. It also attracted countless comments from netizens. What a shitty game. I can't even enter it. Did you buy the Hot Search? Those who say it's fun are definitely Water Army. It's really a group of people who are crazy about it, right? Can't you tell the difference between reality and games? The Doomsday Cataclysm is fun. No explanation. I also posted it. Should I pay for it? Where can I get the money? Stop whitewashing this broken game. Okay. This is a defense based on thesis. Bravely rushing into the fire to save people. Saying that you play the Doomsday Cataclysm is definitely hype. This broken game is really shameless. Although it ranked first on the hot search, it was greeted with countless scolding and doubts. Obviously, most netizens cannot believe that the game becomes stronger and the real world becomes stronger too. They also considered downloading the game to play. But what can they do? They cannot enter the game, and it shows that the number of online users is full. This makes them feel very resentful, and they can only vent in the comments section. Even that famous news media person Li Zixin jumped out and published an article. The content of the article was concise and clear. What he said was that the hype of Doomsday Catastrophe has no limit. It is really shameless. It was even mentioned that Principal Wang may be involved in investing in the game Doomsday Cataclysm. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to directly recharge 100 million. Sister Zhou and PDD, two popular anchors on the Douxia platform, are also suspected of being game trustees. Of course, if you think carefully about Li Zixin's article, it is not difficult to find that it is full of loopholes and doubts, but the article has been praised by countless netizens. Teacher Li, you are indeed the most sober. The naval forces in the Doomsday Cataclysm are so powerful. Those people are all stunned by the magic, and their mental state is probably a bit wrong. Teacher Li, you are our guiding light. I believe you are right. The magic of Doomsday Cataclysm subverts your imagination. You piece of shit from a news media, have you really played this game? Li Zixin's comment area has received rave reviews, but there are also some negative reviews. Faced with these negative reviews and abuses, Li Zixin didn't tolerate them and simply blocked and banned him. In the face of these controversial remarks on the internet, Zhao Yu also saw it, but he was not in a hurry. As long as you play Doomsday Cataclysm carefully, you will definitely feel the extraordinary and the subtle changes in your body. Right now, what troubles him is the number of people online at the same time, because it is currently only a town-level server. There are 50,000 players online at the same time. If you want to continue to increase the number of people online, you can only purchase and upgrade the server level. Therefore, he also learned that county-level servers can accommodate 100,000 players online at the same time. The county-level server purchase cost is 50 million, and the daily operating cost is 7 million. As for city-level servers, provincial-level servers, etc., he just glanced at them and gave up temporarily. The purchase cost would start in several billions. He can't afford it right now. I'm really grateful to Principal Wang. If I recharge 100 million, I will be able to upgrade the server level again tomorrow. Zhao Yu murmured to himself. That night, Zhao Yu paid attention to the group of high school classmates on his mobile phone. This group had always been like a pool of stagnant water, with not many people talking at all, but now the group was much more lively. Did you hear that? The game Cataclysm is amazing. Is there such a game? Is it fun? What kind of magical method is it? It is said that as the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. I really want to give it a try, but unfortunately, I cannot enter the game, and it says that the server is full of online users. Everyone in the high school classmates talked and felt very sorry. Among them, the talk was about Zhao Yu, who failed to develop a virtual reality online game and lost all his wealth. How have you been in life lately? I heard that you owe a lot of money, right? Don't worry, it's the boss who owes money these days. Why don't you come out and take a dip? Your silence is very different from the style you once displayed. One after another, old classmates are with that. They're either caring or speaking sarcastically, etc., and their behavior is different. Seeing such a scene, it would obviously be inappropriate for Zhao Yu to pretend to be dumb again. I've been doing okay recently, and my life is very satisfying. Zhao Yu typed a line of text on his mobile phone and clicked send. He said this. The group of high school classmates quieted down a lot, and they all felt that Zhao Yu did not look as down and out as they imagined. Although Zhao Yu's life seems to be unsatisfactory now, after all, He was once the heir of the Jiangchang Zhao group, and he must have a lot of money to save in the future. However, by chance, someone else showed up among the classmates. This person is Li Siwen, the founder of this high school classmate group, and Zhao Yu's monitor in high school. Li Siwen said a piece of bombshell news as soon as it bubbled up. Zhao Yu, if a person is down, you will be down too. You have to face it bravely. Don't save your face and suffer the consequences. Did I hear that you recently had a creditor named Wang who went to your house to collect debts? As he said this, the group was completely blown away. In high school, Zhao Yu was the figure they wanted to look up to. But as a result, is Zhao Yu so miserable now? Is it true? All the creditors have gone to your house. The creditor didn't take action against you, right? Wang, who sounds strangely familiar. Is he a loan lender from our junction? He specializes in forming gangs, and the interest rates on loans are very high. If the debtor does not repay, he will be punished with a set of military punches. I have also heard about Wang Hu. A few years ago, one of his brothers cut off a debtor's finger. Now, he is still squatting in jail. Are you okay? More and more people are bubbling up among high school classmates, and more people are aware of Zhao Yu. Just as class monitor Li Siwen said, he is now very unsatisfied and completely depressed. Seeing this, Zhao Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only type on the keyboard on his phone to reply. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm a nice person. Just his reply. But everyone in the high school classmate group didn't believe it. They all thought that Zhao Yu was enjoying himself in hardship. It used to be so beautiful, but now it looks like a bird. Zhao Yu must be feeling very frustrated. Class monitor Li Siwen spoke again. Zhao Yu, face life bravely. If Wang Hu really bothers you, just tell me that my father's company has been booming in Jiangcheng recently, and he also met a noble man. You have heard of this noble man, right? He is Yi Sun, the champion of the provincial boxing competition, and he is also the right-hand man of Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, you must know him, right? Mr. Bai is a big shot in our Jiangcheng. After he said this, the high school classmates group became lively again. Class monitor, your father actually knows the right-hand man of Mr. Bai? Class monitor, it seems that among all of us classmates, you are the most popular. Class monitor, I am on a business trip recently, and I will go to Jiangxing in a while. When you are free, let's have a drink together, how about it? Zhao Yu was also very surprised. Li Siwen's father also knew Yi Sun. Thinking of Li Siwen, a slightly fat figure emerged in his mind. His mind also recalled some past memories. Once, in high school, Li Siwen was a follower of his predecessor, serving his predecessor at every turn. Now he has changed. People are always so fickle. Zhao Yu sighed. I'm just SOSO. The best one is our Zhao Xiao. It's a pity that Zhao Xiao was beaten to pieces with his trump card. Li Siwen spoke again, and between the lines, he was sighing and full of irony. The people in the classmates group either agreed with Li Siwen's words or simply chose to remain silent. Fatty Li, don't dance so happily, okay? Like a clown. To be honest, I met a friend not long ago, and this friend is Yi Sun. Zhao Yu spoke casually and also called Li Siwen Fatty Li. This name was not deliberately made up by Li Siwen, but his predecessor always called him that in the past years. In facing such a name, Li Siwen did not object and accepted it happily. However, to Li Siwen today, it made him furious. Zhao Yu, I have lost weight a long time ago. I am not fat now. You are the only one who knows Yi Sun? Brat, I know your situation very well. You owe a lot of debt. Do you know what kind of car I'm driving now? It's your 2014 Bentley Flying Spur Premium Edition sports car. You are so poor that you have to sell your car. Li Siwen made a series of speeches. It shocked everyone in the high school classmates. They all couldn't imagine that Zhao Yu, who was once the proud man of heaven, would now be in such a miserable state and start selling cars. And I really owe a lot of money. I'm afraid I might have to sell my house someday. Even ended up homeless. Seeing Li Siwen's remarks, Zhao Yu grinned, not paying attention, and casually typed another line of words on the keyboard. Fally, are you proud of driving my second-hand car? Once this line of text is sent, Li Siwen almost vomited blood when he saw it. But Li Siwen suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke again. Everyone should take some free time in a while. We haven't been together for a long time. I have chosen the location. It is at Baijinin Palace in Jiangqing. I will pay for all the expenses. He said this. Everyone in the crowd was very happy. Master Li, you are so powerful. Young Master Li, be awesome. This consumption will start at least 100,000 yuan. Squad leader Cao. Everyone spoke and expressed their intention to attend this party. Li Siwen even personally asked Zhao Yu whether to participate or not. Join. Zhao Yu typed 2 words at random. After everyone's deliberation, the high school reunion will be held just 1 week later, at 8 o'clock in the evening. The reason for choosing this time is that everyone has to take time, and many students are currently in other places, and some are even abroad. After a while, the group became lively again. Everyone was chatting about doomsday catastrophe. Some people believe it, and some people don't believe it. Facing this lively group of high school classmates, Zhao Yu had no interest. He noticed them all. He used to be the manager of this group of high school classmates, but this manager was lost to Fatty Li at some point. Is this what everyone is pushing against? Does Fatty Li have to be so snobbish? Zhao Yu shrugged and muttered to himself, but did not take these trivial matters to his heart. The night was falling, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. However, Zhao Yu contacted Fa Zayazadong on the phone and planned to pay off the debt first. Brother Zhao, do you want to pay back the money? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Tong was surprised, and his voice sounded drunk, as if he had drank a lot of alcohol. Well, I have money on hand. Let me pay it back to you first. Where are you now? Zhao Yu asked, also planning to take back the IOU in Zhou Tong's hands after paying off the money, and then destroy it. As for the operating expenses of Doomsday Cataclysm, he really isn't worried at all. Based on the player's recharging efforts, it may cost hundreds of millions today. If nothing else, let's just say that Principal Wang has contributed 100 million in real money. However, he also understood the situation of Principal Wang. The rich and famous family had a really good start. However, Principal Wang became greedy and wanted to take action against NPC Li Bo. If not, listen to Uncle Li and leave Haichao City as soon as possible. Principal Wang's strength will definitely continue to improve by leaps and bounds, and there is no need to start over. Brother Zhao, I'm in the Evernight City, drinking with friends. Zhou Tong said with a smile. The city that never sleeps. This is also a gold-selling cave, but its scale and strength are far from Baijinin Palace. Okay, I'll go find you. Zhao Yu replied. Okay, Brother Zhao, come and have a drink too. I'll be in the VIP room, number 7. Zhou Tong laughed heartily and drank quite happily. Zhao Yu could hear the female laughter. No need to think about it. These are just some escort girls. High-quality escort girls who can sing, dance, and drink. As long as the money is paid, the service quality of these escort girls will be absolutely high quality. In a blink, boom, Zhao Yu drove a white Bentley sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight to the city that never sleeps. It's not too far from his villa, only a few kilometers away, and it takes about 10 minutes to drive. It didn't take long. Zhao Yu arrived at the Evernight City. Taking a closer look, you can see that this is a building with all kinds of colorful lights flashing. Even though the isolation effect is very good, Zhao Yu can still hear one after another of very exciting DJ rock music. Parking the car, he strode in. After entering the nightless city, he was able to see many people. Or they are young and beautiful women in revealing clothes, or there are white-collar youths in suits, or even social youths in flowery trousers with yellow or red hair on their hair, etc. There are all kinds of people. The indoor lighting is also colorful, and the music, tables, chairs, dance floor, and other arrangements are very particular. The most eye-catching sight on the dance floor is the beautiful women who are swaying their graceful bodies and long white legs to the powerful music, making it dazzling. Zhao Yu just glanced at these casually and didn't pay much attention. Soon, he also found VIP room number 7. He was also very familiar with the Evernight City, as his predecessor had been there several times. He pushed the door open and saw many men and women in the private room. Many of them he had met once or twice. Isn't this Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao, You haven't been to Evernight City for a long time. Master Zhao, sit down quickly. Sit down quickly. Several men and women showed great enthusiasm toward Zhao Yu, and among them, the pretty escort girls kept ogling Zhao Yu. However, Zhao Yu's expression was very calm regarding these, and he was not interested at all. I came just to pay back the money. Zhou Tong is similar in age to Zhao Yu. He is dressed in brand-name clothes, and his appearance is somewhat handsome. He had already poured a glass of wine for Zhao Yu. "Brother Zhao, have a drink," he said with a smile. "I could drive, not drink." Zhao Yu shook his head. "This okay." Zhou Tong was a little helpless, but he didn't force it. After Zhou Tong had a few more drinks with his friends, he also said that he was treating tonight and went to pay the bill. "Brother Zhao and I still have things to deal with, so let's take the first step." Zhou Tong still looked drunk, but he was in a good mood. Firstly, drinking makes him happy, and secondly, Zhao Yu wants to pay back the money. Zhao Yu owed him a total of 10 million with principal and interest. With this 10 million, he could spend a lot of time. Young Master Zhou walked slowly. Master Zhao walked slowly. Everyone was very happy and started talking quickly. Zhao Yu shook his head at this scene. Sure enough, Zhou Tong only had some bad friends. After the two of them walked out of the private room, "Zhao Tong, have you ever thought about the future? Are you going to keep losing money like this?" Zhao Yu asked. Zhou Tong, like his predecessor, is an out-and-out rich second generation. "Brother Zhao, it's a good day like this." Zhou Tong smiled, very satisfied with his current life. Zhao Yu frowned and reminded, "Perhaps you could try playing Doomsday Cataclysm." "Brother Zhao, have you heard of this game? Is this game really that mysterious?" Zhou Tong's eyes widened, a little surprised, his eyes flickered, and his face was full of doubts. "Play it. I believe this game will not let you down," Zhao Yu said casually. "Okay, let's go back and play around. Top up 1.8 million to try the waters." Zhou Tong looked proud and did not take money seriously at all. Then, the two also had some heart-to-heart talks. Only then did Zhao Yu know that Zhou Tong would call to collect debts before. The biggest reason was his father's urging, fearing that Zhao Yu would not have the money to pay back. "Brother Zhao, you also know my father's virtue. He is a guy who is blind to money." Zhou Tong sneered at his father. "Have you ever said that about your father?" Zhao Yu looked dumbfounded. "Hey, don't you think of me as a buddy?" Zhou Tong smiled, with a strong smell of alcohol exuding from his mouth as he spoke. Zhao Yu shrugged. He was really a heartless guy, but he knew very well that Zhou Tong still respected his father and would rarely disobey his father's words. The two of them had walked out of the Evernight City while chatting and laughing and arrived at the spacious parking lot. Zhou Tong was driving a red Porsche, and you could see a very conspicuous Shield logo on the car. There is a galloping horse in the Shield. Damn it! After seeing his car, Zhou Tongdun immediately became angry. His car was scratched, especially the car door, which had new scratches one after another. Seeing the scratch made him angrier. This Porsche is a new model this year, priced at 3.99 million. He bought it, but didn't drive it a few times and it got scratched. Who is it? Who is it? In addition, he had drank a lot of wine tonight, and Zhou Tong was completely furious, and his somewhat handsome face also darkened. "Xiaodong, it seems you were a bit unlucky," Zhao Yu said. "However, the other party seems to have escaped. He really has no morals at all. If he escapes, I will find him too." Zhou Tong gritted his teeth and grimaced, feeling distressed when he saw the scratches on his car. Especially the car doors were very bumpy and had paint peeling off in several places. "Perhaps you can also ask the insurance company to handle it, and ask the insurance company to send surveyors to determine the damage," Zhao Yu suggested. "Brother Zhao, this matter can't be ignored so easily. The perpetrator must be found. My sports car is equipped with a driving recorder. This is a 360-degree panoramic camera with no blind spots. It also has the function of parking monitoring." Zhou Tong clenched his fists tightly. His anger level was very high, and he was very proud. Fortunately, he had a driving recorder. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find the perpetrator. Because there are too many vehicles coming in and out of the Evernight City parking lot every day, especially at night. There are countless cars. Soon, Zhou Tong entered the red sports car, checked the driving recorder, and looked through the video clips recorded in the past. Not much time was wasted at all. The truth is out. Zhou Tong's car was hit by a black Volkswagen. The driving skills of this black Volkswagen were really eye-catching. He turned the steering wheel sideways and hit Zhou Tong's car with a bang. Then what? The black Volkswagen didn't pay any attention to it and continued to fidget and park. Because the video picture was very clear, Zhou Tong and Zhao Yu were able to see that the owner of the black Volkswagen was a woman. After watching the video clip over and over again, only then did the two of them confirm that this was a woman in red with a somewhat graceful appearance. Moreover, this woman's black Volkswagen is still parked in the city that never sleeps. Obviously, the woman in red hasn't gone far yet. It's great that this bitch hasn't escaped yet. Zhou Tong was overjoyed. He wants the other party to pay. The Porsche touch-up paint plus scratch treatment cost tens of thousands of dollars anyway. It's not that he lacks these tens of thousands of dollars, but that he wants to get it back this time. After hitting his car, he acted like nothing happened. He couldn't stand it. Soon, Zhao Yu and Zhou Tong returned to the city that never sleeps with flashing lights and loud music. The two began to look for the woman in red. Today, Zhao Yu's physical fitness in all aspects is at least 10 times higher than that of normal people. Because of this, his powers of observation were particularly amazing. In the blink of an eye, he found the woman in red sitting on a black booth drinking a cocktail. The person has been found. Zhao Yu said, Where? Where? Zhou Tong was very excited, and his eyes were burning with anger. Zhao Yu pointed not far away. Zhou Tong took a look. What a good guy, this stinky woman really gave her face, crashed the car, and acted like nothing happened. The two of them ran straight to the woman in red. You scratched my Porsche, and you don't want to give me an explanation? Zhou Tong had a cold face. If the other party was a grown man, he might take action. But considering that the other party was a woman, he tried his best to control the anger in his heart. Porsche. The woman in red took a leisurely sip of wine, her cheeks flushed with blush. Her expression was stunned for a moment, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she was lost in memories. Oh, I think about it. Driving a car means bumps and bumps are inevitable. Besides, won't your car stop a little? Do you blame me? The woman in red curled her lips. She didn't think it was her responsibility. On the contrary, she thought Zhou Tong couldn't park the car well. All of a sudden, Zhou Tong was furious. Even Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. What's wrong? You two grown men want to hit someone. The woman in red had a cold face, but she also showed her fearless side. Such a scene was also seen by many people around. They didn't think anything of it. There were many guests in the Nevernight City, and it was inevitable that there would be friction. Hey, two grown men bully my girlfriend. Who gave you the courage? Suddenly, a lazy man's voice sounded, but a young man with casual clothes, dyed blonde hair, appeared. Mr. Jiang, if you don't show up, your girlfriend will be bullied to death by them. The woman in red showed her charming side and also stepped forward to hold the arm of the young blonde man. Zhao Yu and Zhou Tong's pupils shrank suddenly. They also knew this Mr. Jiang, a rich second generation from another province, but they didn't have much intersection with the two of them in the past. Something delayed me, so I'm here now, right? I thought you looked familiar. It turned out to be Master Zhou and Master Zhao. Jiang Chun grinned, and as he spoke, his big hands also embraced the slender waist of the woman in red. Jiang Chun, your girlfriend scratched my sports car. Zhou Tong said expressionlessly. Master Zhou, it's a small matter. Just scratching the car isn't enough to pay the money. 30,000? 50,000? 80,000? Quota price, and I'll transfer it directly to your bank card. Jiang Chun waved his hand and even used his fingers to pick his ears. It's not a big deal. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Hearing this, Zhou Tong was furious. There was irony in Jiang Chen's words. What does he need these tens of thousands of dollars? What he lacks is an explanation. She scratched his beloved car and was still so arrogant. He couldn't stand it. What the hell? Because he drank a lot tonight, Zhou Tong also had a hot temper and clenched his fists, wanted to take action. However, he still didn't take action. But it was because a figure suddenly appeared next to Jiang Chun. This man is tall and has explosive muscles. His sword-like eyes stared at Zhou Tong coldly. Being stared at by such a pair of fierce eyes, Zhou Tong was afraid and did not dare to take action. Zhao Yu's face was very calm. He had seen this burly and muscular man in the past. This person is Jiang Chen's bodyguard. It is said that he is a mercenary who has retired abroad. He has also been on the battlefield, killed people, etc. All in all, this bodyguard is quite capable. Young Master Zhou is scared. Seeing Zhou Tong's timid look, Jiang Chun smiled broadly. It's best to take a bodyguard with you when you go out. If something happens, the bodyguard will be there. Just as Jiang Chun said, Zhou Tong was a little scared, and his mind suddenly sobered up a lot. In his mind, he recalled the past heroic deeds of the bodyguard beside Jiang Chun. Someone once had a conflict with Jiang Chun. This bodyguard was able to fight 10 against 1 and was unscathed, showing amazing skill. But he couldn't swallow this breath. For a moment, Zhou Tong was hesitant and felt in a dilemma. Apologize and pay. It was at this moment that Zhao Yu also saw the difficulty in his attitude toward Xiao Zhoudong and stood up and said something at the right time. What? Mr. Zhao, you said apologize? Pay compensation? Did I hear you correctly? Jiang Chen's fair face showed a look of surprise. Young Master Zhao, are you crazy? Young Master Zhao, are you going to confront young Master Jiang? He is worthy of being called young Master Zhao. He is just a prodigal. It seems there is a good show to watch. The crowd of people watching whispered, and many people recognized Zhao Yu, which made them all show sarcastic sneers on their lips. They all felt that Zhao Yu was overestimating his own abilities and was humiliating himself. Brother Zhao, this matter, Zhou Tong said quickly, his face a little anxious, and he didn't want Zhao Yu to get involved in his own affairs. This Jiang Chun is not easy to offend. Now, his mind is clearer and clearer. Zhao Yu waved his hand and interrupted Zhou Tong, who was speaking. It doesn't matter. His tone was flat. Zhou Tong wanted to say something else. However, Jiang Chun directly asked the bodyguard to take action. Give Mr. Zhao a little pain. He seemed too lazy to push Lai. The tall and burly bodyguard nodded and accepted the order. In the eyes of the bodyguards, Zhao Yu is a very inconspicuous guy. A person like this dares to interfere with Mr. Zhang's affairs. He is really reckless. The next second, the bodyguard moved, and he was like a tiger coming out of its cage, rushing toward Zhao Yu, and a hungry tiger pounced on him. See it. Zhao Yu was unmoved. In the eyes of others, the bodyguard's speed was as fast as lightning, but in his eyes, it was as slow as a turtle crawling on the ground. Bang! When the bodyguard came closer, Zhao Yu punched him. With just the right amount of force, the punch hit the bodyguard directly in the abdomen. Plop! On the spot, the bodyguard fell down on his head and rolled around on the ground like a ball of meat. Ahem! At the same time, the bodyguard coughed one after another and spit out mouthfuls of thick blood. The bodyguard was so horrified that he never expected that he would be subdued so easily by Zhao Yu. The entire lobby on the first floor of Evernight City instantly fell into deathly silence. All that could be heard was the continuous blast of rock music. Everyone around them stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe the scene before them. Isn't Zhao Yu just a prodigal? So powerful? Is it so scary? Jiang Chun was stunned and couldn't say a word. This is his ace bodyguard, hired from abroad with a high salary. Proficient in fighting skills. Proficient in the art of killing. Proficient in using all types of firearms. He also has many outstanding abilities and is definitely a genuine master. But such a master was so vulnerable in front of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, the second-generation rich man, hides so much. The more he thought about it, the image of Zhao Yu in Jiang Chen's heart became more and more unpredictable. Brother Zhao Tong was also stunned and speechless. He is very strange. He had played with Zhao Yu since he was a child, and he knew how much Zhao Yu weighed. But the skills Zhao Yu has shown now are too scary. Could it be? Which game is it? An extremely bold guess emerged in Zhou Tong's heart. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhou quickly? Jiang Chun pretended to be angry and glared at his new girlfriend beside him. The woman in red quickly said, "Mr. Zhou, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to hit your car. I just learned my driver's license and am a novice on the road. So this bump in the road is inevitable. I'll pay for it, and pay for it. I hope you, Mr. Zhou, have a lot of knowledge, so don't be like me. Say it." The woman in red looked apologetic. When she apologized like this, Zhou Tong felt much better. "Is this the end? Mr. Jiang, is this your sincerity?" Zhao Yu was still a little dissatisfied. Hearing this, Jiang Chun immediately came to his senses. Mr. Zhou, I was so rude just now. I really shouldn't have done that." Jiang Chun blamed himself, but when he saw Zhao Yu's cold eyes, he was frightened, like a frightened rabbit, and slapped himself on the cheek. "Huh, Mr. Zhou, I'm really damned." Instantly, a slap mark appeared on Jiang Chen's right cheek. Seeing this, Zhao Yu nodded with satisfaction. Soon, Zhou Tong also received a compensation from his bank card, a transfer of 100,000 yuan. This money is enough for the Porsche to repair the paint, and maybe even tens of thousands more. After Zhao Yu and Zhou Tong left, Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Humph! He snorted coldly and sat back in the black booth silently, feeling that he was really embarrassed tonight. Young Master Jiang, the charming face of the woman in red, was full of regret. She should have been more careful when driving, so she wouldn't have scratched other people's sports cars, and there wouldn't be these troubles now. "Shut up," Jiang Chun said coldly, and drank the wine one sip after another. "Are you okay?" By the way, he also cared about the bodyguard. The bodyguard shook his head, straightened his back, and stood beside Jiang Chun. Although the bodyguard was injured, the injury was not that serious. The injuries he suffered on the battlefield were 10 times or even 100 times more serious than now. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and was thinking. Until now, he still felt like he was in a dream. A prodigal son suddenly turned into a master. This is too bizarre. Could it be that this prodigal son encountered an adventure similar to that in novels? Isn't this nonsense? Jiang Chun drank the wine one sip after another. Is the game Cataclysm really that weird? The game gets stronger, and the real world gets stronger? How can this be fake? It must be true. I just can't enter the game. It's just a scam. Anyone who believes it is a fool. At this time, the words of the people around him also fell into Jiang Chen's ears. This made Jiang Chen frown. He had also heard of this virtual reality online game, but he didn't care at all. He had no interest in the game. Moreover, this game is so popular. As the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. How can a game affect reality? How is this possible? However, he recalled Zhao Yu's changes and vaguely realized that maybe this game was really unusual. Otherwise, would someone like Principal Wang be stupid enough to recharge 100 million? "Walk," Jiang Chun said. "Young Master Jiang, it's quite early. Are we going to the hotel?" "I'm not ready yet, The woman in red had red cheeks, showing a shy side. She looks even more attractive and is particularly attractive to men. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, women are like clothing, and he can change his girlfriend faster than he can change his clothes. I have to replace several of them every month. Don't think too much. Just go play a game." Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. The woman in red had questions on her face. Zhao Yu and Zhou Tong had already driven their sports cars to a magnificent white villa. This is Zhou Tong's home, located in a prime location in Jiangxing. A blink of an eye, Zhao Yu followed Zhou Tong into the villa. Zhao Yu sat on a comfortable black sofa and waited for Zhou Tong to get the IOU. It didn't take long for the IOU to arrive. On the spot, he transferred 10 million. After paying off the small debt at once, he tore up the IOU and destroyed it. "Brother Zhao, thank you so much tonight." Zhou Tong looked grateful. "Little things." Zhao Yu waved his hand, not caring much about what happened tonight. "Brother Zhao, what kind of game do you have this skill in?" Zhou Tong asked with an uncertain tone. When Zhao Yu heard this, his expression was stunned. He has the skills he has now, but based on feedback from players, he has not personally played the game. But since Zhou Tong asked this, he simply nodded and admitted. Hiss! In an instant, Zhou Tong took in a breath of cold air, and his eyes glowed golden. Now all he can think about is playing games. As the game becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger. He must play 24 hours a day, never offline. He must also have skills as powerful as Brother Zhao. Recharge rationally, Zhao Yu reminded. Zhou Tong nodded. Soon, the two chatted for a while. Zhao Yu left. Zhao Yu's front foot had just left. Zhou Tong's father walked out of the study. Zhou Xintian is in his early 50s, with black hair and fair skin. His face does not seem to have many wrinkles. It can be seen that Zhou's father has taken good care of his skin. Xiaodong, have you forgotten what I told you? Stop interacting with Zhao Yu. You don't know what Zhao Yu's situation is now. Also, the money Zhao Yu owes you, including principal and interest, is now 10 million. When will you pay it back? You are urging and urging, but Zhao Yu has made it clear that he will not pay back the money. He is still living in a luxury house and owning a luxury house. This is not paying back the money, even though he has money. As soon as he saw Zhou Tong, Zhou Xintian started talking nonsense and said many mean and unpleasant things. Dad, what are you talking about? Brother Zhao is here to pay me back tonight. 10 million with principal and interest, not a penny. Zhou Tong's cheeks were quite dissatisfied, and he directly showed a text message he had just received on his phone. The content of the text message is simple. The bank card received 10 million. Zhou Xintian glanced at it several times, and he was also astonished by this text message. He couldn't believe that Zhao Yu, a prodigal who had lost all his family fortune, could pay back his son's money so quickly. He thought that this arrears would continue to be delayed, and in the end he might not get even a dime back. After thinking carefully, Zhou Xuantian's mature face showed an expression of sudden realization. He got it. Zhao Yu must have started selling cars and houses. Otherwise, how could there be money to pay back? Stop interacting with Zhao Yu. Zhou Xintian warned. Go back to the room and play games. Zhou Tong ignored it and muttered something. Say it. He turned and left. Seeing this, Zhou Xintian didn't say anything. He felt that it was better for his son to play games than go out and fool around with those gang of friends. At the same time, Zhao Yu had returned home and took a bath comfortably. Now his situation has begun to gradually improve. Fa Xiao Zhoudong's loan has been repaid. He will also repay other people's loans, and it will definitely not take too long. He is very confident in the doomsday catastrophe. Lying on the comfortable sofa, he crossed his legs and browsed the Douxiao Live streaming platform happily. At this glance, he was still a little surprised. As usual, on this Douxiao Live broadcast platform, every anchor in the game area is playing a series of virtual reality online games such as Heroes, Warcraft, and Survival. But now, most game anchors are targeting Cataclysm. Some of the game anchors entered the game and started playing. But there are also some unlucky anchors who curse and curse, but they just can't get into the game because the game server is full of people online. Dai Xiaomei is a game anchor who is not very lucky. She has a standard oval face shape, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of dark, big eyes, giving people the feeling of a girl next door. But right now she was cursing. Broken game. Rubbish game. Don't let me in. I'm going to draw a circle and curse you. Damn it. I'm so angry. The little girl was furious, and she didn't have time to say a few curse words. The number of viewers in her live broadcast room is quite large, including thousands of live people in the VIP seats. Old woman, you have some qualities. Don't speak dirty words. Old woman, have you forgotten the last time you were educated by your mother on live broadcast? Don't be sad, old woman. There are many people like you who can't enter the server because they entered the game too late. Are these guys really addicted to games and don't even take them offline? One barrage after another appeared in Dai Xiaomei's field of vision. Faced with these barrages, Dai Xiaomei felt even more annoyed, especially those beautiful eyes like autumn water, which quickly showed a series of anger. Don't call me old woman, call me stupid boss. The stupid girl pretended to look domineering and said angrily. However, as soon as this statement came out, countless viewers in the live broadcast room were all following the same barrage. Old woman. Seeing this, Dai Xiaomei almost broke the defense. She was also a little annoyed. Why would such a bad thing happen to her? This is just another time when she teams up with players. The player casually chatted with her about real life. As a result, Dai Xiaomei revealed that she is still single. Moment. The player was so shocked that he called her an old woman. Since then, she has been given the nickname Old Woman, as if she can't shake off the plaster. Finally, the silly little girl who cannot enter Doomsday Cataclysm can only check the room with the fans. Watch other game anchors play, and learn some gaming experience by the way. Dai Xiaomei took the lead in inspecting the ward and starting with Decima. Really, Decima is playing Doomsday Catastrophe. Decima, who was discussing strategies with his teammates in a villa in the game, suddenly saw a striking barrage. Teacher Ma, don't take me with you when playing this game. Do you know? Today, fans are still laughing at me for playing games like Survival. Seeing this barrage and seeing the spokesperson Dai Xiaomei, Decima also had a smile on his face. The fans also told me, otherwise I wouldn't play Cataclysm. Decima replied. Once upon a time, he became a major first-line anchor with the help of Heroes, a virtual reality online game. But now, he has to abandon Hero, because Doomsday Catastrophe is simply going against the will of heaven. He has experienced it himself. As the game world becomes stronger, the real world can also become stronger. So now, he directly recharged more than 1 million without hesitation and called his apprentices. His disciples are all-powerful in the anchor world, or are high-spirited in the professional esports circle, and they are definitely top players in operation. In addition, he also called many friends. As for the force he has formed so far, Survive. The team totals 37 people. Everyone's level is very good. There will definitely be no rookies, and it is even less likely that there will be incidents like Mr. Piao being stabbed in the back by players. He knows everyone in this team in the real world. If he was really stabbed in the back, with his appeal, it would be difficult for the other party to survive in the esports circle. Moreover, Decima knew very well that the game Doomsday Cataclysm could never be played alone. It is absolutely impossible to rely on individual bravery. Only through teamwork can we develop and grow rapidly. Teacher Ma, do you think you dislike me, so you didn't call me? Dai Xiaomei saw that there were several familiar faces in Decima's survival force. These were all game anchors, and their skills were very good, which made her launch another barrage. This time, Decima pretended not to see the barrage and continued to discuss with his teammates. Instead, one barrage after another appeared in the live broadcast room. Old woman, you are somewhat self-aware. Bringing a newbie like you here will definitely hold us back. Old woman, accept the reality. You are too good. What Teacher Ma wants to conquer now is the League of Hope founded by Linfeng City NPC Dean Lin Sulin. These barges made the little girl grin and gnash her teeth in anger. Although she was very angry, after all, being criticized by the audience did not last for 2 days. She soon accepted the reality and wanted to see how Teacher Ma played this game. Shortly after, there are 37 people in total, including Decima, decided to attack quickly, eradicate some of the League of Hope's strongholds in Linfeng City. There are members of the League of Hope staying in these strongholds, but they have also investigated these members of the League of Hope. Their strength is not high, and their strength value is only about 30 or 40 points. But every one of Decima's teammates has a strength value of over 40 points. This battle must win, more capable of annihilating the Alliance of Hope. Then, we took advantage of the victory and went straight to Huanglong, destroying the base camp of the League of Hope, the first hospital of Linfeng City. We also wanted to destroy President Lin Sulin. Decima's expression was serious and full of confidence. Good. His teammates are very excited. If they destroy the League of Hope, their gains will be absolutely staggering. Thinking of the magic of this game, everyone was in a very excited state of mind. But Decima paused again. Teacher Ma, what's wrong? Teammates asked. We all know the strength of the members of the League of Hope. However, we don't know what level of strength the leader of the League of Hope, Lin Su, has reached now. Therefore, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, we have to bring in reinforcements. Currently, There's another force in Linfeng City that should not be underestimated. It was the survival force established by Teacher Piao. However, if Teacher Piao's force is involved, then the spoils will be divided among Teacher Piao and others. Decima's expression was solemn. Everyone felt bad when they heard that the loot was going to be divided up, but when they thought about the unknown strength of Lin Su, the leader of the League of Hope, they didn't know what level it had reached. For a time, they were extremely confused. Don't worry, don't forget, besides us, there are many players in Linfeng City. If by chance we kill Lin Su, but a group of players come out halfway, then we will all be in trouble. Decima was very calm, and the first thing he considered was not the loot, but the name of the force he established, survival. Everything must be based on living and survival as the first purpose. Good. Everyone nodded and realized that money and silk were very attractive. Although there were a total of 37 of them, they were all elites, but their number was too small, and the time to play this game was too short. Let's just say it's on the power rankings. Number 1, Longting. The strength he possesses is 73 points. It is much stronger than their strength value of more than 40 points. Not just dragon soaring. Tianxing, Xiao, Bao Bao, Lin Yi, none of them should be underestimated. It's a pity. It would be great if we could recruit experts. With experts in charge, our chances of winning would be even greater. Decima looked regretful and regretful. Why didn't he play this game on the first day it was launched? At the beginning, he also paid attention to this game, and the audience also said it can bear fruit. He ignored it directly and looked very disdainful and scornful. He felt that this game was deceiving people by making it stronger even in the real world. However, he didn't understand until he tried it. This game is so extraordinary. Teacher Ma, we can consider recruiting Xiao Bao Bao, number 3 in the power rankings. It is said that she is a female player, but some players suggested it. Recruited, contacted, but no response. Decima spread his hands. Among the players on the power rankings, currently only Xiao Bao Bao and Lin Yi have not joined the force. He could consider recruiting Xiao Bao Bao, but Lin Yi could not consider backstabbing Teacher Piao. He might backstab him someday. He would not dare to recruit such a landmine that could explode at any time. In the blink of an eye, Decima led everyone to meet with hundreds of players led by Teacher Piao in a dilapidated hotel. Teacher Piao's survival force does not take the elite route like Decima, but wins by quantity. Teacher Ma, the number of people in your force is not large, but they are all elites. For example, the players under my command only have a strength value of about 10 points. PDD said with a smile, his eyes filled with a winning look. This battle will definitely kill Dean Lin Sulin easily. Originally, he and Decima proposed to kill Sister Dao first, but Decima shook his head in denial. Sister Dao's power controlled mineral veins like black iron ore, and the increase in strength was absolutely astonishing. In Linfeng City, it is very likely that Sister Dao is the strongest one. Therefore, Sister Dao is not easy to destroy. As for Crazy Li and Li Feng's lunatic camp are not easy to deal with either. They're a group of lunatics who don't care about their lives, and it is said that Crazy Li can control many zombies now. Among them, there are even several first-order hunters. Zhou Raptor's base is also a headache. Zhou Raptor's itself is quite strong, but the Raptor's base seems to have received arms. Right? It's arms. Members of the Raptor's base all hold arms. Many players wanted to sneak into the Raptor's base and seize arms and weapons, but in the end, without exception, they were directly eliminated by Zhou Raptor's men. It seemed that the NPC could recognize the players, or it was due to other factors. Anyway, among the major forces in Linfeng City, Dean Lin Su's League of Hope is easier to deal with. The Alliance of Hope gathers some NPCs who are not very powerful. Persimmons should be picked soft and pinched. The Alliance of Hope must be dealt with first. Teacher Piao, please stop bragging about me. You are not lazy in your efforts to survive. There are so many players, and even one of them can drown someone by spitting. Decima said with a smile. Such a scene, but made the silly little girl watching the live broadcast laugh out loud. Teacher Ma, Teacher Piao, are you bragging about each other in business? Accompanying her was this barrage. The audience in Decima's live broadcast room also booed. Take your time. Why don't you hurry up and kill the monsters? Just wait until Teacher Ma and Teacher Piao are tortured by monsters. It's hard to deal with the NPCs in this game. Teacher Piao is really lucky. He discovered the black iron or vein and immediately became number 5 on the strength ranking list, with 64 strength points. One barrage after another. Decima and PDD led nearly 200 players in total and also acted quickly. Based on the latest information, Dean Lin Su's League of Hope, its forces are mainly distributed in the eastern area of Linfeng City. Same day, players move quickly clear the Pakatan Harapan stronghold, an ordinary bar located in the east of Linfeng City, a supermarket located in the east of Linfeng City, an abandoned hotel located in the east of Linfeng City, etc. When clearing the stronghold, the players also killed each Hope Alliance NPC, and a lot of crystals were also exploded. Players already know this. When killing monsters and exploding crystals, killing NPCs or players, there's a high possibility of exploding crystals. After half a day of cleaning, all strongholds of the League of Hope were destroyed. A total of 400 to 500 crystals of strength, agility, and constitution were harvested. These crystals were divided among the players and consumed quickly. Therefore, the player's strength has increased a little. True 666 killed hundreds of NPCs, and only a handful of players suffer casualties. Especially Teacher Ma's teammates performed so well. They were decisive in killing, and their strikes were ruthless, accurate, and fast. Teacher Piao's teammates are much inferior. Go straight to Linfeng City's #1 hospital in the east and kill Dean Lin Sulin. The audience was excited. Such a scene also made the little girl a little annoyed. She also wanted to play games and fight monsters. Why can't you enter the game? She muttered. Soon, Decima, PDD, and other players were openly driving luxury cars. Everyone has a car. It's just that they didn't have a lottery. The game was very considerate and gave away a brand new car. Moreover, under the arrangements of Decima and PDD, every survival and survival force player is wearing the brand new fashion that was given to them not long ago by the game. This new fashion is a very ordinary black brand suit, and the workmanship cannot be said to be very sophisticated. But everyone put on their clothes, and their aura immediately came out. There are nearly 200 players, all wearing black suits and holding sticks, machetes, and other cold weapons. They seem to be a gang of suit thugs. Handsome. Thankfully, we are in the game world. If in the real world, Teacher Piao and Teacher Ma are so tidy, neatly dressed, everyone has a black suit, and everyone is holding a weapon, believe it or not, there will be many police officers surrounding you in minutes. The game world is really nice. You can do whatever you want. Rush. Charge all the way. The audience was even more excited, and even the silly little girl became a salty fish who could only shout 666. Boom! Boom! The cars made roaring engines and rushed straight to Linfeng City First Hospital. A friendly reminder, I sponsor the gasoline for these cars. So what are you waiting for? If you play Doomsday Cataclysm, join my survival force, and the benefits will be super generous. PDD knew that Decima was live broadcasting, and by the way, they started a wave of recruiting GG. You can't enter Teacher Piao's game, otherwise, I will really join you in your survival. Teacher Piao, how did you get all this gasoline? Don't you know? But it's all a lot of money from the lottery. Teacher Piao is awesome. Survival is quite suitable for civilian players. I've seen the benefits, and they're really generous. First deposit subsidy, monthly card subsidy, weekly card subsidy, death benefit, etc. There are too many subsidies. In Decima's live broadcast room, the audience was busy discussing. In response to this, Decima smiled helplessly and didn't say much. He really didn't expect that PDD, such a thief, would start a fight to recruit GG in his live broadcast room. However, Those who take advantage of others are short-handed, and those who take advantage of others are soft-spoken. He, his disciples, and friends all took a lot of gas from Teacher Piao. Of course, gasoline can be drawn by lottery, and Decima has also recharged a lot of money, but he has not yet won the lottery. He wants to spend money wisely. The water about lottery in this game is really too deep. Let's just say that Principal Wang drew millions and tens of millions in a lottery, but nothing good came out at all. If you want to become stronger, you have to rely on fighting monsters and encountering adventures. Period. While driving a car, many players also discovered that the closer they were to the first hospital, the fewer zombies were on the road. When we arrived near the first hospital, we didn't see even a single zombie. All the players started to become vigilant. When we arrived at the entrance of the first hospital, take food. Decima and PDD issued orders at the same time. The food comes from the cooking stove. Once consumed, they can gain temporary benefits. Soon, each player took out the food that had been prepared and began to consume it. Most of these foods are milk, bread, biscuits, etc. The benefits that can be brought are also temporary increases in strength or agility, or temporary increases in physical fitness. Decima, PDD, and others have already gotten off the car, and they also entered the hospital in a line. They are not afraid, but excited and expectant. Finally, they entered the final stage. They must kill the leader of the Hope Alliance, Lin Su. As soon as they stepped into the hospital, everyone smelled a pungent smell of disinfectant and a strong smell of blood. Teacher Piao, something is wrong. This is the headquarters of the Hope Alliance, but now there is no one in sight. Well, don't relax. Everyone, pay attention. NPCs may launch attacks at any time. PDD and Decima briefly communicated, and the other players nodded in unison. Everyone continued to move forward and continue to look for clues. Suddenly, a woman's heart-wrenching scream rang out from the rooftop of the hospital building. In an instant, the scream stopped abruptly. Every player present heard it, and the source of the sound was upstairs. PDD and Decima looked at each other and went upstairs directly. When they reached the second floor, the faces of the players changed again and again. Lying in the corridor on the second floor were corpses lying in all directions, each of which was in pieces and unrecognizable. These seemed to be the corpses of NPCs. Has someone already attacked the hospital first? PD frowned. There is such a possibility. Decima nodded silently. The players continued to go upstairs. On the third floor, there were still corpses and blood. On the fourth floor, corpses could still be seen. On the fifth floor, there were still piles of corpses. All this seemed to explain a fact. The hospital suffered a very bloody and terrifying attack. This made the players even more anxious to go upstairs and find Lin Su as soon as possible. In their eyes, Lin Su was not just an NPC, but also a living boss. They absolutely cannot watch the boss being snatched away by other players. Finally, we arrived at the 8th floor. This is a spacious hall. They finally saw a figure. This person was wearing a white coat stained with countless blood, and even the white gloves she wore on her hands could see large swaths of eye-catching blood. And she was holding a scalpel in her hand. The scalpel is delicate and small, but the blade is dripping with blood at this moment. Her appearance is very kind and kind. A line of text information also appeared in the field of vision of all players. Lin Su, leader of Hope Alliance. This middle-aged woman is the target of their trip. Thank you for destroying the Hope Alliance stronghold. Otherwise, I would have to put in a lot of effort. Lin Su grinned, but what he said made the players' hair stand on end. After destroying her power, she actually said it was hard on you. For a moment, all the players couldn't understand Lin Su's thoughts. They're just a bunch of trash, and they think I can bring them hope. Don't even look at what you are capable of. Living is a waste of resources and food. Lin Su talked to himself, and his peaceful face gradually became distorted, becoming bitter, mean, and indifferent. Look at this hospital. There are so many corpses. I don't want to kill anyone, but I can't help it. I want to live, and the way to live is to become stronger and stronger. Say it. Lin Su's face was cold and cruel, and even a little nervous. At the same time, She stared at the players with her eyes as cold as a poisonous snake. All the players looked very surprised. Sure enough, all the Hope League members in the hospital were killed by Lin Su. What a Pakistan Harapan alliance. This is a scam. Yes, Lin Su created this Hope Alliance just to harvest the lives of those NPCs. Killing his own people, Lin Su is so cruel. Our own people? I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. In Lin Su's eyes, those members of the League of Hope are just a bunch of piggies. If the piggies are fattened, of course they will be killed. Barrage after barrage flashed rapidly into Sima's live broadcast room. Even the delicate face of Dai Xiaomei was a bit pale. I really didn't expect that NPC Lin Su would be so vicious and ruthless. Teacher Ma and Teacher Piao quickly kill this NPC. She typed out a line of text. Aren't you afraid? Lin Su looked a little surprised. She didn't understand why the large group of people in front of her didn't show timidity when they saw her. Do you really think you can win with more people? In her words, to the players, this is completely ridiculous. It's just a game, so what are you afraid of? If you die, you can just start over. Superior. Decima and PDD looked at each other and directly issued a charge signal. Kill. Every player is not afraid of fighting. Even if they only hold cold weapons in their hands, even if the enemy Lin Su is very powerful and terrifying, they still go up without hesitation. To deal with Lin Su, they also adopted the simplest and crudest method. We'll battle. Let's see who consumes more energy than this boss. A swarm of ants. Lin Su, who has power, doesn't take the players seriously at all. Among them, one player had already stabbed a dagger into the skin of her arm, but the result was only a faint red mark, not even piercing her skin. Ah! Lin Su sneered, and the scalpel in his hand instantly pierced the player's neck. On the spot, the player was bleeding and died immediately. Later, players attack in waves, but did not cause any fatal damage to Lin Su. Lin Su, Dean Lin, was really thick-skinned and had amazing defense. The scalpel in her hand seemed to be the talisman of death. It didn't take long before he easily killed a dozen players. The situation is not optimistic. Decima frowned. He was in danger several times and almost fell cold. PDD also had a long wound on his arm with a scalpel, and the white bones could be seen in the wound. He was in a lot of pain. Dean Lin Sulin was far more difficult to deal with than he imagined. However, every player firmly believes that as long as they persist until the end, Lin Su will definitely die. The game of cat and mouse must come to an end. Do you know what transcendence is? Lin Su grinned, with a cold chill in his eyes. The next second, Lin Su's momentum surged. Her figure moved like a ghost. She is like a ruthless executioner, quickly harvesting the lives of players. The players dodge, but Lin Su seems to be able to accurately position each time, making it impossible for the players to hide. The number of players is constantly decreasing. The original number was nearly 200. Today, there are only more than 130 left. Another blink of an eye. The number of players is down to the last 100. Lin Su was still killing. She was like a crazy and bloodthirsty battlefield meat grinder. Players are in decline. This design is too unreasonable. Decima wanted to curse. There were nearly 200 players, but they couldn't do anything to an NPC. Also, what was the extraordinary that the NPC was talking about? The players didn't choose to retreat, but fought with Lin Su to the end. Deaths continued to appear. Finally, there were less than 30 players left. Fighting all the time seemed to have consumed a lot of Lin Su's energy. Lin Su was injured, with multiple wounds all over his body. Drops of scarlet blood dripped from the wounds. This scene boosted the player's confidence. Even though the NPC was very strong, it was by no means invincible. Are you really not afraid of death? What are you doing for? You are really a bunch of lunatics. Lin Su's expression was very ugly. At first, she thought that with her strength, fighting with this group of people would be a sure win. As long as she showed her strong personal strength, she would definitely kill the other party and scare them out of their wits. But in the end, she was wrong. The more they fought, the braver and crazier they became. What's more, he even held her arm before dying, just so that his companions could cut her. When the end of the world comes, Lin Su has seen too many people of all kinds. Those people, without exception, they are very afraid of death. Once a person dies, there is nothing left. In the end of the world, everyone's most persistent thought is always only one, that is, to survive. But this large group of people in front of him completely subverted Lin Su's cognition. The battle is still going on. The number of players is still being injured and killed. But Lin Su's face is getting paler and paler. Even though she is a superhuman, she is also very troubled by such a group of people who are not afraid of death. It's okay for one person not to be afraid of death, but 100 or 200 people are not afraid of death. I think we can talk about it. Don't you want to become superhumans? Suddenly, Lin Su spoke. Her face was pale, and her strength was fading. She hated it. She hated that she underestimated these people, after all. It was simply too outrageous. Everyone is full of fighting spirit, and no one is afraid of death. Now, there are only 19 players left. The casualties are very heavy. But now, they're not in a hurry to take action. It's not that they plan to let Lin Su go, but the information from Lin Su is very important to them. If they die, they die. It's no big deal. But what is this extraordinary person? They know nothing about it. Lin Su saw the performance of the people around her, which made her face flash with joy. Her small action was also noticed by many viewers in Decima's live broadcast room. Even Dai, Xiaomei hurriedly sent out a barrage. Teacher Ma, you, and Teacher Piao, don't be careless. This NPC is definitely harboring evil intentions. Her words were agreed by the audience. Yes, this Lin Su is not a good thing. I don't know what tricks he is up to again. Teacher Ma, if you are careless, you will definitely capsize in the gutter. You must kill Lin Su as soon as possible, and you can't let Lin Su have a chance to counterattack. Decima saw all these barges. Although his face was calm and he didn't take any action, he was very vigilant in his heart. As long as he could get important information from this NPC Lin Su, then Lin Su could go on the road with peace of mind. You know about the crystal stone, right? Lin Su said another sentence with a pale face. The 19 players present all nodded. How could they not know about the crystals? It is precisely with the crystals that their strength will become stronger and stronger. If you continue to take the crystals, your strength will reach a limit. Break through the limit, and you can become a first-level extraordinary person. And I happen to have a bottle of very precious reagent in my hand. Taking this reagent can allow the user to break through the limit and directly become a first-level extraordinary person. Lin Su said with a smile, and also took out a bottle of reagent from the cuffs of the white coat, stained with blood. The reagent is about 5 milliliters of red liquid, and it is placed in a transparent glass container about the size of a fingernail. The players' eyes bloomed with joy. They really didn't expect that this NPC had such a good thing. Lin Su saw everyone's performance. It's a pity that there's only one bottle of reagent, but there are so many of you. What should we do? Lin Su's peaceful face showed a very distressed look. Her words were clearly trying to sow discord. She also thought that her idea would definitely succeed. In front of such a treasure, she didn't believe that these people could still unite. You know, money can move people's hearts. In front of wealth, people will always have different hearts. However, the next second, Lin Su was stunned. The crowd was not provoked by him, but swarmed towards him. You guys, damn it. Lin Su was annoyed, but he was also ready to open the transparent glass container in his hand and take it. Want to borrow this reagent to break through the limit and become a first-level extraordinary? It's just a dream. It's not so easy for a first-level extraordinary to break through. This reagent is just a strength enhancement liquid. Once taken, it can temporarily enhance strength. But before Lin Su took it, a dark-skinned, thin player rushed directly towards her. If it was the previous Lin Su, she could definitely dodge it easily. However, now her strength has declined a lot in all aspects. She didn't kill nearly 200 players without paying. At least in terms of physical strength, she has reached the end of her rope. She is a transcendent, but transcendents are not gods. Plop! Lin Su was thrown to the ground on the spot. looking for death. She had a fierce look in her eyes, and the scalpel in her hand was ready to attack. But another player rushed over. How could the players not see it? Lin Su, this NPC, this boss has reached the point of exhaustion. At this moment, don't want Lin Su's life. When will you wait? Soon. Lin Su died, hacked to death by the players. She resisted, but the resistance was not effective. Hate. I hate. I only have one last step to break through to the second level, transcendent. Before she died, she said a hateful word. Hearing this, the players were still frightened. This Lin Su was only a first-level transcendent, and her strength was so strong. If she was allowed to break through to the second-level transcendent, it would definitely be a group annihilation. The next second, the players all saw the items that Lin Su, a first-level extraordinary person, had dropped. They were so rich. Strength Crystal X 200. Agility Crystal X 200. Physique Crystal X 200. First-level extraordinary armor equipment blueprint. First-level extraordinary person's blood X1. First-level extraordinary person's bone X1. Permanent strength crystal X10. Permanent agility crystal X10. Permanent physique crystal X10. At this moment, the players were all stunned. They had expected that Lin Su would drop a lot of items. But the result, the players still underestimated. Lin Su is a big fat fish. A big harvest, a big harvest. PDD was delighted. It's worth sacrificing so many people. Decima was also delighted. After that, the players even got 2 more items. Lin Su's scalpel. Holding a scalpel, agility plus 10, strength plus 10. Temporary strength enhancement liquid. It can be taken by one person and can enhance the strength of the user for a short period of time. After the effect of the drug wears off, the user will enter a short period of weakness. Fortunately, I didn't let Lin Su take it just now. Otherwise, he might have been killed. PD wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thanks to Teacher Piao, the player under your banner, Yang Chao. Decima said with a smile, also focusing on one person. This man has dark skin and a thin figure, and he is Yang Chao. Yang Chao was just an ordinary player, but just now he made a decisive decision and knocked down Lin Su directly. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Teacher Ma, it's nothing. You'll know it if you play too many games and read too many novels. This NPC must be on drugs and have a death-defying counterattack. Yang Chao grinned, showing a carefree look. Everyone nodded, thinking that Lin Su, an NPC, was quite cunning. He actually said that taking red medicinal liquid could break through the limits and possibly become a first-order transcendent. This is obviously to shake their military morale. They were indeed somewhat shaken. Fortunately, there were no irreversible consequences. After, Decima, PD, and other players began to discuss the distribution of loot. The entire distribution process went smoothly. As an ordinary player, Yang Chao was assigned many crystals, even permanent power crystals, because he also made a lot of contributions. That risking one's life is crucial. Otherwise, if Lin Su really took the temporary strength-enhancing liquid, they would all become cold corpses lying on the ground. In addition to crystal stones, Yang Chao also received several thousand yuan in subsidies. As for the equipment drawings of this level of extraordinary armor, he was not assigned. These things have nothing to do with him. He knew very well that he had just fought with Lin Su. His output is very small, and his main output is still players such as PDD and Decima. But he is not discouraged either. Taking the crystal stone has caused his strength to exceed 35 points. The agility value has exceeded 30 points. The physical fitness value also exceeded 30 points. That night, after logging off, Yang Chao happily lay on the computer chair and stretched. He felt full of strength. The explosive power was like the spring water in a fountain, flowing through his body. This game is really good. He smiled, and his smile was very bright. He also noticed that his mobile phone received a text message. The text message received more than 5,000 yuan. It was a subsidy from PDD. This money was earned so easily, so simply, and so easily. Yang Chao is already in his early 30s this year. He has an ordinary appearance and no skills. He gets up early and works late to sell breakfast and barbecue for a living. He looked at the time on the computer screen. 11:37 p.m. Too addicted to games. Yang Chao muttered to himself with some self-blame. Normally, at this time, he should go to the night market with his wife Zhang Li to set up a stall to sell barbecue. But now, he is too obsessed with playing games and has been playing for most of the day. The only problem is that the game is too extraordinary. Without staying in the rental house for too long, Yang Chao rushed to the night market. Hengchuan Town is just one of the countless towns in Longhua. The town is very lively at night. The crowds are surging, and people are coming and going. Couples in love, old couples in love, parents accompanying their children, etc. can be seen everywhere. In the night market, Yang Chao also quickly found his own barbecue stall. His wife Zhang Li was preparing some barbecue seasonings very seriously and attentively. Seeing this, Yang Chao felt a little uncomfortable. His wife Zhang Li was much older than before and said that there were many wrinkles on her cheeks. She worked too hard and was too tired for this family. But everything will be better in the future. With that game, as long as you play it well, you will definitely make more and more money. The resources in the game can also be sold for money. Yang Chao's mind was full of apocalypse. Not long after, he came to the barbecue stall. Don't be addicted to games all the time. Zhang Li gave her a reproachful look. When Yang Chao was about to explain to Zhang Li, several customers came. Boss, 20 grilled lamb skewers, 10 grilled wings, 10 grilled chicken legs, 10 grilled chicken gizzards, 5 grilled oysters. The customers reported a long list of barbecue names. Yang Chao and Zhang Li's faces were frozen. They were not happy at all when the guest came, because they knew this guest. Wang Bing, a local thug in Hengchuan Town, usually formed gangs and often liked to buy on credit when eating barbecue and other things. If it was on credit, it would be fine if the money could be paid back. But in the end, the credit lasted for more than half a month. Why didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and make barbecue for me. My brothers and I are still hungry. Wang Bing was tall and strong, and he looked at Yang Chao and Zhang Li coldly. The stall owners of other stalls around saw this scene and felt that Yang Chao and Zhang Li were really pitiful. They were targeted by Wang Bing and his gang again. Zhang Li was about to make barbecue for Wang Bing and others, but Yang Chao grabbed her wrist. Husband, you. Zhang Li was a little confused. Yang Chao gave her a reassuring look. Zhang Li was silent, and also felt that Yang Chao's behavior was very strange. Wang Bing, you bought on credit at my barbecue stall last time, and it has been almost a month, right? A total of 837 yuan was on credit. It's time to pay it back, right? Yang Chao stared at Wang Bing and said in a cold tone, if he was the same as before, he would have been a coward again. But now, feeling the power in his body, he is no longer afraid, nor is he afraid of Wang Bing. Puff! The next second, Wang Bing and others laughed, grinning, and wondered if Yang Chao's brain was burned out. Why did he suddenly become so tough? The stall owners around looked at each other, thinking that Yang Chao was a young man after all, too young and hot-tempered. As for the passers-by around, they just watched the excitement honestly and had no intention of intervening. Wait a few more days. Why are you still afraid that I won't pay? Wang Bing said with a cold face. Want to buy on credit again? What barbecue do you want without money? Yang Chao's tone was dissatisfied. His wife Zhang Li pulled Yang Chao's arm and also signaled Yang Chao to say less. She thought Yang Chao was really strange. He used to be honest and flattering, but did he eat gunpowder tonight? Why is his temper so irritable? Instantly, Wang Bing was angry and was irritated by Yang Chao's anger. He cursed and punched Yang Chao in the face. He didn't teach the other party a lesson. This little bastard doesn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Wang Bing's brothers were full of jokes and felt that Yang Chao was overestimating himself. The stall owners around shook their heads. The expressions of the passers-by were complicated. They wanted to stand up and help Yang Chao, but they were struggling in their hearts. Wang Bing and his friends didn't want to provoke him. In the end, they could only stand there silently and continue to watch the show. It's better to have less trouble than more trouble. They comforted themselves silently in their hearts. But the result? The next scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Bing's fist was easily blocked by Yang Chao's right palm. Is that all the strength? Yang Chao looked disdainful. Wang Bing's strength was too small for him now. Little jerk, you. Wang Bing was very angry. He continued to exert force with his left fist, but he couldn't move at all, as if Yang Chao's right palm was a mountain that he couldn't climb. This made Wang Bing feel like he had seen a ghost. He thought he was quite strong, so how could he not be able to deal with a little jerk? Before he could think about it, Yang Chao exerted force and slapped Wang Bing directly. Plop! In an instant, Wang Bing staggered, and he actually stepped back several steps and then fell directly to the ground. Ha ha ha! Seeing Wang Bing in such a miserable state, passers-by and stall owners couldn't help laughing. At the same time, they also felt that Yang Chao was too hidden. He actually let Wang Bing suffer such a big loss so easily. Could it be that this is a master among the people? Little jerk, you actually treated Brother Bing like this. Several brothers of Wang Bing were furious and rushed towards Yang Chao like a bull charging forward. In response, Yang Chao was not in a hurry, and without spending too much effort, he subdued Wang Bing's brothers. Suddenly, there was silence all around. Everyone looked at Yang Chao differently. This is too powerful, too amazing. Could it be that Yang Chao is also a martial arts master? Let's go, let's go. Wang Bing was furious, and he lost all his face. He just wanted to leave quickly. But Yang Chao hurriedly stopped Wang Bing. Pay the money on credit before you leave. Yang Chao's tone was very cold, as if he also understood a truth that when a person has something to do, he should hate some, and a kind person will be bullied, and a good horse will be ridden. Wang Bing was really afraid of Yang Chao. Even though it was embarrassing, he could only quickly take out his mobile phone, scan the QR code of the barbecue stall, and pay. After paying, he and his brothers fled. Husband, you. Zhongli came to Yang Chao's side. Her mouth slightly opened, and she didn't understand how her ordinary husband could suddenly become a great master. My little tricks are nothing. Yang Chao shook his head. He was quite satisfied with his own strength. But he also knew his level was nothing among the players. He must become a superhuman as soon as possible. He swore in his heart, because the era of superhumans has arrived. Wang Bing and several brothers were covered in dust and lost their face. They were really surprised. Yang Chao was an honest and flattering man. Did he go crazy tonight? Why was he so hot-tempered? Brother Bing, how did Yang Chao practice his skills? This is too amazing. Brother Bing, I always feel that this matter is completely unreasonable. Normally, Yang Chao is like a grandson in front of us, but tonight, did this grandson really hide his incompetence in the past? Everyone was communicating and thinking about it. After thinking about it, they couldn't figure it out. Damn it. Wang Bing was in a bad mood and spit a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. He ignored his brothers and went home alone. As soon as he got home, he was even more angry. His son Wang Xiaoheng was still lying in the virtual game cabin playing virtual reality online games. This made Wang Bing's face black, and his already unhappy mood was directly furious. On the spot, he turned off the power of the virtual game cabin without hesitation. Wang Xiaoheng, who was lying in the virtual game cabin, was just 12 years old this year and had just entered the first grade of junior high school. As soon as the power was turned off, Wang Xiaoheng suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. His fair face was full of confusion. He was clearly in the game world just now, but how could he return to the real world now? He looked closely and found that the power of the virtual game cabin was turned off. Who turned off the power? Although Wang Xiaoheng had a fair face, a not very burly figure, and was still in a state of development, he seemed to have inherited Wang Bing's temper. This is not it. Wang Xiaoheng also had a dark face and was in a particularly bad mood. Son of a bitch, I turned it off. You just started junior high school, you don't study hard, and you indulge in games as soon as you get home from school. What is this? Have you ever thought about the future? Although Wang Bing himself had no ability, he always did some things without quality, education, bullying, and no future at all. But he would never want his son to grow up to be like him. If it were an ordinary family, the son would be timid or behave like a good and obedient child if he was educated like this by his father. But Wang Xiaoheng, who was only 12 years old, blushed and stared at Wang Bing with his big round eyes. "Dad, I'm a turtle's son. What are you? Are you a turtle? You kid, you're simply going to piss me off to death, aren't you?" Wang Bing's face turned black on the spot. "Dad, do you know what game I am playing? This is the Doomsday Cataclysm, a virtual reality online game that is becoming more and more popular nowadays. I also killed several zombies. And I was looking for supplies just now. Don't interfere with my playing games." Wang Xiaoheng spoke in rapid succession. His little face was very livid and dissatisfied. It seemed that he didn't want to see Wang Bing turn off the power like this for the second time. "You kid, have you gone crazy playing games? Killing zombies? You've gone crazy, right? You don't need a lesson, right?" All of a sudden, Wang Bing was very angry and was about to slap Wang Xiaoheng on the forehead. Although it was at the beginning, his son was his heart and soul, so he wouldn't really use too much force, just to teach his son a lesson. Let his son understand. Studying is the most important thing. Playing games is a waste of time and life. The result, Wang Bing didn't hit Wang Xiaoheng. Wang Xiaoheng actually dodged it very nimbly. Even Wang Xiaoheng was surprised. He didn't expect his skills to become so agile. Sure enough, this must be the end of the world. It's really an amazing game. Afterwards, Wang Bing and Wang Xiaoheng, the father and son who were like live treasures, actually started fighting. If it were in the past, this would never happen. Even if it happened, Wang Xiaoheng would definitely be beaten up. But now, Wang Bing's face was blue and purple, and there were several bruises on his arms. "Son, how can you be so strong?" Wang Bing did not fight again, because the more he fought with Wang Xiaoheng, he found that his son was stronger than him. This made Wang Bing unbelievable. Could it be that his son was born with supernatural power? But how could he not know how much his son weighed? Wang Xiaoheng pouted and ignored Wang Bing, and put his hands on his hips with an extremely arrogant expression. "Son, tell me if you have encountered any good things. If you do, Dad'll buy you some candy." Wang Bing smiled, thinking that something extraordinary must have happened to his son. "Candy? I don't like candy." Wang Xiaoheng curled his lips and didn't care. "Money, you must like it, right?" Wang Bing took a big red banknote from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xiaoheng. Wang Xiaoheng glanced at it, still looking indifferent. Seeing this, Wang Bing was about to get angry, but he still took out a few more big red bills from his pocket. Seeing so many big red bills, Wang Xiaoheng finally gave in and said that the game Apocalypse became stronger, and the real world also became stronger. For a moment, Wang Bing was stunned and stood there. He had heard about this broken game recently, and he didn't take it seriously at all. But the result, it's actually true. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. The changes in his son must be related to the game. Even Yang Chao's skills came from the game. "Why didn't you tell your dad about such a good game earlier?" Wang Bing said, unhappily. Wang Xiaoheng didn't answer. Wang Bing smiled and quickly turned on the power of the virtual game cabin. "Son, have fun." Wang Bing looked encouraging and felt that this was an opportunity. No, it's for everyone. He must seize this opportunity. Soon, Wang Xiaoheng continued to play the game. Wang Bing also lay in another virtual game cabin. He also wanted to play the Doomsday Cataclysm. Half an hour later, Wang Bing, who was lying in the virtual game cabin, opened his tightly closed eyes with a curse. "Crap game. I'm playing shit." As soon as I entered the game, I was attacked by a monster before I could react. I played it again and got infected with some shit virus for no reason, and I died. Wang Bing's face turned pale, and he had only been playing for a short time. He lost 2,648. Every time he started, he chose a wealthy household. Poor household? Ordinary household? Not even a dog. But Wang Bing was not convinced and continued to play. Continue to recharge. However, he also searched for strategies online, but about this game, he only saw scolding and did not see any valuable strategies. In a blink of an eye, Wang Bing, such a rough man, stood in an empty space, surrounded by broken walls, drowsy air, and the dazzling golden light of recharge. Recharge this! Wang Bing was tangled. He himself did not do serious work, and had little money, but if he wanted to play this game well, he would definitely not be able to do it without bleeding. Soon, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and recharged several groups of 648. Now, his cumulative recharge has reached 6,480 yuan. He has also become a distinguished VIP 3 member. He can receive several VIP member gift packages. However, he still didn't dare to touch the lottery. Just now, he searched online and saw that Principal Wang recharged 100 million, of which tens of millions were drawn in the lottery. But in the end, he didn't draw anything good. You must not touch the lottery. If you touch it, you may lose everything. He didn't have much money in his pocket. The next second, Wang Bing started the game and also chose to be born in a wealthy family. Lines of text messages appeared in his field of vision. Congratulations to player Wang Sandao, who spent 648 and became a wealthy household. You were born into a very wealthy family. Your parents hold important positions in a factory and can get a generous salary every month, which also creates a happy and carefree childhood for you. It's a pity that you are not good at studying. Whether in elementary school or middle school, your grades are a mess. After finishing middle school, your parents use their connections to get you into high school. In the 3 years of high school, you have achieved nothing, and your academic performance is the last in the class. After the college entrance examination, your parents made a connection for you and let you work in the factory as an ordinary employee. With the help of your parents, your position in the factory has been promoted step by step. You have married and had children, and your life is full of infinite beauty. But this year, you're 34 years old, and an accident occurs. Do you want to enter the game? Faced with these words, Wang Bing really wanted to curse. Damn, I have recharged, but I am not good at studying? Shouldn't I be the first in the exam and get full marks in every subject? He complained. Another line of text appeared in his vision. Whether to be born in the sphere of influence of the survivor shelter, then join the survivor shelter to be protected, but you have to hand in 10% of your income every month. Before, he chose to ignore it and didn't want to join this shitty survivor shelter. Joining and handing in 10% of the income every month, this is clearly exploiting him. He couldn't stand it. But with the previous lessons, this time the game started again, he also chose to be born in the sphere of influence of the survivor shelter. He wants to join the survivor shelter. After making a choice and clicking to enter the game, a line of text appeared in Wang Bing's vision. You are waiting in line to connect to the server. Please wait. You are the 8,962nd player, and the estimated waiting time is 16 minutes and 38 seconds. This made him frown. It's almost 11 o'clock in the evening, and there are still so many people playing this game. But when he thought of the extraordinariness of the game, he understood. In his anxious waiting, finally, he entered the game. Wang Bing smelled a pungent smell. He also opened his eyes and found that he was in an office. There was an ashtray full of ashes on the desk, and he looked around and saw the scene outside the window through the transparent glass window. There were large dye vats one after another. There were various colors of paint in the dye vats, and there were pieces of cloth piled up near the material vats. Wang Bing frowned, as if he was in a dyeing factory. How to join this survivor shelter? A question popped up in his mind, and he also felt that his whole body was full of energy. This is power. He quickly checked his character panel. Nickname, Wang Sandao. Strength, 25 points, full strength punch, amazing force. Agility, 21 points, beyond the agility of normal people. Constitution, 20 points, healthy and strong. Intelligence, 8 points, slightly lower intelligence than normal people. Perception, 7 points, always forgetful when doing things. Charm, 8 points, average charm. Sure enough, the panel has been improved. Wang Bing was delighted. Before, he had checked it. He only had 10 points of strength. Agility, 10 points. Constitution, 9 points. But now, strength, agility, and constitution have all increased. After checking, He also understood why these attributes increased. Everything came from the VIP 3-level membership package. The package contains a permanent increase of 3 in strength, as well as 45 crystals for strength, agility, and constitution. These crystals were automatically swallowed and absorbed by him. Then, Wang Bing held up the permanent broken wooden stick from the novice gift pack. Holding the broken wooden stick, his strength increased by 3 points, reaching 28 points of strength. This game is quite conscientious, giving away cars, fashions, and weapons. Wang Bing muttered to himself and walked out of the office, looking for some zombies to kill. Sure enough, there were many zombies in the factory. He knocked down with a stick and directly blew up the zombie's head. Zombies were no match for him at all. He solved zombies one after another. He also harvested a lot of crystal stones and took them immediately to improve his strength. But soon he ran into trouble. In his field of vision was a monster that looked very similar to a zombie, but the monster's hands had sharp claws. A line of text information appeared in Wang Bing's field of vision. First level hunter. It is your misfortune to meet him. You can't escape. Wang Bing really wanted to curse. He finally had a good start, but he ended up meeting such a monster. He wanted to escape, but he knew very well that this first-level hunter had locked him. He had no way to escape, no way to retreat. Will he die like this? He was unwilling. At this critical moment, a figure appeared. This figure was a young woman with a hot body and long red hair. She had a delicate appearance and a high appearance. She was wearing a black suit. In her hand, she held a pair of claws that flashed scarlet light and exuded a cold and chilling aura. This was her weapon, the scarlet claws. Rookie, are you scared now? A playful smile appeared on Red Rose's cheeks. At a glance, Wang Bing was attracted by the charm of this woman, but he was still quite clear-headed, because, according to the text information that appeared in his field of vision, this woman's name is Red Rose, and she is a member of the survivor shelter. I'm not scared, Wang Bing said with a stiff face. You're lying. Red Rose shrugged and took action. Her figure was so mysterious that Wang Bing couldn't catch it with his naked eyes. When Wang Bing came to his senses, Red Rose's scarlet claws had already pierced through the head of the first-level hunter. This shocked Wang Bing. This NPC is too powerful. With the death of the first-level hunter, pieces of crystal appeared. There were also hunter claws, hunter blood, and other things. Faced with these items, Wang Bing was somewhat tempted, and the idea of taking them for himself also surged in his heart. However, when he thought of Red Rose's strength, he dispelled his unrealistic thoughts. Soon, the spoils were taken away directly by Red Rose, leaving no dregs for Wang Bing. Rookie, follow me. Red Rose's tone was cold and unquestionable. Wang Bing nodded and followed Red Rose's footsteps. After walking out of the dyeing factory, Wang Bing saw a repaired bus outside the factory. There were many people on the bus, all kinds of people, both men and women. Get on the bus, Red Rose ordered. Wang Bing hurriedly got on the bus. After seeing Wang Bing get on the bus, Red Rose followed him. Originally, the chat atmosphere in the bus was very hot and lively, and the players were discussing how to improve their strength. But when they saw the delicate-looking Red Rose appear, the players were quiet and didn't dare to say anything, because this NPC Red Rose was too irritable and would beat and scold the players at any time or humiliate them. Now, the times have changed. If you want to survive, you must become stronger. You must learn how to survive in the end times. Red Rose had a cold face, and by the way, she also told the driver to drive and continue to look for nearby survivors. The players didn't dare to say anything, but they had different thoughts. Some of them cared about Red Rose's words, some didn't care, or some thought it was just a game. Why bother with these nonsense? The 4 players sitting in the last row of the bus were looking at each other. They had discussed it long before. Act according to the situation. Kill this NPC Red Rose. It will definitely reveal a lot of good things. According to their observation, NPC Red Rose would take a short rest every time she returned to the bus. The reason for resting is definitely to restore physical strength. As long as you seize the opportunity and kill Red Rose, then the benefits will be absolutely amazing. Everything is just as the four people expected. After scolding the players for a few more words, Red Rose sat back on a bus seat near the front row. As soon as she sat down, it seemed that Red Rose was also tired, and she closed her eyes tightly, looking as if she had fallen asleep. The players did not dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Red Rose's rest. The four players in the back row looked at each other, understood each other, and the plan began. They tiptoed and quietly approached Red Rose in the front row. During this period, no sound was made. Wang Bing saw their behavior, including many players present, and they also vaguely realized what these four guys wanted to do. This is really too bold. If they also participate in it, they can also get a share of the pie at that time. Many people's minds gradually became active. Keep your feet on the ground and fight monsters to become stronger. This is too difficult. If you want to make rapid progress in strength, you have to rely on adventures, and you have to play cards that do not follow routines and common sense. Can't hold back any longer? Are you so impatient to kill me? Unexpectedly, Red Rose, who was sitting in her seat, still had her eyes closed, but was muttering to herself. The four people who were the first to bear the brunt of the attack were trembling with fear. They didn't expect this NPC to be so vigilant. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. The four people were ready to take action, but unfortunately, even if they were holding cold weapons such as knives and daggers, their speed was still too slow. Puff! Puff! Red Rose had already taken the lead in using her demon claws and instantly harvested the lives of four players. The pupils of the four players were wide open, and some of them died with their eyes wide open. This NPC was ridiculously strong. She was obviously a woman, but her skills were too terrible. Afterwards, the bodies of the four players were thrown out of the bus by Red Rose. The first rule of survival in the Doomsday is to stay alert at all times. Even if you are asleep, you must react immediately to any disturbance. Red Rose said in a cold tone, scanning the players present, "Don't let similar things happen again, otherwise you will bear the consequences." After that, she ignored the players. The players were in a complicated mood, and they didn't say anything. Later, the bus received many new players. When the bus was full, Red Rose told the driver to return to the survivor shelter. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the survivor shelter. The players got off the bus one after another, but they also found that this survivor shelter was a city. Soon, under the guidance of Red Rose, the players registered their names and signed the relevant agreements to join the survivor shelter. Join the survivor shelter and hand in 10% of your income every month. Don't forget it. Red Rose looked at the players meaningfully and warned them. The players all nodded and signed the agreement directly. After the agreement was signed, Red Rose also brought a large map. The large map marked some eye-catching locations, including yellow dots, green dots, red dots, etc. The yellow dot area is where the survivor shelter is located, and the green dot area nearby is what we call a low-risk area. There are zombies and monsters in the low-risk area, but they are all ordinary zombies, so it is not difficult for you to deal with them at the moment. The red dot area near the green dot area is a medium danger area. It is not suitable for people to set foot in now. If you go there, you will definitely die. As for other areas, I will not mention it for the time being. You are so weak right now that you are not even a first-order transcendent. Red Rose's expression was solemn. The players nodded silently, knowing a little more about the survivor shelter. The survivor shelter seems unusual. Sister, you must also be a transcendent? What level of strength has you reached? A sweet-looking female player asked. The players present quickly pricked up their ears, also wanting to know the strength of Red Rose. The second rule of survival in the apocalypse: never reveal your true strength. Hong Rose's tone was indifferent, and she would not reveal her own strength. For a moment, the players looked stunned and weird. Do they think this NPC Red Rose needs to be so cautious? But they also kept Hong Rose's words in mind. People's hearts are separated from each other, not to mention that they are now in the end of the world. Although you have joined the survivor shelter, if you want to live in the shelter, you need to pay a certain amount of gold or spar every month to pay for water, electricity, and rent. Red Rose continued. The players' faces turned dark. It's okay to pay rent in the real world, but also in the game world. Even utility bills have to be paid. It's okay if you don't pay. You can sleep on the street. Red Rose spoke calmly. Soon, she left, leaving the players free to move around. Her mission was over. It is her mission to guide survivors into the survivor shelter. As for whether these survivors can survive, it has nothing to do with her. In a bar, Red Rose was sipping wine. Beside her sat a man. The man's face was very cold, and there were many scars on his face. His name was Zhou, and he was a member of the survivor shelter. Have you found many more living people? Zhou asked, taking a swig of delicious beer. Well, they're just a bunch of rookies. They won't live long. Red Rose looked contemptuous. That's not necessarily true. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Red Rose shrugged, disapproving, but her eyes flashed with a deep sadness. What are you thinking about? Zhou asked. The evolution speed of zombies exceeds our imagination. Can humans really have a future? Red Rose was a little confused. There will be, definitely. The wild fox's eyes were firm. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, just as Red Rose expected. Most of the more than 100 survivors just found were killed or injured. Now there are less than 20 people left. Wang Bing was very lucky and survived. During these 2 days in the game world, he did not dare to seek death, but followed the rules and bullied the most common zombies. There were even many players who asked him to form a group and go to the dangerous area, but he did not go. As for those players who went to dangerous areas, he never saw them again, never to return. Now, Wang Bing's strength value reached 32 points. But that's not enough. He has to continue to get stronger. Online, Phoenix News' previous article had more than 10 million hits. Now, the popularity has skyrocketed to 30 million, although it was already early in the morning. But countless netizens are still rushing to discuss it. Who said this game is rubbish? Who am I to worry about? This game is so amazing. You can really become stronger by killing monsters. You just know, I've been here for several days. Really? Is it so outrageous? Incredible. It will definitely subvert your worldview. Originally, this article from the Phoenix newspaper had a lot of criticism, but now the criticism is getting less and less. Because more and more players are participating in Doomsday Cataclysm, and players have truly experienced the magical changes that have taken place in their bodies. Li Zixian, a well-known news media person, was even more criticized on his Weibo. This is rubbish. I almost missed such an amazing game. You're the only one who only wants to take advantage of the heat. My comments are likely to be deleted and blocked. Whoever plays Catastrophe will know. Li Zixian, you have never really played Doomsday Cataclysm at all, and you are not qualified to evaluate Doomsday Cataclysm. Li Zixian's Weibo was blasted by netizens, and there were constant curses. Even though it was early in the morning, Li Zixian didn't sleep. He was still paying attention to his Weibo. When he saw these comments from netizens, he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Just one game? Can it really be so magical? He still doesn't believe it, and still thinks these netizens are trolls. He began to delete comments and block netizens. But gradually, he began to doubt his life. His fans also started to scold him. He was scolded as an unscrupulous media who only seeks to gain popularity, and said that his articles are the real eye-catchers. Am I wrong? Li Zixian, who was sitting on the computer chair, had a look of astonishment on his face, and his mind went blank. Netizens didn't just criticize Li Zixian's Weibo. Even Penguin's official WeChat account was updated. Stop comparing Dawn of the Sun with Cataclysm. Cataclysm is the real, conscientious game. You will get cars, costumes, and weapons when you go online. Cataclysm is too incredible. No, I have to keep playing. Cataclysm is not only played by me, but also by my family and friends. More and more people believe in the magic of Cataclysm. Although doubts still exist, they're getting fewer and fewer. The next day, it was gray. In Jiangbei City, a gold shop just opened for business. The shop owner yawned and was very listless. He didn't sleep well all night last night, because the business of the gold shop has declined too much in the past 1 or 2 months. Soon after, The employees arrived one after another. This made the shop owner very satisfied. It seemed that no employees were late. But soon, he keenly noticed that one employee was missing. Look around. This guy's been late and absent from work lately. Does he not want to work anymore? The shop owner, who is over 40 years old, has a wrinkled face and gradually becomes gloomy. He is preparing a set of words in his mind to scold Zhang Wang. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the young man Zhang Wang finally came late. Zhang Wang, the shop owner, had a cold face and was about to say what he had in mind. But who knows? Zhang Wang was the first to speak, catching him off guard. Boss, I quit. I resign. I have worked many days this month. Please pay my salary. I want to play games. I want to recharge. Zhang Wang, who has a fair face and an ordinary figure, spoke. But what he said to the shop owner and the surrounding employees was completely a fierce word. Is Zhang Wang crazy? Quit your job. What will he do next? He only has a high school diploma. Play games? Recharge? You are crazy. Do you really regard games as your life? The surrounding employees looked at Zhang Wang with contempt and disdain. They all felt that Zhang Wang was completely useless and might not be able to find a wife in the future. Zhang Wang, are you crazy? The shop owner widened his eyes and almost thought he had heard it wrong, but he seemed to have heard it right. Boss, I quit. Pay my salary. It's about 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Zhang Wang replied. Crazy, crazy. You are hopeless. You are addicted to games. You have no future. You. The shop owner cursed and prepared to handle the resignation procedures for Zhang Wang. If Zhang Wang doesn't want to do it, then don't do it. He could just continue to recruit people. It's not that difficult to recruit employees in this era. But at this moment, 3 people rushed into the store. All 3 of them covered their faces with black hoods. All of a sudden, the male and female employees were stunned. The shop owner was also stunned. They all knew that this was a robbery. Damn it, the public security has been getting better and better in recent years. How could this kind of thing happen? Is it useful to cover your face with a hood? With the current police investigation methods, it will take only a few minutes to catch you. But they dare not say it out loud to these people, because the 3 big men have already taken out their weapons, which are shining knives. Robbery. Get down and hold your heads with your hands. Otherwise, I will turn my knife against you. The leading big man grinned, his face full of pride. He wants to lead his brothers to rob. He wants to rob the gold shop and then sell the stolen goods. The man who led this gold shop had been watching the scene for a long time. There were a lot of goods, and there was no security force. Moreover, it was far from the police station. Therefore, once the robbery was successful, he and his brothers would not live as tight as before. They had no money in their pockets and could not play with many girls. No matter what they did, they could not go as they wished. With money, they could play with more girls and more beauties. At this moment, the shop assistants were very cooperative and well-behaved. They squatted down honestly and held their heads with both hands, not daring to resist at all. The shop owner was the same. Among them, the shop owner was trembling all over, too scared and too anxious. He also wondered what was wrong with him. The sales volume of the gold shop was true. Now it's good, and they encountered this robbery again. It's really unlucky. But soon, the shop assistants, including the shop owner, noticed that the atmosphere on the scene was a little different. Everyone cooperated with the 3 masked men, but Zhang Wang was the only one who remained calm and unmoved. Boy, you are so brave. The leading man had a fierce look in his eyes and clenched the knife in his hand, as if he wanted to make the knife bleed. Zhang Wang, what are you doing? Hurry up and cooperate with the 3 big brothers. Zhang Wang, don't hurt us. Zhang Wang, squat down quickly. The shop assistants were very angry, as if they were worried that Zhang Wang's performance would make the 3 masked men dissatisfied. If they were implicated in it, they would definitely have a bloody disaster. Just thinking about it made them shudder. Facing the accusations of everyone, Zhang Wang did not speak, but took the initiative. He took the lead. His speed was so fast, like a gust of wind, and he easily took away the 3 knives from the hands of the 3 masked men. The leading man's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected that this inconspicuous young man in front of him could have such a skill. After a few breaths, plop, The three masked men fell to the ground and were knocked unconscious by Zhang Wang's punches. Zhang Wang was not very proud. He could tell at a glance that the three masked men had weak steps, which was obviously due to kidney deficiency and insufficient blood. I'm afraid they usually spent a lot of time on women. In addition, he recently played Apocalypse. He really experienced the magic of the game. Therefore, he had no pressure at all to deal with the three masked men, and he could even say that he was at ease. For a while, the scene fell into a dead silence. Shua shua. The employees and the store owner all looked at Zhang Wang with an incredible look. Zhang Wang's past performance was obviously very ordinary, and there was nothing outstanding about it. But the result, today's performance, gave everyone an unprecedented surprise. Soon, the shop owner called the police. After calling the police, he also hurriedly stood up and thanked Zhang Wang. Xiao Wang, I really didn't expect that you have this ability. If you have this ability, why didn't you say it earlier? The shop owner was full of smiles. Brother Wang, you are so skilled. The female employees admired Zhang Wang very much, and the male employees wanted to learn a few tricks from Zhang Wang. All of a sudden, the image of Zhang Wang in their minds became more and more unfathomable. In this regard, Zhang Wang's face was very calm, and he didn't get too proud. In the Doomsday Cataclysm, with his current level of strength, it would be difficult to rank in the top 1,000. Xiao Wang, don't resign. I'll give you a promotion. In the future, you will be the head of the security of the gold shop. Security will be arranged by you and your salary. The shop owner smiled and wanted to keep Zhang Wang with benefits. However, Zhang Wang ignored the shop owner at all. I want to resign, Zhang Wang said calmly. Working in a gold shop? Being the head of security? If this were the case in the past, he would definitely be ecstatic. But now he knows very well that the times have gradually begun to change. And if you want to adapt to the current era, you have to play Apocalypse. In the end, the shop owner did not keep Zhang Wang, but he was still very grateful to Zhang Wang. Originally, Zhang Wang could receive a salary of about 2,000 or 3,000, but the shop owner directly gave Zhang Wang 10,000 yuan. Giving this money is also to thank Zhang Wang. If it weren't for Zhang Wang's action, the gold shop would definitely suffer astonishing losses. Afterwards, the police arrived. Zhang Wang simply took notes and left. Longjiang Village. This is just a small and nameless village in Longhua. But early this morning, there is indeed a family in this village, a total of 7 people, all of whom were killed. Among them, there are 2 children in the 7 people, and the children are only 3 or 4 years old. Such a tragic case of extermination also immediately attracted the attention of the local police. The murderer was quickly identified as an ordinary resident of Longjiang Village named Long Jing. The police also quickly investigated the reason why Long Jing took action, which was suspected to be related to economic disputes. The detailed reasons are still being investigated. The leading police officer in charge of this case is Chun Ming, who is 40 years old and has a short haircut. He is walking back and forth in Longjiang Village, trying to find more clues. Next to Chun Ming, there stands a young female police officer, Yang Xiaoli. Captain Chun, this case is very unreasonable. I speculate that the murderer may have other accomplices. Yang Xiaoli's fair face showed a solemn look. Why do you have such an idea? Tell me about it. Chun Ming looked at the blue sky in the distance, holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. The sky was blue, but his mood was heavy. It was hard for him to accept that such a tragic massacre of families suddenly occurred without any warning in the area under his jurisdiction. The murderer is so cruel. We must arrest him as soon as possible. The murderer must not be allowed to remain unpunished. Otherwise, the murderer will be like a time bomb that may detonate anytime and anywhere, and is likely to harm more innocent people. The 7 people killed by Long Jing included 2 children, 2 elderly people, and 3 adults. The 3 adults were 2 men and 1 woman. They were only in their 30s. Facing the murderer, they were absolutely helpless. I won't sit still and will definitely fight back. But there was no sign of any counterattack at the scene. It was as if they didn't even have the strength to fight back when facing the murderer. Furthermore, according to the descriptions of the villagers, There was no movement last night for the family that was wiped out. This is all too abnormal. Long Jing is already in his 40s, and according to the data, his physical condition has gotten worse and worse over the years, and his body functions have continued to decline. Various facts show that there must be other helpers in the massacre, and it is very likely that they are the villagers of Longjiang village. Say it. Drops of sweat appeared on the white forehead of female police officer Yang Xiaoli. Her idea is bold, but also has certain possibilities. But the fingerprints of your so-called accomplice were not collected at the scene. Chen Ming replied. This female police officer Yang Xiaoli was speechless for a moment and fell into a brief silence. At this time, Chen Ming received a call. It only took 2 or 3 minutes for the phone to hang up. But Chen Ming was stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. What's wrong with Captain Chen? Yang Xiaoli asked, feeling that Chen Ming's reaction was too abnormal and too wrong. We don't need to intervene in this tragedy. The superiors have already arranged for manpower to take action. Chen Ming replied. What? Yang Xiaoli looked stunned and in complete disbelief. Why would such a tragedy alarm the superiors? With their local police handling the case, the killer will soon be outnumbered. The newly established department, the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, will handle this case. Because, through their identification and judgment, Long Jing is not an ordinary criminal, but a rather special criminal. Chen Ming explained. It was okay if he didn't explain, but the more he explained, the more confused Yang Xiaoli became. Team Chen, what is this Extraordinary Affairs Bureau? Yang Xiaoli asked. Chen Ming shrugged. He was not sure. Have you heard about Doomsday Catastrophe? Suddenly he spoke. Yang Xiaoli nodded. She had heard of this game, but was not interested in it. She had never liked playing games. She has never played the popular virtual reality online games Heroes, Survival, Warcraft, etc. As the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. Maybe this is true. Chen Ming's tone was serious, and he was preparing to return to the police station as soon as possible and try to play this game. Yang Xiaoli's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Mintown, Han Dong, who is in his early 20s, very young and ordinary-looking, is eating breakfast in a breakfast shop. He thought that today would be like usual, nothing major would happen. But as a result, while eating breakfast, he heard a heartbreaking cry. My baby is drowning. Please help me save my baby. It was a woman's cry. Han Dong didn't even have time to eat breakfast, so he hurriedly checked out and walked out of the store. Only then did he realize that there was a long and wide river outside the store, and there was a faint figure of a child flopping and struggling in the river. And there was the sound of a woman sobbing and crying. The woman obviously doesn't know how to swim, otherwise she would have been washed down long ago. You are too careless. As a parent, you should always keep an eye on your children. This is how to do. Whoever knows how to swim should hurry up and save people. There are more and more passers-by watching around, but most of them can't swim. Even if they can swim, they are worried about what to do if the child cannot be saved and their own lives are involved. The woman continued to cry bitterly and bit her lips as if she had made a decision. Even if she could not swim, she would still go into the river to save people. If such a thing happened in the past, Han Dong would definitely just be a spectator and not interfere. Although he can swim, his water skills are only average. But things are different now. His physical fitness has been improved in all aspects after playing Doomsday Cataclysm. Plop! Time waits for no one. Han Dong no longer hesitates and jumps directly into the river. There is only one thought in his mind: to save people. Even if you fail, you still have to try. If he has the ability, then he will do it. Can this young man do it? Today's young people are pretty good. It's not worth it if you risk your life. Hopefully, he can succeed. People on the riverbank prayed, but a small number of people were not optimistic about Han Dong at all. The child had been drowning for a while, and now he was probably dead. It must be said that Han Dong was very fast. He was like a flexible fish in the river and found the pale-faced child in a moment. He was not sure whether he could save the child, but if there was a chance to save the child, he would never give up. In less than 2 minutes, Han Dong successfully rescued the drowning child to the shore and also performed a series of simple abdominal resuscitation, artificial respiration, etc. I don't know if the child's life was not destined to end, but he was saved. Puff! Mouth after mouthful of river water came out of the child's mouth, and gradually the child opened his big round eyes. The child is alive. Such a scene also made the people around him praise Han Dong again and again. Brother, you are such a fast swimmer. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Brother, you are accumulating merits. This kid is so lucky. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a tragedy. Han Dong smiled at the praise from these people. Even the child's mother thanked Han Dong again and again and wanted to give Han Dong some money as a thank you gift. In response, Han Dong shook his head and refused. Watch the child carefully. Don't let the child run around alone. If he drowns again, I'm afraid. Han Dong warned. Yeah. The child's mother cried and cried like a tearful person. She would definitely prevent such things from happening again in the future and would never let similar things happen again. Afterwards, Han Dong left, and the crowd's praise also made him feel very satisfied. The game Doomsday Cataclysm is really good. He grinned and muttered to himself. Tianming City. A building, thick smoke billowing. A big fire broke out. The fire was fierce, and the flames kept burning the building. Such a scene also attracted countless people in Tianming City to watch. Even the vehicles on the road stopped and paid attention to the development direction of this fire. The fire has been reported. Why haven't the firemen come yet? Do you think the firemen can move instantly? It always takes some preparation time. How did this fire start? I don't know how many people will be killed or injured in this fire. I heard that many people are trapped in the building. Witnessing such a big fire, the people were anxious and wanted to go in to save people. But such an idea was dispelled as soon as it came up. They knew what they were capable of. If they rushed into the fire scene rashly, they would either be choked to death by the thick smoke or burned to death by the terrifying flames. Think about it. It must be terrible. However, a young woman came out of the crowd. Everyone couldn't clearly see her appearance because she was covering her mouth and nose with a wet rag in her hand. Swoosh! She rushed into the fire scene very fast as lightning. Is this girl not afraid of death? She rushed in alone. Even if you want to be a hero, you should also consider yourself, right? It's over. One more person has died in the fire. The people who watched all this had no good feelings towards the young woman, and they all thought that she was seeking her own death. Saving people at the fire scene was too dangerous, and it was just playing with her own life. There was such a terrible fire at the moment. If you go in, you will never come back. But next, the young woman's operation overturned the perception of the onlookers. She rescued people, rescued 2 children, rescued 2 more women. In 15 minutes, she rescued 13 people in a row. The fire brigade had already arrived and quickly launched rescue work. However, they didn't rescue many people at all, because the building had already been evacuated at the moment of the fire. Therefore, there were not many people trapped in the building, only a dozen people. The young woman's face was blackened, and it was impossible to see the woman's appearance clearly. But in the minds of all the onlookers, the young woman was great and brave. Her behavior made many men at the scene feel guilty. A woman can do this. But why can't they do it? Do you think this beauty looks familiar? She seems to be the first-line female star, Zhao Yu. Oh my God, isn't this my goddess? Impossible. This is impossible. Go ask, you will know. The crowd at the scene was agitated, especially many women and men surrounded the young woman who bravely rushed into the fire. I am not Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu explained and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. Don't go, you're Zhao Yu. Everyone started chasing stars. Who cares about the fire? Similar incidents are constantly happening all over Longhua. Players gain strength from a game, or do what is right and brave, and carry forward the spirit of doing what is right and brave, or awaken the devil in your heart, and do evil deeds that are infuriating and unscrupulous. Everything that happened in the outside world. Zhao Yu had no idea. He had just woken up from his sleep. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check the system panel. Soon, lines of familiar text appeared in his field of vision. The Doomsday Cataclysm / Mingzhu City, Mingzhu newspaper. Zheng Nan, an editor over 40, stared at the computer screen at this moment, his eyes full of bloodshot. Phoenix newspaper, it's hot. It's completely hot. It has attracted countless fans due to publishing an article, and the number of fans has exceeded 1 million. There are no zombie fans among them. Most of them are living people. When he thought of the scolding on Mingzhu newspaper Weibo one after another, Zheng Nan felt heartbroken, as if his heart was bleeding, and he felt particularly uncomfortable. Previously, he published an article on Mingzhu newspaper Weibo to criticize Phoenix newspaper. Netizens also praised his behavior. But now, netizens are scolding him. Rubbish Mingzhu newspaper. Mingzhu newspaper doesn't understand how amazing the game Cataclysm is. Mingzhu newspaper, you want to attack Phoenix newspaper? You don't deserve it. Fans turn haters. What a shitty newspaper. It's really disgusting. Looking at the comments from netizens on Mingzhu newspaper's Weibo on the computer screen, the more Zheng Nan looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. If things continue to develop like this, Mingzhu newspaper may really be finished. At least, it is very likely to become a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. Qiu Xinghai, you are really amazing. You seized this opportunity and took off directly. Zheng Nan slumped in the black boss chair, his face full of self-mockery. He was in a really bad mood now. Just before, he also played Cataclysm and recharged a few hundred yuan. Sure enough, after playing, he also felt the changes in himself. Over the years, his work status has been declining, but after playing Cataclysm, he felt that he was more energetic. Even his strength has increased a lot. This is definitely not an illusion. The establishment of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau also made him keenly smell an unusual smell. Times are really changing. Zheng Nan murmured to himself and silently thought about the future of Mingzhu newspaper. Phoenix newspaper editorial office. Qiu Xinghai was smiling and drinking a cup of freshly brewed tea slowly. Now, he just felt like sitting in the clouds. It was really too comfortable. Weibo, public accounts, short videos, and other channels used to curse Phoenix newspaper, and even cursed Phoenix newspaper. But now, open Weibo casually. Every comment is praise. Curse. That is not seen at all. Already following? Don't let me down. Suddenly seeing a comment on Weibo, Qiu Xinghai's wrinkled old face couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking that these netizens were really too naughty. Huff. He took another deep breath. This wave of Phoenix newspaper won. The number of fans skyrocketed. Just at this time, he answered a call. The caller was the person in charge of a certain brand who wanted to start a business cooperation with Phoenix newspaper. In response, Qiu Xinghai said he would consider it. He had received several similar calls this morning. Game promotion, toy promotion, product promotion, etc. There are many kinds of promotions. Although Qiu Xinghai wanted to accept these promotions, as a news media person, he knew very well that there were too many tricks in this promotion, and inferior products were often sold as good ones. If so, it would ruin the reputation of Phoenix newspaper. Therefore, promotion is not urgent. After he drank a few sips of tea, the phone rang again. This time it was a relative who called. Xinghai, I should have believed you earlier and played the Doomsday Cataclysm. I experienced this game not long ago. It's amazing. It's okay. It's not too late to play it now. Qiu Xinghai comforted. Afterwards, the relatives admired and blamed themselves. Before, the relatives thought Qiu Xinghai was crazy. But now, the facts prove that Qiu Xinghai is not crazy at all. On the contrary, Qiu Xinghai's mind is still very clear. In Mingzhu City, there are newspapers one after another paying attention to the movements of Phoenix newspaper. Mingzhu City, Qingqiao newspaper. Editor Li Jian paced back and forth in the office, sighing. Why didn't you report the Doomsday Cataclysm in time? If it was reported, Qingqiao newspaper would be popular now. I'm such a fool. I actually thought Qiu Xinghai was an editor with no skills. Li Jian blamed himself and regretted it very much. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. Shou newspaper, Hong Kong newspaper, Wisdom newspaper, and other Mingzhu city newspapers or newspapers in other provinces are all the same as Li Jian, the editor of Qingqiao newspaper. Regret it very much. Regret it so much. The opportunity was clearly in front of them, but they didn't seize it. Although they are now rushing to publish news related to the doomsday catastrophe. What can they do? The traffic cake on the internet is so big, and a lot of traffic has been absorbed by Phoenix newspaper. It's too late for them to publish articles now, and there are not many people paying attention to them. There are really few people who pay attention to them. Zhao Yu just finished breakfast and was browsing the news. He was not surprised that the news of Phoenix newspaper went viral. However, there was a piece of news on Weibo that surprised him. The Superhuman Affairs Bureau is about to hold a press conference. This piece of news was pinned and promoted on Weibo. The country has taken action now. It's faster than expected, Zhao Yu said to himself. However, he felt that the country might have taken some action in secret, and now it is just announcing some news to the society and the public. Of course, all this is Zhao Yu's guess. He doesn't know what the country is thinking and what it thinks. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Yu watched the press conference held by the Superhuman Affairs Bureau. From the live broadcast page, the number of online viewers has skyrocketed to millions. Moreover, this is just the Weibo platform. If other platforms are counted, you can imagine how amazing the attention of this press conference is. At the beginning of the live broadcast, the camera screen was given to domestic reporters at the press conference. Standing on the podium of the press conference was a man in his 40s. The man looked a little dark, with a short haircut, wearing a black suit and a red tie. He was dressed very formally, and his face was always serious. I'm the first director of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, Li Guoxiao. Li Guoxiao introduced himself. Pa. The reporters applauded politely one after another, congratulating the establishment of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau and congratulating Li Guoxiao on becoming the first director. However, the applause did not last long, and Li Guoxiao just waved his hand to interrupt. The reporters were very quiet and did not dare to make any other unnecessary movements. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau undertakes the important function of serving the Dragon Country and the people. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau accepts criticism and supervision from the people of the whole society. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau only obeys the arrangements of the highest level. Li Guoxiao's few words. It also made the reporters present widen their eyes. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, this is clearly a department that can be heard by the heavens. It is obvious that the power of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau is absolutely amazing. All of a sudden, the reporters became active, wondering why such a department was suddenly established and given such great power. Could it be related to that game? Although they thought so in their hearts, the reporters still smiled and did not dare to whisper to each other. However, the netizens who watched the live broadcast of this press conference were completely blown away and shocked. The country is really generous. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau looks very impressive. I just don't know how to be qualified to join. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau must accept criticism and supervision from the people. I am afraid that if the members of the Bureau do not perform well, they may be dismissed and expelled directly. I wonder what other actions the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau will take. The bullet screen flashed one after another, and the netizens were particularly excited to see it. At this time, Li Guoxiao continued to speak. Superhuman Affairs Bureau, crack down on evil crimes and promote social justice. The only way out is for criminals to surrender themselves. Even if it is a superhuman crime, the Superhuman Affairs Bureau will definitely arrest them as quickly as possible. As soon as these words came out, the reporters present were shocked, confused, or thoughtful. Among them, a female reporter raised her hand to speak. Li Guoxiao gestured to the female reporter to stand up and speak. Director Li, what is this superhuman? The female reporter asked the confusion in many people's hearts. Have you heard of that game? Li Guoxiao said calmly. The female reporter nodded silently. knowing very well what game Li Guoxiao was talking about. It's the Doomsday Cataclysm. Nowadays, more and more people in the whole Dragon Country are paying attention to the Doomsday Cataclysm. As the game becomes stronger, the real world becomes stronger. This is not nonsense, but an indisputable fact. Li Guoxiao said again. As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused 1,000 waves. Li Guoxiao is backed by Longhua. His words and deeds represent Longhua. Therefore, it is clear that Longhua also recognizes the magic of the Doomsday Cataclysm. It also indicates that the era of the extraordinary has officially arrived. Many reporters were shocked. Although the Doomsday Cataclysm is very popular, they have not played it, so they have some knowledge. Some reporters have tried to download it, but the game server is always full and they can't get in. Seeing these scenes, netizens who pay attention to the press conference just feel that a new era has come. Sure enough, the country still chose not to conceal it. This matter can't be concealed, so it's better to say it openly. The Doomsday Cataclysm is so crazy that it actually launched a healthy time. 8 hours online. More than 8 hours of income will be halved. More than 16 hours, zero income. Hurry up the press conference. I want to play the game and become stronger. I can't fall behind. Netizens were excited and expressed their opinions in a live broadcast room of the press conference. Just this morning, a family was murdered in Longjiang village. The murderer, Long Jing, played the game Apocalypse. The increase in his own strength caused him to awaken the devil hidden in his heart and commit crimes. However, not long ago, Long Jing was located by members of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau and then arrested. Long Jing refused to give in, resisted to the end, and was resolutely arrested. In the end, the members of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau could only kill Long Jing. The Extraordinary Affairs Bureau will severely punish illegal criminals. Remember, be a good citizen who abides by laws and regulations. Each mountain is higher than the other. Don't get carried away if you have some skills. Li Guoxiao's tone was solemn, and he spoke with eloquent words one after another. Reporters were shocked. The massacre of families in Longjiang village was informed by relevant departments early this morning. At that time, it was about 4 o'clock in the morning. But now, the murderer had already been killed in custody. This case handling efficiency is so fast and amazing. The Dragon Kingdom is mighty. Director Li said it well. We still have to be good citizens. Don't say that the player's power value is only a few dozen points now. Even if he really becomes a transcendent, he will still be embarrassed in front of the country. I wonder what the strengths of these members of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau are. In a live newsroom, netizens chatted freely and once again witnessed the horror of the state machine. The power of individuals is too small and too vulnerable in front of the country. Zhao Yu, who was watching the live news broadcast, was also surprised. He did not expect that the country would act so quickly. In just a few hours, the criminals were found and even killed. This can also act as a deterrent. It will prevent the devil in many people from coming out. Zhao Yu murmured to himself. After, Li Guoxiao ended his speech. The press conference ends here. Once it's over, overwhelming propaganda reports immediately appeared in the online world or in real life. The era of extraordinary beings is here. Hurry up and download Doomsday Cataclysm. Give strength and don't even think about committing a crime. Crime will hasten your demise. Play in moderation. Don't indulge. The endless reports have also attracted more and more people in the Dragon Kingdom to try playing Doomsday Cataclysm. Unfortunately, most people can only look at the ocean and sigh, with a look of dejection. Can't enter the game at all. The server is always full. Beautiful country. This is a powerful country in the West. Among them, in a special zone, you can see a white neoclassical sandstone building. This white palace is a symbol of the highest power center. At this moment, a high-level meeting was being held in full swing inside the White Palace. The person presiding over the meeting was an old man with gray hair, but a strong spirit. Although this white-haired old man is not young, his face is red and he looks very energetic. Sir, is there really such an incredible thing? As the game becomes stronger, can the real world also become stronger? Incredible, unimaginable. A new era is coming, and we must seize this wave of opportunities. Only God can create the game Doomsday Cataclysm. Every senior executive in the conference room was whispering and discussing, and the more they discussed, the brighter their eyes became. Facing the discussion of these people, although the white-haired old man looked calm, he was secretly cursing in his heart. He was scolding himself. As early as a day or two ago, he received relevant information about the doomsday catastrophe. No matter what, he threw the intelligence directly into the trash can and cursed the intelligence personnel bloody, thinking that the intelligence officers were insulting his intelligence. How can a game affect the real world? But everything now proves him wrong. Just because he was wrong, the beautiful country lost its opportunity. But it doesn't matter. With the ingenuity of the people of the beautiful country, even if they play the game later, they will definitely be able to swim upstream and catch up with the dragon country. The era of extraordinary beings is here. We must not fall behind. We must also play games. The white-haired old man was full of energy and his eyes were firm. Sir, do you want to mobilize our people? A senior executive suggested. No, we want to seize the opportunity and develop in secret. By the way, we should publicize to the outside world that this game is not magical at all. If you say that the game becomes stronger, the reality will also become stronger. That is all deceiving people. The white-haired old man spoke firmly. The senior officials present looked at each other in disbelief, feeling that this move was inappropriate, but when they thought of people being punished for their own sake, their hearts gradually calmed down. However, when they prepare their virtual gaming headsets and download Cataclysm, they are ready to start playing. They want to curse. Can't enter the game. A red warning message popped up, unable to log in. The current server only supports players from Dragon Kingdom to log in. Please wait patiently for subsequent updates. Players from other countries will be supported to enter the game in the future. Sir, what should we do? The senior officials felt like they were in mourning. Such a great thing was placed in front of them, but they couldn't get in. This is simply extremely terrible and extremely uncomfortable. Waiting for follow-up updates and investigations. Investigate whether the mastermind behind the Doomsday Cataclysm is a human or a god. The white-haired old man had sharp eyes. Yes. The senior management took a breath of cold air. If a human can create a game like Doomsday Cataclysm, is he still a human? That is definitely something they cannot mess with. If he is a god, provoking him is simply self-destruction. Investigate. If you have any clues, don't act rashly and try to contact him. The white-haired old man didn't have any intelligence, but he still issued the order. That night, countless American media criticized Doomsday Catastrophe. The players in the Dragon Kingdom are all stunned. Any extraordinary person is just telling people lies. National Broadcasting Corporation. As the game becomes stronger, so does the real world. Our smart people will never believe it. Cable news network. It is suspected that a large number of people in the Dragon Kingdom have mental abnormalities caused by playing games. Beautiful country news times. Our country will assist a group of outstanding psychiatrists from the Dragon Kingdom. Radio station. Once these news appeared, they also attracted the attention of many netizens in the beautiful country. Many netizens also tried to download Doomsday Cataclysm, but unfortunately they were unable to log in successfully. It's unbelievable that a game can have such great magic power. In recent years, with the improvement of virtual reality technology, many people can't tell the difference between reality and games. This must be the case for players in Dragon Kingdom. I hope our psychiatrists can help the people of Dragon Kingdom. God, tell me there's no way games can affect reality. Almost all the netizens of the beautiful country were skeptical, disdainful, and sneered, thinking that the people of the Dragon Country were really stupid and foolish. Cherry Blossom Country, Britain Country, Gaul Country. Netizens from one country after another also expressed their opinions one after another, but the attitudes were basically the same. They all expressed doubts and even ridicules. As the game becomes stronger, the real world becomes stronger. They don't believe it. It's impossible to believe it. Whoever believes it is stupid. Regarding everything that happened on the external network, the netizens of Dragon Kingdom didn't bother to pay attention at all, and they were all discussing how to play Doomsday Cataclysm well. Doxiao live broadcast platform. Inside the PDD live broadcast room, the number of online viewers is much larger than before. In the past, there were only a few thousand people in the VIP seats, but now it has exceeded 10,000 people. This is all related to the Doomsday Cataclysm. New viewers want to know how to play the game. In Doomsday Cataclysm, PDD is leading its own survival force, with more than 200 players in total, to kill a first-order hunter. First-level hunters are extremely fast, have ferocious faces, and possess a pair of sharp claws. Can face the swarm of more than 200 players. First-order hunters have no ability to resist at all. The battle didn't last long. The first-order hunter died. At most, some of the players were injured. Good. Faced with such a record, PDD looked satisfied and soon started to divide the spoils. Wait until the spoils are divided. He also led the players to clean up the zombies in the nearby area. Teacher Piao, you are really about to take off. With the cooperation of your power team, the first-order hunter is nothing. Trench, Teacher Piao, did I read that correctly just now? The claws of a first-order hunter can't actually hurt you. Don't you guys know? Teacher Piao stayed up all night yesterday to create the equipment blueprints for the first-order extraordinary armor. One barrage after another. Upon seeing this, PDD proudly showed off the black armor he was wearing. First-level extraordinary armor. Armor increased by 27 points. Damage reduction 10%. Warming effect 8. There are no fancy functions. There are only 3 functions. The same armor improvement, the same damage reduction, and the same warmth effect. Armor is the defensive ability of the player. Although the clothing we wear in the game does not show an increase in armor, it can also increase the armor value. However, the increased armor value is very small, only a few points. So, the importance of armor is unquestionable. As for the 10% damage reduction, it is easier to understand. If the enemy's punch has a power of 100 kilograms, with the 10% damage reduction, the power is directly reduced to 90 kilograms. The warmth effect is the armor's ability to keep out the cold. PDD talked freely and introduced his beloved first-order extraordinary armor to the live broadcast room audience, and also told how difficult it was for him to make this armor. Stay up all night and stay offline. And brothers from the survival force, who helped collect the materials used to make the equipment. In the end, Huang Tian paid off his hard work. Using the drawings, the equipment was directly produced successfully. It's a pity that there is only one blueprint. Otherwise, if all the brothers who are fighting for survival can wear the first-order extraordinary armor, then our survival force will definitely take off. PDD looked regretful. Teacher Piao, don't be too greedy. The equipment blueprints for this level of extraordinary armor were obtained from the body of NPC Dean Lin Sulin. Teacher Piao, do you know that there are other forces that are also interested in these NPCs? The first gang in Zhou is in such a miserable situation. Sister Zhou led the players to attack the raptor base of NPC Zhou Raptor, but ended up with numerous casualties. The weapons in a raptor base are too powerful. No matter how strong you are, it will be in vain in front of hot weapons. It's not just Zhou's first gang. Sister Zhou has also united with other forces, but she is still no match for the Raptor's base. Barrage after barrage quickly appeared in PDD's field of vision. All of a sudden, PDD's mind became much clearer. He has also heard about what happened to Sister Zhou and that many other forces were destroyed by the Raptor base. 3 seconds of silence for Xiao Zhou. PDD looks gloomy, but in a blink of an eye, he laughed heartlessly again and started fighting monsters with his brothers again. Start cleaning up the eastern area of Linfeng City. At present, the eastern region has fallen into the hands of him and Asima. Period. Speaker messages continue to float through PDD's field of vision. Zhou Yi, the first gang in Zhou, continues to recruit players and has generous benefits. Players are welcome to join. Principal Wang. If I remember correctly, Zhou's first gang seemed to have just been destroyed by a monster, right? Tianxing, peak recruitment, only elites. Currently recruiting players with a strength value of 50 or above. Dragon Soaring, peak is recruiting. Interested in contacting us. If your strength value is lower than 50, you can join peak, but you need to conduct actual combat with our peak examiner and pass the actual combat assessment before you can join peak. Principal Wang. All the practical examinations are out? Face these speaker messages. Even PDD looked surprised. Peak. It was mysterious, and he didn't understand it. But he knows very well that the current peak forces in Doomsday Catastrophe are very strong. At least, he dare not say that survival only recruits players with a strength value of 50 or above. And now, if the strength value is lower than 50, you can also join the peak, but you must undergo a practical assessment. The more he thought about it, the expression on PDD's face became weirder and weirder. This peak is really amazing. I don't know who is behind it. Some pro players? Some big domestic forces? Or is there a presence of a country? He couldn't figure it out, so he could only continue to fight monsters. Time passes minute by minute. PDD and other survival force players have already settled in a dilapidated villa in the game and eaten some food. Right? You also need to eat food in the game. Otherwise, you will enter a state of hunger, and your ability to move, think, and fight will be severely reduced. Teacher Piao, the situation is not good. The game reminds me that I have been playing for 8 hours, and the next income will be halved. Me too. This is how to do. It's clear that we haven't been playing for long. So how come 8 hours have passed in the real world? When the players ate the food, they also had headaches and discussed among themselves. PDD is also thinking about this matter, just when everyone was brainstorming. Principal Wang's loudspeaker woke them up. Principal Wang. I am Principal Wang. I am. Live broadcast on the Dosha live broadcasting platform. I am now in the survivor shelter. As long as you have crystals in your hand, please sell them to me. Purchase power crystals, agility crystals, etc. at a high price. Physique crystals, and various rare game props. The prices are guaranteed to satisfy you. Watch this speaker. PDD and the players of the survival force stared at each other, and they all felt enlightened. The audience in the live broadcast room also had golden eyes and sent barges one after another. Fighting monsters? Fighting is useless. Just spend money to buy them. Isn't that enough? After taking the crystal, the game becomes stronger, and the real world will also become stronger. Will anyone really sell the crystal in their hands? What's the use of increasing your strength by a few points? Isn't money good? There are always people willing to sell the crystal in their hands. Just now, Principal Wang made an offer in the live broadcast room. A piece of any type of crystal will be recycled at a price of 100 yuan. If it is a permanent crystal, it will be recycled at 10,000 yuan. Instantly, the audience in PDD's live broadcast room decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the VIPs and the VIP seats fell to less than 10,000. The audience who left all ran to support Principal Wang, and they also wanted to see if Principal Wang could buy the crystal. In Principal Wang's live broadcast room, as viewers poured in, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared wildly. 2 million, 3 million. Facing the rising popularity of the live broadcast room, Principal Wang didn't care too much. He was still playing the Great Disaster. Yes, he was squatting at the door of the survivor shelter, waiting for players to come. Ha ha! Principal Wang, no one is willing to sell you crystals. Principal Wang, only a fool would sell you. Want to buy crystals for 100 yuan? Is it possible? A barrage of ironic comments entered Principal Wang's field of vision. Principal Wang frowned. His face was a little unhappy, and he also felt that the price he gave was a little too low. If it was too low, the price could still be raised, and it was still easy to negotiate. Just then, a little boy came to Principal Wang. He looked very cute. Uncle, are you Principal Wang? Are you buying crystals? The little boy blinked, looking expectant. Principal Wang's expression was a little stiff. It was a very happy thing that the seller came to the door, but it turned out to be a little brat. Little brat, Do you have crystals? Principal Wang was a little skeptical. Did the little boy in front of him really have crystals? Can a little boy kill zombies at such a young age? I have. The little boy said affirmatively and took out 3 crystals, emitting a faint golden light from his pocket. These are 3 power crystals. Suddenly, Principal Wang's eyes lit up and his face was full of shock. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea by a bucket. A little brat can actually kill zombies, and it seems that he killed a lot of them. This little brat is incredible. Can he kill zombies just like this? Are all the naughty kids so capable? Don't sell it. Don't sell it. It can increase your strength after taking it. Principal Wang, do you have a clear conscience even if you fool a child? The audience in the live broadcast room were either surprised, dissatisfied, or blaming Principal Wang. But Principal Wang didn't pay any attention to these comments. At the moment, Principal Wang just wanted to buy crystals and become stronger quickly. Fight monsters? Fight NPCs? Or go looking for adventures, etc. The risks involved are too great. If you're not careful, you'll be dead. It is better to buy crystals directly in this survivor shelter. Is this the real way to become stronger by spending money? As for recharging, do you really think he is stupid? After recharging 100 million, he saw the true face of this broken game and would never recharge again. If he recharges again, he will chop his hands off live. 3 crystals for 300 yuan. Principal Wang directly quoted the price, and the price was fair and honest. Sell, sell, sell. The little boy's face was full of joy. He was very happy. He was not particularly interested in increasing his strength. He was just thinking that with 300 yuan, he could buy many toys. With 300 yuan, he could buy many toys every day. They all eat burgers and fried chicken every day. After, Principal Wang asked the little boy if he had a bank card account or if there was a third-party payment platform, such as a payment wallet. Yes, yes, yes. The little boy was so happy that he danced and quickly reported his payment wallet account. Principal Wang nodded and did not transfer the money himself, but handed it over to his assistant to complete. In less than a minute, he saw his assistant send out a very eye-catching red barrage. Principal Wang, the transfer has been completed. Principal Wang was also very satisfied with the assistant's efficiency and nodded. Then, he said to the little boy, "The money has been paid, and the crystal can be given to me." Really paid? But I haven't gone offline to watch it. If I go offline and watch it, I won't be able to play the game. I waited for a long time before successfully logging into the game. The little boy muttered and frowned. He looked distressed, and there was a hint of doubt on his face. Principal Wang's face turned dark. Does he have such no credibility? After all, he is the son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Would you cheat a little kid out of 300 yuan? Ha ha. Principal Wang, it seems that this little boy doesn't believe you. Principal Wang, now that you have paid, do you think this little boy will just run away? Little boy, run. Principal Wang, I feel helpless at this moment. Every barrage was ridiculing Principal Wang. In the end, the little boy chose to believe in Principal Wang's character and gave the 3 power crystals to Principal Wang. Then, the little boy was ready to skip away, etc. Suddenly, Principal Wang shouted, "Uncle, is there anything else going on?" The little boy paused and turned his bright black eyes. "You killed a zombie?" Principal Wang asked, and he still doubts it. Can a little kid really kill zombies? I have died many times, and I have become more proficient in killing zombies. I will continue to fight monsters. Uncle, don't make such a fuss, it's just a game. The little boy said casually. Say it. He's gone. Principal Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know whether to call this little kid stupid or innocent. This is not a game. Doomsday Cataclysm can no longer be described as a game. It is destined to change the times and the future. Soon, Principal Wang continued to acquire crystal stones. As long as you have patience, you can always buy crystal stones. Some scattered players sold spar to Principal Wang. Transfer assistant to complete. Always pay for crystals first, then money. Right? Principal Wang no longer gives money first. Principal Wang was deceived just now. A player said he had 13 agility crystals for sale, and Principal Wang directly ordered his assistant to transfer 1,300 yuan to the other player's account. Can bear fruit. Money arrives. The players simply turned around and ran away. Principal Wang, don't pay first. Report this player's payment wallet account. Record a video as evidence. Principal Wang actually cheated like this. This is really a stupid person with too much money. Faced with these barges, Principal Wang was very calm and just said casually, "Money buys lessons." He's in a good mood now. This way, I acquired a lot of crystal stones without spending much money. This is much faster than killing monsters. However, Principal Wang will soon be unable to receive the spar. The reason is that other players are also acquiring crystals for speakers. Directly raise the price to 110 yuan per crystal. Principal Wang had already expected this. For such a magical game, there would definitely be no shortage of rich people. Because of this, he also raised the price. 120 yuan. But there are still players raising prices. 130 yuan. 140 yuan. The price of crystal stones has skyrocketed, reaching 300 yuan apiece. As for the permanent crystal stone, it has also increased from 10,000 to 40,000. More and more players are interested. It is not difficult to obtain a crystal stone. You can get it by killing a few zombies. It's so easy. Because of this, players took action one after another. Sell quickly. Otherwise, the price of the crystal may drop in the future. Principal Wang, I have 20 crystal stones. Principal Wang, I have 7 crystal stones. Principal Wang, I have 11 crystal stones. Players have been selling crystal stones to Principal Wang. Principal Wang bought them all without exception and then consumed them. Along with this operation, the game world has passed less than half a day. Principal Wang's strength has skyrocketed to 70 points. Agility has skyrocketed to 63 points. Physical fitness has skyrocketed to 63 points. This made Principal Wang very happy. At this speed, he can definitely surpass the number 1 Dragon Tongue in the power rankings very quickly. Principal Wang, have you found the right way to open this game? Acquisition of crystal stones, rapid increase in strength. Wonderful, wonderful. Principal Wang, it is so easy to improve your strength. Are there any hidden dangers? Principal Wang, now I would like to call you the Crystal Swallowing Beast. One barrage after another was ridiculing and envying Principal Wang's growth in strength, but a small number of barges felt that there might be drawbacks to Principal Wang's actions. Principal Wang didn't pay much attention to these barges. He only felt that his whole body was full of explosive power. He became stronger. This powerful feeling is wonderful. In the game world, it is already dusk. The sun is almost going down. But Principal Wang is still happy to acquire crystal stones. Players are frantically sweeping through low-risk areas nearby. More zombies to kill. Now in the eyes of players, zombies are no longer hideous and terrifying, but just big red banknotes one after another. You might earn 300 yuan by killing a zombie. This is simply a money grab. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps sounded in Principal Wang's ears. He thought another player was coming to his door, ready to sell crystal stones. But when he looked up, he saw a tall, beautiful young woman. The woman has fiery red hair, a delicate face, and is wearing a black outfit. Principal Wang frowned at the appearance of this woman. He knew very well that this woman was not a player, but Red Rose, a member of the survivor shelter. I don't know what kind of deal you had with them, but I advise you to stop trading. Otherwise, you're not far from death. Hong Rose's tone was cold, and she warned. It was just her words of warning. How could Principal Wang, who is now so powerful, listen to her? Only one NPC dared to point fingers at him. There are no doors. However, in view of Red Rose's terrifying strength, Principal Wang did not dare to say anything harsh and could only remain silent. The 10th rule of survival in the apocalypse. You cannot become extraordinary by taking shortcuts. Red Rose dropped these words and left. Principal Wang frowned, seeming to be thinking about Hong Rose's words. Principal Wang, what does this NPC mean? The purpose of fighting monsters is to obtain crystal stones. Can't we just skip the step of killing monsters? Principal Wong, I always feel like I need to listen to what this NPC says. According to the introduction, her position is similar to that of a novice player guide. An NPC should also threaten the player. If you wait, the player will sleep with you one day. The barrage came one after another. Principal Wong watched it and continued to think deeply. He wanted to listen to Red Rose's words and stop trading and no longer acquire crystal stones. However, the wonderful improvement in strength made him unable to control himself. You don't have to do anything, just spend some money to improve your strength. Isn't this what he dreams of? In the end, Principal Wong made the decision to continue acquiring crystal stones. If this NPC was trying to trick him, wouldn't he be in a big loss? Game time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Principal Wong went crazy to buy crystal stones. He didn't know how much actual money he spent, but it was at least several million. And now, his panels are amazing. Nickname, Principal Wong. Strength, 99 points. Amazing and terrifying power. Agility, 95 points, super high agility. Physique, 95 points. Possesses a terrifyingly powerful physique. Intelligence, 10 points. The intelligence level of a normal person. Perception, 9 points. Vigilance is okay. Charm, 12 points. Higher than ordinary people. Good. Principal Wong looked cheerful. He also continued to acquire crystal stones. According to the information he received, strength, agility, and constitution all reached 100. Then, he is expected to break through the limit next, thus becoming a first-order transcendent. The audience in the live broadcast room were all envious of Principal Wong. This improvement in strength was terrifying. Now, Principal Wong, #1 in the power rankings. The original #1 dragon soaring is now the #2 dragon soaring. But even though it is the #2 soaring dragon, its power value is not to be underestimated at 78 points. At this time, Principal Wong saw a horn. Long tongue. Principal Wong, it's not that easy to increase your strength. You directly purchase player crystals. This approach, I think, is very dangerous and you're playing with fire. Faced with this speaker, Principal Wong completely ignored it. Long Tongue is jealous of Principal Wong. Before, Long Tongue seemed to have used a loudspeaker to persuade Principal Wong not to purchase crystal stones. Are you playing with fire? It doesn't seem like you are. I can't believe NPC Red Rose's words, saying that death is not far away. But as a result, Principal Wong is now alive and kicking, and there is nothing wrong with him. The viewers in the live broadcast room had different opinions, but they all thought there was nothing wrong with Principal Wong's behavior. Moreover, Principal Wong seems to have started a trend. It's not just Principal Wong's acquisition of Spar. Sister Zhou, PDD, Dai Xiaomei, Decima, and more players are acquiring crystal stones. It's just that their purchase price is not as high as Principal Wong's. At this moment, the figure of NPC Red Rose appeared. Her expression was very playful, and her eyes were very cold. Her eyes stayed on Principal Wong. For a moment, Principal Wong was shocked. This NPC said before that he was not far from death. Could it be that the NPC wanted to attack him personally? If so, how could he be an opponent? Is this game really so unscrupulous? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Principal Wong's mind. Red Rose seemed to be able to read his thoughts and said slowly, "I won't attack you. You are now a member of the Survivor Shelter and are protected by the Survivor Shelter. Unless you betray the Survivor Shelter or do something you shouldn't do, I will take action to deal with you." But you didn't. Hearing this, Principal Wong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I am here to collect your body. And by the way, collect the crystals that exploded from your body." Red Rose continued. As she said this, Principal Wong's face turned black. Collect the body? He was unharmed and a good person. But gradually, the power in his body began to become restless, began to surge, and began to run wild in his internal organs. This time, Principal Wong realized that the situation seemed bad. You have gained power, but you cannot control this power. And if you cannot control the power, it will cause the power to go out of control and eventually die tragically. Red Rose's tone was calm. It was just as she said. Principal Wong's face turned red, and cold sweat dripped on his forehead. Bang, bang. Finally, a big firework exploded at the scene, and the power in Principal Wong's body ran away, and he exploded and died. Many crystals also exploded from Principal Wong's body. This scene, the surrounding players were already dumbfounded. Principal Wong died? Died? When they came to their senses, they only saw the crystals that Principal Wong exploded. However, a lot of crystals were taken away by Red Rose. The players were silent, not daring to snatch. Principal Wong's live broadcast room was completely blown up. Ha ha, you can't laugh anymore, my family. Principal Wong died of an explosion. Principal Wong, you should have listened to the advice of NPC Red Rose. Sure enough, you still have to be down to earth. Principal Wong, #1 in the power ranking, is dead. The live broadcast room was full of laughter. The audience also noticed that the live broadcast room screen was already black. And you can see a warm reminder message from the Doushao live broadcast platform. The current anchor has left the live broadcast room. If you like this anchor, please follow it. Once you follow it, you will be notified as soon as the anchor starts broadcasting. The audience knew it well. Principal Wong broke the defense and went off the air. It was not easy for his strength to improve by leaps and bounds, but the result was an explosion and death. Zhao Yu also paid attention to these live broadcast scenes and felt surprised. Principal Wong, this is such a miserable end. He muttered to himself, but he was also a little strange. His strength improvement seemed to be similar to that of Principal Wong. The player's strength was directly reflected on him. He didn't kill zombies or anything, but he was able to control this power very well. The system also gave an explanation for his doubts. The host accepts a small part of the strength feedback from the players. This small part of the strength feedback, the system automatically takes its essence and removes its dross, plus the coordinated control of the system. The host can easily adapt to the changes in its own strength. After seeing these 2 lines of text, Zhao Yu showed a look of awakening. Noon. Zhao Yu had just finished lunch and drove a Ferrari to the door of a company in Jiangxin. This company is called Kongda Pharmaceutical, a pharmaceutical company, and also his creditor, Mr. Li Mingyang, owed him 30 million yuan, including principal and interest. He has money. Of course, he has to pay back his debts. He is not a person who does not pay back his debts. After parking the sports car and walking into Kongda Pharmaceutical, he registered his visit information at the front desk. When he came, he also called Mr. Li. So, without wasting too much time, a sweet-looking female staff member took him to see Li Mingyang. Wow, who is this young and rich handsome guy? He is driving a sports car. Is he our Mr. Li's business partner? I always feel that this handsome guy seems familiar. Has he been to our company before? Several female front desk staff chattered and seemed very interested in Zhao Yu and the others. Such a young and rich man. If they could curry favor with him, it would be great. What a pity. It is very difficult to accomplish this. However, as the discussion continued, the female staff members gradually showed a look of sudden enlightenment on their cheeks. They always felt that Zhao Yu sounded familiar. After racking their brains to recall, they finally remembered. That man, it was Zhao Yu, Jiangxing's famous prodigal son. It is said that Zhao Yu borrowed a lot of money from our general manager Li. He won't come to borrow money again, right? Bah, I thought he was young and rich, but it turns out he is a plague god. It's really unlucky that this plague god came to my door. Several women cursed, and they didn't even think about currying favor with Zhao Yu. Now, they wish to stay as far away from Zhao Yu as possible. However, Zhao Yu, led by the female staff, took the elevator, then walked into a long corridor, and finally entered the president's office to meet with General Manager Li Mingyang. Li Mingyang is a man in his 40s with a mature appearance, fair cheeks, and well-maintained skin. Zhao Yu's arrival was also welcomed with a very warm attitude. "Nephew, sit down quickly." Li Mingyang greeted with a smile. He was very polite to Zhao Yu because his money was finally settled, and Zhao Yu was finally willing to pay it back. Zhao Yu sat down directly on the comfortable sofa. Mr. Li, I'll go to work first. The female staff member smiled. Li Mingyang waved his hand, signaling the other party to go to work. For a while, in the entire office, only Li Mingyang and Zhao Yu were left. Nephew, this is the tea I just bought, authentic Taiping Hokkei. This Taiping Hokkei costs more than 100,000 yuan for 100 grams. Li Mingyang pointed to some tea leaves on the tea table. The tea leaves were green, flat, and straight. Just looking at the appearance, the tea seemed to be extraordinary. Mr. Li, you are polite, Zhao Yu said with a smile. My dear nephew, don't call me Mr. Li all the time. Call me Uncle Li. Your father and I have cooperated in business many times in the past. Li Mingyang looked back at the past. He also admired Zhao Yu's father, Mr. Zhou of Zhou Group. He was very skilled and sharp-eyed. He was definitely a powerful man in the business world, but he died of illness. He was even more impressed that a good father always has a good son. As a result, Zhao Yu's business acumen was incomparable to Mr. Zhao's. If not, how could Zhao Yu lose all his family business? Soon, Li Mingyang brewed Taiping Hokkei. Zhao Yu took a few sips and praised. Uncle Li, this Taiping Hokkei has a refreshing orchid fragrance and a mellow taste. It's really good. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li Mingyang laughed and chatted with Zhao Yu about some current events. For example, the Doomsday Cataclysm. My dear nephew, I will never let you call me Uncle Li for nothing. Now, I will tell you about Cataclysm. Its magic is beyond doubt. So, my dear nephew, you must quickly organize people and enter Cataclysm. This is a unique opportunity. If you grasp it, you will definitely take off. Li Mingyang talked freely, showing a wise look. To be honest, my dear nephew, I've already started to set up my own game studio, mainly playing Cataclysm. After that, Li Mingyang's eyes were burning, but he just nodded, and he didn't say more. He thought these tips were enough. Zhao Yu should know what to do. However, Zhao Yu's expression was a little funny. Organize people and enter Cataclysm. He didn't need it at all. The strength of the players of Cataclysm was reflected on him. The recharge money of the players belonged to him. In this case, do you still need to play? Unless some special circumstances occur. For example, there are bugs in the game, but it is almost impossible to happen. Li Mingyang has seen countless people, and he saw at a glance that Zhao Yu did not listen to his words. Whatever. Zhao Yu, you can't grasp this opportunity. In the future, you may really become someone's servant. The future is definitely an era for extraordinary people. Li Mingyang didn't say anything extra. Not long after, Zhao Yu repaid the money. 30 million, not a cent less. Once the money was repaid, Li Mingyang's smile became even stronger, and he also returned the IOU to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu took the IOU and tore it up on the spot. My dear nephew, your 30 million is really a timely rain. My game studio really needs it. Li Mingyang smiled brightly. Oh, Zhao Yu was a little surprised. I need to recharge Apocalypse. Although the lottery of this game cannot be touched, what if a European emperor appears? There is a player who won 888 yuan in 10 consecutive draws and won a permanent version of a cool sports car. With a vehicle, it is very convenient to move around in the game. There is also a player who directly shot 200 yuan and got a powerful weapon. Li Mingyang said casually, and he also hoped that the European emperor would appear in his game studio. In addition, he also said that the monthly card gift package, weekly card gift package, first charge gift package, etc. must be bought. The more Zhao Yu listened, the weirder his expression became. He always felt that Li Mingyang would return the 30 million to him in the end. This was not a repayment, it was just a formality. Uncle Li, I advise you to recharge less. Zhao Yu couldn't help but say, well, recharge rationally. Li Mingyang replied with a smile, but he didn't agree in his heart. How could he listen to Zhao Yu's words? After chatting for a while, Zhao Yu left. Li Mingyang said with melancholy, Mr. Zhao, you were so heroic back then, but your son, even when the opportunity came, he couldn't grasp it. After saying that, Li Mingyang didn't care about anything else. He put on the virtual game helmet directly, ready to play the doomsday cataclysm and recharge some more money to try his luck. If he was lucky, he would make a lot of money if he won the lottery. Zhao Yu was still working nonstop to pay off his debts. Relatives, friends. He paid off several debts in a row and paid back tens of millions. Now he has only 2 debts left. One is a loan from Jiangcheng Bank, now including principal and interest of 100 million. The other is Wang, who's 8 million. I paid it back today. When driving to Jiangcheng Bank, Zhao Yu also paid attention to his current assets. The mentally retarded system displayed a message. The host currently has funds, 924 million. This more than 900 million funds belong to the prophet of the game, Doomsday Cataclysm, which he has not withdrawn. In addition, there is a balance inquiry message from Jiangcheng Bank on the mobile phone. Jiangcheng Bank, dear user, the balance on your card with the last number 1633 is 111,538,000. About 1 billion. Although his net worth is not too much, Zhao Yu believes that it is definitely a matter of time before he breaks through 10 billion or 100 billion. It didn't take too long. Zhao Yu drove to Jiangcheng Bank. It has to be said that Jiangcheng Bank is very lively. There are 5 service windows in total, but now 4 of them are full and there are queues of people. And the one empty service window has a striking red sign, temporary suspension of service. Sir, do you need any help? If you need service, please queue up. A female bank employee with dignified features and fair cheeks came to Zhao Yu with a smile. The people queuing around also glanced at Zhao Yu casually and then ignored him. As long as Zhao Yu didn't cut in line, everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him. I'm looking for your President Wang, Zhao Yu said lightly. The entire bank hall, which was originally very noisy, suddenly became silent. Shwa shwa. Pairs of curious and surprised eyes fell on Zhao Yu. Who is this young man? He wants to see President Wang right away? Does this young man have an extraordinary background? It seems that Jiangcheng Bank has a great person. It's obvious that he is a rich second generation. The crowd was discussing quietly. The female bank clerk felt embarrassed. President Wang could not be met whenever she wanted. To meet President Wang, she had to make an appointment. Sir, the female bank clerk opened her mouth and was about to ask something. I have already greeted President Wang when I came here and made an appointment. You can take me to see him, Zhao Yu said calmly. The female bank clerk nodded. Soon, the two left, but the discussion in the bank lobby continued. As the lobby manager, Su Yao's duty is to provide services to customers and maintain order in the lobby. But now he was also a little shocked, very surprised that a young man opened his mouth to meet their President Wang, and even greeted him and made an appointment. Logically speaking, he should have met several rich second generations in Jiangcheng. But why did he have no impression of this young man at all? He began to recall that such an important customer of Jiangcheng Bank must be kept in mind. Then, as if a flash of inspiration came to his mind, he actually remembered the identity of a young man. He is Zhao Yu, the prodigal son of Jiangcheng. Su Yao couldn't help but blurt out. After saying that, he realized that he had spoken out of turn. But the words had been spoken. How could they be taken back? The entire bank hall was instantly boiling with Su Yao's words. It turned out to be Zhao Yu. No wonder he looked so familiar. Zhao Yu, it seems that he owes Jiangcheng Bank a lot of money. I heard it's several 100 million. So this is a second-generation debtor. Everyone in the bank was full of jokes, thinking that some big shot had come to Jiangcheng Bank. It turned out to be Zhao Yu, a Jiangcheng prodigal who was nothing. The debt repayment process was very smooth. After Zhao Yu paid off the money, he became a little fatter and smiled. President Wang, who was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, personally saw him off. President Wang, you're polite, Zhao Yu said with a smile. It should be Boss Zhao. You are now the highest-level supreme VIP customer of our Jiangcheng Bank. I must treat you well and absolutely cannot lose my manners. President Wang looked serious. Zhao Yu said no more. The scene of President Wang, personally, seeing Zhao Yu off. It instantly attracted the attention of many people in the bank lobby. Among them, the lobby manager, Su Yao, felt like his head was exploding. President Wang treated a prodigal son so politely. This is too incredible. That middle-aged man in a black suit seems to be President Wang of Jiangxing Bank, right? Yes, it's President Wang. But President Wang, isn't your attitude towards Zhao Yu too polite? Is there any hidden secret? Everyone started to speculate wildly. After sending Zhao Yu away, President Wang was in high spirits and in a particularly good mood. Xiao Su, work hard, he said to Su Yao. Yes, President Wang. Su Yao straightened his back and replied quickly. President Wang, Zhao Yu. He couldn't help asking again. Xiao Su, call him boss Zhao. President Wang looked unhappy. Su Yao was even more confused. During this period of time, he knew very well that President Wang was worried about one thing. Zhao Yu owed money and didn't pay it back. That was 100 million yuan, including principal and interest. And this was a lot less interest. Otherwise, it would be a little more than 100 million yuan. Therefore, he could sometimes hear President Wang mumbling to himself and cursing Zhao Yu, saying all kinds of unpleasant things. But now, what happened to President Wang? He was suddenly so polite to Zhao Yu, which was too unreasonable. An amazing guess appeared in Su Yao's mind. Did Zhao Yu pay back the money? Boss Zhao, did you pay back the debt? He couldn't help asking. Everyone in the bank pricked up their ears, and they were very curious about this matter, and they also showed a very gossipy side. Boss Wang nodded. Su Yao then showed a look of awakening. Everyone around was also very surprised. They really didn't expect that this prodigal son, Zhao Yu, actually paid back the money. I'm afraid Zhao Yu has sold his house and luxury car. Yes, I heard that Zhao Yu sold a Bentley sports car at a Jiangchang Forest store a while ago. Didn't Zhao Yu have an office building? I'm afraid he sold it too. Without a car or a house, Zhao Yu won't even be able to find a wife in the future, right? Everyone was talking and laughing with each other, feeling comfortable and happy for some reason. It seemed that Zhao Yu was once a person they couldn't afford. But such a person has fallen into the mortal world and is nothing. The more they thought about it, the happier they felt. Even the smile on the face of the lobby manager, Su Yao, became a few points thicker, as long as he works hard and strives to make progress. In the future, maybe his money will be able to surpass Zhao Yu. What boss Zhao, is just a prodigal son who can't keep his family business. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yu rushed to Wang Hu's company. Although it is a company, it is just a shell with only a few offices visible. Mr. Zhao, are you planning to pay back the money? Wang Hu smiled all over his face and enthusiastically invited Zhao Yu to sit down. Kindness. Zhao Yu's tone was calm. Mr. Zhao, you are very skilled because of the game Doomsday Cataclysm, right? Wang Hu said with a half-smile. He was annoyed when he thought that his last debt collection was fruitless, and coupled with what happened recently. This made Wang Hu completely wake up. Zhao Yu is very skilled. Zhao Yu kept it secret, etc. Fart. It's basically just playing games and playing out. The game Cataclysm is really amazing. Even he experienced it hard. Zhao Yu said nothing. However, his silence seemed to Wang Hu as acquiescence. All of a sudden, swish! Several expressionless men in black suits beside Wang Hu stared at Zhao Yu with eager eyes. In Biaozi, a man in a suit with a fierce face and a burly figure clenched his fists tightly. Last time, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Zhao Yu. I thought Zhao Yu was a master of martial arts training or something like that. But now, the truth comes out. Zhao Yu only has that skill by playing games. And he, including the brothers present, also played that game. So, Biaozi was convinced that they would be able to defeat Zhao Yu this time. Mr. Zhao, do you know how much money Doomsday Catastrophe cheated me? More than 10 million. I'm not lucky in the lottery. When I play the game, I'm either killed by monsters or NPCs. Otherwise, I die inexplicably. Wang Wu had a dark face. He loved Doomsday Cataclysm so much that it made him crazy, but he was also very angry. How could there be such a deceptive game? It really screwed him up to the point where he was about to become autistic. Otherwise, before, he almost kept playing and couldn't stop. But now, he has relatively little time to play, because he was afraid. You must have a strategy and plan to play this game. If you fight monsters and zombies without thinking, you may end up in trouble at some point. In short, you have to play with your brain. Oh, Zhao Yu's expression was calm, but he was not surprised that Wang Hu played Doomsday Cataclysm. The current popularity of Doomsday Cataclysm is extremely terrifying, coupled with the press conference of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock this morning. Doomsday Cataclysm has definitely reached the point where everyone knows it. Seeing Zhao Yu's calm side, Wang Hu frowned and wondered whether the plan should be changed. I originally wanted to blackmail Zhao Yu for a large amount of money, but now it seems that it doesn't work. Mr. Zhao, how much is the power value of Doomsday Catastrophe? After all, Wang Hu couldn't help but ask what was on his mind. With just a few points, I can't even get into the rankings. Zhao Yu said casually. Zhao Xiaoqian is joking. Wang Hu grinned. He seemed a little unconvinced, thinking that Zhao Yu must have been lucky enough to come into contact with Doomsday Catastrophe a long time ago. Plus, he dared to pay off his debt alone. I'm afraid Zhao Yu's strength is definitely not weak. Finally, Zhao Yu successfully paid off his debt and left with a smile on his face. Moreover, he also enjoys the feeling of being debt-free now. Wang Hu was still sitting on the sofa, but beads of sweat broke out one after another on his forehead. Brother Hu, are you going to let Zhao Yu go like this? Now, he has to pay back 10 million with interest. But Brother Hu, you just let him waive the interest. Also gave him a discount. In the end, Zhao Yu only paid back 6 million. Is the debt written off like this? Biaozi, who was tall and mighty, was the first to speak, and he also didn't understand Wang Hu's behavior. The brothers around him also couldn't understand. Zhao Yu is obviously a very docile big fat sheep. Why should he let him go so easily? Zhao Yu's skills are certainly extraordinary, but aren't they weak? Now, according to the character panel attributes of Doomsday Cataclysm, in terms of strength value, they all have 10 or 20 points. Among them, Biaozi reached a full 40 points. Shut up, Wang Hu said calmly. Biaozi stopped talking, but his face was full of indignation and could not understand Wang Hu's actions. Biaozi, and you guys, do you really think that young Master Zhao is a big fat sheep? Are you really determined to win young Master Zhao? Wang Hu said with a cold face. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present had strange expressions. Wang Hu never called Zhao Yu Mr. Zhao in private. He always called Zhao Yu a prodigal or a worthless waste. But Wang Hu's current performance is too abnormal. Take a look. Wang Hu pointed to the sofa where Zhao Yu was sitting just now. Everyone looked over. There's nothing wrong with the couch. On the contrary, the glass floor next to the sofa was cracked, and the cracks were very new, as if they had just appeared not long ago. Brother Hu, are the cracks on the floor really caused by Zhao Yu just stepping on them? Biaozi reacted instantly. As soon as this statement came out, several men in black suits gasped, and their eyes flashed with fear. What do you think? He glared at Biaozi unhappily, his eyes full of shock. Mr. Zhao, we must not offend him in the future. Mr. Zhao is probably doing very well in the Doomsday Cataclysm. After saying this, Wang Hu sighed a little. If only he could seize the opportunity. But the opportunity has been lost. I don't know what Zhao Yu's current strength is. 70 points? 80 points? Could it be that Zhao Yu is long tongue on the strength ranking? Tianxing? Wang Hu guessed, and his brain began to fill in the blanks. Zhao Yu didn't care about these at all. He had already driven back to the villa. After drinking some drinks and quenching his thirst, Zhao Yu browsed the Douxiao live broadcast platform on his mobile phone. Soon, he was attracted by a live broadcast room. The reason was simple. This anchor is actually crying, and this anchor is also a popular anchor. In Susu Baby's live broadcast room, Susu Baby's appearance is not outstanding, and it can even be said that he looks ordinary among all anchors. But such a man is a big internet celebrity, popular in Douxia, and has a surprising number of fans. Brothers, everyone has already known how extraordinary the Doomsday Cataclysm is, so I may not have much time to play Dungeon, a virtual reality online game, in the future. But brothers, don't worry, I will never quit the game. Susu Baby spoke in a very sincere tone, with red eyes. Brother Bao, Dungeon has been around for more than a decade. It's not easy for you to stick to it until today. Brother Bao, don't quit the game. You are the faith of our Dungeon players. Don't delay Brother Bao's future. Anyone who still broadcasts Dungeon is playing Cataclysm now. Although it's hard to accept, according to the current trend, Dungeon and many virtual reality online games will be eliminated. Looking at these bullet comments, Zhou Baby was very entangled. Dungeon carries his youth. Dungeon also made him famous. But now, he has to give up broadcasting Dungeon temporarily. Of course, he still loves Dungeon, but it can't be compared with Cataclysm. It's unknown what's behind the game, Cataclysm, but the game becomes stronger, and the real world becomes stronger. This alone is completely incomparable to other virtual reality online games. Zhou Baby made a rational analysis. The audience in his live broadcast room agreed with his analysis. Zhou Baby didn't say any more nonsense. He had already laid down in the virtual game cabin and entered Doomsday Cataclysm. And 2 lines of text messages appeared. You are waiting in line to connect to the server. Please wait. You are the 199,801st player. The estimated waiting time is 237 minutes and 54 seconds. Since you are a distinguished VIP Supreme member, you don't need to wait in line. You are entering the game. Instantly, open your eyes and close them. Zhou Baby has entered the game. These 2 lines of information made the audience in the live broadcast room explode. Brother Bao, have you recharged 100 million? Brother Bao, we agreed not to spend money. How did you secretly spend 100 million? Another VIP Supreme member. This VIP Supreme member is really comfortable, and you don't have to queue up. The audience envied Zhou Baby. Although they were surprised and shocked that Zhou Baby recharged 100 million, they could understand it when they thought of the extraordinariness of the Doomsday Cataclysm. From the live broadcast screen, Zhou Baby can be seen sitting on a comfortable sofa. For the barrage sent by the audience, Zhou Baby squeezed out a very reluctant smile on his face. There's no way. It is too difficult to enter this game without recharging to become a VIP Supreme member. At least you have to queue up for several hours. Even if you queue up for a day, you may not be able to enter. The audience understood his words very well. The game is too popular. Soon, Zhou Baby showed off a piece of equipment. This is a brand new iron root. Iron stick. Strength increased by 6 points. Generally speaking, weapons do not have strength-added effects. Therefore, once this weapon was displayed, it also surprised the audience. Nowadays, many viewers have played Apocalypse, but now they are using the permanent broken wooden stick in the novice gift pack. Brother Bao, where did you get this weapon? Big Monkey, quickly tell me the source of the iron stick. Brother Bao's iron stick has a strength increase of 6, and my broken wooden stick only has a strength increase of 3. Brother Bao, I remember you didn't have this iron stick before. The audience was very confused. For these barges, Zhou Baby also had a smile on his face. Among them, he was even more helpless and a little amused when the audience called him Big Monkey. Because Zhou Baby said that when others saw him, they all called him a big internet celebrity. He said this in the live broadcast room. But in the end, Zhou Baby, because of his non-standard Mandarin with local dialect, called the big internet celebrity a big horse monkey. Since then, Baby Shushu is nicknamed Big Horse Monkey. I bought the iron rod blueprint from a player at a high price. Baby Zhou explained the origin of the iron rod. This player is really lucky. When he killed ordinary zombies, he actually discovered the blueprint of the iron rod. Wow, European Emperor. Really European Emperor. There was a lot of exclamation in the live broadcast room. Baby Shushu stopped talking nonsense and went directly to the topic. Start smelting equipment. Previously, he had done a blind box lottery and obtained many smelting crystals. These smelting crystals should be put to use now. He began to smelt crystals. In an instant, a smelting interface appeared in his field of vision. He quickly selected the iron rod and filled it with a piece of smelting crystal. Give it to me. Baby Shushu looked expectant and quickly clicked on smelting. Zitzi. The smelting crystal on the smelting interface quickly turned into streaks of purple light attached to the iron rod. The next second, the purple light dissipates. Baby Shushu is feeling uneasy. Is it going to work or not? Soon, a message appeared on his smelting interface. Smelting is successful. The iron rod has a special effect of strength +6 increased to strength +7. Not bad, such luck. Baby Shushu grinned, feeling that this must be a good start, and it also indicated that he was very lucky today. Brother Bao, it actually happened. Mom Monkey, do you really dare to play with smelting? Principal Wong also smelted, but it ended up being a waste of time. Brother Bao, listen to our advice. This smelting is untouchable. This game's smelting system is even more deceptive than the dungeon's forging system. One barrage after another is urging Baby Shushu not to touch the smelting. But Baby Shushu didn't think so. Some people have dark faces and some have white faces. This is normal. Since Principal Wong has such a dark face, maybe he will be the one with the white face when he comes here. After, Baby Shushu continues to smelt, not knowing whether the goddess of luck will be with her. Baby Shushu actually succeeded several times in a row. Now, the special effect of the iron rod has become strength +13. Dig. Brother Bao, you are so lucky. Brother Bao, do you have any smelting tips? You didn't fail even once? Brother Bao, are you so pale? The audience in the live broadcast room was amazed again and again. Even Baby Shushu himself was surprised. This is unbeatable luck. Maybe today is my lucky day. Baby Shushu laughed heartily and very proudly. In a blink of an eye, he was about to start smelting again. We must continue to fight against this iron rod. Continue to increase the strength of the iron rod. Brother Bao, let's stop it when we're ready. Some spectators persuaded. But how could Baby Shushu listen? It was smelted several times in succession. Among them, failures occurred, but most of them were successes. Now, iron rod. Strength increased by 16 points. Compared with the original, the strength value has increased by 10 points. Brothers, I think it's enough now. It's time to smelt other equipment. Baby Shushu felt it was time to stop, because a prompt message has appeared on the smelting interface. The iron rod has been smelted to the extreme. Continue to smelt. Once the smelting fails, the iron rod will directly break into pieces. Brother Bao, keep doing it. Brother Bao, are you scared? Is this still the big horse monkey I know? Aren't you so timid in the dungeon? Mom Monkey, so you have to stop after just a few smeltings? The viewers in the live broadcast room were unhappy. They all want to see Baby Shushu fail in smelting. But just now, there were failures, but most of the time, Baby Shushu was successfully smelted. Avoid these barges. Baby Shushu is very helpless. Several of them are his die-hard fans. Do you really want to see him fail? These fans are so bad. Okay, keep smelting. It's just a piece of equipment. What does this mean? After taking a deep breath of air, Baby Shushu made a decision. Dear brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, can you give me some gifts? By the way, he also asked for a bunch of gifts. Rocket, let's go. Plane, let's go. Brother Bao, I'll give you 1,000 rockets. Brother Bao, I'll give you 10 yachts as a gift. Basket after basket of gifts. But Baby Shushu couldn't be happy at all, and his expression was even a little stiff. Because these gifts are not gifts of real money at all, but symbols and patterns one after another. Rocket symbol pattern, airplane symbol pattern, yacht symbol pattern. There are even many viewers who are mumbling that if you don't spend the coins, you just focus on companionship. It's really hard for anchors to mess around these days. Baby Shushu sighed. I won't use the paid gifts. I'll just give away the free gifts. Isn't that a problem? As soon as this statement came out, the gift really just walked away. Small gifts such as fish balls, weak chickens, and lights are all free gifts that can be received based on the viewing time. Soon, Baby Shushu continued to smelt the iron rod. This time, he felt very nervous, more intense than any previous smelting. If it happens, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't work, just carry it away. Fail, fail, fail. The audience also started cheering and cheering. However, these barges made Baby Shushu want to curse. Brothers, it's done. Just be relieved. Baby Shushu pursed his lips and smiled, full of confidence, and clicked on the smelting interface to smelt. But just after clicking, He quickly covered his eyes with both hands. He didn't dare to look. Become. Give it to me. He prayed silently in his heart. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes anxiously. After opening it, he smiled. It worked. The iron rod is still there, not broken, and the strength of the iron rod is now increased by 18 points. It suddenly increased by 2 points. Family members, accept it as soon as you see fit. Even if you beat me to death, I won't smelt anymore. Holding the iron rod in hand, baby Shushu felt energetic all over his body. With this iron rod, he can hit one zombie at a time. Brother Bao, keep going, don't give up just like that. Keep smelting. The audience was really jealous, thinking that no one else was as lucky as Brother Bao. Regardless of the audience's persuasion, baby Shushu never melted again and showed a very firm side. After, baby Su began to prepare to smelt other equipment. However, at this moment, his attention was attracted by the message on a loudspeaker. Long tongue. Pinnacle spends a lot of money to collect information on Linfeng City, the Sword Club, the Raptor Base, and the Madman Camp. The more valuable the information provided, the higher the price offered by Pinnacle. Mr. Liu, is Pinnacle going to take action against the Sword Club, Raptor's Base, and Madman Camp? Is this appetite too big? Joey, I'll go. Is Peak so generous? I have some information about the Raptor's Base. These speakers made baby Shushu take a breath of cold air. Although he has just come into contact with this game, he also knows that the Sword Club, Raptor Base, and Madman Camp in Linfeng City are not easy to deal with. Just say him. Not long ago, he was killed by Dao Hui. The strength of the Sword Society is unfathomable, especially that Dao's sister. It is very likely that she has become a second-level transcendent. Peak, is this okay? Baby Shushu said to himself, a little doubtful. Although Peak is indeed very strong and is currently one of the strongest forces in Doomsday Cataclysm, the Sword Club, Raptor Base, and Madman Camp are not easy to mess with. The Peak is inflated. Brother Bao, tell me, will this pinnacle be destroyed by the Sword Society and other forces and then fall into ruin? At the Peak, you are clearly seeking your own destruction. Brother Bao, let's continue smelting. Barrage after barrage flashed rapidly, and baby Shushu nodded. Soon, he began to smelt again, smelting pieces of equipment, leather armor, steel knives, wooden sticks, etc. Unfortunately, it seems that the goddess of luck no longer favors him, and most of his smelting efforts end in failure. After putting on the leather armor and holding an iron rod, baby Shushu checked the attributes of his character panel. Nickname, Su Bao. Strength, 59 points. Punch with all your strength, terrifying strength. Agility, 21 points, beyond the agility of normal people. Physique, 20 points, healthy and strong. Intelligence, 11 points, a slightly higher intelligence level than normal people. Perception, 9 points, occasionally sloppy in doing things. Charm, 8 points, average charm. He was quite satisfied with this panel. Next, he chose to go out and kill zombies. Right now, he lives in a villa in Linfeng City. Moreover, he is still in the western region of Linfeng City. This is the sphere of influence of the Raptor's Base. But baby Shushu is not afraid. He comes from a wealthy family and has a bodyguard by his side. This bodyguard's name is Wang Zhou, and he is truly loyal to him. Young Master Bao, we cannot take it lightly when dealing with zombies. Wang Zhou was in his early 40s, with dark skin and ordinary appearance, but his eyes were very sharp, and he warned him. Baby Shushu is very satisfied with this NPC, Wang Zhou. He also felt that if Mr. Wang had helped him last time, it would have been very difficult for the members of the Sword Club to kill him. We haven't gone far yet. Baby Shushu saw an amazing scene. A man is surrounded by zombies. But in the end, this man was holding a long sword and showed amazing swordsmanship. TSK. Tisk. The lives of that group of zombies were easily harvested. Baby Shushu was shocked. Is this a player? Or an NPC? This swordsmanship is a bit ridiculously strong. Killing zombies is like chopping vegetables. That long sword is definitely extraordinary. Brother Bao, you have to be careful. If this person is an enemy, you will be in trouble every minute. One barrage after another appeared in Baby Shushu's field of vision, which also made Baby Shushu feel vigilant in his heart. But when he thought about having Wang Zhong as a bodyguard by his side, Baby Shushu felt a little calmer. Master Bao, this is a master, Wang Zhong said, his eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Zhong, can you be my opponent? Baby Shushu asked quickly. Not necessarily, because the other party has companions, Wang Zhong said. Baby Shushu took a closer look and saw that there was another person beside the swordsman. This person was a young woman. She was pretty, but her face was very cold. Suddenly, Baby Shushu also had a guess. This may be a player, or it may be two important NPCs. Regardless of anything else, he was always bold and walked up to him, wanted to talk to him. Once understood, only then did Baby Shushu learn that the master of swordsmanship was really a player, an ID war madman. And that young and beautiful woman has an ID as cold as ice. Both of them are at the top. Are you the anchor? Baby Shushu. ID Zhan Quan's expression was slightly surprised. Yeah, you've heard my name too. But if the NPC hears us communicating like this, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Baby Shushu said, and glanced at Wang Zhong beside him. It seems that you have not been exposed to this game for a long time. Even if we reveal that we are players and that this is a game or something, these NPCs will not believe it, or they will automatically filter out what we say. Zhan Quan explained. Baby Shushu suddenly realized this. Are you interested in joining Peak? Zhan Quan glanced at Baby Su Su, but his eyes were fixed on the iron rod in Baby Su Su's hand. His intuition told him that this iron rod was somewhat interesting. As he said this, the audience in the live broadcast room was very excited. They have always wanted to know about the mysterious Peak, but most anchors are creating their own forces, and some anchors also want to join Peak. Unfortunately, Peak does not recruit people, and the strength value does not meet the requirements of Peak. Brother Bao, join Pinnacle. Join Pinnacle, Brother Bao. Your future is limitless. Brother Bao, promise him quickly and tell him you want to join. Brother Bao, you're a big man. Don't be so nagging. Hurry up and say you want to join. The audience in the live broadcast room began to persuade. Originally, Baby Shushu had no interest in creating a force. If he was a young man, that would be fine. Now he is in his 30s, an old man, and his passion has long been extinguished. Okay, I'll join Peak, Baby Shushu said bluntly. Zhan Quang had a brief exchange with Baby Shushu again, and it was the peak of the exchange. He currently wanted to destroy the Sword Club, the Madman Camp, and the Raptor Base. Although Baby Shushu had already guessed it, Zhan Quang personally revealed that he was also shocked. Is Peak's ambition too great? You know, you can't become fat with just one bite. The Peak strength is beyond your imagination. Do you think I'm very strong? But I can't even rank among the top, Zhan Quang said with a smile, also talking to Baby Su Su. Even if Baby Su Su joins Pinnacle, he can only become an ordinary member at present. This, Baby Shushu's mouth twitched slightly. Is he just an ordinary member in the end? If you want to become a core member, you need to pass the actual combat assessment or make a significant contribution to the top. But I don't think you can do either of these things for the time being. Zhan Quang continued. Baby Shushu nodded silently. He still knew himself. He is not a technical player to begin with. As for his major contribution to the Peak, it is even more nonsense. He has only played Doomsday Cataclysm for a day or two. Soon after, Zhan Quang even revealed that Peak would take the lead in attacking the Raptors base. Brother, I'm live streaming now, and you revealed this information. Su Su Baby looked helpless, thinking that Zhan Quang was too heartless and told all the information. The two main players of Peak, Long Tongue and Tianxing, will be here in person. Do you think other players dare to attack our Peak? Zhan Quang continued, very confident, but with a sense of arrogance in his confidence. Su Su Baby's eyes narrowed, and he quickly checked the power rankings. Number 1 ID Long Tongue, 92 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Number 2, ID Tianxing, 90 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Number 3, ID Xiao Baby, 80 points of strength, recharge amount 64800. Number 4, ID Lin Yi, 79 points of strength, recharge amount 0. Number 5, ID Lu Mao Run, 75 points of strength, recharge 100 million. At a glance, Su Baby was really surprised. Long Tang's strength value has reached 92. Tianxing's power value is 90. Moreover, according to his observation, the power ranking is the real power of the character. Let's say his current power value is 59, but after deducting the 18 points of power value brought by the Iron Rod, his real power is 41 points. Teacher Piao has also recharged 100 million. Teacher Piao is also ruthless and exerting strength. Longteng, Tianxing, could this be an internal staff of the game? Isn't this too ridiculous? Can Zero Krypton reach this level? It is said that this ID Qiao Bao is a first-line female, star Qiao Hui. The audience in the live broadcast room chattered and questioned the identities of Longteng and Tianxing. It was a bit outrageous. It was completely several levels beyond other players. Even the number 3 ID Qiao Bao was far behind Longteng and Tianxing. Not long after, night fell. The sky in the game world was dim. Su Bao came to an abandoned building in the western part of Linfeng City with 2 players, Zhanlong and Ruo Binghan. They were waiting for other players of the peak power. Sure enough, players appeared one after another. These peak members were all young men and women. They were serious, as if this was not a game, but a real world. They waited for a long time. Tianxing, a main member of the peak, appeared. Tianxing, a muscular man wearing a black windbreaker, had an amazing momentum. When he appeared, he was like a tiger walking out of a cage, which brought a strong sense of oppression to everyone on the scene. Tonight, destroy the Raptors base. We have collected almost all the information about the Raptors base in the past few days. Tianxing's face was grim. All the peak members nodded silently, waiting for Tianxing's arrangements. However, Tianxing suddenly fell silent and just looked at the bright moon in the sky. This made everyone a little confused. Brother Tian, this. It was Zhang Kuang who spoke first. Longting has taken action, and the decapitation operation is being carried out. Tianxing said, "What the hell is the decapitation operation?" Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. Longteng sneaked into the Raptors base alone to kill Zhou Menglong, the boss of the Raptors base. Tianxing explained. Ahem. Many members of the peak coughed repeatedly, wondering if Longteng, the current number 1 in Apocalypse, was too arrogant. Lurking alone in the Raptors base, he was courting death. Even Su Baby thought Longteng was courting death. Is such a peak really reliable? For a moment, he had the idea of quitting the peak forces in his mind. The audience in Shushu Baby's live broadcast room could no longer hold back any longer and sent out barrage after barrage. Did you hear that right? Longteng carried out a beheading operation. Going to the Raptors base alone is simply seeking death. Is this the type of person that a master of art is bold enough to say? You think Longteng, the current number 1 person in the power rankings of Doomsday Cataclysm, won't fall over, right? It is not difficult to see from these audience comments that the audience seems to have little confidence in Longteng. Tianxing watched every move of the top members present. Longteng will not let us down. His tone was decisive, and he had full faith in Longteng. It's just that in the eyes of Shushu Bao and other top members, his performance is completely blind confidence. Soon, all the top members also started chatting. In the process of chatting, but some top members also raised a question. Why are Longteng and Tianxing not recharged? Recharge a total of 6,480 yuan and become a distinguished VIP 3 member. Recharge a total of 64,800 yuan and become a distinguished VIP 4 member. Of course, Longteng and Tianxing may not care about the crystals in the membership gift pack, but if their strength is permanently increased by 3 and their strength is permanently increased by 5, they can't possibly care about it, right? What do you think? Tianxing asked everyone in return. Everyone was confused and couldn't answer at all. Baby Shu touched his chin and looked thoughtful, but he couldn't think of an answer to the question. Someone else is cheating. You should hurry up and say it. I really want to curse you for taking such a long time. I wanted to ask this question for a long time. A total of 8 points of permanent strength increase. These 8 points are quite useful. Tianxing and Long Tongue can't spend tens of thousands of dollars, right? The audience in Shushu Baby's live broadcast room was impatient. Tianxing didn't show off. He directly showed off a title he had. Moment. A shining golden title appeared above Tianxing's head, Zero Charge Player. This title is particularly eye-catching, and he even demonstrated the effect of the title. Zero Recharge Players. If you don't recharge a single point and make it into the top 5 in the power rankings, you can get this title. If your power doesn't enter the top 5 in the rankings, or you have recharged, you will lose this title. Effect. Slightly increase the attribute gains of absorbed crystals. All of a sudden, the top members present, including Baby Shushu, were all stunned. I never expected it to have such a title. Moreover, this title also requires one to be ranked among the top 5 in the power rankings, and even requires not to earn a single point. This is too harsh. It is simply too difficult to obtain this title. There may be other hidden titles in this game waiting for players to discover, or players have already obtained some hidden titles, but they have not been announced. Tianxing said that he and Long Tongue both had this title, so it was absolutely impossible for them to top up. Not a penny charged. The audience in Shushu Baby's live broadcast room finally realized it. It turns out that there is such a hidden title. This is too unfair. Does this mean that if 10 power crystals are absorbed, other players can increase their strength by 10 points, then Tianxing can increase their strength by 11 or 12 points? I didn't expect Zero Krypton players to have such benefits. Shit, what kind of benefit is this? Being able to log into the power rankings is something that Zero Krypton players can do. What are the backgrounds of these two big guys, Long Tongue and Tianxing? Do you think they are behind the country? The audience envied the two players Long Tongue and Tianxing, and in the end they did not forget to gossip about their origins and backgrounds. While they were waiting anxiously, whoosh, a black shadow quickly flashed into the abandoned building. The person came, dressed in black, with a cold face, shaved hair, dark skin, and looked to be in his early 30s. But his aura is amazing. Especially the black clothes on his body were stained with many fresh blood stains. This man in black is none other than ID Long Tongue. Long Tongue, the plan was successful. Tianxing asked impatiently. All the top members also pricked up their ears. Baby Shushu also put on a very serious look, and even now, he can't believe it. It's ridiculous that one person can carry out a beheading operation. He knows it. In order to deal with NPC Dean Lin Sulin's League of Hope, PDD and Decima led nearly 200 players. In the end, NPC Lin Su died, but the players also suffered heavy casualties, with only 19 surviving. And not so long ago, Sister Zhou's Zhou first gang united with several player forces, large and small, to destroy Zhou Raptor's raptor base, but the group was wiped out. There were countless casualties. It was miserable. Facing the constant stream of arms from the raptor's base, the players simply became living targets, with no power to resist. It's done. Long Tongue's stern face was neither sad nor happy, as if he had killed an important NPC named Zhou Menglong. This was not something he could be proud of. Many members of the peak team sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes widened, unable to believe it. Susu Baby was also stunned. Zhou Menglong? So easily killed? He must be dreaming. Even the audience in Susu Baby's live broadcast room didn't believe it, thinking that Long Tongue was lying, right? Zhou Menglong was at least a first-level extraordinary person. How could he be solved so easily? The players' killing methods are too simple and crude, and it is not advisable to fight directly with NPCs. Zhou Menglong is indeed powerful, but if you use some drugs, will Zhou Menglong find out? Will he notice it? Zhou Menglong is a human, not a god. He can't always be vigilant. He will always have a moment of relaxation. The moment he relaxes is the moment he dies. Longting talked freely with a calm expression. The members of the Peak team listened to his story and felt that it seemed to make sense. Notify the medical team and the combat team. Attack the Raptors base with all your strength. Now, the Raptors base is leaderless and there is nothing to fear. Long Teng's expression was solemn. Okay. Tianxing nodded. After that, the battle began. Susu Baby thought that he and other top members could also join the battle. However, they were just the logistics team, mainly responsible for some logistics work, and did not need to join the battle. Under the night, Susu Baby saw one team after another, quickly attacking towards the Raptors base. These teams acted neatly and without any drag, and showed their well-trained side. Susu Baby didn't know how the battle went. He only knew that it took less than half an hour from the beginning to the end of the battle. At the Raptors base, hundreds of NPCs were wiped out, and no one was alive. You told me this is a player? This action is too efficient. What the hell is the Raptors base? Isn't this too weak? Peak may be related to the military. Otherwise, let alone ordinary players, even professional players can't be so efficient. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed, and it was a bit regretful that they didn't appreciate how the core members of Peak fought. This is a completely one-sided massacre. However, what shocked the audience even more was that Peak was still in action. They were not satisfied with destroying the Raptors base. They also had to quickly continue to destroy the Sword Club and the Crazy Camp. Their appetite was so big that it was jaw-dropping. Principal Wong, the Raptors base was destroyed? Is it too late for me to join the Peak now? Zhou Yu, Principal Wong, do you not want the exploration force you just created? Lu, horrible, horrible. Chow Bao Bao Wow. Peak is awesome. Decima, Sister Chiao, join my force to survive. Survive, welcome. After the news of the destruction of the Raptors base spread, the speakers of Apocalypse were very lively, and one after another of the highly watched players appeared. Among them, ID Chow Bao Bao received invitations from countless forces. However, she declined them all, for a simple reason. She was used to being alone and did not want to join any force. Moreover, she was usually very busy. Although she played the game, her online time was only 7 or 8 hours at most. Principal Wong, Sister Chiao, is there anyone as Versailles as you? Su Bao, you play for 7 or 8 hours a day, and your strength reaches 80 points? No, your strength is already 81 points. Zhou Yu, Sister Chiao, your words are so heartbreaking. I was one of the first to come into contact with this game, but now my strength is only almost 70 points. Lu Mumu, why do I feel that my luck is not very good? Is this game a big data killing of familiar people? If so, I won't recharge a penny. Decima, Teacher Piao, it seems that you just recharged 100 million today. The loudspeakers of the Doomsday Cataclysm are full of singing and laughter. However, some players don't pay attention to these loudspeakers at all. Lin Yi is such a person. He wants to become stronger. He is working hard to kill zombies in a dimly lit campus. Under his feet are corpses one after another, and there are many first-level hunters. Now, with the improvement of strength, it is easy for him to kill the first-level hunter. Damn! He counted the harvest and wanted a curse. There was nothing good at all. He wanted equipment drawings. Weapon drawings. Take him now. He held a sharp claw in his hand, and the claw dripped drops of scarlet blood on the floor. Hunter Claw. Strength increased by 20 points. This weapon is very important to him now. However, what made him a little headache was that a line of text appeared under the weapon. Durability 198. This is the durability of the equipment, and this value is constantly decreasing. The game also gave a warm reminder that when the durability is 0, the equipment cannot be used. It's just a game. Is it necessary to make it so realistic? Lin Yi cursed. At his current usage speed, I'm afraid that the durability of the Hunter Claw will be completely 0 in 2 or 3 days. Is there any way to restore the durability? He muttered to himself that he had thought about this question before, but he could not find the answer. But in the next second, he suddenly stopped, because a first-level hunter appeared in his field of vision. No, this is not a first-level hunter. The hunter in front of him not only has sharp claws on both hands, but also has a pair of blood-red eyes and blood-red skin. In an instant, a line of text appeared in Lin Ye's field of vision. First-level mutant hunter. It is more difficult to deal with than the first-level hunter. Its claws are more dangerous. If you face such a monster alone, you are likely to die. After the text appeared, Lin Yi was very nervous. Even the thought of running away came into his mind. However, the idea of running away was dispelled by him at once. He has lived a miserable life in the real world. In the game world, he doesn't want to be so mediocre anymore. He wants to try to kill the first-level mutant hunter in front of him. The next second, the two sides started fighting. As soon as they started fighting, the first-level mutant hunter started to move at high speed, and in a blink of an eye, it came to Lin Yi, and its sharp claws were still grabbing Lin Ye's head. If it was Lin Yi in the past, he would be killed instantly. But now Lin Ye's attributes have increased, so he quickly dodged the claws of the first-level mutant hunter. However, he was still slow to dodge, his shoulder was scratched, and a piece of bloody flesh was torn off. Hiss! The piercing pain came instantly, but he chose to ignore this pain. This is not the first time he's been injured while playing this game, but he's been injured many times. Fight! Lin Ye's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The battle between the two sides continued, but Lin Yi was always injured. The first-level mutant hunter's attacks continued, leaving him no chance to breathe. But Lin Yi was still able to hold on, because he gradually grasped the weakness of the first-level mutant hunter. Vision. It seems that the disadvantage brought by the blood-red eyes makes the first-level mutant hunter only rely on hearing and smell to capture his position. Often he takes advantage of the free time when the first-level mutant hunter is looking for him and eats food. The food is what he prepared in advance with the cooking stove. The effect of food is mainly to recover injuries. In this way, the first-level mutant hunter's movements began to slow down, and Lin Yi also relied on food to quickly recover his injuries. Lin Yi, holding the hunter's claws, smiled with a proud face. He can recover blood and return to various states. But this level mutant hunter can't do it all. Therefore, it won't take long. He can successfully kill this level mutant hunter. Everything is just as Lin Yi expected. The first-level mutant hunter also revealed a flaw when Lin Yi was shamelessly recovering blood. Lin Yi seized the flaw and successfully killed the first-level mutant hunter. Once killed, the first-level mutant hunter dropped a lot of items. Strength Crystal X50, Agility Crystal X50, Mutated Hunter Shoulder Armor Equipment Drawing, Mutated Hunter Claw X1, Mutated Hunter Red IX2. Harvest. Lin Ye's face was full of excitement, and he quickly checked the equipment drawings of the Mutant Hunter's shoulder armor. Mutant Hunter Shoulder Armor Drawing. Collect Mutant Hunter Claws X2, Black Iron, or X8, Mutant Hunter Red Eyes. Taking a closer look, Lin Yi frowned. He was still missing part of the material, but he was not discouraged. Keep killing monsters. Materials can always be revealed, and no matter what happens, he can still trade with other players. After taking a short rest and using food to recover, Lin Yi casually checked the strength rankings. Damn it! After making inquiries, he bared his teeth and cursed. Because, on the power rankings, Number 1 ID Dragon soaring 96 points of power. Number 2 ID Tianxing 94 points of power. These two guys are simply too fierce, and he also believes that these two guys will definitely become first-order extraordinary beings soon. This was an extraordinary being, something he had dreamed of and thought about in his dreams. But now he still has a long way to go before becoming a transcendent. The only thing he can do is fight monsters hard. Diligence can make up for weakness, and hard work will definitely pay off. Dear player Lin Yi, you have been online for more than 16 consecutive hours, and your next income will be 0. A game message reminder came into Lin Ye's field of vision. After looking at it, he remembered that he had been online for more than 8 hours and entered the fatigue period, so his income was halved. In other words, that first-order mutated hunter, he lost. What a loss! If his income hadn't been halved, he would have been able to produce more things just now. Shortly after, Lin Ye chose to go offline. Can't continue playing. Killed many zombies one after another. If it were in the past, it would have exploded several pieces of crystal. But the result was that not a single crystal could be seen. Zero profit really means zero profit, and I am really not kidding you. After going offline, Wang Xiao felt refreshed and refreshed. The game Doomsday Cataclysm really changed his life upside down. In the past, he was a homebody who always liked to play games and accomplish nothing. But now, he became famous in Doomsday Cataclysm, and he also has a place in the game. Although many netizens on the internet have called him a traitor, shameless, and shameless. But there was no emotion in his heart. If he was given a choice again, he would still choose to stab PDD in the back. It was this stabbing in the back that accelerated his rise. In particular, he noticed that there were thousands of dollars in his bank card account. This is because he previously sold some of his unnecessary game materials to other players. According to his speculation, the prices of common materials will only get lower and lower, while the prices of some rare materials are definitely soaring. Just for example, the Mutant Hunter shoulder equipment blueprint he obtained not long ago would cost tens of thousands of dollars, and a rich player would be satisfied to buy it. Even selling for 100,000 or more is not a problem. The world of rich people is not something that a poor person like him can understand. In addition, the game Doomsday Cataclysm is so magical, it will only make these rich people even more crazy. But there is absolutely no way Wang Xiao can sell it. He urgently needs a good piece of equipment right now, so that he can protect himself when facing more monsters. As for him now, if he really faced a second-level butcher, he would definitely be killed instantly without even a chance to breathe. Come on, keep playing games, keep getting stronger. Wang Xiao murmured to himself that he must continue to carry forward the game ID of Lin Ye. The end. He left the rental house and walked carelessly to the room where landlady's son was. Boom! He knocked on the door. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the door was opened. The person who opened the door was landlady's son, who was wearing heavy makeup. She was already an old woman of several decades, but she always dressed up in a girlish way. Especially when seeing landlady's son's smoky makeup, Wang Xiaozhen felt very dismayed. The appetite is disgusting. Xiao Wang, what's the matter? Landlady's son said, her tone no longer containing the usual contempt. She was really frightened by Wang Zhao's behavior last time. His eyes were particularly fierce, especially now that she knows. The world is about to change. It's incredible how a game can affect the real world. In addition, landlady's son knows one thing. Wang Xiao always likes to play games, and he has definitely played Doomsday Cataclysm for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more nervous landlady's son became. Cold sweat broke out on his palms. Could it be that Wang Xiao was going to attack her? She has always been too sharp-tongued and always treated Wang Xiao with contempt and dislike. He even said that if you don't have money, get out and don't rent my house. Such heart-wrenching words. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat quickened. Especially a piece of news this morning made her feel very scared. A tragedy occurred in Longjiang Village, and the perpetrator was Long Jing, a villager in Longjiang Village. She likes to inquire about gossip, but she found out that Long Jing is the player of Doomsday Cataclysm. Landlord's son, didn't you say you would pay the rent for next month in advance? 2,500, I'll pay it now. Wang Xiao was in a good mood and smiled when he spoke. He was also very lucky. In the past, he really wanted to kill landlord's son, but now he was afraid. The appearance of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau shocked him. If a superhuman commits a crime, he will definitely be caught in a minute. This huge monster of the country is too terrifying. Although his strength value is not low, it has reached 81 points, but he is still afraid. Peak. This is definitely the shadow of the country. Tianxing and Longting. These two strong men are enough for him to eat a pot. Not to mention, the country also controls a lot of hot weapons, and any bullet can take his life. If he really kills landlord's son to silence him, then one day he will be arrested by the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau like Long Jing, who committed the massacre of his family, or even shot to death. Xiao Wang, I told you to postpone the rent for a few days. Postpone it for a few days, don't worry, don't worry. Landlord's son said hurriedly, trembling all over, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although Wang Xiao was smiling, in the eyes of landlord's son, it was clearly the devil smiling. She is not really going to die, is she? No, she still wants to live. Fear spread rapidly in landlord's son's heart. It's okay, landlord's son, it's just 2,500. I'll pay it, I'll pay it. Wang Xiao looked calm, but he was also very confused in his heart. Landlord's son's face was pale. Is he feeling unwell? Xiao Wang, it's not easy for you to be alone. It's not easy to find a job these days when you are away from home. The monthly rent is still the same as in the past, 1,300 yuan. 2,500 yuan per month is too high, too high. Landlord's son said hurriedly. 1,300? Really? Wang Xiao was stunned, thinking that this was a pie in the sky. In the game, he encountered a first-order mutant hunter, killed it, and dropped an equipment blueprint. In reality, the monthly rent of 2,500 yuan can be reduced to only 1,300 yuan per month. Is this good things come in pairs? Okay, absolutely. Landlord's son nodded repeatedly. She just wanted to send Wang Xiao away quickly. Soon, after paying 1,300 yuan, Wang Xiao left. Oh, landlord's son sat on the ground like a puddle of mud. I don't buy Apple computers, cosmetics, or new skirts. I want to play the end of the world and charge money. After that, she gritted her teeth and looked determined. She also wanted to become stronger and keep up with the pace of the new era. Let's talk about now. Apple computers have just released new products, but the new Apple computers have not received much attention. Right now, everyone is discussing the end of the world. Soon after, landlord's son started playing Apocalypse. But after playing for a few minutes, she started cursing and her face turned pale. Xiao Wang, the 1,300 yuan rent I just paid? I wasted it all. It's only been a few minutes, right? Landlord's son gritted her teeth in anger. She really didn't expect that Apocalypse would be such a ripoff. She just wanted to buy some brand new furniture in the mall, but she didn't buy much and her money was all gone. What's worse is that she was bitten to death by a monster. Facing the zombies with bared fangs and claws, she had no ability to resist. On the internet, countless netizens were discussing one thing. Discussing the peak of the first force of Apocalypse. Peak, medical team, combat team. And it is said that there is also a command team. Too scary. The latest news, Peak destroyed the Dao Society and the Crazy Camp. Wow, this is too strong. It is said that Li Fengzi and Dao Jie escaped. Escaped? This NPC is willing to escape. Netizens are discussing nonstop, and more netizens are also convinced that Peak is definitely a national force. Otherwise, a force cannot be so strong. It is too outrageous and too unscientific. Since then, in the game, the entire Linfeng city is completely controlled by the players. However, Peak still made a lot of loudspeakers in the game. If the player can provide the whereabouts of Dao Jie and Li Fengzi, there will be a big reward. Obviously, Peak does not intend to let Dao Jie and Li Fengzi go. In the eyes of Peak, these are two evil tigers, and the evil tigers must be eliminated. Never let the tiger go back to the mountain. Every move of Peak also attracts the hearts of countless players. At least in Linfeng City, there are tens of thousands of players looking for Sister Dao and Crazy Li. Are these two people rats? How can they hide so well? Where are they hiding? I can't find them at all. I've searched all the schools, hospitals, bars, etc. in Linfeng City. I can't find them at all. Damn it. These two bastards won't escape from Linfeng City. More and more players tend to think that Sister Dao and Crazy Li have escaped and left Linfeng City. Otherwise, there is no reason why they can't find them. Linfeng City, sewer. The surrounding environment is dirty and messy, and you can smell a foul smell from time to time. Sister Dao's hair is now disheveled, and even the black suit on her body is stained with a lot of sticky blood and some dirty dirt. Her not-so-outstanding face is full of anger. Why? Where did those people come from? Too strong, too powerful. She was cursing, but she really didn't expect that she, the founder of the Sword Society, would end up in such a miserable state. Her life was originally so free and unrestrained. The discovery of a black iron or vein made her strength grow rapidly. He has even reached the level of a second-level transcendent. But in front of those people, she still had no power to fight back and could only run away. He has a lot of strength, but no fighting skills. The other party's cold words still rang in her mind. The more I think about her, the angrier I get. The other party was clearly calling her a fool. It's not just because of the large number of people that I was poisoned again. Sister Dao had a dissatisfied look on her face. If they were really fighting alone, she would have won long ago and would definitely crush the opponent. But each other. There are a lot of people. A dense group of people attacked her like they were crazy and possessed. She was defeated with 2 fists and 4 hands. It was impossible to defeat them quickly, and she could still hold on for a long time, but the other party shamelessly used drugs to reduce her combat power. Mean. Sister Dao cursed. But soon, she felt a little nervous. Duh, because from her ears, there was a sound of footsteps. Could it be that the other party came to the sewer after him? Or someone discovered her? This made Sister Dao very nervous. But when she heard the footsteps of only one person, she felt relaxed. Just one person. She's totally worth it. Soon, she finally saw the owner of the footsteps. This is an ordinary-looking man, about 30 years old, with dirty and messy hair. The man's clothes were also in tatters. It's Yu Li Feng. Crazy Li. Sister Dao recognized him at a glance. She had also sent her subordinates to greet Li Feng before. Join forces. However, Li Feng refused. Sister Dao, what a coincidence. Li Feng smiled, but always remained vigilant. Don't be nervous. At least for now, we can talk and join forces. After all, we have a common enemy. Sister Dao narrowed her eyes. Really? Li Feng nodded. Soon, the two began to plot and decided to cooperate temporarily. What they have to do now is not to fight back, but to use the sewers to escape from Linfeng City. You can keep the Green Hills without worrying about having no firewood. Sister Dao had a cold face. Yeah, I'm always said to be crazy, but compared to those people, am I crazy? Bah, that's just insulting the word crazy. Li Feng spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, thinking of the madness of those enemies. He was helpless. Face zombies. Facing the first-order hunter. Keep moving forward. Don't retreat, just move forward. Especially when he saw that his companions were injured. He was able to ignore them. It's so cold-blooded and ruthless. But such a group of people are very much a team. This was really contradictory, and he couldn't figure out at all. Russell, but gradually, Li Feng and Sister Dao both sensed something was wrong. The movement around them became more and more intensive, and it seemed like footsteps, but didn't seem to be the same. But tell them intuitively, the enemy is coming. The enemy is approaching quickly. Soon, in this disgusting sewer, a group of rats appeared. These rats with dark brown skin, a long tail, and 2 small pointed ears surrounded Li Feng and Sister Dao. If they were ordinary mice, they would never be afraid, but these mice were the same size as human children. Shortly after, the battle begins. Sister Dao and Li Feng were attacked by a group of rats. Although they killed a lot of rats, there were too many rats, 1, 2, dozens, hundreds. In the end, the two were killed by a swarm of rats, and everything on them was devoured by the rats. The rats dispersed quickly, eating the bodies of their dead companions as they left. Only patches of thick blood could be seen in the sewer, but the blood was quickly washed away and diluted by the sewage in the sewer. The players know nothing about all this and are still looking for the traces of Sister Dao and Crazy Li. Little did they know, a bigger crisis was brewing. However, some players also tried to enter the sewers to search, but the sewers were dirty and messy, and there was nothing at all. Lund, Britain. Due to the time difference, night had fallen in the Dragon Kingdom, but in the city of British Lund, the sun was still high and bright. Su Tian, who is a track and field athlete, has dark skin and a strong body. He is not tall, but has a well-proportioned figure. He is in discussions with the coaching staff about the upcoming track and field meet, which will begin soon. 100-meter Racing Diamond League. The Diamond League covers the world. The league calculates players' season points. The highest points can get a 4-carat diamond. Diamonds may not be valuable in the eyes of athletes, but this 4-carat Diamond League diamond is of extraordinary significance. Coach, I think this game is meaningless. Su Tian's side. Times have changed now. He also played Doomsday Cataclysm at his current level, not to mention the flying men from other countries, even the world's Olympic champion in the 100-meter race. They are far from his opponents. Zhao Yu, you can't help but participate, right? You represent our Dragon Kingdom in the Diamond League. Zhao Yu, the competition will start soon. You have to be more cautious. Save some face for athletes from other countries. Several coaches talked to each other. Su Tian couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. This game was definitely the most stress-free game in his track and field career. It can completely crush the opponent and even set a new world record. However, he doesn't want to be so arrogant, so he will still have reservations during the game. Soon, athletes entered one after another. Limit. Audiences in the auditorium were shouting one person's name crazily. This man's name is Limit, and his skin is as dark as coal. He is a black man, 1.96 meters tall, and his appearance may not be outstanding, but he has terrifying explosive power, and he is currently the #1 flying man in the beautiful country. As long as he shows up in the 100-meter race, then he must be the champion. Faced with the cheers of the audience, Limit smiled all over his face and blew kisses to the audience one after another. First, belong to me. He spoke again in a foreign language. The other track and field athletes did not speak, but they were all under great pressure. Limit is so strong. Limit is the king of the 100-meter race. Especially this year, Limit was in super good condition and ran a time of 9.75 seconds. Even a terrifying and astonishing 9.62 seconds. Limit is expected to break the world record of 9.58 seconds. Su Tian also looked at the auditorium. It was really crowded and packed with seats. He was not surprised. It has always been in the eyes of countless people. Sports have the highest gold content. Definitely the 100 meters in track and field. It represents the limit of human running. The champion of this event is more commonly known as the fastest man in the world. Just when Su Tian was in a daze, Limit gave Su Tian a hard push. Don't block my way. Limit's eyes were cold, and he glanced at Su Tian coldly. Facing the audience, he might restrain his emotions, calm himself down, and stop acting so arrogantly. But facing these opponents on the track, he has always been arrogant and went his own way. Su Tian frowned and said nothing, also unwilling to conflict with Limit. Dragon countryman? Su Tian, this competition is not suitable for you to participate. In track and field races, I almost never see yellow people. Limit's tone was disdainful. Although what he said was true, Su Tian's face gradually darkened. However, Su Tian remained silent. It's boring. You are not suitable to participate in such a Diamond League. You are just here to run with me. Do you understand? Limit dropped these words and walked straight to the runway that belonged to him. He belongs on the 5th runway. Friend, don't be like that guy. He is so arrogant and arrogant. Friend from the Dragon Kingdom, I heard that many people in your Dragon Kingdom have mental disorders. You should be fine, right? This game is really not suitable for you to participate in. Other track and field athletes also spoke one after another. They either comforted Su Tian or teased Su Tian. What's more, some of them were very arrogant and contemptuous. Su Tian remained silent, but his fists were clenched very tightly. He doesn't want to talk nonsense. Witness it on the field. By coincidence, Su Tian was on the 4th runway, right next to Limit. Unlucky, Limit was arrogant and didn't even look at Su Tian. Soon after, all the athletes were in position. Bang! The starting gun was fired, and a crisp sound was heard at the scene. However, only one athlete started running. The audience was a little confused, but they also realized something. Soon, the scene gave a video replay, and the Gaul athlete jumped the gun. On the spot, the Gaul athlete was directly disqualified from the competition. I didn't jump the gun. The Gaul athlete argued, but it was useless, and he was directly sent off. There were only 7 athletes left on the field, and they were all calm and not too nervous. At their current level, those who can stay on the field are all strong without exception. Soon, the starting gun sounded again. Bang! This time there was no jumping the gun. The 7 figures were like 7 wild horses that had broken free from their reins, rushing wildly, like a whirlwind. The reporter from Longhua, who was broadcasting the Diamond League, first paid attention to the red. The red was like a fiery red meteor. He started very fast. He took the lead from the start and was ahead of everyone, and he still had an absolute lead. Our athlete, Su Tian, is currently in the first place. Go, Su Tian. The reporter from Longhua was very nervous, and he couldn't bear to blink because the 100-meter race is fleeting, and it may only take 1 or 2 blinks to end the race and decide the winner. Many netizens are also following this game through live broadcast. Sure, if I go, I think I can also be the first. Bullshit. With your psychological quality, you will definitely start early. No suspense. Su Shun is the first. Netizens all like Su Shun very much. Su Shun's performance in the 100-meter track and field event in recent years has been eye-catching, and with the bonus of the end of the world. This first place must be Su Shun. On the track, Lamette, the current top sprinter in the United States, was about to collapse. He wanted to catch up with that dazzling red light, but he could never catch up with the other party, and he could even feel that the distance between him and the other party was getting farther and farther. Why? Isn't that red light the Dragon Country player? How could that Dragon Country player run so fast? It's too fast. No, I want to surpass the other party. Finally, the game is over. Lemmet still didn't catch up with that red light, but Lemmet's result was not bad either. 9.68 seconds. However, that red light, that Dragon Country player ran 9.48 seconds in the 100-meter race. He broke the 100-meter world record. He became the first person in the world to run under 9.5 seconds in the 100-meter race. Oh God, this is impossible. Did this Dragon Country runner run 9.48 seconds? Oh my God, we witnessed the world record being broken. This ticket is worth it. There must be something fishy going on. This Dragon Country runner needs to undergo a drug test. He must have taken some special stimulant drugs. The audience exclaimed in amazement. Some were shocked, some couldn't believe it, and some had doubts. Gradually, there were more and more doubts, and many viewers believed that Su Tian took drugs, which was why he was able to run such an amazing and terrifying result. 9.48 seconds. This is not a result that humans can run at all. Facing these doubts, Su Tian's face was calm, and he was too lazy to even explain. If it was in the past, he would definitely be very excited if he could break the 100-meter world record. Even, he would do all kinds of actions that ordinary people could not imagine. But now his state of mind is very calm. He has retained a large part of his strength, and he can run faster. Now, don't even mention his 9.48 seconds. As long as you have played Apocalypse to increase some agility, many people can run such a good result. You can say that. There are many world-class sprinters in Dragon Country today. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or even more. You cheated. You will be sanctioned by the relevant organization. I didn't lose. I'm the first. Lamite ran to Su Tian. His face was livid, and his tone was full of anger. Facing his irritable side, Su Tian shrugged and said nothing. But his coaching staff spoke for him and submitted Su Tian's pre-match drug test to the relevant organizations of the Diamond League. There was no problem with the drug test, and Su Tian did not meet the drug requirements. Soon, the relevant documents were made public. Faced with these evidences proving Su Tian's innocence, the audience was silent, and could not say a word. Even Lei might open his mouth wide. He couldn't believe what he saw. But the fact is that Su Tian really did not take drugs. Su Tian ran a terrifying time of 9.48 seconds. Su Tian, you are amazing. British athlete Hughes gave Su Tian a thumbs up. Wow, incredible. Today, I witnessed the birth of a miracle. Nia athlete Mike gave Su Tian a hug. This is a miracle day. Su Tian, you are amazing. Gaker athlete Glass was surprised. One by one, the players were blessing Su Tian. Su Tian, you are the new world flying man. Limit was also completely convinced and said a blessing. Facing this sentence with a blessing, Su Tian shook his head. I am not a world-famous person. There are tens of thousands of players of my level in the Dragon Kingdom. Maybe there are already more than 10,000 people. Su Tian's words made the track and field athletes present laugh. Even the audience laughed happily, feeling that Su Tian, the Dragon King, really liked to joke. Even some children from our Dragon Kingdom can run a time of 9.48 seconds. Su Tian said seriously. Everyone laughed happily and felt that Su Tian was talking nonsense. Finally, Su Tian returned to the lounge. He started chatting with the coaching staff. Today is a historic day. Zhao Yu, you won the 100-meter Diamond League Championship at the British Lund Station and fulfilled the dreams of many track and field seniors in our Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Yu, you are the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. The coaching staff boasted about Su Tian. Coach, please stop praising me. My results really don't mean anything. Su Tian said angrily. The coaches laughed and said nothing more. But there was only one thought in their minds. Play games. Keep playing the game. Once athletes master the game, they can easily crush their opponents in their respective sports. Regarding Su Tian winning first place in the Diamond League and breaking the 100-meter world record, it has also become a hotly searched news on domestic Weibo. Bless God, Su. Countless netizens congratulated Su Tian one after another. But some netizens thought that Su Shun was too bullying. Going to the Diamond League is just like adults bullying children. Inside the PDD live broadcast room, PDD is still playing Cataclysm. It seems that Sister Dao and Crazy Li really ran away. PDD ran back and forth in Linfeng City looking for the players who led the survival forces, but they couldn't find them. Therefore, he also gave up. I originally wanted to pick up the slack, but I couldn't come across Sister Dao or Crazy Li. It was at this time. Every player in Linfeng City received 2 game messages. Congratulations to the players for taking full control of Linfeng City. Linfeng City is about to welcome the tide of corpses. Resist the tide and defend Linfeng City. Once it falls, Linfeng City will fall and be occupied by monsters. Tide of corpses? Does this mean there are many monsters coming? PDD's eyes glowed golden. Right now, he really just wants to kill monsters. No matter what. There are really no zombies to be seen in Linfeng City. Players are too quick to eliminate zombies, and the number of zombies is not infinite. As a result, Linfeng City has become the embarrassing situation it is today. There is no monster to kill, but now it's better. The monster is coming. Moreover, there's still a bunch of weirdos. These are clearly walking crystals one after another. The more he thought about it, the more excited PDD became. He wanted to organize his own survival force, kill more monsters, and obtain more crystals. He wants to lead the brothers and take off. Teacher Piao, please quickly check when this zombie wave will arrive. What time? What time? Check quickly. My sword is already thirsty. Is a new monster finally going to appear in Linfeng City? I was born in Linfeng City. It's too difficult for me. There are no monsters to kill for me. What kind of bullshit apocalypse is this? There are fewer monsters than players. In the PDD live broadcast room, you can see one barrage after another complaining. PDD quickly checked the time of the zombie tide. Sure enough, after checking, the game also gave a time reminder. There are still 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds before the arrival of the primary zombie tide. PDD also noticed the current time, which is about 8 o'clock in the evening. In other words, The primary zombie tide will arrive at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. However, he cannot find more information about the invasion of the zombie tide and could only check the time point. Primary zombie tide, it looks stable. There is absolutely no difficulty. You must be online at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. This wave of zombies must not be missed. Why the hell am I not born in Linfeng City? I was born in other cities. I can't catch up with this wave of zombies. I really envy the players born in Linfeng City. Some are happy and some are sad. Those players who were not born in Linfeng City were all very melancholy and felt that they had lost a lot of crystals. How great it would be if they were also born in Linfeng City. Facing the audience who were complaining, PDD also comforted them. It may not be a good thing for the players in Linfeng City, because the reason for this primary zombie tide is related to the players' full control of Linfeng City. And now, the strength of the players in Linfeng City is uneven, and it is unknown whether Linfeng City can be defended. After PDD's analysis, the audience in the live broadcast room also agreed. It is said that Li Fengzi of Crazy Camp and Dao Jidao of Dao Wei have both entered the second level extraordinary. But the current level of players, not to mention the second level extraordinary, the gap with the first level extraordinary is very large. Only number 1 Longting and number 2 Tianxing on the power ranking list are about to become first level extraordinary. However, nothing is absolute. Our players have the advantage in numbers and a spirit of fearlessness. The invasion of the zombie tide may not be a bad thing, but a good thing. PDD added. Sister Zhou, Decima, Su Baby, Dai Xiaomei, all the anchors of Douxiao live broadcast platform are looking forward to the arrival of the zombie tide. However, the real world is in turmoil again. Just because Ma Jieka, who has retired and is traveling around the world, actually started a live broadcast on Weibo. Once the broadcast started, countless people were attracted. Ma Jieka's appearance, square face, wide forehead, slightly big nose, and a pair of big dark eyes. This appearance is definitely not outstanding. But Ma Jieka is an entrepreneur in Longhua who has mixed reputations. Some people like him, and some people hate him. Ma Jieka has also created many myths, established the first internet company in China, developed Alibaba, established a shopping network. From an unknown person to the 11th place in the world's richest list, it only took a few short decades. He created a myth. It made countless people look at him with new eyes. Among them, the most talked about is Double 11. From an ordinary online promotion activity, it has evolved into today's global online shopping carnival. Papa Ma, you actually started broadcasting? Evil capitalists. You are a vampire. Everyone hates you. What for the people? It's all lies. You are doing it for yourself. You can see one barrage after another, most of which are insults. If it was Ma Jieka back then, when he was still young and energetic, he would definitely talk endlessly with the barrage, but now his state of mind has changed a lot. Originally, I really just wanted to retire and travel around the world. Isn't that good? Unfortunately, this world is unpredictable. Sometimes, when opportunities come, you have to seize them. If you don't seize the opportunity, you'll be eliminated by society. Ma Jieka was sitting on a sofa, talking to the camera. From time to time, he also took a sip of the tea on the tea table. The scolding in the live broadcast room gradually became less and less. They had scolded enough and were a little tired. They wanted to see what Ma Jieka was doing. I love martial arts, especially those martial arts novels. I am eager to become a martial arts master and a great hero. For this reason, I also starred in a kung fu movie. Although it is a micro-movie, I believe everyone has seen it. It has been released for many years. In the movie, I became a martial arts master and passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals. But this is a dream after all. When I woke up from the dream, everything was gone. I'm not a martial arts master. Ma Jieka smiled, his face full of self-mockery. The audience in the live broadcast room knew that Ma Jieka had a dream of martial arts in his heart. Not only Ma Jieka, but everyone has a dream of martial arts in their hearts. But in the past, the dream of martial arts was absolutely impossible to realize. But now it is easy to realize the dream of martial arts. I played Cataclysm. Ma Jieka grinned, and his smile became even wider. In the first half of his life, he was devoted to starting a business and making money. In the second half of his life, he wanted to enjoy his old age, see the beautiful mountains and rivers of his motherland, and see the customs of all parts of the world. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Now, he has no intention of traveling around the world. He just wants to play Cataclysm. After that, Ma Jieka gently clenched the ceramic teacup in his hand. This teacup is very valuable and worth a lot of money. But he didn't care at all at the moment, and easily crushed the teacup, even crushed it. This is power. The great disaster can help me realize my martial arts dream. Ma Jieka's eyes were burning, thinking that one day in the future, he might be able to face bullets without any damage. Papa Ma, you really played the great disaster, and this power is really amazing. Are the capitalists going to enter the great disaster? Damn, will we ordinary people live? It seems that the giant crocodiles are going to enter one after another. The audience in the live broadcast room had mixed feelings. They had expected this day to come a long time ago, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. The great disaster game is so magical. How could the giant crocodiles not enter the game? And they're entering the game now. Is it because of the checks and balances of the country, or other factors? The audience couldn't figure it out, but they could all sense the increasingly imminent sense of crisis. In 1999, in a dilapidated house, I held a meeting and tricked 18 people into joining me in the industry. They became my 18 arhats. And now, facing this new era, facing this mysterious and unknown virtual reality online game, the Doomsday Cataclysm, I also want to call on you to fight side by side with me. Join my Maz Guild. The Maz Guild offers preferential treatment, and his treatment will never disappoint you. Ma Jieka continued, his expression solemn, suddenly starting such a live broadcast. Not for anything else, just to recruit people. He has analyzed the game, the Doomsday Cataclysm, for a long time. Fighting alone will not work. He needs to rely on the power of other players to quickly grow himself. He wants to become stronger and wants to become a first-level extraordinary as soon as possible. For this, he is willing to pay any amount of money. Ma Jieka's words caught hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room off guard. You said so much just to recruit players. What benefits? How much is the monthly salary? Are there 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? A vampire guild? Bullshit. I will never join. The audience had different attitudes. Some were curious about the specific benefits of the Majik Guild, while others boycotted Majik and were particularly disgusted with him. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, definitely. The benefits are absolutely generous, and there are many bonus shares. The specific benefits are linked to the strength of the players. The stronger the strength, the more generous the benefits. Majik continued. When he accidentally saw a comment from the audience, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Establishing the Maz Guild will definitely take up the little time left in my life, but I don't regret it. Even if it costs a lot of money, I don't care. What's the use of money? I'm not interested in money. Majik said one earth-shattering statement after another. The audience's mood was ups and downs. It was as if the Maz Guild had fired the first shot of capital. Xiaomi Guild, Penguin Guild, Daheng Guild, Jingxiang Guild, Huajing Guild, Sanshur Guild. Guilds whose owners play Doomsday Cataclysm are popping up like bamboo shoots after rain. In response to this, the Supernatural Affairs Bureau also posted a Weibo. Reject vicious competition. These 6 simple words reveal a lot of information and seem to be warning one guild after another that they can enter Doomsday Cataclysm. But if they engage in vicious competition, the Supernatural Affairs Bureau may intervene. Hengchuan Town, an ordinary town in Longhua. Yang Chao's mood is very complicated. His strength value in Doomsday Cataclysm has reached 50 points. Such panel attributes are definitely not outstanding, but at least much better than most players. As far as he knows, at this stage, the strength value of players is about 10 or 20 points. What made him feel complicated was the Maz Guild the Penguin Guild, the Jingxiang Guild. He had known all the guilds. The treatment was really good, really awesome. It can be said that the treatment was even better than the survival force created by the Big Anchor PDD, where he was currently. This made him waver. The idea of changing jobs came to his mind. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. If he wants to make more money or go further, should he leave survival? Husband, why are you daydreaming? His wife Zhang Li was full of doubts. Yang Chao also spoke out the troubles in his heart. Husband, how is Teacher Piao treating you? Zhang Li said something strange. Teacher Piao treats every player of our survival force very well. And in order to meet the upcoming zombie tide, Teacher Piao is also buying equipment and weapons on a large scale, trying to get more and more players of the survival force to wear good equipment and weapons. Yang Chao said, it's not bad for you. Why do you have to leave for money and treatment? Think about it. If you join those guilds and change to a new environment, will you be valued by the new boss? Zhang Li said what she was thinking. I have to say, what she said makes sense. Yang Chao knew very well that if he joined another guild, he would definitely not be qualified to talk to the new boss. Finally, he took a deep breath of fresh air and strengthened his thoughts. Just stay alive, waiting for the day when the survival force is really no good and cannot be maintained. I will join other forces and other guilds. However, he believed in Teacher Piao's ability, and it was definitely possible to maintain his survival power. However, not everyone has the same idea as Yang Chao. As soon as the capitalists established the guild, they attracted many powerful players. Survival being the first group every week, players are gradually passing away, flowing to the guilds of capitalists. In Decima's live broadcast room, Decima did not play Doomsday Cataclysm because he had been online for more than 16 hours and had zero income. It would be a pure waste of time to continue to fight monsters. Again, the situation in Linfeng City is also very delicate. There are no zombies to kill. But right now, Decima is in a bad mood. Several of the apprentices and esports players he had recruited before left. When they left, they all thanked Decima for his care and cultivation during this period. But there is no way. The benefits from those guilds were so generous. They were so excited. A bunch of ungrateful bitches. Teacher Ma, don't be too sad. This is definitely vicious competition. Report it to the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau. Report it. Damn it. These vampires are coming. Can this game still be fun? Every audience in the Decima live broadcast room was also aggrieved and dissatisfied. What happened to Decima made them feel that the future doomsday catastrophe would really be controlled by the power of capital. These ordinary players really have no way to survive. It doesn't constitute malicious competition. I've seen the treatment of those guilds. It's indeed generous. Compared to me, I'm a little inferior, but the difference in treatment is definitely not big. They will leave because they value the prospects of those guilds. Also, they left on their own initiative, but no one was poaching. The shadow of a person's famous tree. Those guilds rely on the power of their own brand names and reputation to recruit people. Decima sighed continuously and expressed his inner thoughts. Everything is as he said. Penguin Guild, Ma Clan Guild, Jingxiang Guild, etc. do not engage in unfair competition, let alone vicious poaching. The audience in the live broadcast room was silent. They also understand the aspect of salary poaching, and I have to say that these guilds are really good at it, and the treatment they give is simply a little higher than that of Decima. If Decima gives 1 times the salary given by those guilds is 1.1 to 1.3 times the salary, which is absolutely law-abiding. It's very difficult now, and it may be even more difficult in the future. But I believe that if you survive, you'll be able to find a way out and a way to survive in this wasteland world. Decima's tone was firm. He had seized the opportunity and still had an advantage. He said that although some people had left behind in order to survive under his banner, those high-end combat forces would never leave him. Moreover, those guilds would never dare to do anything wrong in the game. If they stage a scene of massacring players, the Supernatural Affairs Bureau would definitely intervene. Compared with the personal power of Decima, those guilds are likely to be subject to certain restrictions on related actions in the game. and their absolute freedom is not particularly high. Of course, these are all his personal guesses. Support Teacher Ma. The live broadcast room barrages one after another, all supporting Decima. Facing these voices of support, Decima was still very pleased, with a smile on his face. It would be great if we could support with actual actions. Decima's implication was very clear. Send gifts. The audience did not disappoint him. They quickly gave various small gifts, but these small gifts were all free gifts. Not giving coins, but just companionship. Decima smiled bitterly, thinking that the live broadcast industry was really difficult to do, but now he also relied on gifts from the audience to make a living, mainly relying on traffic. With traffic, he has a way to turn traffic into money. Countless people in China are paying attention to the great disaster, but it is different abroad. What attracted the most attention from foreign netizens was not the great disaster, but the fact that in the just-concluded track and field Diamond League, the Dragon countryman Su Tian broke the 100-meter world record and won the British Lund Station Championship. This made countless foreign netizens unbelievable. Among them, on major social platforms, Su Tian's British Lund Station competition video has aroused countless heated discussions. That bright red. Now countless foreign netizens think it is an illusion. How can a yellow person run so fast? Incredibly fast. Faster than they can imagine. Su Tian, this dragon countryman. How can he be so terrifying? Unbelievable. The 100-meter world record was broken just like that. 9.48 seconds. It's 0.1 seconds faster than the previous 100-meter world record. There is no problem with the drug test. This is really a magical dragon countryman. Countless foreign netizens marveled at Su Tian's performance, but there were also people who questioned it. Britain Lund. The sun was high in the sky, and it was hot. Cade, a famous British university sports professor with gray hair, was analyzing Su Tian's game video over and over again. It doesn't make sense that the dragon people can run under 9.48 seconds. Because of the limits of human beings, humans can never run under 9.5 seconds. But Su Tian ran in and Cade's bright blue eyes were fixed on the video in front of him. He is a university sports professor, responsible for training students, letting them experience the charm of sports, and let them constantly surpass themselves. He also teaches some well-known athletes, such as telling these athletes about diet matching, training methods, etc., in order to improve the performance of these athletes. Therefore, Su Tian's game video made him have a terrible guess in his mind. Su Tian, not running faster yet. Some of Su Tian's small details are not perfect. Su Tian can be more perfect. Once perfect, Su Tian may run under the 9-second mark. Oh my god, this dragon countryman is too scary. Is he really a dragon countryman? He is clearly a beast. Cade muttered to himself, really surprised. But he still questioned Su Tian's performance, because he checked Su Tian's previous results. 9.91 seconds, 9.90 seconds, 9.86 seconds. Among them, Su Tian's best result is 9.83 seconds. This result is enough to shock most of the world, making many people in the world realize that the yellow race can run so fast. But no matter how shocked, it is not as good as now. 9.48 seconds. Cade's expression was tangled. He was still unwilling to believe this result. This is too against the sky and too amazing. But the facts are in front of him. He has to believe it. Cade is more patient than others, and he also inquires about more and more information about Su Tian. He wants to find out the reason. The performance improvement of an ordinary employee has always been gradual. You get what you sow. How can you reach the sky in one step? Something extraordinary must have happened to Su Tian. Cade said firmly. Soon, you seem to have found the answer. There is a game in Dragon Country. It is called Doomsday Cataclysm. There are more and more players of this game now, and there is even a very scary thing about this game. The game becomes stronger, and the real world becomes stronger. Is this real? But the country has already refuted the rumor. This is just a rumor. Cade frowned. He had also heard of this game. It is said that dragon people who played this game have a high probability of suffering from paranoia or mental abnormality. For this reason, The British country also sent a medical team to help those patients in Dragon Country in a humanitarian way. He turned over and over again and checked a lot of information. Cade still doubted Doomsday Cataclysm, but he believed it a little. It was a pity that as a British citizen, he could not play this game at present. If the truth is really like this, then this world is too crazy. Cade muttered to himself. Many citizens of Britain had the same idea as Cade. Perhaps Cade could keep his cool, but they couldn't. They wanted to know the truth. They suspected that the country had concealed the truth. There were very few such people at first. On the streets of London, only a few groups could be seen, but their number was increasing. In just 1 or 2 hours, there were groups of people on the streets. There were hundreds or even thousands of people, and the number was still increasing. We want to know the truth. Among them, a particularly angry citizen roared and shouted, holding up a sign in his hand. A new era has arrived. Su Tian, that Dragon Country track and field athlete, must have played Cataclysm. Otherwise, how could he run so fast? The country has concealed the truth from us. As citizens, we have a right to know. Reveal the truth. We want to play Cataclysm. The shouts continued in the streets and alleys, and the gathered citizens kept protesting that the truth was concealed and that they also wanted to play Cataclysm. But the game could be downloaded quickly, but they couldn't enter. There were many media reporters at the scene. Among them, the reporters interviewed a citizen. This citizen was a woman. The truth should not be concealed, and Cataclysm should be updated as soon as possible to support British players to enter the game. The woman was very angry and dissatisfied. This game can definitely change the world. Otherwise, Dragon Country wouldn't have taken so many actions. Do you know? Dragon Country has established the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau. Also, Dragon Country's capitalists have begun to take action. If we don't take action, it will be too late, too late. A thin young man with a ferocious face. He felt that if he didn't play Cataclysm again, he would go crazy. He wanted to recharge. He wanted to become stronger. There were all kinds of people on the streets of London, and they could all be seen. It wasn't just Britain that had people protesting. The United States, the Sakura country, the Gaul country. People in each country began to feel uneasy and irritable. They wanted to play Cataclysm. They wanted to keep up with the times. News of protests quickly became hot searches on foreign social platforms. So the truth is like this. I told you. How could the dragon people break the 100-meter world record? A game actually has such great magic. It's ridiculous that we actually laugh at the dragon people's mental abnormality. A game? Is it really so incredible? I don't believe it. Countless foreign netizens rush to discuss, and there may still be doubts about the magic of the Doomsday Cataclysm, but the voices of doubt are getting fewer and fewer. The next day, in the morning, Zhao Yu woke up from his sleep, and now his sleep quality is getting better and better, as if it is because he has become a first-level extraordinary person. As soon as he woke up, he immediately checked the system panel. Familiar lines of text appeared. The Doomsday Cataclysm / This made Zhao Yu feel indescribably weird. As for him, he knows nothing about the stock market. He barely understands the rise and fall of stocks. But he doesn't dare to take the name of stock god. Especially after walking into Jiangxing Securities Company, Zhao Yu felt that the environment was too noisy and noisy. There are people everywhere and smokers everywhere. Although there are warning signs, such as no smoking posted on the scene, those smokers are only concerned about their own happiness and do not care about the feelings of others. Are you Mr. Zhao? Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and a black tie strolled up to Zhao Yu, his tone a little uncertain. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yu was a little confused and introduced his name. Zhao Yu. These two simple words, coupled with the other person's appearance, made the middle-aged man in a suit breathe a little faster. Mr. Zhao, please follow me. Our securities company has just received a business related to you. You want to withdraw a fund from the stock market, but you need to go through some procedures. The middle-aged man is Lin Wei, the manager of Jiangxing Securities Company. Soon, Zhao Yu followed Lin Wei's footsteps and left. The exchange and conversation between the two also attracted the attention of many people around them. Most of the investors present knew Lin Wei, Manager Lin. Manager Lin went out to greet him personally. This young man is a bit unusual. This Mr. Zhao, did you say his name just now? His name is Zhao Yu. The name looks familiar. It seems that he is the famous prodigal son in our Jiangcheng. Are you going to come to the stock market and continue to lose the little family fortune you have left? The investors were chatting and laughing and felt that Zhao Yu was too ignorant. How could he be exposed to the stock market? Hit the stock market. Zhao Yu will definitely lose all his money. No wonder Manager Lin looked so excited. In Manager Lin's eyes, Zhao Yu was probably a big sheep. Manager Lin will definitely be able to make a lot of money from Zhao Yu. It's really enviable. To be envied is to be envied. Investors are still paying attention to the rise and fall of stocks in the stock market. I was really unlucky yesterday. If I bought Zhongling liquor, I would have made a lot of money. It is said that our stock god from Jiangcheng bought Zhongling Winery, and as a result, Zhongling Winery skyrocketed. Not only Zhongling liquor, but also stock gods bought Guangming Technology, Dongtian Biotech, and Ocean Communications, and their prices skyrocketed. It's really like whatever you buy, it goes up, as if the stock market is run by his family. Nonsense, this is the god of stocks. If he didn't have some skills, would we call him the god of stocks? All the stock investors look forward to it, hoping that one day they can meet the stock god himself. Even if they cannot worship the stock god as their disciples and learn some rare knowledge about the stock market from the stock god, they will definitely be able to soar into the sky. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile, "I know this god is very young. It is said that he is just over 20 years old." What? Mr. Wei, do you know about the stock god? Mr. Wei, please reveal some information about the stock god. Mr. Wei, have you already contacted the stock god? Who is the stock god? This is so talented. Wei Fei, a man with gold-rimmed glasses, was surrounded by a group of people. I don't know the specifics. I only know that he is a native of Jiangcheng. He is very young and has an unlimited future. I am also asking for more information. If I find out, I will tell you. After all, you're all my bosses. Friend, isn't it? Mr. Wei Fei said with a smile, but he was still sneering in his heart. If you really find out the specific information of the stock god, how can he reveal it to these people? If you can make a fortune, you must make it yourself. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Everyone was grateful. Zhao Yu, who was in the office of Jiangxing Securities Company, was reading the agreements one after another. When he saw that there were no problems with the agreements, he signed them directly and pressed his fingerprint. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your cooperation. Mr. Zhao, please rest assured that our Jiangxing Securities Company will not let you down and will allocate the 10 billion funds you need to your account as soon as possible. We also hope that Mr. Zhao can understand and consider us. The amount of funds you withdraw is too significant, so some procedures are also required. But our Jiangxing Securities Company guarantees that the money will be transferred to Mr. Zhao's personal bank account within 24 hours. Lin Wei, the manager of Jiangxing Securities Company, had a sincere face. He treated Mr. Zhao Yu, as a valued customer, with the utmost sincerity. If other people withdraw money, they will never be able to withdraw money so quickly. But in the eyes of the entire Jiangxing Securities Company, Zhao Yu is extraordinary. Zhao Yu's investment ability is terrible. The stocks invested in have skyrocketed. To say that Zhongling Winery is a junk stock and no one takes it seriously can bear fruit. Something unexpected happened. Zhongling liquor industry announced the company's reorganization and many big players entered the market. Stocks skyrocketed and countless investors poured in. Not only Zhongling Winery. In addition, Guangming Technology received state support, and suddenly the stock of Guangming Technology, which had not been paid much attention, also rose. The more he thought about it, Lin Wei felt that Zhao Yu's talent in stock investment was beyond his imagination. Awesome, very scary. A bold guess popped up in his mind. It was very possible that Zhao Yu knew some inside information about stocks. If you know the inside story, you will definitely gain what you buy. Well, I believe in your company's ability to do things. Zhao Yu is smiling and in a really good mood. 10 billion will arrive soon. It feels so comfortable. After, he casually talked with Lin Wei about the doomsday catastrophe. Lin Wei is also very interested in this game. But soon, Lin Wei changed the subject. Mr. Zhao, regarding the current stocks, which ones do you like? After all, Lin Wei couldn't help but ask. As a securities company manager, he shouldn't ask customers, but he really couldn't help it. Money is too attractive to him. Especially the Zhao Yu in front of him is not an ordinary person, but the stock god in the eyes of Jiangxing investors. Ask the stock god for advice, he will definitely make a lot of money. Everyone in Zhao Yu is numb. He really doesn't understand stocks. But he can't say he knows nothing, can he? If you know nothing but make a lot of money in the stock market, what will others think? It's hard to say. The stock market is changing rapidly, and if you are not careful, you will lose your pants. Zhao Yu could only speak vaguely. Lin Wei had a different understanding of his words. The stock market is changing. Could it be that? Is a bear market coming? Are many stocks going to face a big drop? The more he thought about it, the more nervous Lin Wei became, and there were a lot of sweat beads on his forehead. He wants to sell off all the stocks he currently holds. Otherwise, if you wait until the stock market plummets before selling, it will be too late. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your guidance. I understand. Lin Wei looked grateful and looked at Zhao Yu with more respect. However, Zhao Yu was a little confused. You understood? What do you understand? Are you enlightened? What did you realize? Finally, Manager Lin Wei personally sent Zhao Yu off to Jiangxing Securities Company. Manager Lin, you are being too polite to this prodigal son of Jiangxing. Mr. Wei, who wore gold-rimmed eyes, watched Zhao Yu's retreating back with disdain on his face. He felt that this prodigal son would completely ruin the family fortune and would only stop if he was so ruined that he slept on the street. The rest of the stockholders also nodded their heads. There's really no need to be too polite to Zhao Yu, a prodigal son. How much money does Zhao Yu have now? 3 melons and 2 dates only cost a few million? Or hundreds of thousands? Even recently, I heard rumors from outside that Zhao Yu sold his house and car to pay off his debts. Therefore, it is very likely that Zhao Yu is making a desperate move into the stock market. If he fails, it's probably that food and clothing will be a problem for the rest of his life. Haven't you always wanted to know who that stock god suddenly appeared? Lin Wei's tone was calm, and he did not intend to hide it from everyone. As for the all-pervasive news media reporters in Jiangxing, I am afraid that without him exposing it, reporters and media will soon expose the news that Zhao Yu made tens of billions in the stock market. Now, he was surprised and couldn't believe it. A prodigal son can actually make all the changes in the stock market and earn tens of billions easily. This is enough to prove that Zhao Yu is definitely not a prodigal son. Zhao Yu's investment in the stock market definitely has a terrifying talent that others can hardly imagine. Who is it? Who is it? The investors' eyes widened, their ears pricked up, and their breathing began to become more rapid. Is the stock god Zhao Yu? Mr. Wei Fei's tone was a little surprised, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Kindness. Lin Wei nodded, turned around, and left. As the manager of Jiangxing Securities Company, he still had many things to do. With his departure, the entire stock market hall of Jiangxing Securities Company fell into deathly silence. No one spoke or made any sound. Many investors were paying attention to Lin Wei just now and wanted to see if Lin Wei would break any news. In the past, Lin Wei sometimes revealed some news about changes in the stock market. But what did they hear this time? Stock god. It was actually Zhao Yu, the prodigal son of Jiangxing. This is unacceptable to them. I'm starting to doubt life. Me too. Is Zhao Yu really the stock god? Can this news from manager Lin Wei be false? So, are we qualified to say that Zhao Yu is a prodigal? Every stock investor became more and more embarrassed as he spoke, and almost felt ashamed of himself. Especially Mr. Wei Fei really felt embarrassed and humiliated. He looked down on prodigal sons like Zhao Yu the most. But now he was told that the stock god who was proud of the stock market was actually Zhao Yu. What the hell? Wei Fei was nervous and unable to accept all this. But in his heart, he didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Yu anymore. What a prodigal. Those are just lies spread by lies. Being able to dominate the stock market and earn tens of billions of dollars is something that a prodigal can do. Jiangcheng, a newspaper. As an editor, Li Hai has lost most of his hair in his middle age and is almost bald. Knock, knock, knock. When he was slowly drinking the freshly brewed wolfberry, who would have thought that his office door was knocked hard again and again? Come in. He frowned, feeling dissatisfied. Soon, a reporter came in. This reporter was very young and fair-looking. He was a new reporter, Jiang Mingquan, who had just joined the company. Xiao Jiang, what's the matter? Li Hai said unhappily. Seeing that his boss's face was not very good, Jiang Mingquan did not dare to say anything more. He directly presented the latest news he had just learned to the editor Li Hai for review. News? Li Hai's face became darker. He wondered what new and valuable news the new reporter, Jiang Mingquan, could collect. I'm afraid it would definitely be some trivial things, especially after he glanced at it for the first time. He was too lazy to look at it again, because he saw a name. Zhao Yu. Xiao Jiang. The news we're going to report now is mainly about the game Cataclysm. The popularity of this game has been increasing, and you know what? Just now, Cataclysm has undergone new changes. Originally, it could only accommodate 100,000 players online, but now it can accommodate 3 million players online at the same time. This is first-hand news, and this is the news that the people pay the most attention to and love. But in the end, what is this news you gave me? Zhao Yu? It seems to be related to the stock market. Is it that the famous prodigal son in Jiangcheng has entered the stock market? What kind of news is this? The more he thought about it, the angrier Li Hai became, and his face became even more livid. Editor, this news is completely different from what you think. Zhao Yu is not a prodigal son. Jiang Mingquan explained. Ha ha! Li Hai laughed, and several tears fell from his eyes. Zhao Yu is a spendthrift, and everyone in Jiangcheng knows about it. If he's not a spendthrift, what is he? Li Hai laughed and got angry, and was about to scold Jiang Mingquan to leave the office. Editor Li, take a good look at this news. Jiang Mingquan said with a stiff face. What's so good about it? It's just a news about a spendthrift, and it's totally worthless. Li Hai looked dissatisfied, but he still read the news from just now. It's also necessary to see the horizon. How did this spendthrift lose money this time? Was he going into the stock market and losing a lot? If he really lost a lot, would he have to sleep on the street next? Or would he have to work in a factory? He thought silently. However, when he finished reading the news, he was stunned. Zhao Yu, Jiangcheng stock god, making a profit of 10 billion in the stock market. Impossible this? How is it possible? Li Hai trembled all over and read the news in his hand again. But the content of the news did not change at all, and he was not wrong. After reading it over and over again, he was so shocked that his scalp was numb. But soon he realized something. Xiao Jiang. Okay, you actually made such a fake news. Is it to attract the public's attention? Do you know that your behavior will ruin the reputation of our newspaper? In the future, our newspaper may become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats in Jiangcheng. Li Hai was very angry. His face was as black as coal, and he accused Jiang Mingquan and even cursed at Jiang Mingquan. As a new reporter, Jiang Mingquan looked aggrieved. Editor Li, I dare not make fake news. The news is about the truthfulness of the content and the timeliness of the news. He argued. However, Li Hai still didn't believe it. In the end, Li Hai confirmed it again and again through his own channels. The news is accurate. Zhao Yuzhen made hundreds of billions in the stock market. Is this a prodigal son? We are all wrong. Zhao Yu's talent is clearly not being used in the right place. Li Hai slumped in the black boss chair with a bitter expression on his face. This Zhao Yu is really amazing. He really deserves the title of stock god. Xiao Jiang, I'm sorry just now. I wrongly blamed you. Li Hai even apologized to Jiang Mingquan for his words and deeds just now. Editor Li, I can't blame you. When I first got this news, I thought it was fake news, but it turned out to be true. Jiang Mingquan, a new reporter who had just joined the job, didn't dare to blame his immediate boss. He quickly expressed his stance with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Li Hai nodded silently, feeling that Xiao Jiang was quite a good person and should be promoted if given the chance. Report this news as soon as possible. We need to get ahead of other news reports, Li Hai said hurriedly. Jiang Mingquan nodded silently. At noon that day, all major newspapers in Jiangsheng are taking action. Not only are they reporting on news related to the doomsday catastrophe, but they are also reporting on Jiangsheng stock god Zhao Yu. The prodigal son will not be able to exchange for gold. So what kind of prodigal son is Zhao Yu, the stock god? Jiangsheng News. Create miracles. Earn tens of billions of blood. Stock god Zhao Yu. Jiangsheng Pioneer News. All of us are wrong. All very wrong. Jiangsheng Youth Daily. In the stock market, he kills everyone. In the stock market, he turns stones into gold. In the stock market, he controls the wind and rain. Jiangsheng Securities Daily. Countless news about Zhao Yu is overwhelming. It spread rapidly in Jiangsheng. Every hotel, restaurant, or food stall in Jiangsheng is also full of people coming and going. People are eating delicious lunch and reading the news on their mobile phones. Poaching? Zhao Yu, a prodigal, has made tens of billions in the stock market. A white-collar young man in a suit and tie was dining in a clean and tidy Western restaurant. He had just eaten with a knife and fork and took a bite of steak when he was shocked by a piece of news. Zhao Yu. This person is well known in Jiangsheng and has always been synonymous with being a prodigal. I can't even hold on to my family fortune. But now, is this prodigal son about to turn over? Making tens of billions of dollars in the stock market is incredible. Oh my God, are you reading that right? Zhao Yu is so talented in the stock market, right? I was so shocked that my scalp was about to split. Zhao Yu is so powerful, so terrifying. The other guests in the Western restaurant were also shocked and couldn't believe the news they saw on their mobile phones. Gradually, they watched more news related to Zhao Yu. Result: it seemed that they were extremely happy. The news media said that Zhao Yu made money, but he didn't make tens of billions at all. At most, he made tens of millions or hundreds of billions. But in the end, he was rumored and lied about and made tens of billions. The source of the news is said to be Jiangsheng Securities Company. This is definitely a GG. It is definitely to attract retail investors to enter the market and then take them away in a wave. Jiangsheng Securities Company's methods of cutting off Filipino food are unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. What is Zhao Yu's ability? We, the natives of Jiangsheng, don't know. If he really has such a terrifying investment talent, his family fortune will be ruined. After the shock, the guests in the Western restaurant gradually came to their senses and felt that there was too much fishiness involved. Especially these securities companies. They really eat people without spitting out their bones. In order to attract retail investors to buy stocks, they use such eye-catching news. Zhao Yu might have really made money, but he definitely wouldn't make that much. Don't be deceived by this bullshit Jiangsheng Securities Company. A few years ago, a scandal broke out about this securities company. The staff actually suggested that the customer borrow money to buy stocks, but the customer really got confused and took out the loan. In the end, the stock market suffered huge losses and I owe a lot of debt. The white-collar young man in a suit and ties spoke to the other guests in the Western restaurant. The guests nodded repeatedly. They had also heard about this dirty stuff. Jiangsheng Securities Company, this is not a good thing. Look, this media can really brag. There are actually media saying that Zhao Yu made 100 billion yuan in blood from the stock market. This is really nonsense. Whoever believes it is stupid. I don't believe it anyway. The white-collar young man raised his mobile phone high so that the surrounding guests could see the news content on his mobile phone. When everyone heard this, they also looked over. They all couldn't help laughing. It was just like what the white-collar young people said. One news media account actually reported that Zhao Yu made 100 billion in blood. Absolute stock god. It's how they can't stop laughing. These media will only catch rumors and will not do anything serious. Keep eating. Don't be fooled by these fake news. The white-collar young man said something and then immersed himself in eating. The rest of the guests either began to feast on the delicious Western food, or they were still reading the ridiculous news. Although the news about Zhao Yu's tens of billions of blood money spread quickly in Jiangcheng, it also caused a sensation. However, there are more and more doubts and doubts. Some reporters also went to interview the staff of Jiangcheng Securities Company. The stock god who has made tens of billions of dollars is really the prodigal son of Jiangcheng. No, is he Zhao Yu, the former heir of the Zhou group? Reporter interviews. However, how could the staff of the securities company know this inside information? They have also heard about the stock god who made tens of billions, but they have no idea whether the news is true. As for if this news is true, will this stock god be Zhao Yu? They are also unclear. Without exception, every staff member interviewed by reporters was confused and had question marks on their faces. This disappointed the reporters, but the reporters were particularly patient and decided to continue digging deeper. Lin Wei had just finished lunch and parked his car in the parking lot of Jiangcheng Securities Company, but he was in a particularly bad mood, because he has also seen the current news about stock god Zhao Yu. This made him a little annoyed, and it definitely had something to do with him. He shouldn't have mentioned this matter to Mr. Wei Fei, and others. If Zhao Yu really pursues his behavior, it will be a leak of customers' personal information, which is absolutely illegal and may even involve crimes, such as the crime of infringing on citizens' information. There's no telling he'll face a jail sentence. For a time, Lin Wei felt more and more uncomfortable and uneasy. I really suffered a lot from these bullshit reporters. But in the end, he just got out of the car. A female reporter wearing a black skirt who had been waiting for a long time came forward quickly. Manager Lin, about the stock god Zhao Yu. I don't know. Lin Wei had a cold face. Later, he met many reporters who came for interviews, but he did not reveal any useful information. He didn't dare anymore. If he really revealed it, he would be seeking death. He also wanted to have a good relationship with Zhao Yu and asked Zhao Yu to guide him on how to invest. With Zhao Yu's help, getting rich is absolutely easy. The reporters returned in vain and felt a little helpless. They all gathered together in small groups. I interviewed the employees, and they couldn't explain clearly. I interviewed the manager, but he didn't know. What's going on? Could it be that the stock god of Jiangcheng is really someone else? The reporters discussed endlessly and felt helpless. Just after returning to the office, Lin Wei called Zhao Yu angrily and apologized profusely. Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry. This person can't control his mouth and has caused trouble to you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Lin Wei's tone was full of sincerity, but don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Those reporters don't have any evidence of Stonehammer now. Regarding Mr. Zhao's matter, they put it bluntly, it is just speculation. There is no conclusive evidence to prove that Mr. Zhao Yu is the stock god who has made tens of billions of dollars. Zhao Yu, who had just finished a delicious takeout meal in the villa, was dumbfounded when he heard Lin Wei's words. He has also seen the news about him on the internet. He was helpless. He didn't expect that a visit to Jiangcheng Securities Company would cause so many troubles. Fortunately, things are still under control. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. Zhao Yu replied nonchalantly. His attitude also made a big stone fall in Lin Wei's heart. Afterwards, Lin Wei apologized repeatedly and said that he would treat Zhao Yu to a meal or a massage. But they were all rejected by Zhao Yu. Wait until you hang up the phone. Zhao Yu also saw the group of high school classmates on his mobile phone, and there was another movement. He opened it and took a look. After taking a closer look, it turned out that all this information was related to him. Are you making tens of billions in the stock market? You have made a fortune. You will also lead us old classmates to make a fortune together, earning tens of billions from blood? Do you believe this fake news? This is just fake news made up by reporters. You can't believe it. Most of these old classmates don't believe that Zhao Yu has made tens of billions in the stock market. Money can be extremely difficult to make, especially in the stock market. It is absolutely impossible to make money in the stock market. When retail investors enter the stock market, they're giving away money. What do you think? Zhao Yu casually posted something in the group with a grinning smile. His old classmates were a little unsure about his riddles, but generally they still didn't believe him. Maybe it's true or false news. Zhao Yu, you made tens of billions with your blood? I don't believe it. If you really made tens of billions, you would have gone crazy with joy, right? It's true that these unscrupulous journalists and media outlets value truth in news, but the result is always fabricating and adding fuel to the fire in order to attract the public's attention. I understand. It turns out it's just a random fabrication made by the dog media. The old classmates are disappointed, but a little lucky. It turned out that the stock god Zhao Yu was made up by the media. But there are still some old classmates who believe that it is groundless and not necessarily unreasonable. Could it be that Zhao Yu is making a lot of money in the stock market? Many people in the group also called at one of their former high school monitors, but he was also in Jiangcheng, and his family was well-connected, so he probably knew some inside information. Sure enough, Li Siwen was not disappointed by everyone in the hot group, and he appeared quickly. I was still investigating this matter just now, and the specific situation has been found out. There is indeed a stock god in Jiangcheng. The stock god is so amazing. He invested in Zhongling liquor industry, and Zhongling liquor industry skyrocketed. Invested in Dantian Biotech, and Dantian Biotech, the field creatures are skyrocketing and more. This stock is really powerful. It's hard to say how much money it has made. It may be 10 billion, or it may be around a few hundred million. Also, according to the news just received by the media, the stock god is not our old classmate Zhao Yu, but someone else. It is not clear who this person is. It is too mysterious. Li Siwen spoke quickly. When seeing Li Siwen's speech, everyone in the high school group finally woke up. It turned out that the truth was like this. They were surprised. How could Zhao Yu be the stock god? Isn't Zhao Yu a prodigal son? How could he become the stock god without saying anything? There must be something fishy about this. It turns out that some media are reporting blindly. That's good. The truth is out. Who is this stock god? I don't know. This stock god seems to be really capable. If we can make friends with this stock god, we will definitely be able to quickly get rich and reach the peak of our lives. The old classmates in the group were all complaining. They all wanted to make friends with the stock god. Even if they couldn't, it would be good to see the real face of the stock god. For these news, Zhao Yu was a little amused, but he would not admit his identity as a stock god without thinking, as that would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Even if he promised, these people would not believe it. Just when he was about to close the high school classmates group, Li Siwen at him. At Zhao Yu, don't forget to attend the high school reunion. There's still 5 days. I'm in our Jiangcheng Platinum Palace, and I've booked a private room. As soon as this was said, many old classmates spoke one after another. Mr. Li is generous. Jiangcheng Platinum Palace, the brothel can finally be seen. I really look forward to this party coming soon. I have asked for leave from my boss. I will also attend, and the tickets to Jiangcheng have been bought. The old classmates in the group care about the reunion. Zhao, you can see that they care more about interpersonal relationships. Nowadays, if you want to stand out and make a difference, interpersonal relationships are still very important. One more friend, one more way out. I'll go. After typing 3 words, Zhao Yu closed the high school classmates group and browsed the hot search news on Weibo. He also saw the 15th hot search information, which was related to him. The title of this information was too eye-catching. Jiangcheng stock god Zhao Yu, bloody profit of 10 billion. He also subconsciously clicked in. After clicking in, he regretted it, because the comment area was full of curses. Just debunked. This is a fake news. Damn, waste my time. Where's the dog, ass god? This dog media can't be trusted. A while ago, a gambling god came out, and now there's a stock god. Everything is a god. Go to hell. Rubbish news. This can also be on the hot search. Did you buy the hot search? It's terrible, and the curses are one after another. And the popularity of this hot search is also declining. Just because the times have changed now, everyone is discussing the doomsday cataclysm. Among them, a striking hot search news, the popularity soared. The popularity reached tens of millions. The necessity of education reform after the release of the doomsday cataclysm. Zhao Yu also clicked on the news. Sure enough, the content of the news was long. In short, it was a seminar on education reform that was being held.